Life thrives on a vast continent, most of which is dominated by a powerful empire built on 4 great pillars. The first is the Clan of the Worthy, founded by a golden lion renowned for his mastery of fencing and martial arts, remembered as the Great Lions. The second is the Protestant Alliance, born from the devotion and holiness of those who worship gods across the land. The third is the Inspection Bureau, an order of informers who guard the empire against hidden threats. The fourth pillar is the Wizards of the Tower, a force that has ruled the world of magic and presided over the great arena for more than 1,000 years. Among them, the Melvinger family once stood tall as a prestigious wizarding dynasty, rulers of the tower and arbiters of magic. 30 years ago, when the war against demons erupted, it was their strength that secured victory, though nearly the entire line perished. At just 8 years old, Elric Melvinger lost both parents, his father and his mother, a teacher of magic, leaving only him and his elder sister alive. Even their vassals and former servants turned against them, betraying the dynasty. From that day, the boy vowed to become the greatest wizard and restore his family's lost glory. Yet the vow soon became a source of mockery, for he carried a cruel curse that blocked mana within his body. Despite endless efforts to break free of it, he failed, and the magical world cast him aside as an outcast. Still, the gods seemed to hear his plea, though fate warns one must fear the answer to their own desires. In a twist of destiny, the young heir stumbled upon a dragon's nest, his one chance to cure his affliction and chase his dream. In an instant, the lair erupted with crimson flames and deafening roars as the horned shadow of a dragon appeared before him, making Elric believe death had come. Yet within the nest lay a darker secret, an ancient demon sealed away through time, waiting for release. Now awakened, the aristocratic demon declares that it was none other than the last heir of the Melvinger dynasty who shattered the seal that bound him. The ancient demon, freed at last, fixes his gaze on Elric Melvinger and calls him Lord, urging him to embrace this title and rise as one destined to conquer the world. His ominous words carry the weight of inevitability, leaving the young heir with little sense of choice. This was never what Elric envisioned, and stunned into silence, he can only wait for the demon's next move. Matters grow worse as the fiend invades his body without seeking consent, binding itself to him. Had he known that his search for the dragon's nest would end in a contract with such a being, he would never have dared step inside. Yet Elric Melvinger, descendant of a once great commander, is not one to surrender. Awakening the long-desired power within, he resolves to take fate into his own hands. It will not be he who submits to the demon, but the demon who bends to him, or else face being consumed by the very prince of darkness it sought to unleash. Yet he holds within him formidable star magic, inherited from his bloodline. Usen Melvinger, his famed ancestor and victor of the demonic hordes, had founded the nation's most prestigious academy, now the very institution that threatens to expel his descendant. For Elric, that would mean the final disgrace upon his family. Students nearby whisper cruelly, mocking how someone so talentless could be the grandson of the academy's first principal. He bears the insult of being branded a disgrace to the dynasty, but when one sneers that the royal wizarding family would soon collapse, his patience breaks. The gossips, second-year students, assume he will remain silent, but this time they are wrong. Stepping forward, Elric demands to know their names, his cold green eyes gleaming with anger as a sharp smile curves across his face. He warns them that if they truly know Associate Professor Sean, then they should know the two are close, and his fiery temper would not tolerate such behavior. Without raising a hand, Elric's unwavering confidence unsettles them, and the group hastily retreats, throwing parting curses his way. Watching them scatter, Elric hides his satisfaction, showing no concern for the cowards fleeing before him. After gazing once more at his grandfather's monument, Elric Melvinger forces himself to calm down. Things might have been different had his father or grandfather still been alive, but this is not the time for weakness. Though anger at his illness burns inside, he refuses to give in, instead burying himself in scientific texts in search of answers about blocking disorder. Yet again, he finds nothing, no reports, no research, as if the subject itself has been erased from scholarly study. His quiet reading is suddenly shattered when someone charges at him, delivering a sharp blow. The noise and violence stun even the distant students, who stare in shock at the scene. Racked by pain and indignation, Elric bursts out, furious at the red-haired attacker, none other than Associate Professor Sean Nister. Annoyed at hearing his name tossed around to threaten younger students, Sean glares, while Elric, still smarting, sarcastically calls him the people's favorite. Sean swears in frustration, scolding him for abusing his name again. But when Elric quickly tries to smooth things over, offering a meal as an apology and requesting treatment, his friend reluctantly agrees. Despite his temper, Sean Nemster, a member of one of the 6 noble families that have ruled since the fall of the Melvingers, remains close to him. Having once graduated the academy as an external student before becoming assistant professor, he understands hardship, and though their paths were very different, the two share a strong bond. Searching through his bag, Sean produces important documents, the true reason for their meeting. Setting them before Elric, he reveals research about the diamond dragon and the discovery of a nest. Intrigued, Elric asks why this matters, and Sean explains that a recently unearthed dragon's nest may hold ancient secrets. Elric leaps up in shock, unable to believe such creatures still exist when the world accepts dragons as long extinct. Calmly, Sean assures him that the research is genuine and adds that if Elric can help locate the nest, his expulsion will be cancelled as reward for the merit. But beyond that, what lies inside could even lift his curse. Still, Elric worries the Academy will seize everything for themselves. Overwhelmed by emotion, he slams his palm against the table, declaring that this chance is heaven-sent and he would be a fool to waste it. His sudden hysterical laughter unsettles Sean, who wonders if his friend has finally lost his mind after years of struggle. Yet when Elric calms down, he leans over the map, pointing to a specific location. With a bold grin, he claims there is no nest where the paper indicates, hinting that he has his own ideas about where the truth lies. Elric Melvinger points at the map with a sharp look and says there is no nest at that spot. Hearing this, Sean immediately scans the surroundings in alarm, relieved that no one overheard their conversation, then leans closer and scolds him for speaking so recklessly. He warns that many professors are already involved in this, and asks if he intends to challenge all those big names at once. Settling back into his seat, Elric replies calmly that he only spoke the truth. Their eyes meet, and Sean half-jokingly suggests smashing his head again, to which Elric retorts that he should keep acting like the son of his noble family. With a sigh, Sean proposes they at least verify things and cast a spell on the map, flooding the table with radiant light until both of them are transported to a location marked on it. Examining the cracks there, Elric observes that they were formed by the collision of 2 strata and are releasing a dense amount of mana, which could easily be mistaken for a dragon's nest. He then asks if Sean knows about the 3 principles of mana streams. Irritated, Sean demands if he is being mocked, but Elric pokes fun at him, saying as an assistant professor he should at least know the basics. Reciting, Sean lists them, top to bottom, wide to narrow, hot to cold. Nodding, Elric explains that this proves it cannot be a nest, pointing at a spot where hot magma escapes through fissures, preventing mana from gathering, and therefore dragons cannot dwell there. Stammering, Sean insists that cannot be, yet an image of the Ekn volcano appears, confirming Elric's reasoning that magma flows beneath the continent. Still doubtful, Sean protests that they recorded the wavelength of dragon mana from that area, so a nest must exist. Smiling, Elric clarifies that he never denied the nest's existence, only its location. He marks a new spot on the map, revealing a door in Kargi Cave decorated with a dragon's carving. Later, we see Sean standing apart, troubled. He mutters in frustration, wondering how to report this to the higher-ups. If he displeases them, he could be dismissed, but if Elric is right, ignoring him would be a mistake. Lost in thought, he leaves, only to find Elric alone, practicing. Curious, he asks what he is doing in the training room. Elric declares that he must master magic, become the best, and restore his family's honor, but his frustration boils over as he curses the blocking disorder holding him back. Watching silently, Sean thinks to himself that if his friend truly finds a way to overcome the illness, he must help him as a true companion. Soon after, Sean arrives at the dean's office. The dean, Barax, listens and sharply remarks that his claim suggests the official research is completely wrong. Introduced as the dean of Sudden Academy, Barax fixes him with a hard stare. Flustered, Sean denies it, explaining he only wanted the dean's opinion about a possible alternative. But Barax responds sternly, reminding him of the weight behind such words. Dean Barack tells Sean that he cannot understand how he reached such a conclusion, but warns that if he is not honest, then even being a Rester family son will not save him. The dean unleashes his mana pressure, leaving Sean trembling as he realizes in shock that this is the overwhelming power of a 7th Circle magician. Just then, in his usual stylish manner, Elric Melvinger enters, pushing the door open. Sean panics, asking if he has gone mad for barging in here, while Elric calmly apologizes to the dean for entering without notice. The dean looks at him and remarks with amusement, "So it is Elric Melvinger," asking if what the professor reported earlier was his opinion. Elric admits it was, and the dean commends his insight and patience, noting that it is impressive for a student to think so deeply, but questions if there is any evidence, or if it is mere speculation. Elric smirks and replies that it is such a basic truth even a 3-year-old could know it, but if evidence is required then so be it. The dean glares at him, and Elric stares back without flinching. Sean, near tears, curses him inwardly, believing that instead of saving him, this madman is provoking the dean further and dragging down the very person who tried to help him. The dean laughs, amused by the boldness, calling him a mere insect incapable of condensing dense mana. Elric asks if that means his guess is completely wrong. The dean coldly orders him to know his place and stop running his mouth like a fool. Elric is momentarily blank, stunned by the insult, but the dean then softens slightly, saying that as his professor, he should not ignore a student's opinion. Elric agrees with a sharp nod, prompting the dean to challenge him further. Why not make a bet? Elric raises a brow and asks what kind of bet he means. The dean explains that he will grant Elric every resource needed to form an exploration team and report it to the budget department. However, if he fails, then he should wager the heirloom, the legacy left behind by the first headmaster himself. Inside the carriage where Sean and Elric sit together. Sean, still upset, asks if he feels no anger at all, but Elric retorts that his ears are about to burst from all the nagging and tells him to calm down. He adds that things are fine, since the dean promised not to stop him if he manages to find the dragon's nest. Sean snatches the book from his hands, making Elric frown and ask why he did that when he was simply enjoying reading. Sean scolds him, asking what if he fails to find the nest and his predictions turn out completely wrong. His family's legacy will be stripped away, fool. Elric glances down at his pendant, noting that it has always been passed down to each head of the Melvinger family. He laughs and remarks that it is not as if someone hasn't always coveted the pendant for themselves. Sean, frustrated, asks if he is actually laughing, not realizing the weight of the situation. Elric chuckles again, thanking him sincerely, and says that at least he will stay by his side until the end. Sean rubs his forehead in exasperation, thinking aloud that if they failed to find the nest, it could also mean his own end. He presses further, asking what Elric's plan is now. Elric rises from his seat and smirks, telling his friend that he should know him better. There is no way Elric Melvinger would accept a wager just because he was pressured into it. Sean asks what he means, and Elric replies that if the dean lusts after the Melvinger legacy, then he should have staked his own life in return. Sean then recalls something he had forgotten. Elric carries 2 nicknames, one branding him as his family's disgrace, and the other as its worst member. Watching his smile, Sean mutters that this feels just like the time when he was a freshman at the start of the semester, a memory he would rather not revisit. His mind drifts back to the past, when Elric was only 7 years old. The boy sat quietly as a group of children approached, taunting if he was truly of the Melvinger family. They flaunted their magic, mocking that perhaps no Melvinger could manage something so simple, even jeering that maybe the headmaster had picked him up from some alley corner. Their laughter rang as they ridiculed him, until one of them was told by another to quiet down. Elric, staring at them leave, wondered if he should feel bad, then picked up a crystal ball from the ground. He muttered to himself that yes, he should feel bad, and suddenly hurled it into his own face. The impact sent him flying, crashing painfully onto the ground as his body ached in sharp agony. At the moment, blood drips down Riven's face as his friends rush to lift him, shouting for Riven to get up quickly. The scene shifts to the discipline committee of Uston Academy where Elric is summoned. Elric tells the head of the Duke family that a child from a Viscount family tried to insult him, so he punished him according to the Empire's law, and asks if they have any problem with it. Hearing these words makes everyone break into a sweat, and Sean, who is also present, watches quietly. It is revealed that at that time Elric was suspended because the Academy rule declared all students equal, yet after that day no one ever dared to touch him again. The scene returns to the present where Sean is staring at the same book Elric had been reading and bursts out, asking if Elric has gone insane. Elric replies casually, telling Sean not to yell too much, or he might end up with high blood pressure. Sean points out that it is a forbidden book and demands to know what Elric was reading, while Elric, laughing shamelessly, admits it is indeed forbidden and if discovered he might be burned like meat. Handing the book back, Sean scolds Elric for his recklessness, and asks what he plans to achieve by learning the Beast King's body-strengthening art. Elric explains that he wonders if it could be used to treat blockage disorder. He recalls how, when the Beast King invaded the Empire with his army, this very art created immense difficulties since it enhanced his body's physical abilities. But eventually the technique was lost and the beast kind were expelled beyond the Empire's borders with a wall raised against them. Sean adds that scholars have already failed to recover it, but Elric admits he has indeed obtained the technique, though he does not yet know how to apply it to his own body. Shocked, Sean stammers in disbelief and then, exhausted from being surprised again and again, sighs that Elric should simply do as he pleases. Suddenly, their carriage halts, jolting Elric's head. Stepping outside, Elric demands to know why it has stopped, when someone approaches and greets him warmly, saying it has been a long time since they met. Recognizing him, Elric mutters that he never expected to see him here and asks why he has come. Riven replies that he is here for a reason. Elric says he truly cares for his fellow classmates, and they are told this man is a senior researcher from the Barracks Institute. Just then Sean arrives and angrily calls him a bastard, but Riven asks what his problem is, reminding him that the dean himself instructed them to help. Looking at him, Elric replies that the dean really is a good man, though he already told him he needed no help. Sean walks closer and quietly asks if he also sensed how many people were hiding their mana. Elric says this is exactly what he expected from the dean, but reassures him not to worry since he already prepared something in advance. Shocked, Sean stares and asks how he managed to obtain it. The scene shifts to the dean's office, where the dean rages, demanding to know if he gave him Breath of Gehenna and Azure Skylord's armorer. The man trembles, insisting it was the dean himself who told them to help as much as possible. The dean scolds him harshly, calling him crazy. Breath of Gehenna is an artifact completely burns its target until nothing remains but ash. The Azure Skylord armorer is also described as not only defending against physical attacks but also resisting elemental magic. The furious dean shouts, questioning if it makes any sense to hand such a 4th-star magic equipment to a student, an artifact that could reduce an entire town to ashes in no time. Placing his hand on his head, the dean orders the man to leave since he no longer wishes to see his face, and the man apologizes before running away. Reading the news, the dean mutters that if any candidate discovered this, it could become a serious scandal. But then he thinks if the boy really succeeds in finding the Draken nest, perhaps it won't be such a bad thing. He reasons that they cannot drive a royal bloodline insane, and decides that foolish research teams who failed to notice even simple things should be replaced, since even a mere child managed to uncover it. He smirks darkly, admitting he should actually thank those idiots because it gave him the chance to obtain the pendant. With an evil smile, he says that if he secures the magic pendant, he is certain to become the next headmaster. And if the boy also wins the bet, the outcome will only be in his favor, whether he escapes or triumphs. Elric sits reading a book while forming a magic circle as everyone watches closely. Sean casts mana search magic on the area, and a bright light bursts forth. The group shouts to look there, and they see an intense glow shining from beyond the mountains. Sean exclaims that Elric was right, it truly is here, and Elric replies he already knew, urging everyone to listen carefully. Before the light pillar fades, they must move quickly. Suddenly Sean grabs Elric, telling him he might feel a little imbalanced but must hold on tightly, then carries him forward at high speed. The others cry out, asking what about them, and chase after, begging them to wait. When confronted, Elric and Sean ask why they are all so exhausted, and soon the group arrives at the spot only to find nothing, not even a keep. One man questions if they mean the cave will open this way, and another sneers that male wingers always bring results. Riven then threatens Elric, saying it would be right to crush his head, since someone must pay for their suffering. Alarmed, Elric shouts to Sean to look there and asks if he can create a wide hole. Sean tells him to leave it to him, gathers energy, and casts his magic, striking the ground with a powerful blast that releases blinding light. Elric declares they have finally found it, and the group gathers around a large pit. Shocked, one of the men exclaims how this could even be possible. As the massive pit releases an overwhelming surge of mana, Eric quickly assures everyone not to panic, explaining that the pressure is simply the accumulated mana they had just unsealed, which burst out all at once. Elric then orders everyone to enter, and though the group begs him to wait, they eventually follow his lead into the cavern, muttering that they must stick close behind Elric. Inside, they shiver, wondering why it is so cold despite casting warming spells that provide no comfort. Elric pauses, lost in thought, And when Sean asks what he has seen, Eric replies it is nothing, only that he felt a chill in his breath. Sean jokes that it is because he is too cold himself and admits he might even be falling ill, and together he and Elric walk behind the rest of the group. The scene shifts deeper into the cave where a demon is shackled within the wall. Its eyes suddenly gleam as it laughs, mocking that at least they have arrived. The group soon halts before a great door, marveling at its presence, and someone wonders if this could truly be the one they seek. Another shouts for everyone to gather so they can try to open it, while others argue they should use magic instead. Elric yells for them all to stop, pointing out the dragon's seal engraved on the door, thinking to himself how foolish they are, and warning they cannot know the consequences if they tamper with it. Riven, irritated, mutters in his mind that Elric always tries to show off, which makes him furious, while the group gathers together to discuss when and how they should attempt to open it. As the others question Sean about whether he has a book that might help, Riven notices something nearby, approaches it curiously, and mutters aloud, wondering what it is. Elric warns everyone again not to make any independent decisions on their own, stressing they cannot predict what will happen. Yet Riven, sitting down before the object, wonders if it is made of cold itself and recklessly grabs hold of it, prompting Elric to shout out in alarm. Elric shouts not to touch it, but Riven grabs it anyway, questioning what it is, when suddenly magic surges behind him and a massive blast erupts. Elric curses that the fool has done it, while the others panic, demanding to know what is happening with the door. He yells for everyone to stay careful, warning that it is a trap, just as an attack strikes one of the men and sends him flying, with more strikes following so quickly that the group scrambles to shield themselves with barriers. Sean desperately calls to Elric, urging him to do something, and he replies that he is trying to decrypt the text. The others cry out in terror, saying they do not want to die and begging for someone to save them, while Elric forces himself to calm down, telling himself he must treat this as a test and that he will surely find the answer if he trusts himself. His eyes begin to glow as he mutters that he has always done it this way, then starts deciphering the script. Meanwhile, Sean struggles to maintain his barrier as pain shoots through his hands, and someone urges him to hold on a little longer. At last, Elric grips the orb tightly, whispering please, please, before successfully finishing the decryption, causing all attacks to abruptly cease. The group exhales in shock, murmuring that they had thought this would be their end. Elric finally deciphers the text completely, and the attacks suddenly come to a halt. Everyone breathes in relief, muttering that they thought they were about to die. Elric turns to Sean, asking if he is alright, and Sean replies with gratitude, saying that he owes his life to him today. The group begins to recover, while someone asks if Riven is okay. Sean, still shaken, mutters that Elric really is something else. Laughing, Elric declares that this is his power. Just then, a blue light appears, striking one man's hand and destroying it completely. Shocked, Elric demands to know what just happened and what kind of nonsense this is. A barrage of new attacks rains down, forcing everyone to shield themselves again with barrier magic. Elric wonders aloud if it is starting all over again, then hastily scribbles in his notebook. Sean urges him to hurry, and Elric's eyes glow as he realizes the truth. This magic originates from a dragon, specifically dragon tongue magic. Moving toward the door despite the immense force pressing against him, the others gasp, stunned, whispering that it should be impossible, and questioning how he could possess the armor of the Sky Lord. Undeterred, Elric grips the sphere again, declaring with certainty that this time he will succeed. An attack strikes him, but even so, he manages to complete the decryption before collapsing in exhaustion, muttering that he thought he was going to die and lamenting how all his precious clothes have been torn apart. At last, the sealed door begins to open, and Elric sits right before it, shouting to the exploration team. Elric tells the exploration team to help the injured and move further inside, and as they step beyond the door, they find countless books and treasures piled within. The sight leaves everyone stunned, marveling at the abundance of magical tools. Someone points out a suit of armor crafted from dragon scales, calling it truly amazing, while others remain awestruck. Sean turns to Elric, asking what exactly he did back there. Elric replies with a calm smile that theory is his strength. He simply treated it like a test, looked at it from a geometrical perspective, and solved it using elementary elemental theory. But as he thinks deeper, unease spreads across his face, as though something feels off, like he was given practice questions before an exam. When Sean asks what he is so lost in thought about, Elric brushes it off, saying it's nothing. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Sean tells Elric to smile on such a good day, assuring him that from now on neither he nor his prestigious family will ever be ignored again. Though still sensing something strange, Elric decides to enjoy the moment, comforted by the thought that he has finally gained freedom. Meanwhile, Riven stands nearby with a magic crystal in hand, smiling. Just then, someone grabs Elric's hand and calls him leader, pointing out a massive library inside. Sean laughs, saying that Elric has truly grown. He's even being called leader now, and he too will follow him as such. Riven interrupts, informing Sean that behind the mountain of treasure lies the corpse of a dragon. Shocked, Sean exclaims at the discovery of a dragon's corpse and immediately looks for Elric, but Riven takes his arm and insists Elric will come later, urging him to follow. The two then arrive at the enormous corpse, remarking that by its size, it must have belonged to a dragon king, a rank far above ordinary dragons. Riven tells Sean that judging by its appearance, this dragon corpse must have been lying here for 4,000 years. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elric is being attacked by everyone at once. Elric yells in rage, calling them bastards and demanding to know what they are doing, while in his mind he regrets lowering his guard out of excitement. One man sneers that it may seem rude, but their job comes first, even though they do like him. At that moment, Sean suddenly tells Riven to stop. Riven, surprised, asks what happened. Sean explains that he felt the corpse shift slightly, then wonders aloud where the others are. Riven replies that they are probably exploring further ahead and suggests they move on to find the rest. Meanwhile, Elric is still being beaten mercilessly, screaming for help, and thinking bitterly that he should never have trusted anyone. As one attacker charges in with a fire strike, a sudden blue light blasts from behind, severing the man's arm completely. Elric, shocked at the sight, stammers in disbelief at what just happened. Then both Sean and Riven come running frantically, shouting to escape quickly, begging the dragon to save them. The skeletal dragon they had seen before is now alive, pursuing them with a glowing energy sphere forming in its mouth. Elric, terrified, mutters in panic, trying to calm himself by insisting this must also be a test. Elric looks at the dragon, panicked, and mutters to himself, asking what is happening, while trying to calm himself, reminding himself that this is just another test. He thinks that they now need to locate the dragon's nest and avoid it to survive. Watching the dragon, Elric wonders why it is standing idle and not attacking, recalling everything that has happened with it so far. He realizes it cannot continuously fire breathe and needs time to recharge its attack. Turning to the others, Elric instructs everyone to form a defensive line. They quickly create magical barriers just as the dragon unleashes its flamethrower attack. Elric, calculating in his mind, notes that if its breath continues for 20 seconds, they might survive if they manage to block it, and he tells Cien to stay firm. While observing the door, Elric works out the timing. It will take 17 seconds to reach it, and 3 seconds to close it, meaning survival is possible if executed correctly. As the attack intensifies and their barriers start to shatter, Elric shouts at everyone to hurry toward the door. Using his haste magic, they speed up, running toward it. Elric notices cracks forming above, signaling another incoming attack, heightening the tension as they push forward to survive. An attack lands on one of the team, killing him instantly, and blood splatters across his face. Skeleton monsters swarm around, attacking everyone, and Elric stands directly in front of them, observing that these are legendary beings protecting the dragon, known as Spart. One skeleton monster stands before Kaori, and a fireball from behind Elric strikes it, sending it flying far away. Cien warns Elric to stay alert, while Sean fights the approaching monsters. Elric realizes he must think fast, knowing he's the only one who can act, understanding that every problem has a solution. His pendant reacts violently, sending sharp pain through his mind as webs appear everywhere, making him feel surrounded by spider-like traps. He struggles to hear Cien, who is trying to communicate, but cannot catch the words. Suddenly, a monster attacks from behind, and Elric effortlessly dodges it, shocked at his own precision. He realizes this is not imagination. He can predict when and where attacks will come. He understands he must follow these steps carefully to survive, aware that if this is a trap, reckless action could mean death. Meanwhile, Sean and the rest continue fighting the monsters, and Elric knows now is no time to think, only to act, because if everything continues like this, they will be killed pointlessly. Elric yells to everyone to follow him, and they start running behind him. He tells himself to go where his eyes are guiding him, dodging through the gaps between monsters with precision. He instructs Sean to fire a fireball at a monster to clear the path. They all manage to survive the attacks and reach the door, realizing they'll be safe just a little farther. However, Revan lags behind, screaming for help. Elric looks back and decides that if he wants to close the door safely, he has to leave Revan inside, noting that he's been a headache in his mind the whole way, yet he cannot let him die. Elric grabs Revan's hand and pulls him through the door, and everyone ends up outside. A barrier prevented monster from coming out, keeping them contained within. They all remark that it seems the creature cannot get out. Sean turns to Elric and asks if he has lost his mind. Elric responds calmly, questioning why Sean is blaming him, insisting that it is the monster's own weakness that has caused this situation. Eric looks around at everyone and concludes that it appears the monster truly cannot escape. He ponders carefully, noticing damaged traces on the dragon's head, wondering if there might be intruders besides them. They see the same dragon, with a weapon lodged in its head, advancing toward them. At that moment, Riven shouts, warning everyone that the Spartans are coming their way. The monsters break through the barrier, and all of them yell to flee immediately. Everyone runs far from the door, but Elric stays behind. Sean shouts at him, demanding to know what he is trying to do. Elric smiles and tells him to go ahead, taking it upon himself to close the door. Sean attempts to stop him but fails. Outside, Scene becomes furious and shouts at Elric, questioning what he is attempting. Standing there, Scene recalls events from 7 years ago, remembering when he first met Elric and had asked him if he would become his friend. Elric, making a mocking face, had insulted him instead. Hearing this, Sean is completely stunned. They see Elric seated in the library, and Sean approaches him again, asking if he would like to be his friend. Elric, true to form, begins to insult him once more, while Sean continues to follow him relentlessly. Elric keeps repeating insults at Sean, insisting that he hasn't done anything this time. Sean replies that he didn't even say anything this time. The scene then shifts to a forest, where their teachers explain that if they want to become true magicians, they must strengthen their stamina immensely. They are told that points will be awarded based on how carefully they navigate, and any use of magic during this test will lead to disqualification. Everyone begins moving toward the forest, sprinting with determination, and Sean leads the way, stopping at a point to gauge that he has covered nearly half the mountain. He wonders if he should have brought LD along. Suddenly, an attack hits Sean, sending him toward the cliff's edge, where he grabs onto it with one hand, injured and in pain. He cries out for help. At that moment, Reborn and his team arrive. Reborn scolds Sean, asking why he is wreaking havoc and tells him he can use magic to get back up. Moments pass, and Sean, struggling, admits he doesn't know how long he has been there but realizes he can no longer hold on, fearing he might die. He questions whether using magic, even at the risk of disqualification, is the right choice, worried about facing his father's disappointment. In despair, he screams, "Damn it!" and begins to slip, but at the last moment, someone catches him, Elric. Elric grabs both of Sean's hands and pulls him upward, leaving Sean stunned, asking how Elric got there. Elric simply tells him to hold on tight. He successfully hauls Sean up, supporting him as Sean notes how late he already is because of him. Elric helps Sean stand, checking the injuries on his legs, and Sean asks anxiously what Elric is trying to do. Elric tells Sean that he had asked him to leave, and Sean glares back, asking if he had truly meant it when he said he wanted to be his friend. Elric, teasing, responds that now he can give him some artifact he must have kept at home. Elric grows slightly annoyed at Sean's words but laughs, remarking that it's amusing, after all, they've already become friends. Sean, frowning, asks if Elric intends to scam his friend, to which Elric replies that anyone who saves someone from drowning deserves a reward, and by the way, his hair still looks great even in this chaotic situation. Sean, slightly exasperated, asks if Elric will stop teasing him. Presently, Sean stands near the door, visibly angry, and tells Elric to wait a moment, while he goes to fetch the family elders. At least he promises to bring his father back and asks Elric not to die in the meantime. Sean rushes off, and Elric quietly thanks him, noting he hadn't wanted to put him in danger, and then charges toward the monsters, shouting, asking what they think he is. He navigates through their midst, finally reaching the artifact he had been searching for. Amidst the chaos of attacks flying around, he grabs the artifact, a combination of armor and a flaming can, warning everyone that they will face consequences for their actions. Elric prepares to use its magical effect, questioning whether they truly wish to taste their own medicine. Flames erupt fully around Elric's hand, engulfing it entirely, and he notes that although using this artifact requires mana, his eyes are bleeding profusely. He shouts unlock, and suddenly a massive wave of fire erupts around him. Determined, he declares that he will use his life force instead of mana. The fire spreads violently, consuming everything, and the monsters trapped within it begin to perish. Sean exclaims in shock, while Elric observes and reflects that this must be the dragon's test, and if so, the answer must lie somewhere here. His gaze locks on the dragon, its head pierced by a weapon, and he moves carefully toward it, inspecting the weapon closely. As countless monsters swarm up the dragon, advancing toward him, Elric reaches the weapon and murmurs that this must be it, the answer to the test. If he is wrong or if this is someone's trick, he knows he will die, but he refuses to retreat. The monsters close in from all directions, surrounding him, and Elric, gripping the weapon, asserts that he is Malwager. The creatures attempt to crush him, and in response, a blinding light bursts forth, transporting Elric into a different dimension. There, he sees the same dragon advancing to attack a demon, with the demon standing directly below it. The demon smiles, staring intently at Elric, as he braces for what comes next. Elric freezes, panic surging through him, and wonders if the dragon has seen him. The dragon unleashes a powerful attack, and the demon conjures a counterattack in his hands, striking the dragon fiercely. Elric mutters in disbelief at the sheer amount of mana, questioning if this could be the work of some sage from the Eight Circles, though he quickly doubts it. The dragon, now the Demon King, writhes in pain, using fire from its mouth to retaliate, and Elric observes that this power exceeds even the 8 gates or 8 circles. Destruction spreads across the battlefield as the demon and dragon exchange relentless attacks. Finally, the demon drives his sword into the dragon's head, severely wounding it. Elric gasps, asking if the dragon is truly dead, when the demon turns to him and speaks, revealing that it is Elric who will free him from this exhausting siege. The Demon King smiles wickedly, and the demon declares they will rule the world together. Suddenly, the dragon lashes out with its chains, attempting to bind him, and snarls that Demon King Mephistopheles will be buried alongside it. Elric is stunned, realizing the gravity of the confrontation. The Demon King then addresses Shaynark, revealing the dragon's name. He explains that although he has coexisted with Senex for thousands of years, the current situation is different because his vassal now stands before him. The Demon King begins to possess Elric's body, causing him intense pain, and Elric realizes this was not a dragon's test but a trap set by a Demon King. Black energy surges from his body as the Demon King strengthens it further, laughing wickedly. Elric shouts in frustration, recalling how his grandfather and family sacrificed their lives in the Great Demonic War, leaving only him and his elder sister alive, while the Imperial family and allied vassal families betrayed them. Their vile desires now lay bare as all of them scramble to claim the same pendant Elric holds. Elric's mind reels as he recalls that even the one he had fully trusted, the one he depended on completely, had turned away from them, attempting to seize what was theirs. His body writhes in pain, and he reflects on how, when they had tried to protect it, they were abandoned. The younger Elric he remembers bitterly acknowledges that everyone betrayed them, mocking their family, and wonders what he can do now. He grips a small stone tightly in his hand, his elder sister holding him firmly, and vows that no matter what happens, he will fully cure his blocked abilities, revive his family, and force those who betrayed them to regret their actions. A heartbeat echoes, then Elric's pendant glows, and a voice reverberates, declaring that no one can divide the Melwinger family so easily. His body begins to shine brilliantly, his eyes glowing with intensity, as another voice speaks, hoping that their descendants will hear them in the future. The Demon King recoils, moving away from Elric's body, astonished at the power emanating from him. From the darkness, a hand emerges, engulfing the Demon King entirely in flames. The voice commands that, according to the arrangement, the first Demon King will be completely consumed. Elric casts magic with his own hands, absorbing all the black energy of the Demon King into himself until the demon is fully absorbed into his body. A mark of a blue tiger appears on Elric's hand. Elric staring at his hand, muttering in confusion about where he is. He sees a figure in front of him and questions who they are and why they feel so familiar. The figure responds that they are nothing more than a group of scholars striving to reach the heights of magic. Elric wonders to himself if this is the same reason he had heard about before, reflecting that although the pursuit of power corrupted many under the Demon King, plunging the world into chaos, he and his family were created in this world to correct past mistakes and build a family capable of uprooting demon sons from their very origins. Their mission is to completely annihilate these demons, though they can never fully disappear, and demon sons are repeatedly revived until completely eradicated. The figure moves their hands deftly, striking down all the demons around them, while telling Elric that one day in the future, their descendants will fully inherit their will. Behind him, a hand reaches out, and Elric warns the figure to look behind. Suddenly, he finds himself somewhere else, and notices his own hand. Sitting up on his bed, he surveys his surroundings and sees Sean. Sean hears Elric's voice and asks in concern if he has woken. Elric questions why Sean is crying, and Sean, annoyed, retorts that he is not crying over him. Elric frowns, muttering that he is fully aware Sean was just crying. He teases him, saying it's fine, he can cry because he was doing the same in the nest. Elric glares at Sean in frustration and apologizes, asking for forgiveness, before turning serious and asking Sean if he called the rescue team to save him. Sean admits he did, confirming Elric's suspicion. Elric then suggests that Sean could even use his magic to heal him, questioning why he gave him the egg in the first place. Sean tells him to be grateful for what he did provide and mutters a curse in jest, while Elric pouts, reminding him that as head of a family, he shouldn't interfere unnecessarily. Sean laughs it off, while Elric, flustered, denies saying anything serious. Sean warns him that if he tries anything dangerous again, there will be consequences. Then Sean instructs Elric to stand up, insisting he just stay quiet, to which Elric agrees. Sean measures his height against Elric, teasing that he's grown taller and suggests checking in the mirror. Elric does so, realizing he has indeed grown and reflects on the events in the cave, wondering if that was the cause of his body's change. Sean asks if something happened in the nest or with the dragon. Elric apologizes, saying he cannot explain yet but promises to tell him when the time is right. Sean places a hand on Elric's shoulder, acknowledging that he can tell Elric has something on his mind, and jokingly scolds him for hiding things from a friend. Elric laughs and urges him not to act that way. Elric then asks about the nest. Sean explains that their family is watching over it. Elric guesses that it must be busy exercising, but Sean clarifies that they are merely guarding it. Elric, surprised, questions why, and Sean explains that the nest belongs to him because he discovered it. No one can claim it casually. Legally, the dragon nest belongs to the one who discovers it. Sean explains that while the nest becomes the property of the discoverer, in normal cases, strong scholars have the right to purchase exhibition rights. He adds that both the Magic Tower and the Academy have gone completely wild over this nest. Elric watches him and smiles, prompting Sean to ask why he's looking at him that way. Elric thanks him inwardly, thinking that he's sure the Nest family also desires the exhibition rights, but they've blocked it for him. Sean complains that Elric troubles him too much and insists they won't discuss it further, noting how fast he is. Elric thanks him for the compliment in his mind, but quickly reminds himself that now is not the time for distractions. The old man in the barracks must be planning something crucial to secure the exhibition rights, and Elric chuckles, thinking that he has tried to kill him before. Sean notices his reaction, panicked, and remarks that whenever he smiles like that, he must be planning something dangerous. Elric asks a favor, but Sean refuses to listen. Elric then orders him to spread the news that he is severely injured. Sean finally acknowledges hearing him. The scene shifts to the Imperial Hospital gates, where Dean arrives, questioning what has been said. Doctors explain that Cadet Elric Melwinger is now fully comatose and in a very serious condition, urging everyone to leave. Dean protests, saying he has traveled a great distance personally, and yet they expect him to turn back. An older man interrupts, demanding to know about the exhibition rights, asking why the nest is being left like this and why the Restroff family hospital is involved. Elric watches everything from the window as the older man questions why the nest is being blocked. Behind him, Carl, the spokesperson for the Restroff family, arrives carrying some food. He politely tells Elric to rest, leaving the meal before departing. Elric looks around and mutters, asking how long they'll just watch him and why no one speaks. He addresses the presence as Mephisto, but suddenly, the Demon King himself appears before him, demanding why Elric shows him no respect. Angrily, the Demon King asks why a king isn't shown proper deference, his legendary reputation as Mephistopheles, the terror of the world, evident in every word. Elric realizes this is just an evil spirit and dismisses its threat, thinking it no more dangerous than a small nuisance. The Demon King attacks him with his mouth, yet Elric, hand on his chest, quips that even a cotton ball could give a better massage. Elric presses his hand to his chest, reflecting that although he isn't imagining it, the dragon heart, the absolute authority of a dragon, must have been struck by the Demon King's lens at that moment. He recalls only up to the point when the Demon King tried to possess his body, and he commands it to stop and speak, demanding to know how long it will keep staring at him like that. The Demon King snaps, insisting that he has warned him countless times not to call him casually. Elric recalls the ancient times when gods ruled the world, and among the 4 servants of the demon god, who symbolized darkness, Mephistopheles was the first and mightiest. Now fully attached to him, the Demon King sees, demanding Elric kneel before him and threatening to tear him apart. He launches another attack from his mouth. Elric, observing, mutters in disbelief at how annoying the Demon King is and questions whether all Demon Kings are as foolish. The Demon King, simmering with frustration, recalls waiting 1,000 years only to have his will stolen by someone like this. Determined to dominate the world beneath his feet, Mephistopheles grows increasingly furious. Suddenly, the Demon King attacks the Dragon King, who binds him with chains and declares that they will be buried together. The Demon King responds that he has waited thousands of years for this moment, only for the Dragon King to appear. The old battle resumes, and the Demon King explains that this was the vessel who could have freed him from the chain, and though he almost took over its body, his plans are thwarted. Standing near a window, the Demon King contemplates the demonic fragment and his growing assistance, while Elric, holding the pendant in his hand, tells him to stop his mighty act immediately. Enraged, the Demon King turns his fury toward him. Elric holds the pendant in his hand, staring at it as he recalls the voice that said it hoped their descendants would hear it one day in the future. He wonders if the voice belongs to his grandfather, and suddenly realizes the significance of the message about slowing the first demon. Sitting up abruptly on his bed, he exclaims in shock, realizing that he has absorbed the demon's power. Looking at the magical pendant, he questions if it is a tool that absorbs demon power, but quickly concludes that it's a device capable of dividing and controlling the demons of the demon realm. Glaring at the Demon King, he wonders if it's possible to depower other demons the same way. His excitement grows as he considers that if there is a first demon, there must also be second and third demons. The Demon King questions why he is staring at him like that, sensing an unusual feeling. The scene shifts, showing Elric approaching a cliff. The Demon King asks why they have come here to wander, instructing Elric that he must answer when an adult questions him. Elric, annoyed, snaps at him to shut up, calling him noisy. He begins meditating, realizing he must confirm something before using the magic pendant. His body starts glowing as he tunes into the surrounding nature, feeling every detail around him. Stretching out his hand, he channels a magical wave, contracting it to react to the dragon heart. A massive blast erupts, shocking the Demon King, who marvels at how a single human can use dragon magic with just a touch. Elric laughs, realizing he can finally use magic and has fully cured his blockage disease. His mind drifts to everyone who has bullied him, and he vows to make all who betrayed him and the Melwinger family regret their actions. The scene shifts to the Imperial Magic Hospital, where several interviewers question Carl of the Rester family. Carl confirms that Melwinger Elric is still in a coma. The interviewers shout, demanding to know about the dragon's exhibition rights. Carl explains that a detailed announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, and asks them to confirm their written statements there. Exhausted, Carl enters the room and approaches Sean, pleading not to be asked to handle these tasks. Sean looks at him and praises him, saying he has done very well. Carl complains that every time he deals with Elric's matters he ends up near death. Sean warns him that if this scam is revealed, the Magic Tower and Imperial family will not let him go easily, and asks if he can handle the consequences. Carl assures him that he can, but he just needs to trust him. Sean hands him a handkerchief. Elric, meanwhile, thinks that the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, wondering if the other party even realizes how much effort he is putting in. Carl asks Sean where Elric is, and Sean admits he doesn't know, assuming he went off on his own. Carl, wiping his sweat, notices a letter from Elric saying he is leaving temporarily and entrusting everything to them, reminding them why friends exist. Carl wonders where Elric could have gone with his weak body. He then shows Sean the letter with a problem attached. Suddenly, someone breaks through the door, startling Sean and Carl. The intruder speaks, drawing their attention. Sean notices the sudden arrival of his sister, and exclaims in surprise, asking how she ended up here. His sister, known as Firebird Witch, a famous RSD, calmly responds, questioning why he looks so shocked. The narration explains that the Magic Tower, Imperial Family, and Protestant Alliance reveal their greatest geniuses each generation, known as the Three Stars, who lead the Empire. Sean's sister, one of these 3 stars and the youngest in history to earn a mage's title, grabs Carl's ear and scolds him for not delivering her letter. Carl apologizes, explaining he's been busy. Sean internally notes that his sister is extremely sharp, and if she learns anything, they could end up in serious trouble. He tells her that Elric is not in a condition to meet anyone. She presses, but Sean insists that he must prevent her from finding out more. The sister's presence exerts pressure, making Sean anxious, and she suggests they resume their conversation about the dragon's exhibition rights. Sean remembers, startled, that she is a formidable dragon-fighting woman, and that the rights cannot be claimed by anyone else. Finally, she releases him, warning that if he contacts her after someone else, she'll punish him severely, leaving Sean to imagine the scenario in his mind. Sean thinks to himself that Elric needs to act quickly. At that moment, Carl says, "Master, everything is over now." We see Carl's condition, completely ruined, caught between the 2 sides. Meanwhile, Elric stands at a newspaper shop, reading a paper that asks who will get the nest exaction rights. Elric says that Sean is managing everything well on his behalf. As he reads further, he notices a photo of the school dean in the newspaper and smiles, thinking the dean is quite photogenic. He laughs and says, "Dean, laugh as long as you can." Scene shifts to the dean's office, where Riven arrives, congratulating the dean, telling him that he can now do what he has always wanted. The dean responds calmly, saying there's still plenty of time before the election, and advises Riven not to rush. Riven apologizes for his impatience, reminding the dean that he is the future headmaster of the academy. The dean laughs and says he has told him many times not to call him headmaster yet. Dean asks about Elric's condition. Riven informed that Elric struggles daily to survive, and he worries it could become a bigger problem if he wakes up. The dean silences him firmly, putting pressure on Riven, who apologizes in pain. The dean notes that after the election, a professor's seat will become vacant, wondering who will take it. Riven says he isn't the only one, but he doesn't know what's happening outside. He greets the dean, and the scene shifts to a city. Elric arrives at a house, saying that it's time to start. He explains that thanks to his mind eye, which can see the other side of the world, if he finds even a small space among all this, he can insert his mana into the dragon heart to use magic flawlessly. A blast occurs, and Elric begins floating in the air. He says he has finally taken his first step and reached the starting line, where he will uproot the barracks completely, inform everyone about the revival of the Melwinger family, and become the strongest, all before the headmaster election. Mephisto mutters that this is pathetic. He could have used magic of this level combined with his own powers, yet he only performed such a small trick. Elric thinks that Mephisto is right. He needs to become faster and stronger. Closing his eyes, he focuses deeply, and Mephisto, speaking from behind, scolds him for daring to close his eyes, reminding him that in Mephisto's time, humans, demons, and dragons alike listened carefully whenever he spoke. Elric recalls their past incident and remembers something called the soul speech, a form of tongue magic used among dragons. Concentrating, Elric begins weaving magic with his hands, forming images in his mind, converting them into words, and releasing them. Observing this, Mephisto grows alarmed. Elric then elevates, floating upward, soaring through the sky, and Mephisto watches him in complete shock. Elric's eyes glow brilliantly as he exclaims that this is incredibly high and amazing. Although it seems simple, performing it is extremely difficult, and he thinks he wants to try it again. Mephisto reflects that such a small child, who has just used soul speech and double spell magic, is why the Melwingers are considered natural enemies of demons. Even the strongest among the Melwingers could not be this talented. Then he recalls an ancestor, realizing he shouldn't have remembered that, and decides that he must crush this seed before it sprouts, completely possessing its body as quickly as possible, or perhaps find another way. Meanwhile, Elric thinks that soul speech is amazing, but performing it is difficult even for him. To become stronger, he must understand these dragon magics, and to do so, he needs a teacher who will keep all his secrets safe. Considering the academy, Elric realizes that the barracks are already dominated, and no teacher there is capable of instructing him. Stopping in a forest, he reflects that he needs a teacher of the hexagram casting rank, though doubts anyone would accept him as a disciple. He wonders what he would do if only his father were here. Mephisto, pondering how to gain anything when he doesn't even have his feet, experiences something unusual. Elric pauses, thinking carefully, and then calls out to Mephisto, who turns to him, asking what the matter is. Elric requests if Mephisto can teach him some magic, thinking to himself that no better teacher could exist than Festo if he tries. Mephisto, initially dismissive, turns away but flashes an evil smile. Elric questions what he stands to gain from this, deciding that through alchemy, he will make a vessel for Mephisto. Mephisto mocks him, asking if a tiny human could create a vessel strong enough to handle him. Elric replies that then Mephisto must make him strong enough to become a proper vessel. Festo notes that even that might not suffice. Elric insists that until he becomes strong, Mephisto can do nothing. Elric asks if Mephisto could suggest something. Mephisto contemplates that, as expected, he shouldn't give enlightenment so easily, but if Elric becomes his assistant, he might consider it. He smiles, thinking Elric's face suits him perfectly, and wonders how he dares to challenge him. Mephisto imagines making Elric his vessel, teaching him black magic combined with his own teachings, making him extremely strong, surrounding his soul with black magic, and fully transforming him into a vessel. He envisions Elric kneeling, begging to make him his teacher, and recognizing his place as a small vessel. But Elric interrupts, saying to forget that. Mephisto is completely shocked. Elric continues that even here, bargaining has its limits. One cannot gain something without hard work. Approaching Mephisto, he asks his opinion. Nervous and scared, Mephisto angrily tries to attack, but Elric immediately tells him to shut up. Using dragon speech, he seals Mephisto's mouth, forcing him to chirp continuously. Elric comments that Mephisto is very noisy. Mephisto realizes he can't be forced to submit with soul speech magic. Then Elric casts a cute act spell on Mephisto, who tries to appear cute but looks ridiculous and messy, shocking Elric. Elric starts to vomit, complaining what did he just saw his eyes heard. Mephisto, internally conflicted, muses that he might show some mercy and forgive Elric if he accepts his mistakes. The next day, Elric returns to his magic practice, growling in frustration, convinced the moment has come when Mephisto will ask him to learn magic. Days pass with Elric training relentlessly, while Mephisto, exhausted from maintaining the cute act, wonders how he can actually teach him. He contemplates simply pretending to submit, but instead begins writing in the book, recording the basic soul speech magic. Elric sits nearby, questioning whether Mephisto is serious. Mephisto thinks that as the Demon King's pupil, he cannot surrender or submit to anyone, especially not such a small human, yet he behaves like a dog, reluctantly handing over the notebook. He questions why he is pretending, while Elric studies the ancient knowledge contained in the basic soul speech magic, realizing it is something no ordinary book could hold. He examines Mephisto's careful writing, silently acknowledging the excellence of his work. Elric wonders if Mephisto is truly content cooperating, appreciating the hidden wisdom recorded in every detail. Removing the cute spell from Mephisto, Elric points to the back of the book, asking if he could add more details so that perhaps Mephisto could speak. Mephisto snaps angrily, calling him a brat, but Elric retorts, questioning why he did not write more yesterday. Mephisto mutters indignantly, asking who decided that, and Elric hands him a sheet, warning that if he writes more in a day, he may allow him to speak only after 3 days. He questions the deal, commenting on Mephisto's handwriting and asking why it cannot be clearer. Mephisto thinks doubling the writing might suffice, but Elric insists he should write everything at once and asks if he could teach any secret training. Frustrated, Mephisto warns him to wait, threatening that the black magic hidden in the text could completely destroy Elric's body and soul. Elric reflects that he has only memorized the introduction so far, yet wonders how he can wield such immense power, and suddenly a massive ice wall rises before him, leaving Mephisto stunned and questioning why the black magic he hid there isn't affecting Elric's body. Observing Mephisto's astonishment, Elric teases him, noting that while it looks like he expects some change in his body, nothing is happening, leaving him utterly confused. Mephisto, baffled, asks what he is trying to say, and Elric replies, questioning whether Mephisto truly thinks he can memorize all the texts without understanding them, yet thanks to him, he has reached this level. Mephisto wonders if Elric had known this all along, while Elric examines his notebook, noting that each attempt keeps improving so much that he cannot restrain himself, prompting Mephisto to question whether any humanity is left in him. Calm and resolute, Elric declares that he must now mute Mephisto, who concedes that there is nothing more for him to teach, while Elric confirms that apart from his true speech, nothing further can be imparted. Silence settles as Elric contemplates that true speech must be a higher grade magic than soul speech, perhaps akin to the divine voice of the gods, And Mephisto warns that this true speech might even surpass soul speech, and attempting it at his current level could drive him insane. Elric acknowledges silently that Mephisto is not lying and wonders what to do next, while Mephisto adds that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, a revelation that excites Elric. He continues, explaining that this principle has guided the Melwinger family for centuries, and the scene shifts to Elric's father, who reminds him that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, an old family principle. He recalls teaching Elric and his sister about the pride of the Melwinger lineage in the territory destroyed during the Demon War, having said little at the time as he and Elric's grandfather were still recovering from the aftermath and seemed to miss their magician life. Elric asks if by going to the battlefield he could wield the family magic like his grandfather did, and as his father begins to reply, his mother interrupts, reminding him she already explained what it takes to become a strong magician. Elric nods, saying he only needs to study, prompting his flustered father to remind him that his grandfather had been a great scholar before becoming the continent's strongest magician, while his mother scolds him for bringing the children there, thinking that men of the Melwinger family never listen. Elric's older brother, Hedge, steps forward, acknowledging their mother's wisdom but confirming that magic can indeed be perfected on the battlefield, while their mother pulls their father back and instructs Elric to memorize all the geometry, the essence system, and their interrelations perfectly, telling Hedge to take his younger brother with him. Hayes drags Elric by the ear and Elric shouts that he wants to stay a little longer and play with his father, pleading for his sister to let go, insisting it really hurts. His father speaks to his wife, acknowledging that studying is important but children should also be allowed to behave like children sometimes. His mother scolds him, blaming him for spoiling the children and adding that like father, like son, they are exactly the same. The scene shifts to their room, where Elric and Hayes sit crying, while his parents lie on the bed in very poor condition. Elric reflects that his father's health had been worsening, and his mother, caring for him, suddenly fell ill as well, with whatever little vitality remained being shared by his father. His father apologizes, taking responsibility for everything and praising his wife for always being wonderful, while his mother reassures him, saying that ever since they met and had children, there hasn't been a single day she wasn't happy. She asks Hayes to take care of Elric, and Hayes promises to watch over him carefully. His father apologizes to Elric again, admitting that his blockage disease is his fault, and Elric cries uncontrollably, terrified of what will happen to him and Hayes if his parents are gone. His father comforts him, saying that they were happy being their parents, and that he doesn't need to become a magician, only to live a joyful life with the people around him. Soon, his parents pass away, leaving Elric grieving deeply. The scene returns to the present in the forest, and Elric thinks that his father was wrong. He should have allowed him to become a magician, because without strength, he would be discarded as worthless. This reality drives him to become stronger so that no one will ever dare to ignore him again. Remembering that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, he knows he now needs to experience it firsthand. He wonders where to go next, considering that Kamsun Ghost Forest is filled with dangerous ghost monsters and Goblin Cave is crowded with people, and recalls his father's advice about a safe house on the other side of the continent where their ancestors had stayed. Deciding that is where he must go to continue his work, Elric tells Mephisto it's time to leave. Mephisto asks where exactly, and Elric replies that they are heading toward the habitat of the Yeti. Elric heads toward the Yeti habitat, a snowy mountainous region familiar to Mephisto, and we see him bathing in a pond, thinking that if anyone discovers his identity, it could cause serious problems. He mutters to himself as he repeatedly dumps water over his head, using cut magic to trim his hair and alter his appearance completely, until his face is entirely changed, and he wonders whether he should leave the area immediately. Soon, he arrives at a place called the Guide Alliance, where a staff member tells him he is very lucky because a group is departing for a certain destination. The staff explains that normally no one goes toward Yeti Highland, but today, surprisingly, many people are heading in that direction. Elric looks toward the group as they arrive, noticing among them a small girl who immediately senses something new, commenting that there seems to be a new member. He observes carefully, taking note of everyone around him, 4 herbalists, several monster hunters, and 4 or 5 others hiding their powers. The girl approaches him, speaking incessantly, explaining her story and inviting him to follow her. Mephisto, irritated, mutters that she is completely useless and jokes about wanting to smash her head. Elric politely asks the girl, named Mima, if he can purchase a crystal for communication, but she explains that there are no crystals in their village and that he could only use pigeons or letters instead. She then begins recounting an old incident from her past involving pigeons and letters, a story so long and convoluted that it drives both Elric and Mephisto nearly insane. She insists that Elric will understand everything along the way as they travel together, and Elric thinks that his sister will be very angry if he doesn't maintain contact during this time, so he will need to communicate through Sean, who will handle everything. Meanwhile, the small girl continues telling her long story as they travel, and soon they reach Yeti Highland. Mephisto comments that the place looks somewhat familiar, and Elric asks if he knows Yeti, or has been there before. Mephisto confirms that he has met Yeti before and recalls that the first king of the area once appeared before her. Elric wonders if the Yeti are demons, but Mephisto warns him not to categorize them all together. Elric realizes he had assumed they were just monsters, but now understands their connection with demons, something he had never considered. Mephisto explains that the king was very loyal to them, which is why the demon god showed mercy, granting him greater power, though he could not change his fate. Elric wonders if this was the previous ruler of Yeti, and Mephisto speculates that the king's cave might still exist in the area. Elric asks if the king's key could be there and whether he knows its location, and the Mephisto admits she has no idea, adding that even if it were there, it would have been stolen long ago. Elric considers that if this involves the Yeti demon lineage, there must be a connection with his family's safe house, recalling his father's words about the hidden location protecting the family's legacy. His father told him that when he grows up and becomes the head of the family, he must first go to Yeti Highland, confirm and secure the legacy, and honor their ancestors. Elric takes out his magic pendant, pondering what kind of legacy could be hidden there and whether he could learn more about the pendant's secrets, while the girl continues talking endlessly, recounting story after story, and Mephisto grows increasingly irritated, feeling a sharp pain in his ears. Mephisto asks Elric if he can cast his mute magic on the incessant girl, complaining about his bleeding ears, and Elric calmly tells him to endure it, thinking to himself that such ghostly nonsense is trivial, while wondering why Yeti has not appeared to them until now. The girl instructs everyone to pay attention, warning that the path ahead will become even more complicated, and suggests they stop briefly to eat. The group sets up camp, lighting fires and preparing to rest when another man from a nearby group approaches and begins speaking, asking to borrow some fire. After taking a flame, he returns to his companions. Elric observes them carefully, noting that they don't seem to be targeting him directly and perhaps are on some secret mission. The one sitting in the middle appears to be the leader, though none of them radiates strong energy. Suddenly, the middle person stands, revealing herself, and everyone is taken aback. It's a girl. One of the team members exclaims in surprise and cheers, marveling at her beauty and expressing excitement at the golden chance to meet her. As the situation escalates, a man rises to attack, but the girl shouts at him to stop and lower his sword. Elric notes that the man had tried to flirt with a noble girl, and Mephisto senses something amiss. Acting quickly, he stands and warns everyone to pay attention and retreat immediately, and in an instant, two of the would-be attackers are caught off guard, their bodies pierced mid-action, and one man's sword strikes between them, halting their assault entirely. The attacker's body is pierced in the middle, and his sword stops the strike just in time, barely managing to defend himself, leaving everyone watching stunned. Elric thinks the scene reminds him of that nest and begins moving forward in that direction, when suddenly arrows rain down from the sky onto the group. He quickly casts a blocking magic, forming a barrier to defend himself, though he worries about the others, who are fending off attacks and already beginning to fall. Sensing something unusual, Elric observes the attackers, and Mephisto identifies them as members of the Moroni Crimson Eye tribe. Scanning the forest, Elric notices the glinting eyes of countless monsters, recalling that Yetis usually travel in small groups, yet here there are many. One of the attackers orders everyone to strike the Yetis, and chaos erupts as they begin attacking each other. Mephisto taunts him, saying that now, when it's time to fight, he must be scared, but Elric swiftly casts a setup spell, sealing Mephisto's mouth, muttering that now is not the time for chatter since the Demon King has no sense of humor. Watching the battle, Elric marvels at an extraordinary fighter taking on multiple enemies at once, wondering if this is the true power of a Knight Raider, yet knowing it's not the right moment to intervene. Suddenly, he realizes another hidden group in the forest is preparing an ambush, putting them in grave danger. To prevent it, he removes his transformation, returning to his original form, and flies straight toward the Yeti leader. Landing on the leader, he strikes with his foot, instantly killing him, then casts a busting magic that annihilates dozens of Yetis in one wave, setting them aflame. He conjures countless swords with his magic, impaling enemies relentlessly, and despite some Yetis managing to burst away, Elric uses a bind space technique to trap them all. Elric perches atop the trapped Yeti and announces that it was quite impressive, and now it must speak. Mephisto, shifting forms, approaches, and Elric asks if he is still in that state, insisting he should have spoken by now. Then he realizes, of course, Mephisto cannot speak, so Elric releases him. Mephisto immediately exclaims, cursing, and just as he's about to retort further, he seals his own mouth. Elric declares that from now on, Mephisto will act as his translator. Mephisto asks why, and Elric explains that he will let the Yeti go, but only if it reveals the location of its village. Mephisto translates, telling the Yeti that it must only speak once it's released. Elric questions why he should trust Mephisto, and the demon, thinking seriously, considers negotiating rather than blackmailing him. Finally, Elric instructs Mephisto to tell the Yeti that he will release it if it cooperates quickly. The two begin quietly coordinating a plan. Suddenly, the Yeti lunges directly at Elric, and he deflects the attack with a finger, muttering that it was dangerously close. Both sides spin and adjust, the tension in the air thick as the encounter escalates. Elric tilts his head and asks if they can have a quick conversation, even as the Yeti and Mephisto both shout loudly. He wins the Yeti in place and casts a cute spell on Mephisto, muttering relief that the Yeti has agreed to guide them. He notes grimly that many good-natured Yeti have already been killed, and Mephisto asks who is responsible. Elric presses a hand to his chest, speaking of the Dragon Heart, a powerful artifact containing both the Demon King's and Dragon King's essence, which he can only use sparingly. Overusing it could destroy his body. The risk excites him, but there's no turning back now. Surrendering would mean failing his family. His thoughts drift briefly to the noble lady he's curious about, when suddenly a man approaches her, reporting that one of their team members is missing. He speculates, silently, that the missing member may have been killed by the Yeti while hiding. The lady hopes the member is safe. Elric stands before the gathered Yeti and demands, without spilling any blood, to be taken to their chief. The crowd steps aside, revealing a massive Yeti who leads the tribe. Elric steps forward, ready to ask his question, and the Yeti turns toward him. Elric watches the Yeti intently, magic sparking in his hands, thinking that if negotiations fail, he might have to take down their boss immediately. The Yeti finally asks the human his name, and Elric answers that he is Elric Melwinger. The Yeti studies him carefully, then instructs him to follow, leading him toward a cliff. Along the way, the Yeti begins a story of long ago. A king once ruled the mountains, and according to legend, there was a human close to that king, also with bright eyes, belonging to the Melwinger family. Elric realizes his ancestor and the Yeti king were friends, and the tribe had sworn to protect the human's house. Curious, he asks where it is, and the Yeti points to the cliff below. Elric looks but sees only darkness at first, then notices a small house tucked beneath the cliff. Awe fills him as he realizes it truly exists. The Yeti explains that even for them, reaching it is difficult, and only a few can descend safely. Mephisto warns Elric that with his current magic, he won't survive the freezing temperatures if he goes down. Elric acknowledges this but insists that retreat isn't an option. If he steps back now, he may never advance, and his ancestors expect to see his skills. With resolve, he leaps from the cliff, determined to give his ancestor a worthy reply. Mephisto mutters in exasperation at his reckless behavior. Mephisto, visibly unsettled, watches Elric plunge downward and wonders how reckless he truly is. The perilous situation only worsens as the fierce winds threaten to turn the fall into a fatal disaster. Concerned for the safety of his potential vessel, the demon rushes after Elric, warning him of the minimum mana needed just to survive. Drawing on both his life force and mana, the desperado focuses his power into his legs, bracing for impact as the ground races closer. Within moments, the roof of a small house comes into sight, and with his last reserves of energy, Elric guides his landing. Against all odds, he touches down safely, relief flooding him that he avoided a fatal crash. Even he struggles to believe he survived, though Mephisto can't deny his courage. The humble wooden house, however, stirs no awe in Elric. To him, it looks like little more than an abandoned shack. Extending his hand, he attempts to pull the door open, only to discover a protective spell woven into it. A runic password must be unlocked before entry. Mephisto advises channeling mana to test possible sequences, but despite several attempts, nothing works. Frustration builds until realization strikes. There must be a key. After a pause of thought, Elric recalls the pendant resting against his chest and understands it is the answer. Placing the amulet against the door, Elric sees his intuition was correct as the runic lock glows and slowly releases. The door creaks open as though welcoming him inside. Crossing the threshold, he is taken aback by the vast chamber concealed behind the plain wooden exterior, its scale far grander than the shack suggested. His gaze soon lingers on a solitary bookshelf bearing a single volume, The Fundamental Doctrine of Magic. Meanwhile, Mephisto realizes they have stumbled upon the dwelling of the Sage of Winter. Hearing this name, Elric suspects it must be his ancestor, and that this hidden house once belonged to him. As he hides behind the shelves, he reflects that if Mephisto knows the Yeti King, then he likely also knows of his ancestors and a long history tied to them. His attention shifts to an old, ornate book marked with the title History, and he wonders if it chronicles the lineage of the Meringer family. Turning its pages, Elric finds a motto declaring that the destruction of all demons is the sacred duty of his bloodline. The words stir a memory. He recalls hearing the very same phrase in a dream where he glimpsed the phantom of his forebear. Reading on, he discovers a chilling truth. Each member of his clan is fated to serve as a vessel for demons, tasked with absorbing them over and over again. Only one who can fully digest what is taken in may awaken a new form of magic, born from consuming every demon until none remain. As the last descendant and bearer of the legendary amulet, Elric now understands that this destiny falls upon him, to absorb the demons to their very end. This marks the dawn of a new era of magic, the beginning of the majestic descendant who has passed the first trial of the amulet and subdued the Demon King. Elric awakens once more in the astral dimension, quickly rising to his feet and scanning the strange realm. From behind, a voice calls out to him, hailing him as the future heir who carries the heartbeat of his ancestors. Turning toward the voice, Elric is stunned to see one of his forebears standing before him. The gray-haired man with multicolored eyes introduces himself as Otto von Meringer, the one who has long tested and guided their descendants. Centuries ago, when the Meringer family's magical system was first founded, Otto was among its most revered figures. A smile touches the elder's lips as he reads the awe on Elric's face, confirming that Elric recognizes him. Elric, still in disbelief, addresses him by the title Sage of Winter, which catches Otto off guard, for he believed all who knew that name had long since passed away. When Otto asks how he came to know this, Elric explains that Mephisto told him. Hearing this, Otto stiffens in shock, unable to believe his ears, astounded that the demon bound to Elric is none other than Original Sin. Realizing this, Otto acknowledges just how formidable his descendant has become, and how much weight his trial must now carry. Meanwhile, Mephisto, angered at hearing his name spoken aloud, snarls a promise to tear apart the insolent sage. Yet Elric remains focused, wondering what kind of trial awaits him and where this guidance will lead. Otto gently explains that the boy's questions are natural, for such burdens cannot be carried blindly. Still, records and answers will be preserved once his path is complete. Reaching out, the Otto strokes Elric's golden hair with rare affection, causing Elric to flush with embarrassment. The Sage of Winter then reveals the truth. The journey is so perilous because their clan has forged a great magical wheel. Once set into motion, it cannot be stopped or abandoned midway. Thus, choosing a rightful heir has always demanded care. Now, he declares, Elric, the sole descendant who has endured every trial with honor, must decide for himself whether to continue turning that wheel, or bring its eternal cycle to an end. Even without fully grasping the weight of the mission tied to his bloodline, Elric finds himself standing before the hardest decision of his life. He realizes that stepping boldly into a new path without hesitation means leaving behind the safety of his old life, yet he knows this is his one and only chance to change his fate. Otto listens intently to his distant descendant as he speaks with conviction about reviving the clan. Moved by the passion of the youngest generation, Otto no longer focuses on each word, instead cherishing the spirit driving them. Elric chooses this path not only to honor the dreams of his heroic ancestors who gave everything for a brighter tomorrow, but also to etch his own name into the annals of history as one of the greatest wizards to ever live. This has always been his dream, the force that guided him through life. With his heartfelt words spoken, he begins to set his own destiny in motion, one that now rests entirely in his hands. Overcome with emotion, Otto slaps him firmly on the shoulder, overjoyed that such an heir carries the family's legacy, wishing that all descendants might one day be like him. But the moment of warmth quickly fades as he reminds him that their journey is far from over, leaving Elric bewildered as he struggles to understand where Otto is leading him next. Shivering in the freezing air, Elric looks around nervously and asks Otto what kind of place this is. Otto calmly explains that this is a training ground where his first trial will begin. Taking in the harsh, icy terrain, the blonde quickly realizes that this is where he must grow stronger than ever. Pleased by his determination, Otto urges him to look below. At first Elric sees only endless darkness, but when pressed to look deeper and calling on his clear vision, he finally makes out what lies at the bottom. There rests the king of the Ice Mountain, the legendary Yeti ruler who once united every Bigfoot tribe and claimed dominion over this frozen peak. Known for his ambition, the king sought to restore the Yeti status as demons, but his greed led to ruin. Now, as a fallen demon, he has become the second trial Elric must face. Overwhelmed by fear, Elric wonders how he could ever stand against such a massive enemy, towering far above him. Otto reassures him that killing is unnecessary. The task is to absorb the demon and seize its seal, the very root of its existence, born from the dark emotions of all living beings. Fear, hatred, despair, these raw, twisted feelings give shape to the demon's core. Each demon carries within it a dark desire that shapes its personality, rank, and emblem. This very essence is called the seal. The seal of original sin already rests on Elric's hand, embodying the will of Mephistopheles himself, and alongside it he now bears the seal of the Demon King. Seeing the fear on his descendant's face, Otto calmly explains that from this moment on, his true calling is to absorb every demon he encounters. He assures the young mage that once a demon is absorbed, its power will immediately transfer to him. Hearing this, Elric feels a spark of motivation ignite, for strength and self-mastery have always been the driving force of his existence. Eager, he asks how powerful he will become if he absorbs the Ice King, but Otto only replies that time will reveal the answer. Preparing himself, the conqueror of darkness makes a silent vow, not to take lives, but to absorb them. Yet doubt clouds his mind, for he does not know how to fully unleash this ability. Meanwhile, the fallen king of the Ice Mountain senses the mana coursing through his opponent, and realizes it is a fusion of Mephistopheles and the blood of the Maringer clan. From within, Mephistopheles taunts his heir, telling him to stop pretending weakness, urging him to prove his worth. His voice keeps Elric's spirit from faltering, pushing him to draw out his hidden strength. The Ice King, however, sees only his natural enemy before him and vows to crush the descendant. Adding to the tension, the enemy notices the unmistakable green eyes of the Maringer line, eyes carrying the gift of the clear eye, which once caused the village elder to recognize Elric's destiny. But the challenge is not the king alone. Around him stand dozens of guards, each far stronger than the Yetis Elric fought before. At the center of them looms a massive warrior with curling goat horns, the mountain's true juggernaut. Doubt gnaws at Elric, who knows that with mastery of the seal of original sin, this trial would be far easier, yet now he must fight without it. There is no time to hesitate. The Ice King raises his voice in a thunderous cry, commanding his guards to slaughter the intruder, and the battlefield erupts. Determined to win on his own strength, Elric refuses to rely on the demon's borrowed power in his first true trial. He recalls that fire is always the enemy of ice, so he casts an explosive flame spell. In a blazing instant, the nearest guards are consumed by fire, their forms seemingly erased. Yet the true task is not to destroy but to conquer and absorb. And before Elric can even blink, cold steel touches his throat, the sharp edge of a blade pressed against his skin. Surrounded by the guards of the Ice King, Elric quickly realizes that the real battle is only beginning. Raising a barrier of sharp ice crystals with his magic, he forces some distance between himself and the demonic warriors, determined to face them on equal ground. He speaks out, telling the guards what he knows of their cursed fate as an outcast tribe, reminding them that he too has felt what it means to be discarded when considered weak and useless. His words strike a nerve, provoking the fury of one of the guards. Yet the true purpose of this trial is not to sympathize but to prove his strength, and Elric steels himself, channeling an immense surge of fiery mana above him, ready to unleash devastation upon the enemy ranks. But before he can act, the Ice King intervenes, launching a brutal counterattack. The strike lands with crushing force, knocking Elric back and tearing a deep wound into his stomach. Hurled aside, he crashes heavily onto the frozen ground. The second demon's relentless blows cut with precision, each swing of his sword meant to incapacitate completely. Gritting his teeth, Elric curses the demonic Yeti, knowing that with his current, still limited power, defeat feels dangerously close. But Elric refuses to accept failure in his very first trial. Forcing himself back onto his feet, He gathers every last drop of mana within him, determined to see this test through even if his body gives out. From the depths of his heart he calls forth the raging magma of the dragon sealed inside him, committing fully to his final choice. As the seal shatters, raw power bursts free, but the strain on his body is immense, and he collapses to the ground, struggling to steady himself. The challenge is merciless for a first test, pushing him beyond his limits until his heartbeat falters and his strength fades. Yet in that moment, the seal of original sin reforms on his hand, lighter than before but undeniably real, and Elric senses the dragon's mana settling into stability. He now understands why the seal carries the demon's name. Only by knowing a demon's true name can its full power be wielded. Though he has no idea how to discover it, asking is impossible. Otto once told him that the answer would reveal itself when the time was right. Drawing on the speech of the soul, Elric suddenly perceives the truth. The demon's real name is cruelty. He cannot explain how he knows, only that the knowledge is absolute, and now the seal's strength flows at its peak. The enemy's numbers remain daunting, perhaps even greater than before, but this time Elric unleashes everything. His mental force rises so high that the guards falter in defense, and a blinding surge of ice magic obliterates several of them. The cost is steep. His mana burns out almost completely, a feat impossible for him before, yet it confirms that he has grasped the principle behind the seal. With only a few enemies left, victory seems within reach. But exhaustion overwhelms him. His body collapses, vision fading, and he slips helplessly into darkness without understanding why the trial ends this way. When Elric awakens, he coughs violently, clutching his throat and chest as if the pain still lingers. To his surprise, he finds himself lying on the floor of the same shelter, the book he had been reading beside him. It becomes clear that after his defeat, he returned to the real world. Confused and shaken, his eyes widen with raw fear, reflecting the horror of what he has just endured. Mephisto, studying his ward's condition, instantly realizes how badly the battle had scarred him. Yet in his own way, Elric feels a strange relief at seeing Mephisto again. The demon explains that the mission was triggered the moment he fell asleep and the pendant lost control, pulling him into the astral dimension. Hearing this, Elric calms down, understanding that he never truly fell, but was drawn into another plane. His collapse came from recklessly rushing ahead, trusting too much in the seal, and becoming overwhelmed by the flood of mana he had absorbed. Reflecting on the battle, Elric admits the force of the seal of cruelty was far greater than he anticipated. After all, such strength is expected from a power tied to original sin. When Mephisto notices the mark of cruelty on his ward's hand, he immediately recognizes the cunning design left behind by Winter Sage. Curious, Elric asks how to use the seal of true sin, but Mephisto only assumes he already knows the demon's true name and stubbornly refuses to answer, no matter the demand or threat. With a wry tone, Elric remarks that such a simple question provokes such a sharp reaction. He reflects inwardly, realizing that the seal's use belongs to the realm of demons, and to rely on Mephisto's permission would be no different from admitting defeat. Knowing he cannot fight his demon head-on, he turns his thoughts toward finding another way forward. Breaking the silence, Elric asks Mephisto about the king of the human mountains. Mephisto explains that Elric must either raise his level to 10 stars or obtain a unique rank. Smiling with determination, Elric declares himself ready to fight even with just 1 star, facing the king of the ice mountain once more, this time hoping for a better outcome. He realizes that victory itself is not what matters at his level. Advancement requires overcoming the king, whose dark aura lingers like a stain on the frozen walls. Watching Otto's light-hearted attitude, Elric wonders if this man is truly an ancestor guiding him, or an enemy testing him with such dangerous trials. He tells himself that no matter how hard the challenge, he must give his best, and if he truly does, then winning is possible. Suddenly, he notices Mephisto looking tense and uneasy. The sight makes him think that seeing the demon before him could only mean failure once again. Even after stretching himself to the limit and gathering all available seals, he had still collapsed in battle without striking a single blow. Lying there helpless, Elric questions how he could ever defeat such a foe, but Mephisto calmly suggests postponing the mission for now. After their grim discussion, Elric smirks ominously, a reaction that unsettles even Mephisto, who knows nothing good will come of it. Yet the young mage abruptly changes the topic, claiming that the king of the ice mountain is, in fact, a woman. Stunned into silence, Mephisto studies his ward's foolish grin, which only fuels his irritation. Though Elric acts like a mischievous boy, He keenly senses that there may be some hidden connection between the Queen of the Ice Mountain and the Demon King. For now, however, what matters most is gaining the Queen's power. Even without knowing exactly how to achieve it, Elric convinces himself that he will figure everything out once he clashes head-on with the Queen of the Ice Mountain. During their battle, he keeps attempting again and again to absorb the second demon, but every effort ends in brutal failure, each strike leaving him drowning in pain. Yet progress is undeniable. Each repetition sharpens his mana control, making it flow more efficiently. Step by step, Elric closes the gap, finally managing to see the Queen's face clearly. At last, he begins to grasp how the seal of cruelty functions under her mastery and realizes he can wield it too, though imperfectly. Even so, the difference between them is vast. She commands the seal flawlessly while he is only at the beginning. Still, Elric's stubborn determination refuses to yield. He studies her relentlessly, mimicking her movements, copying her reactions, analyzing her habits and tactics. If necessary, he would even strip away her very identity to make her strength his own. Watching this struggle, Otto quietly acknowledges that repeated defeats may chip away at Elric's spirit, but instead, Elric continues smiling through the agony and pushes forward. His reckless resilience, paired with raw talent and a rebellious will, marks him as exceptional. Such individuals are rare even within the Meringa lineage. Through endless trials, Elric succeeds in raising his level to 3 stars. But in the thrill of celebrating this small victory, he loses focus on the battlefield and nearly falls to the sudden strike of the Queen of the Ice Mountain's axe, her speed and power overwhelming as the second demon presses the attack. Relentless and skilled in combat, the Queen of the Ice Mountain gives Elric no chance to breathe, striking again and again with unwavering force. In desperation, he summons magical armor to shield himself, but it shatters almost instantly under her power, leaving him to realize how futile such defenses are. Copying her techniques alone is not enough to triumph. Against an opponent like the Queen of the Ice Mountain, he must go beyond imitation. To truly grasp her essence, Elric pushes himself further, merging his own spirit with hers for a brief moment. His vision blurs, his sense of self dissolves, and for an instant, he believes he has crossed into the afterlife. Yet clarity soon returns, and before him stands the familiar figure of Mephisto, whose presence here unsettles him deeply. The demon explains that the Queen of the Ice Mountain must prove her worth to be recognized as part of the demon race. Dressed in full battle regalia, the Queen stands proudly upon her homeland's peak like a true heroine. An elder of the mountain proclaims that the god of demons has delivered a prophecy. She is the rightful ruler of these lands, and from this day onward, the entire mountain range belongs to them through her strength and glory. Gradually, Elric understands. He is witnessing the Queen's past, the moment when people revered her as the first in history to unite all tribes under the banner of the Ice Mountain. The Queen of the Ice Mountain was never satisfied with ruling just one land. Known for her imperial ambition and unyielding greed, she sought to restore the former glory of her people. Standing before her subjects, she proclaimed that once they had been part of a single, mighty demon race, and now it was time to reclaim that place. Her words brought countless demons and tribes to their knees, pledging allegiance as she willed, until they once again became part of the demon race under her rule. But her hunger for power did not end there. She yearned to rise beyond being the sovereign of the mountains, and claimed the title of Queen of Demons itself. Yet that dream was crushed, for the Demon King Mephisto had already set the standard beyond her reach, and in striving for it, she was forced to taste the bitter sting of defeat. Despite her bitter setbacks, the Queen of the Ice Mountain refused to falter. Determined to restore her honor and fortify her own demonic seal, she pressed forward with unyielding resolve. Her first step nearly compelled Mephisto to admit the truth, yet an unseen hand ordered her progress to halt, erecting before her a wall greater than any she had faced. Tireless in defending her pride and ambitions, she advanced until both she and her army were driven to a dead end. Her soldiers trembled with fear, but she silenced them with a command, reminding them that they were the proud scions of the demon race and that all was still within their grasp. Inflamed by wrath and bloodlust, she ordered them to unleash their terror upon all who dared oppose them. Yet when the clash came, she stood alone. On the battlefield she was undone, defeated by Otto von Mervinger and his companion. Her forces crumbled, her people cast back into the frozen prison of the Ice Mountain. Even then, the Queen could not comprehend her downfall. To her, humanity already possessed everything and deserved nothing, while other races were unworthy altogether. In her relentless pride, she sought answers in the careful study of her enemy's past. Elric comes to understand that before him stands a will of immense strength, a queen whose every deed and hardship had been forged through tireless labor, even when despair and conflict pressed upon her. All of it had been for the revival of her homeland and her kin. In time, Oten Maringer chose to remain upon the Ice Mountain, watching over the Queen of the Ice Mountain, and through countless battles they came to share a mutual respect, often spending long stretches together. Yet despite her moments of restraint, she could never abandon her imperial ambition. Darkness seeped into her soul until she transformed into a monster, and it was Otto who finally struck her down, releasing her from the chains of hatred and rage. Much later, the warrior discerned within his opponent the distant heir Otto had once spoken of. Though he had subdued her madness and even severed her arm, his praise carried no malice. With rare sympathy, Elric remarks that he regrets the loss of her arm, yet his words ignite her fury. Elric can only watch as the Queen of the Ice Mountain rises with defiance, proclaiming herself still a warrior queen and leader of her people. Surrendering once more to the will of the demonic core, she rejects pity, least of all from a blood enemy. Now resolved, she declares that the time has come to end this long struggle, to ask forgiveness of her people, and to breathe life into them again. Though she never understood the depth of her greed, in truth she had only ever wished for peace beside those she loved. Elric then realizes with dread that his rival has fallen again to the demonic energy's sway, and steels himself with the command not to give in to fear. The Queen of the Ice Mountain looks at Elric and declares that he is the very descendant she was once told about. She sits clutching her severed arm, telling him that he has erased half of her mana and cut away one of her arms, realizing now that those words spoken to her in the past had not been meaningless. At that moment, Elric responds with sympathy, asking her forgiveness for the loss of her hand. But the Queen of the Ice Mountain coldly retorts that she needs no pity from her enemy. Elric keeps his eyes fixed on her, and she suddenly laughs, stating that the time has finally come to bring this battle to an end. She says that for her, the time has come to apologize to her people and honor the sacrifices they made. She reflects on her own greed, admitting that she had craved too strongly to remain part of the demon race, when in truth all she ever wanted was to live happily with those she loved, which would have been enough for her. As she begins to release her energy in preparation for another attack, Elric questions himself, wondering what he should do now. He steadies his resolve, reminding himself that his opponent is the Queen of the Ice Mountain, the ruler who united vast mountains and was once the greatest warrior among the Yetis. He tells himself that such an enemy deserves not only his full power but also his respect, for anything less would dishonor her. At once, Elric activates his skill and prepares to fight. Both launch themselves at one another, unleashing fierce attacks that shake the battlefield. As their clash grows more violent, Elric thinks that he must once again become like her in order to match her strength. Their battle rages with overwhelming intensity, magic colliding again and again, explosions erupting all around them. Elric realizes his very life is on the line in this fight, yet to his surprise, he feels excitement and exhilaration coursing through him. Both fighters push beyond their limits, reaching the edge of their endurance. The struggle is destined to be decided in a single decisive blow. It is then revealed that the Queen of the Ice Mountain prepares her most feared secret technique, one that had once brought entire races to their knees: the Icebreaker. The two warriors clash head-on, their final strikes colliding and releasing a massive surge of energy that engulfs the entire battlefield. Smoke and dust fill the air, covering everything in a dense cloud. When it clears, it is revealed that Elric has struck a devastating blow, leaving a gaping hole in the body of the Queen of the Ice Mountain. Shock spreads across his face at the sight. As the queen begins to fade, tears roll down her cheeks, yet she smiles peacefully as her form vanishes completely. In that moment, a new seal of the mountain appears upon Elric's hands. With quiet resolve, he says that his first assignment has now been completed. The scene shifts, showing Otto approaching with applause as he walks toward Elric, praising him for bringing down the Queen of the Ice Mountain. As the smoke clears, Otto steps forward, clapping proudly as he approaches Elric. With a satisfied tone, he tells him that managing to slow down the Queen of the Ice Mountain is already a remarkable achievement. Elric, catching his breath, asks if this first assignment was meant to be this difficult from the very beginning. Otto replies firmly that in their family, anything can happen, and one cannot call themselves a true Maringer unless they endure such trials. Hearing this, Elric mutters to himself that this must be the reason everyone calls the Maringers egotistical. Otto, however, looks at him with a mix of surprise and pride, admitting that he had assumed even with his talent, It would take him 2 or 3 years to complete this task. Yet astonishingly, a boy who had only studied magic for a short few years had managed to defeat the Queen of the Ice Mountain. When Elric asks how long it truly took, Otto responds that it has only been a single month. Shocked, Elric argues that it cannot be, since he only began learning magic a month ago, and having spent another month here in the mountains, he feels it must have already been 2 months. Startled, Otto exclaims at how absurd this sounds, calling it a terrible joke. Standing silently nearby, Mephisto watches the exchange. Otto questions aloud if this is perhaps just one of those arrogant jokes the Maringers are known for, before suddenly pulling Elric into a tight embrace. Startled by the unexpected display of affection, Elric winces, complaining that the man's beard is scratching him uncomfortably. The scene shifts as Otto asks Elric what that final moment with the Queen felt like. With a somber expression, Elric answers that she was smiling. Hearing this, Otto nods with a faint smile of his own, saying he is glad to hear it. In a gesture of respect, Elric bows his head deeply before him, thanking him sincerely for everything up to this point. Otto waves it off with a simple response, telling him to just be cautious on his way back. But Elric admits that for some time, he will not be able to visit here again. Otto understands, remarking that the responsibilities of a family head are not so easily set aside. With a casual wave, Elric begins to leave, but halfway through he pauses, turns back, and asks how exactly he is supposed to get out of this place. With a knowing look, Otto reminds him that he has already left countless times before. Otto raises his finger, and in an instant a surge of force strikes Elric's face, hurling him back. His eyes snap open inside the library, and clutching his cheek, he cries out in dismay that his handsome face has been ruined. Standing before him is Mephisto, who remarks with a sly grin that it seems Otto has killed him without warning. Fuming, Elric demands how anyone could strike him down like that so suddenly. Unbothered, Mephisto shifts the subject, asking if he truly managed to slow the Ice Mountain King. Raising his hand as proof, Elric confirms he just accomplished it, only for the Demon King to laugh and claim that all credit belongs to his guidance. Playing along, Elric declares that the great Demon King is unmatched, while inwardly Mephisto scoffs at the exaggeration, thinking he merely offered a few hints, and yet this prodigy has already overcome the trial of the transcendent, truly a monster in the making. With curiosity pressing on his mind, Elric asks if there was something special between him and the Mountain King, questioning why he tried so hard to stop him from becoming a demon. Narrowing his eyes, Mephisto demands to know how he could possibly be aware of such a thing. Calmly, Elric explains that he saw it through the Ice Mountain King's memories. The Demon King answers with a regal detachment, saying that he is a king while the other was nothing more than a worthless fragment of the demon race, either more nor less. At the time, he admits, boredom drove him to visit after hearing rumors that someone was striving to become the Ice Mountain's ruler. Though the candidate failed to reach the title of Demon King, his ambition and skill were worthy of respect. Had he encountered others like Allo or Lilith instead of himself, he would have been devoured long before. Mephisto recalls how he once told the Mountain King to seek him out only after becoming strong, then left her behind without looking back. Hearing this, Elric asks if that was truly all, that they never met again. Irritated, Mephisto snaps, demanding why he would ever bother meeting her twice. Yet in his memory, he had indeed returned and glimpsed Otto and the Mountain King together before quietly leaving once more. With a sly grin, Elric teases that it almost sounds like he was acting like a boy with a one-sided crush, chasing after someone while pretending otherwise. Enraged, Mephisto bristles at the insult, furiously denying it. Laughing, Elric twists the knife further, saying that is exactly why he remains single even after thousands of years. The Demon King explodes, cursing and demanding how he dares to mock him. At that moment, the vision shifts to Otto, who observes with a heavy heart that their descendant is truly an amusing one, and then recalls the Mountain King. He asks her softly if she is angry with him. The memory shows her standing amidst a field of fallen beasts, a wounded child clutched in her arms, horrified at the blood on her hands. Overwhelmed with guilt, she begs Otto to forgive her, pleading for him to end her life. As she lunges forward, he calls her name, then unleashes his magic, striking her down. Holding back tears, he whispers an apology, thanking her for everything, telling her to entrust her regrets and her duty to the child and to rest peacefully. His voice trembles as he weeps, wishing that in the next life they might meet again, and that she might return even more radiant than before. The scene shifts once more. The scene shifts back to the library, where Elric sits among the shelves as Mephisto asks what he is searching for. Calmly, Elric replies that there is something here he wishes to check. Seeing him pull an object from his jacket, Mephisto leans closer and remarks with surprise that it appears to be a crystal orb. At that moment, Otto manifests, gazing at the orb and instructing him to deliver it to the god of Camellia. Startled, Elric asks if he means Camellia the Forever, to which Otto confirms that the god of Camellia will serve as his next guide. With a weary tone, Elric wonders if this too is another trial, grumbling that if such tests continue endlessly, he will turn into a bent old man before long. Otto replies with steady conviction that he must continue until he stands as equal to the progenitor. Stunned, Elric echoes the title, but Otto assures him that all his questions will be answered in time. He explains that their progenitor once accomplished and left behind many things upon this world, and countless tasks have been prepared for his successor. His only duty is to walk the path laid out for him with resolve. Resolute, Elric nods and vows to safeguard the orb with his own hands. With a solemn expression, Otto apologizes for placing such a heavy burden on him before fading from sight. The vision dissolves, and the library returns. Alone at the table, Elric holds the glowing crystal in his hand, repeating to himself that his task is to deliver it to the god of Camellia. Across from him, Mephisto chuckles at his seriousness, amused as he remarks that this so-called god of Camellia might very well be someone with the power to create winter itself. Mephisto smirks and says that what winter truly signifies is something even he does not entirely know, though the truth will reveal itself in time. Curious, Elric presses him, asking if he at least understands its meaning. With a sly grin, Mephisto replies that of course, every demon's son knows about the 4 seasons. Eager, Elric requests him to explain in more detail. Pretending to bargain, Mephisto demands to know what he would gain in return, prompting Elric to offer freedom from his cute little act for 4 whole days. Annoyed, Mephisto scoffs that such a trick will not work forever, yet grudgingly agrees, promising never to mute him again but nothing beyond that. Then, with a faint laugh, he finally begins the tale. Long ago, there were 4 great supporters who aided the ancestors of the male Vingers in stabilizing their families. They were named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, each embodying the essence of their seasons so perfectly that demons came to call them the 4 seasons. Of them, Otto, known as Winter, had been left behind as a guide, meaning he wished to pass down his full power. If Elric were to inherit the strength of all these seasons, he could rival the progenitor himself, the one who had once guided them all. Thinking of this, Elric imagines how with such power, combined with the seals as formidable as cruelty seals and beyond, he might rebuild his family's glory. He then asks why the crystal orb is so important to the god of Camellia. Calmly, Mephisto explains that the ice crystal is the essence of winter itself, found deep within mountains eternally buried in snow. In other words, it is a spirit egg, and since Camellia is a flower that blooms in the heart of winter, no symbol could be more fitting. Determined, Elric asks which path he must take to meet the god of Camellia. With a sly tone, Mephisto answers that he should journey north, where lies the Temple of Flowers. Surprised, Elric recalls hearing only myths of such a place, and questions if it truly exists. With confidence, Mephisto assures him that it does, guarded by the formidable nosy Buster Toots. Inwardly, Elric steels himself, deciding that for now, he must confirm this truth with his own eyes. In the quiet of the library, Elric thinks to himself that once he can access the Imperial archives, he will check for any records about the god of Camellia. Watching Mephisto, he wonders if this sudden friendliness hides something else. His spirit form seems stronger than before. Meanwhile, Mephisto, in his thoughts, realizes that Elric has noticed a fragment of his power has returned, likely due to the last assignment. Still, he muses, what difference would it make even if the boy knew? Assignments are the only path for him to grow stronger. Yet Elric quietly notes that while these tasks make him stronger, they also restore strength to Mephisto, as though he is reviving a dead demon. In turn, Mephisto stares at him, thinking his face almost shines, unsettling him with the idea of a male Vinger growing this powerful. But with his recovery as his top priority, he cannot intervene. Suddenly, Elric begins smiling, which irritates Mephisto, who mutters that the brat is grinning again. Internally, Elric assures himself this means he can still extract more from the demon. Alarm spreads through Mephisto, who wonders if the boy has lost his sanity out of fear. But Elric reasons inwardly that for the demon to regain his strength and break free, he must surpass him completely, no matter how strong he becomes. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Mephisto shakes it off, deciding to stop dwelling on the matter. Out loud, Elric remarks that since he has done everything needed here, they should return. Moments later, he leaps up a steep cliff in a single jump, casually noting how months ago this would have been impossible, yet now it feels effortless. Watching, Mephisto scoffs that he truly is egotistical. Elric then asks if, in search of a new guide, he should head toward the Crimson Eye tribe. But deep in thought, he wonders whether his uncertainty comes from endless battles against countless enemies, or from the weight of having defeated the Mountain King alone. Elric keeps walking with firm resolve, thinking he wants to see them for himself after all the battles he has fought, even defeating the Mountain King alone. As he approaches the tribe, he is stunned to find it utterly destroyed, with countless yetis lying dead across the snow. He mutters what could have happened here. Spears are lodged deep into their bodies, the ground soaked with silent suffering. Mephistopheles remarks coldly that from the looks of it, they were killed slowly, though their attackers had the power to end them instantly. It seems they drew this out for their own cruel amusement. He adds that although he cannot tell exactly who is responsible, he knows their nature is far more ruthless than demons themselves. Elric feels disgust rising within him and thinks to himself that though these yetis were monsters, creatures who could die at any time, and though he too had slain many, he never treated them as toys for sport. A faint sense of respect lingers within him, something he admits may have come from following the path of the Ice Mountain King. He steels his mind, reminding himself that he is not that sovereign and has no right to feel sympathy for these fallen beasts. As he moves forward, something catches his attention in the snow. He brushes it aside and is shocked to find the girl who once told him stories buried beneath. The sight reignites his fury, memories flooding back, and his anger blazes as he growls that this must be the work of the same intruders who came before. Mephistopheles affirms his suspicion. Elric, his voice trembling with rage, declares that they are pushing him far beyond restraint, fueling a wrath that cannot be contained. The scene then shifts, where the noble maiden Isabel flees in terror, flanked by her two guards. While running, she stumbles and falls. Concerned, Chen rushes to her side, calling out if she is unharmed. The young lady insists he should not worry, declaring this is no time for concern, for their pursuers will soon find them. She stresses they must locate Grave as quickly as possible. Chen urges her to rest, but Isabel refuses, affirming with pride that as the heir of the Blue Lion lineage, she will not become a burden. Though she speaks resolutely, within her heart she laments that many lives have been lost because of those assassins, and she cannot allow herself the luxury of rest. She reminds them aloud that though a month has passed searching for Grave, he has not been found. Looking skyward, her thoughts drift to her father. The scene shifts to a grand fortress. As Isabel passes along its path, two men whisper among themselves. One scoffs that the lions only respect strength, and questions whether the young mistress measures up. The other silences him sharply, warning that if the Blue Lion family overhears such talk, their fate will be sealed. Still, Isabel hears every word, her silence heavy as she continues onward. Later, she begins training in solitude, driven by her turmoil. She questions bitterly why she lacks talent, wondering if she is even worthy of carrying the name of the Blue Lion family. Echoes of scorn and derision from others resound in her memory, fueling her anguish. At that moment, her father, Herman Weil, head of the Blue Lion House, approaches and sits beside her. With calm gravity, he tells her he is sorry for placing such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. With quiet pain, Isabel tells her father that it is her fault for being so weak. Yet Harman Weil gently rebukes her, urging his daughter to listen closely. He explains that she need not follow in his footsteps to become a Blue Lion, for she is not bound to that name. She is a proud member of the Weil family. She tries to object, but he soothes her, insisting he remains strong and well, even jokingly telling her to feel his hard rock muscles. Embarrassed, she reminds him that what she touches is merely his armor, but he only laughs, assuring her that as her father, he will shoulder every burden. With resolve, Isabel declares she will still pursue her dream, to become the greatest swordswoman on the continent. Her words bring a smile to his face. The scene shifts. Now Herman lies bedridden, his once mighty body weakened, with a doctor attending him. In desperation, Isabel demands to know why her father cannot rise. The physician explains it is a rare disease, similar to blockage of mana channels, caused by the reckless overuse of his raw power. His mana flow has collapsed entirely. If they cannot resolve it quickly, his very muscles may rupture. The doctor warns that the only solution would be to restore his immense mana, but such a feat is impossible for ordinary people, and no magic tool currently available can sustain him. Determined, Isabel vows inwardly that she will find a way to heal her father. She reflects that common tools are useless, and what he requires is an advanced magic device, perhaps obtainable from the Adventurers Guild or the Magic Tower. Yet she had already exhausted every option, using every tool at her disposal, and none proved effective. On that day, she scoured the entire continent but uncovered no clue to save him. Her path leads her back to the very guild where her journey began. There, she overhears hushed conversations. One man whispers that he has heard of the grave of the Mountain King, once ruler of the Yeti Highlands. Another excitedly adds that such a place must be overflowing with treasures, perhaps even magic tools far beyond common reach. With even one such tool, they could grow unimaginably wealthy. A third scoffs and warns them sharply, mocking that they must be eager to become the Mountain King's next meal. After that day, Isabel pours herself into research, and she discovers that a grave truly exists and even narrows down where it must lie, news that reaches her opportunistic Uncle Paul, who, hungry for the Blue Lion's seat, has secretly laid many traps to seize its succession. Clutching a map and burning with anger at how low men will stoop, Isabel broods over their treachery until a warning forces her to move. Chan urges her to hide. Other guard grabs her hand and hustles her away into cover, and soon a crowd gathers around where Chan stands, the leader of the encircling group, taunting that at last they have found her and naming the assailants the Blue Wolf, a 6-unit force, while reminding them all that, despite appearances, they remain members of the Wild family and will be dealt with accordingly. Tensions spike as the talk turns dangerous and one man jeers that the Blue Lion lineage honors only the strong, prompting Chan to insist Isabel flee and never look back, but she, wrenching free from guard, scrambles toward the threatened man because, if nothing is done, Chan will die. Guard pleads that the path is far too perilous, but Isabel retorts that if she does not act, Chan will be the one to perish, and the would-be rescuers argue about risking one life for many. In the chaos night, one of the attackers sneers that a hostess who lets her loyal servant die would be heartless. And before anyone can stop him, he drives a sword into Chan, declaring he will sever the traitor's head. The blade falls, the moment shatters into blood and cries, and Isabel's desperate promise to save her people snaps into a new, bitter resolve. The confrontation escalates. Isabel rushes forward, pleading with the assailant to stop and to take her life instead, but the knight replies that he cannot comply. He has orders to execute every witness of this atrocity, and when Isabel hears this, she reels in disbelief, horrified that so many innocents died because of her, convinced she alone brought this calamity upon them. Enraged and broken, she lunges at him, and the knight moves to finish her, declaring they must end it now, when a voice rings out and the attackers freeze. Elric has arrived, announcing himself as a Cetan, a demon merely passing through. Elric appears and calls himself a Cetan, a passing demon, instantly unnerving the knight, who lashes out with disbelief and rage, demanding whether a demon truly stands before him. Elric strikes back without hesitation, forcing the attackers to reel and sending the knight stumbling, while he checks on Isabel, asking if everyone is alright, and she, shaken, affirms they are, though she questions Elric's condition as he lies on the ground, bruised and oddly embarrassed about slipping on the snow. Recognition flickers across Isabel's face as she realizes he is the missing man she had sought, and she urges him to leave, but the knight snarls that no witness to this atrocity may live and commands his guards to kill the so-called Cetan, whereupon Elric, with grim resolve, unleashes a custom spell that cuts through the ambushers, scattering limbs and bathing the scene in blood. The sight leaves Isabel and Eddie stunned, and even the knight, confronted by Elric's terrible power, bellows orders for them to finish him, while the ruined tableau hangs heavy with shock, accusation, and the sudden, terrible proof that Elric is far more dangerous, and far less accidental, than anyone present had supposed. The assailants hesitate for a moment, giving Elric the opening he needs. Without a word, he casts his penetrate magic, cutting through them with lethal precision. The explosion of force erupts, tearing their bodies apart, blood spraying across the battlefield. The knight, witnessing the carnage, is utterly shocked, his voice trembling as he stammers, questioning who Elric is and whether he fully understands the enemies he is defying. Elric responds with cold indifference, declaring that he cares nothing for their identities and wonders why they did not bow before him sooner. The knight's anger surges, promising to kill him. From nearby, Isabel watches in awe and disbelief. She wonders silently who this man is, one capable of overpowering even the legendary Blue Wolf with such ease. Her heartbeat quickens as she accepts the truth. This is no ordinary magician, and she cannot dare approach too closely. The knight, undeterred, lunges at Elric with his sword raised, vowing to strike him down. Isabel shouts a warning, urging Elric to maintain distance. He obeys swiftly, conjuring an ice-like wall with his Order Man performance. The knight's blade collides with it, shattering ineffectively. Seizing the opportunity, Elric executes his suit-out spell, sending the knight hurtling backward. Confusion and panic consume him as he crashes into the ground. A helicopter swoops in to attack, but the strike is irrelevant. The knight collapses, lifeless. Eddie, observing, is utterly stunned by how quickly and effortlessly Elric wiped out the threat. Chan stands in silent admiration, acknowledging the overwhelming power of this magician. Isabel, still reeling from the scene, knows without a doubt that Elric is on a level far beyond her comprehension. She understands that confronting him directly would be foolhardy. Even approaching his proximity requires caution. The battlefield lies in ruin, a testament to Elric's unmatched skill and ambition, leaving all who witness it in a mixture of fear, awe, and reluctant respect. Isabel's mind races, filled with awe and disbelief. How could Elric be so overwhelmingly powerful? His strength rivals that of Atasha, one of the elite 3-star warriors, yet she has never heard of him before. Elric, who, after the battle, strikes a heroic pose, his gaze rising upward as he silently recalls all those who fell at the hands of these ruthless assassins. Mephisto speaks to Elric, asking how he can remain so composed in the face of such scrutiny, pointing out that all eyes are fixed on him, watching his every move with intense attention. Elric feels the weight of their gaze from nearby. Isabel and her 2 guards watch him closely. Elric turns briefly to acknowledge them, noting the passage of time since their last meeting. Isabel and her 2 guards watch him intently, their gazes fixed on Elric. He turns briefly to them and remarks that it has been a long time since they last met. Chan reflects inwardly, realizing that though Elric has aided them, he remains a complete stranger, and any misstep could reveal motives beyond their understanding. Meanwhile, Isabel lowers herself in a gesture of gratitude, her voice carrying sincere thanks. Chan and Ed are startled, unsure how to respond to her humility. Isabel prompts them to bow in return, and reluctantly, they comply, their posture reflecting respect. Elric, slightly flustered, urges them not to go so far, insisting he has done nothing extraordinary, and asking them to rise. Mephisto observes silently, noting the impeccable manners of Isabel, a rare combination of grace and humility. Isabel's eyes gleam with determination as she addresses Elric, acknowledging that her request may sound forward but asking for a favor nonetheless. Elric hesitates, reminding her he must depart soon. Isabel, holding out her hand, insists she will commission him in return, a silent yet firm appeal. Elric considers her gesture as the scene shifts. They now travel in a carriage, driven by Chain, with Elric, Ed, and Isabel seated inside. The trio is immersed in serious contemplation. Mephisto remarks mentally to Elric that a small slip of the tongue has already been noticed. If one wishes to conceal something, it must be done properly. Elric reflects on the turn of events, recognizing it as entirely expected yet immensely valuable. He discovers a gold coin in his possession and recalls the significance. It is no ordinary coin, but a symbol of the Blue Lion. Realization dawns on him as he notes to himself that Isabel is truly a lady of the Wild family, and this token carries deeper meaning. Elric contemplates, impressed and intrigued, understanding that her status and intent are far greater than mere appearances suggest. Elric reflects inwardly, captivated by Isabel's extraordinary beauty, understanding why she is so revered. He thinks of Isabel while, also known as the Scentless Flower, whose allure rivals that of any princess considered for marriage, yet she was abandoned because she was born without any notable talent. He muses that if the blood of the lions and the essence of their lineage lack sharpness or vigor, it renders them completely worthless. Elric recalls hearing that after the broken engagement, Isabel lived alone, isolated in her estate. Approaching with respect, Elric greets her, introducing himself as Rick, expressing the honor he feels in meeting her. Isabel questions why he feels honored in meeting someone like her. Elric reassures her, saying she should have confidence because what he saw within her is innate, and should never make her feel inferior. Isabel thanks him, her composure regal yet sincere. Elric then recalls their earlier discussion about a commission and inquires, subtly prompting her. Isabel admits she had almost forgotten but now asks earnestly if he could escort them to the imperial capital. Chan, watching from behind, cautions that they have yet to locate the exact route. Isabel responds firmly, asserting that she will not put her people at risk for her selfish desires and intends to consult her uncle to negotiate safely. Elric ponders internally, realizing that even these knights belong to the Wow family, and wonders if internal affairs may be at play. He recalls that the head of the Blue Lion, afflicted with a reflux disease akin to a total blockage disorder, a fact previously revealed by Sean, might be leveraged. A strategic thought forms in his mind: if a revived malevolent figure allies with the Blue Lion, it could be advantageous. He smiles, calculating and ambitious, his mind racing with plans, delighting in the thrill of clever strategy. Sable addresses Elric, acknowledging they may need to borrow his skills and promising to reward him doubly for his assistance, in addition to the compensation already given. Elric, in turn, hands her the gold coin, a symbolic gesture, though he notes it carries a hint of embarrassment in its formal presentation. Elric reassures them, declaring he will escort everyone safely. The scene shifts to the carriage, where Mephisto remarks on the immense treasures stored within the dragon's nest, questioning why Elric would even need money. Elric, thinking strategically, responds silently, knowing he has a plan. He chides Mephisto lightly in his mind, noting that wealth is irrelevant to a ghostly being like him, yet humans constantly worry about money for food and shelter, never truly understanding the sting of poverty. Mephisto comments that these are merely human problems, but Elric, exploiting the convenience of the situation, realizes he can use his companions as leverage. He addresses Mephisto, teasing him, admitting he only taught him certain things out of exasperation at his inability to remain silent. Elric jabs at him, remarking that it is no surprise Mephisto despises muteness, for he is far too grand to tolerate it. Mephisto, indignant, demands how Elric dares speak so boldly. Sable watches nervously as the exchange unfolds. Mephisto asks Elric if he will behave for the rest of the journey, commenting on how intimidating he appears. Elric, frustrated, mutters that he is bored, leaving Sable to ponder silently whether it is possible that she commissioned him yet now truly needs his assistance, especially if her uncle and other powerful wolves intervene, for they will struggle to block them all without Elric's help. The scene then shifts to a distant fortress, where a man reports that the entire 6th squad has been eliminated. Man apologizes, but Paul retorts sharply that if he truly felt sorry, he should never have attempted such a task in the first place. Without hesitation, he slashes his throat, asserting his authority and decisiveness. Turning to another subordinate, Hilton, he inquires about Sable's condition. Hilton reports that, according to their intelligence, she has already exited the ice mountain and may now be returning toward the imperial capital. Paul responds with a mixture of disbelief and irritation, commenting on Sable's audacity to attempt negotiations with him in the imperial capital. Hilton notes that it seems Sable, the first leader of the Blue Wolf Scout, is indeed taking bold steps. Paul, incredulous, mutters about how foolish the girl is and wonders how she could have the courage to negotiate with someone like him. He then turns to Hilton, warning him that he has only a single chance to act wisely. The scene shifts to the Courage, where we see that they have all reached the outskirts of the imperial capital. Chan speaks up, addressing Sable, noting that they have finally arrived in Licenti. Sable, turning her face slightly, murmurs that they managed the journey without pause, covering the distance in just 2 days. Meanwhile, Mephisto clutches his waist, groaning in pain, lamenting that his entire body aches. Elric, chuckling teasingly, mocks him, remarking that a floating ghost like him should know how to calm the mind and questioning how he could fall so far behind. At the Imperial Gate, numerous guards stand ready, all members of the Blue Wolf team. Meanwhile, Hilton, who instructs his assistant to gather the Blue Wolf squad. One subordinate hesitates, complaining that calling the most powerful squad for such a simple task seems excessive, but Hilton's attention remains fixed. Young Miss Sable is returning to the capital, a clear sign she intends to surrender herself. Hilton, gripping his shirt collar, snarls that there is no place for a hound like her in the Blue Wolf. Confident in their might, he asserts that she will surely cross Licenti if she comes from Ice Mountain toward the imperial capital, and orders all his guards to fully secure the area and prepare for her arrival. We see Sable looking at the imperial gate, noting its high security, and admits to herself that she had not anticipated the scale of what Hilton had orchestrated. Chan, sensing hesitation, asks if they should turn back, but Sable refuses. Among her guards, one reports that they have already captured the attention of all surrounding forces, giving them a tactical edge as they proceed. In the midst of rising suspicions, Sable insists that they must abandon their current hidden carriage and find another. Elric, however, dismisses the worry, asking what she intends to do next. With a calm authority, he casts his display speech magic, allowing the carriage to glide past the Imperial Gate unnoticed. Remarkably, none of the guards even notice them as they enter the city. Sable, astonished, asks which magic he just used. Elric responds matter-of-factly that it is nothing more than a simple illusion, a form of magic that subtly alters appearance, akin to hypnosis, and can be broken with even a minor shock. Sable notes that it was thanks to Mr. Rick's assistance that they were able to reach the city safely, and they owe him gratitude. Elric suggests they spend the night here, mentioning he has a brief task to attend to and will return quickly. Sable agrees, urging him to return safely. Mephisto, curious, questions why Elric used illusion magic when he could have easily eliminated their enemies. Elric explains that he cannot engage foes without understanding their limits, and must manipulate his mana strategically. Mephisto remarks that perhaps he is being a little lazy, to which Elric responds that he does have other matters to resolve before proceeding further. Smiling with a hint of cunning, he reflects on a plan. He wants to understand the situation of Dean, so he can prepare to destroy him. Mephisto admits uncertainty about Dean's identity but notes that he seems remarkably unlucky to be in Elric's sights. Then, turning to Mephisto, Elric asks about a strange mana sensation he had experienced from the nights earlier. Elric speculates that it may have been Aura Chain, maybe it does not exist in Mephisto's time. Mephisto nods, not knowing what Elric is referring to. Elric explains the method by which martial artists apply mana to their bodies, much like mages who create a mana circle within their hearts to wield magic. By weaving Aura Chain into their bodies, martial artists strengthen themselves, and their ranks are described similarly to mages: first chain users, advanced second chain users, chain experts, chain masters, and chain superiors. The guards under Sable fall into the first user rank. Mephisto, curious, asks if there are only 5 ranks, to which Elric responds that usually there are 5, though one person has shaped their chain into more than 5 forms. Mephisto inquires who that might be, and Elric reveals it is the Golden Lion, said to be the strongest on the entire continent. Mephisto scoffs at the arrogance of the name, but Elric clarifies that it belongs to his grandfather, the greatest in the history of their Malwinger family. Meanwhile, Mephisto laughs, expressing a desire to meet him. Elric appears at a newspaper shop, asking for a month-old paper to discover events that occurred during his absence. The scene shifts to Dean's mansion, where Dean and Riven discuss the formidable opposition they face. Riven apologizes, noting that the Nuster family has fortified the hospital like an impenetrable fortress. Dean asserts that the academic circle and press are questioning their accomplishments, yet he remains the most superior candidate for the headmaster. He orders Riven to increase pressure on the rest, emphasizing that a complete victory is necessary if their next execution rights are denied. In the academic circle, Sean sits tense, hands on his head, as Carl approaches, reporting extreme pressure from both academics and press. Sean responds wearily, revealing that his sister visits daily and harshly reprimands him, leaving him utterly drained. Eric's actions have left Sean in a dire state. Despite this, Sean maintains that he has already resolved his issues personally and will endure until Elric returns. The scene shifts back to Elric, reading the newspaper and reflecting that the young troublemaker is relentless, and that Sean continues to suffer daily due to his actions. Mephisto observes, noting he has grown accustomed to Elric's expressions. Elric, determined, declares he will further enhance his performance and stage, despite feeling deep sympathy for Sean. Suddenly, a brilliant light bursts from a window, followed by a massive explosion, prompting both Mephisto and Elric to rush outside, only to see a devastating fire engulfing the city. The scene shifts to Chan, who turns to Elizabeth and asks if she can trust Elric. Sable confirms that he has saved them. Chan interjects, noting that although Elric may not be a subordinate of the Wow family, he could very well be associated with the Lion family in some capacity. He admits he is not certain, but insists they must remain prepared for all possibilities. Sable contemplates, understanding that Chan's caution is rooted in his overprotectiveness coming from Ice Mountain. She speaks to him, acknowledging that she understands his concerns and what he intends to convey. Chan affirms her understanding, and Sable adds that if he doubts Elric, it implies he questions her judgment. Both are taken aback by the implication. Sable reflects internally, recognizing that she trusts him, for such a demeanor could only be that of a righteous individual. She continues, noting that although she understands he does not act out of a need for wealth, there must be a purpose behind his actions. Chan, curious, asks what she means. Sable explains that Elric helped them without expecting compensation, and would have done so even without a commission. Yet, upon realizing that they belonged to the Wow family, he acted to protect their family's reputation, subordinating himself for the sake of both them and his own purpose. Ed laughs, pointing out that he acted precisely to avoid showing weakness to the blue lion wolf, and Chan nods in agreement. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts. The scene shifts, revealing the city engulfed in flames. The two leaders standing amidst the chaos are revealed. One is Simon, the other Beskov. Simon declares that he invested a tremendous sum to acquire that school, an amount capable of creating a fourth circle hit, and seeing the results, he realizes that every penny was worth it. Beskov questions how he can laugh at such a scene, to which Simon responds, reminding him that he had fully agreed with the decision earlier, so why act so seriously now, especially knowing how much was spent. Beskov reflects internally, acknowledging Simon's brilliance, conceding that he could not have conceived anything better. He adds that if consideration is given to young Miss, she would undoubtedly act for the sake of ordinary people, exposing herself out of concern. Simon then suggests escalating the destruction further. Beskov interjects, citing Hilton's report that Squad 6 has been completely wiped out, and warns that any one of them could still be a mage, so caution is necessary. Simon, confident, asserts that he alone could obliterate Squad 6, and that Beskov and Hilton are overthinking. Yet he acknowledges that having come this far, he now desires a formidable opponent, someone who can truly challenge and entertain him. Beskov proposes they begin immediately, ordering all their cards to locate Sable and eliminate everyone else. Meanwhile, Sable lies injured, struggling to gather herself. Chan, in a low voice, urges her to hide immediately, warning that the attack must surely be the work of the Blue Wolf faction. Rising with concern, Chan and Ed ask if she is all right. Sable replies, bewildered, questioning what is happening, before her gaze falls upon the scene unfolding in front of her. All the common people around are burning, screaming, dying, and Sable's anger surges at the sight. She mutters, questioning Uncle Paul, is this what he truly intended? Chan interjects, urging young Miss to watch closely. A burning rooftop collapses toward her, but she dodges it flawlessly. She reflects, feeling filled with the rage of her own powerlessness, longing to confront the perpetrators head-on to protect the innocent, yet realizing she possesses neither the power nor the talent to stop them. She refuses to continue running or live a shameful life. Her thoughts drift to Elric's words, the reminder that this is her duty, and she need not feel shame. Inspired, Sable resolves to act, declaring herself a member of the Wow family, sworn to protect the Empire, vowing to fight to the very end, even if it costs her life. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts nearby, forcing her to step back. Then, snow begins to fall, and standing before her is Elric, who has blocked the attack. Snow blankets the area, extinguishing the fire. People around exclaim that the flames are out, they are saved. Sable opens her eyes, seeing Elric in front of her. She speaks, unsure how long it will take or if it's even possible, yet marveling at whether she could ever stand by his side. Elric leaps forward, questioning why the knights are slaughtering innocent civilians, his anger boiling. Mephisto notes that though the Maulwinger's fury is usually restrained, once unleashed it cannot be easily contained, a truth he knows well, having felt it himself. Unlike others, mistakes only make them more merciless and stronger. Elric ascends a tower, observed by all the Blue Wolf Knights. Mephisto warns him of the overwhelming numbers and the strength of the enemy he faces this time, asking if victory is even possible. Elric admits the challenge, uncertain how long his mana will sustain him. Surrounded, he reflects that he cannot freely use his magic in front of civilians. Mephisto questions why he does not simply retreat. Elric answers with a saying from his family, those with power must prove themselves worthy of it, and for that reason, the Maulwinger family has always led from the front in every war. The saying holds true, one must be fully worthy of their power, and that is why the Maulwinger family has always led at the front in every war. Meanwhile, Simon frets over the four-circle magic scroll purchased with his hard-earned money, now completely destroyed. He panics, questioning who this person is and where they came from. Is this someone from a magic tower? Beskov asks what they should do next, warning that this individual will create massive trouble if they provoke the magic tower. Simon admits that he knows nearly all the mages from the magic tower, yet he cannot recognize this one. They realize caution is crucial. Beskov decides their plan, eliminate young Miss and leave immediately. Simon asks what if the mage interferes, then they must kill that mage too. At that moment, a blinding light erupts, created by Elric, who appears beside Isabel. She admits her legs have no strength left. Elric reaches her, takes her hand, and with a shared look of resolve, lifts her and dashes toward a flash of light, fleeing the scene. The Blue Wolf team gives chase, and Elric calculates that there are 40 opponents. He must move them somewhere with no civilians. The group pursues, but Elric disappears with Isabel, placing her safely in a hidden location before re-emerging to confront their pursuers. Surrounded, he taunts them, declaring they finally caught him. Simon, excited for his first mage hunt, demands to know where Elric has hidden young Mississippi. Elric responds with confidence, asking if they truly think he would reveal the answer. Elric taunts, asking how dumb Simon must be, which sends him into a furious rage. He replies that of course Simon wouldn't know where Elric has hidden young Miss, because they've been chasing him like dogs. Simon, livid, demands to taste death and orders his men to bring Elric's head. They all rush to attack. Elric thinks to himself that he has already drained much of his mana to extinguish the fire, and the dragon heart's mana has surged after absorbing the seal. If he overextends, his body might not hold, and unlike last time, dying here could mean the end. He counts. There are 40 opponents, and he anticipates they'll strike simultaneously, just as Isabel warned. Strategizing, he decides to target their leader first. He advances, preparing to engage, but notices his movements feel sluggish, reminiscent of the fight with the Ice Mountain King. Mephisto questions if he's sure he defeated the Ice Mountain King, and Elric affirms, recalling that he had moved exactly as he intended. Mephisto scolds him for underestimating the side defenses. Elric warns that if Mephisto isn't helping, he should stay silent, then charges forward again. Simon rages, questioning how someone in close combat can fight without unleashing their full might, demanding Elric use the almighty technique he had before. Elric counters swiftly, slicing with his pierce magic, forcing Simon to dodge, and mocks that this is all Simon has, daring him to entertain him further. He advances again, poised to continue the relentless assault. Elric keeps dodging repeatedly, and a massive blast erupts around him. He taunts that this is exactly what happens when someone interferes between him and his target. The opponents quickly surround him. Simon snarls, comparing him to a trapped mouse in a cage. Suddenly, a flare shoots into the sky from behind Elric, exploding like fireworks, and Simon, startled, wonders at each flare. Elric's body glows as he laughs, mocking their strength, and begins to form magic. A colossal circle appears on the ground, leaving Simon completely stunned. From behind Elric, a dragon or wolf-like figure manifests, making Simon exclaim in disbelief, questioning how a single human could possess such power. He orders his guards to stop Elric before he can activate the circle. Elric smirks, declaring he will take them all out at once, fully prepared to unleash his magic. Elric declares with commanding authority that he will strike them all at once. Channeling his surge magic, he conjures one spell after another, ultimately creating a vast ice field that freezes everyone in place, leaving many defeated, though Simon remains standing, his disbelief evident as he murmurs that this is entirely impossible. Eric approaches him sharply, questioning how Simon could be so blind as to miss the creation of a magical circle. Simon, now alarmed, instinctively raises his hand in defense, warning Eric to stay away. Elric, with a chilling resolve, tells him that a peaceful death will not be his fate. At that moment, Baskov intervenes, striking Elric and forcing him back. Baskov remarks that while this was not entirely disastrous, Simon's luck ends here. The guards close in on Eric from all sides, yet Baskov internally realizes the brilliance of Elric's strategy. He trapped them in a close combat formation while simultaneously creating a magic circle capable of wiping them all out in one calculated strike. It seems impossible to execute without absolute confidence and precise calculation. As Baskov watches, he notices Elric smiling calmly, and he wonders how Elric could have known they were observing him. It seems unfathomable that he could sense their presence. If he had, he would not have activated the magic circle. Baskov, impressed yet tense, offers Elric a deal. He will let them go if Elric surrenders young Mississippi. Elric, unshaken, responds with icy certainty that surrendering her is not part of his plan. A tremendous blast erupts, conjuring another wave of ice magic across the battlefield. Elric strides toward them, his voice commanding as he admonishes, insisting that none of this should have been necessary, and that no mercy is owed to the knights who have arrogantly entrenched themselves. Baskov, in turn, orders his guards to shield their bodies with aura energy and maintain formation. Elric, assessing the situation, channels his blunt magic on their swords, dodging each attack with precision. He contemplates inwardly why the rusted curse magic isn't functioning as expected. Attempting to use his blow away spell proves futile as well, leading him to suspect the interference of the cruelty seal. All magic not aligned with the seal's attributes seems nullified. Elric considers that perhaps he must use numerous matching seals corresponding to his own attributes, but he knows this will be extremely challenging. Undeterred, he unleashes his ice magic upon them, thinking that, given the ice energy of the mountains, he cannot afford to deploy his full power in the heart of the city, as it would consume too much mana. Yet Elric refuses to relent. Crafting magic in his hands, he launches a precise attack, asserting that despite the constraints, he has a path forward. He channels his Ari to cast again, striking them relentlessly. The battle escalates into a fierce clash, a piercing fight of skill and resolve. Elric casts his magic repeatedly, though the opponents skillfully defend themselves. Basco, frustrated, declares that he no longer has the leisure to play and orders his forces to eliminate Elric on the spot. But as he glances backward, he is stunned. All the guards are immobilized, frozen in place. He stares, wide-eyed, muttering in disbelief about how this could have happened, realizing the magnitude of Elric's strategic mastery. Elric declares that the ice poison, capable of freezing a target with even the slightest touch, was not meant to be merely avoided, it demanded to be confronted. Failing to stop it was a grave error. Baskov scoffs, claiming he's never encountered such cursed magic before. Elric, with calm authority, explains that he merely embedded a curse magic into his previous spell. Baskov, laughing, acknowledges that the first squad captain has made a colossal mistake. They should not have been sent to face him alone. He concedes Elric's prowess but warns that he will soon regret interfering, for he will fall to the first squad captain's hands. Elric, ever confident, responds that they need not worry. He will ensure the captain joins them swiftly on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Simon and two other card holders discuss the acquisition of the Fire Bridal Scroll, a product of the low six circle magic, expressing gratitude toward Biskov for carving out the time to assist them. Simon asserts that the Blue Wolf, sworn swords of Paul and the prospective heirs to the Blue Lion legacy, cannot simply retreat with their heads bowed. Yet, they must advance cautiously until their feet are blistered from the journey. Simon, channeling his magic circle, declares that it no longer matters whether the young miss survives. They must offer their lives to engulf the city in flames if necessary. The scene shifts, and the tension on the battlefield intensifies. And Mephisto observes that it seems they are attempting something monumental. Elric questions the meaning behind such actions. Suddenly, he senses something and swiftly takes flight, moving through the chaos. Mephisto notes that only one race surpasses demons in speed, the humans. No matter how kindly they may appear, their true nature cannot be concealed. Elric reflects that only 3 Blue Wolf members remain, yet he cannot locate a single one. The real danger, however, is that they now possess the scroll magic, a 6-circle magic scroll, which, if mishandled, could reduce the entire city to ashes. Simon, laughing, taunts that he wonders if Elric can possibly stop them. Standing atop a tower, Simon notices Elric passing below and activates the scroll, its power flaring dangerously. Suddenly, someone strikes at Simon, severing his hand. Elric arrives instantly, declaring that he always knew Simon was fearless. He remarks that although he had once considered allowing Simon to escape with the item, the A+ stealth scroll he obtained from the school production class has now proven entirely invaluable. Sable, wounded and missing a hand, watches as Simon attempts an attack with his knife, only to be frozen mid-strike by Elric's freeze spell. Elric admonishes Simon, pointing out that despite his efforts, he seems eager to die recklessly. He mocks the state of Simon's appearance, noting that he once looked formidable, but now he is utterly disheveled. Elric, growing resolute, declares that it is time to end this. Simon interjects, questioning if he truly believes this is over. Elric responds with a single word of challenge. Simon warns him not to forget the others, noting that while Elric dealt with him, his subordinates have fully prepared themselves. He concedes defeat but vows that the Blue Wolf, sworn swords of their league, will never fall. Simon acknowledges that Elric is formidable, yet the fight is far from over. The careless actions of the enemy would soon spiral into chaos, with screams echoing from every direction. Elric, laughing, declares that although he had already neutralized them, the scene is far from over. Simon, shocked, exclaims, questioning Elric, had he not boasted of his pride in using that magic? We see that Elric, at that moment, had unleashed his pierce magic, sending needle-like strikes toward all enemies, taking down 2 of them instantly. Elric comments that now even Simon's final trump cards have been expended. Shock overtakes Simon, who murmurs that this is impossible, it must be a joke. Desperate, Simon approaches Isabel pleading, urging her to spare him. He promises that if she saves him, he will speak well of her to Paul Vile, explaining that he had been ordered only to intimidate her enough to bring her before them. As the 3rd squad captain of the Blue Wolf, he insists she must heed his words. In response, Isabel decisively strikes, severing his head with her sword, commanding that no one sully the Vile family name further. Turning to Elric, she apologizes for losing her temper. Elric, unfazed, notes that he had intended to leave this task for her, then checks if she is hurt. She assures him she is fine. Elric observes that her body is still in shock and instructs her to rest briefly while he channels his magic to aid her. Isabel, gathering herself, speaks to Elric, asking if he could ever leave a single blue wolf alive. She admits she has never encountered a situation like this, where knights of a family, who usually kept their distance from someone as talentless as her, even while respecting her as the daughter of the Blue Lion, might now falter. She recalls how some Blue Wolf members occasionally showed respect, but most would glare at her with disdain. The scene shifts, tense and present, as Man demands to know why Isabel spares his life. She responds with calm authority, declaring that in the end, someone must survive as a messenger. The Blue Wolf is trying to intimidate her, and she instructs that the message reach her uncle. The Blue Lion's position will never be theirs. She reflects on the lingering fear around her, admitting that if she had been stronger, more powerful, with talent of her own, the outcome could have been different. A resolve steals within her, no more excuses, no more weak attitudes. She will change herself, striving to gain true power. Elric watches her, asking where she intends to go next. Isabel answers that she will seek her father and plan her future, strategizing for strength and foresight. Elric inquires if she will work to increase her forces, and she affirms, promising to appeal to her father's allies, those currently burdened by debts. Elric commends her decision, noting that as long as the Blue Lion stands, no one would dare challenge that ground. Isabel acknowledges this but admits that if her father does not act, the battle could become extremely difficult. She notes that while Sir Elric could provide some assistance, lions never truly cooperate with mages. Yet she refuses to remain indebted to Sir Elric beyond what is already owed and knows she must take her leave while bidding farewell. Elric hands her a package, telling her to take it. Curious, she asks what it is. Elric admits it is a thesis, adding that although he cannot guarantee its success, he heard that the Blue Lion's head suffers from a condition similar to blockage disease. The contents could provide a potential cure. Hearing this, Isabel's spirits lift with hope. Chan, leaping forward, questions Isabel, demanding to know what she means by mentioning the blockage disease. Meanwhile, Elric is seen healing both of them with quiet efficiency. Elric apologizes first, explaining that he had to conceal his true identity from everyone. Isabel, surprised, asks what kind of identity he means. Elric reveals with calm authority that his full name is Elric Melwinger, Lord of the Melwinger family and Radiant Star Duke, a title bestowed upon the Melwinger lineage as a symbol of their radiance in battle, honoring their victories against the demons. Isabel, shocked, pieces it together, realizing that the person in a coma at the Imperial Magic Hospital is in fact Elric Melwinger. She struggles to reconcile the tales she had heard about him with the man before her. Elric admits that certain circumstances prevent him from revealing everything but confirms that he had once suffered from blockage disease. He gestures to the object Isabel holds, an antidote he created through extensive research. While the Blue Lion's disease resembles blockage disease, it might still offer her some help. Elric reminds her of her promise to retaliate against those who caused her pain. Isabel, emotional, wonders how to respond in kind. Elric places a reassuring hand on her head, promising that he will soon share his strength and knowledge with her. Overcome, Isabel begins to cry, but she steels herself and vows to use all she can to repay even a small measure of his kindness. She addresses him formally, calling him Mr. Elric, and offers her aid, suggesting that she might even make him a hero in her own right. The city around them is utterly destroyed, the streets in ruins, as people shout to clear space for the patient's evacuation. Sable, hesitant, questions whether revealing his identity so openly is wise. Elric responds with measured confidence that Paul, while a relentless adversary, will inevitably try to find him anyway, particularly after Elric has eliminated many of the Blue Wolf forces. He accepts the risk, knowing it is part of their larger struggle and the path to reclaiming power. Elric reflects on Paul while knowing the man despises defeat and will inevitably seek him out. Confident in his own unique magic, Elric muses that once he overturns the academy even once, he will have no choice but to reveal his identity. Mephisto comments that exposure seems inevitable, asking if Elric plans to create a stage for it. Elric nods, acknowledging it could indeed be another chapter of their strategy, and adds that since he aided the Blue Lion, this could be instrumental in resurrecting the Melwinger family. Mephisto remarks that he had assumed Elric's talents were limited to magic, but now it appears he also excels in strategic planning. At that moment, a lady carrying a child approaches Elric, gently urging him to stay a little longer. He chuckles and responds that he has lingered here long enough and that they should soon return to their prior duties. The lady expresses her deep gratitude, saying that without him, they would have fallen prey to their enemies. Before more can be said, someone steps forward and thanks him for his tireless efforts. Elric, modest, admits he struggles to convey his gratitude properly. He then turns to the lady, questioning why she still wears a sorrowful expression, reminding her that he had only been fulfilling his duty. The young man reveals he is Chan, a knight of their order, and promises never to forget Elric's favor. Elric gently responds that he need not have gone so far to help, while Mephisto interjects, observing the scene with quiet approval. Mephisto mutters that this scoundrel seems driven purely by the lure of future gains, but Elric sharply interrupts, commanding him to be silent. Elric then turns to Chan and asks what he intends to do. Chan responds with quiet resolve that although much of the work was orchestrated by Paul while the Wall family is scattered, and he will continue aiding people in the name of the Wall family, always remaining loyal to young Mississippi. Mephisto observes that their strategy is designed to provoke and tarnish Paul Wild's reputation. The young man, with his seemingly innocent demeanor, exhibits a shrewd intelligence surpassing expectations, prompting Elric to acknowledge that such responsibilities are the mark of true nobility. Elric begins to depart, and the people around him express heartfelt gratitude, some even declaring aspirations to become mages themselves and asking him to return one day. Mephisto scoffs at the notion of responsibility, dismissing it as mere justification. Elric simply moves forward undeterred. The scene shifts to Dean's mansion, where Riven is being instructed to claim excavation rights despite potential interference from the Nuster family. Riven apologizes but insists that the obstinate Nuster cannot be allowed even a single step into the academy. Frustration laces his voice as he urges finding any path to accomplish the goal, whether through pressure or bribery. Riven departs with determination, leaving Dean at his desk, poring over numerous newspapers concerning the activation of the nest. He notes that only 3 hours remain for the headmaster election, and without securing the excavation rights, his fate is at risk. In a decisive move, he burns the newspapers. Suddenly, a man approaches, asking Dean to repeat his previous statement. Dean, looking back, affirms that he has indeed decided to cooperate with them. The man asks, "Will you help us become headmaster?" The other replies that all preparations are complete. He only needs Dean's approval. Dean asks how he will obtain the examination rights, and the man responds by asking if Dean would consider joining forces with them. Dean, incredulous, questions how he could even expect that. The man calmly says that if Dean does not trust them, it is acceptable. They have other candidates for the headmaster election. Dean sighs but affirms his trust, asking what exactly he wants. The man answers simply that they only seek Dean's support for Sesta. Dean, amused, remarks that such simplicity is more than sufficient, and the man smiles, satisfied. The scene shifts to a city, where people speak in hushed tones. One asks if the other has heard the news about Lisendi City. The reply comes that members of the Lion family have caused chaos there, destroying homes in their personal quarrels and killing many. Another person adds that a magician arrived and wiped out all the rascals completely. The first is incredulous, asking who could be so capable, noting that he had heard the magician was an exceptionally attractive person. Standing between them is Elric, silently observing their conversation. They comment that he has now become the hero of Lentis. Meanwhile, Mephisto, lounging at a table, murmurs that it seems Elric has become very famous in the city. Elric, nonchalant, replies that he was only here to eat, having not visited for many days. Elric reflects that he had not come here for any personal gain and had instructed that all rumors be spread effectively, yet he never anticipated that they would escalate to this level. His thoughts drift to Isabel's words, where she had asked if he would mind being made a hero. Elric wonders at her meaning, recalling her explanation that the world must witness the heroic deeds he has accomplished. By revealing himself publicly, it would greatly benefit him and place pressure on her uncle, Paul, while simultaneously enhancing her own reputation. He remembers how she assured him this would be of immense help, yet he notices that people seem more enthralled by the hero's exploits than he anticipated. Citizens gossip about how the hero saved scentless flower and speculate whether the crown princess's marriage, which was about to take place but fell through, was affected by him. They wonder if it was love, a romantic triangle, that drove him to act. Elric muses that beyond his heroic deeds, the public seems deeply interested in romance. He admires how adeptly Isabel navigates situations, turning circumstances to her advantage. He decides he should leave to eat elsewhere, thinking privately that this is a remarkable way to enhance one's reputation, whether through heroism or even romance. Elric quietly wishes for someone like Isabel to help rebuild his family. He corrects himself, recalling that her name is indeed Isabel, and hopes she reaches Konoe safely. Turning to Mephisto, he says, "Let us rise from the table and move elsewhere." Just then, someone arrives and addresses Elric, prompting his attention. A figure suddenly appears, halting Elric in his tracks, and launches an attack that triggers a massive explosion, leaving everyone around stunned. Whispers spread through the crowd. Could this be Paul? But it is the capital. How could he be here? Panic erupts as people scramble to flee. Elric, startled, recalls the magic at play, realizing its significance. The man remarks that Elric managed to dodge the magic, and Elric responds, noting it has been a long time since they last met, observing that the man hasn't done anything excessively drastic yet. The man counters, hinting at the consequences he's endured because of Elric, teasing that since Elric has appeared, he deserves some punishment. He jabs at him, questioning if Elric doesn't realize he is a traitor. Observing the tension, everyone notices how much pressure this Sean has imposed. Curious whispers circulate until Elric intervenes, stopping everyone and declaring that this is an old friend. Other onlookers exchange puzzled glances, asking if friends truly greet each other like this. Sean, seated at the table, jokes with Elric about how difficult it is to handle him, leaving Elric amused. Mephisto comments to Elric on how much he likes this friend. Elric, smirking, teases Sean to fetch him a beer. Sean grumbles, claiming ownership over the entire network yet still displaying stinginess. He insists he is doing this favor for the last time and curiously questions Elric about his relationship with the lion's daughter. Elric clarifies that there was nothing between them. They were never in any kind of relationship. Sean grins mischievously, asking if Elric is trying to fool him. Just then, a waiter arrives to take orders. Elric thinks privately that this scoundrel has gauged his standards perfectly but says nothing, simply waiting to see when Elric will reveal his intentions. Sean comments on Elric's overly serious expression, saying it doesn't suit him and is frankly quite off-putting, urging him to loosen up. Mephisto, observing, teases Elric as well, noting how poorly his expression carries. The scene shifts subtly as food arrives, and the two settle into their chairs, ready to continue the exchange with a hint of playful tension. Sean asks what Elric means by discussing the matter, teasing that he was recently called handsome. He adds that although he hasn't yet delivered the punch he owes Elric, all preparations have been completed exactly as instructed. Elric responds calmly, telling him not to worry for now. He emphasizes that there are only two priorities: first, to completely destroy Baskov, who tried to kill him, and second, to revive the Melwinger family. He assures Sean that he intends to accomplish both at once. Sean nods, saying he will prepare exactly as instructed, but adds that he will set aside other matters for the moment, noting that Carl is in good health. Suddenly, he realizes something and grows concerned, remarking that it's very bad if their family which has discovered the rumors. Elric asks if he means Miss Tasha, and Sean confirms. He warns that if the rumors reach her, she will become completely enraged, potentially wreaking havoc on their plans. The scene shifts to Tasha, who inquires whether the Academy has been granted the execution rights. Her aide confirms that Dean Barracks from the Elemental Magic Department authorized it. She demands to know why this was allowed and orders her guard to prepare immediately to head to the hospital. A card arrives with a brief update. Hanabi had been discussing the old intruder the previous day. She asks what happened. The aide hesitates, noting that the newspapers report that after receiving the execution rights, Dean Barracks acted decisively, completely changing the election dynamics. The papers also mention that the Nerester family declared their intent to challenge the execution rights. Tasha frowns, realizing that the young master has not responded even after all this commotion. Furious, she questions how the two dared behave this way toward her. Hanabi reminds her he must leave, but she stops him, insisting he understands that the execution rights belong neither to their family nor the academy. She demands to know how they had the audacity to act so brazenly and insists they must be punished. The scene shifts suddenly to the academy, where numerous lights flash across the grounds, signaling the unfolding chaos and high tension surrounding the execution rites. The scene softens as the focus shifts to Uston Academy, where brilliant lights illuminate the grand hall, filled with a multitude of distinguished guests. It is explained that the position of headmaster is not merely a title but a distinguished honor, akin to the rank of a marquis, seated beside the tower master. The day of the election has arrived, and the auditorium is teeming with attendees, while each candidate occupies their designated seat at the center. Dean rises, expressing heartfelt gratitude to everyone present and noting his pleasure in witnessing their investment in the Academy's future. He emphasizes that the discovery of the dragon nest is an achievement never to be repeated in history and pledges that if chosen, he will establish a system to stabilize and support future monumental discoveries. From the upper gallery, Sean observes, reflecting that the Academy seems fully under control, with the lecture commencing even before the candidates have taken their places, and wonders whether Elric can handle all matters alone, despite Barracks's approval rating securing first place. The narrative flashes back to the restaurant, where Sean remarks to Elric that, although he knows Elric has meticulously devised his plan, it may not work on those already compromised. Elric calmly tells him to wait and witness what unfolds tomorrow. Returning to the auditorium, a supporter approaches Dean, praising his speech. Dean humbly replies that he has yet to secure victory but assures that he will act according to Sesta's intentions, then invites the remaining candidates to present themselves. The supporter, still unaware of the candidate's identity, refers to him as Black Hair, expressing hope for good news, while Dean, in his thoughts, resolves to deliver, recalling that he had no intention of relying on anyone's help and considers whether Black Hair will dare interfere with the Sesta group when he reaches the level of Tower Master. Dean internally muses that once he becomes headmaster, crushing Black Hair will be no great feat, and the man's eyes gleam as a faint smile forms across his face. A voice announces that all 7 candidates have finished their speeches and that the voting will commence shortly, instructing everyone to remain in their seats. Elric is lost in thought about the unfolding events when he suddenly freezes in astonishment, spotting his sister, Tasha, entering the hall. Shocked, he calls out, questioning her presence. An elderly man interjects, addressing Miss Tasha, warning that she may not fully grasp the nature of the event and that this is the election committee's seating area, not a place for meeting old acquaintances. Tasha coolly retorts that she is fully aware, having come as the representative of the Renaister family lord, and that she knows the situation far better than anyone present. Elric glances toward Sean, who becomes visibly anxious, muttering that he has been seen and wondering if Tasha knows anything. At that moment, Riven steps up to the microphone, commanding attention and announcing that, before the election officially begins, he wishes to provide instructions to the voters. He explains that all voters have received magic crystals that allow them to review information about the candidates and vote for only one of the 7. Once the votes are cast, the results will be revealed immediately. Dean, lost in his own thoughts, reflects that he has awaited this day for a long time, though his mind wanders over irrelevant trivialities. Meanwhile, all voters submit their ballots, and Riven prepares to announce the results, specifying that votes from the Melwinger family, who are absent, will be excluded. He pauses briefly, heightening the tension, while Barak contemplates silently, calculating the significance of the outcome. As the moment intensifies, Elric makes his dramatic entrance, calling out for attention, and the crowd collectively freezes in shock, murmuring incredulously at the audacity of interrupting the election. Sean, internally tense, realizes that Lord Elric Melnger, a Radiant Star Duke and the representative for the election, has indeed arrived. The spectators, stunned, whisper among themselves, questioning whether this is the same Elric Melwinger, the supposedly sickly heir of a disgraced prestigious family. Riven blurts out, astonished, that he thought Elric had been in a coma. Cameras flash incessantly, media personnel capturing every moment, while Dean contemplates in disbelief, wondering how this audacious man managed to appear. The crowd presses from behind, demanding to know the meaning of this disturbance, astonished that a mere student could disrupt a headmaster election. Calmly, Elric addresses them, asserting that they are trivializing the Empire's loss. He is not merely a student but has come as a Duke of the Empire, representing the election officially. He casts a commanding gaze over the hall, noticing the vacant seat intended for the Melwinger family in honor of the previous headmaster, and his formidable presence fills the room. Riven rises, acknowledging that it is heartening to see the health of Lord Elric Melwinger, yet questions what he intends to achieve now, given that the voting has concluded. Elric responds with unwavering authority, citing Uston Academy election law, Article 7, Section 2, which mandates that if a candidate is found ineligible or guilty of misconduct, the election is immediately voided, disqualifying the candidate, and a new election is held with the consent of the majority of representatives. He boldly exposes that headmaster candidate Barak is unqualified due to tampering with private documents, and further accuses him of attempting to assassinate a Radiant Star, demanding a thorough investigation. Dean confronts Elric, questioning whether he truly grasps the depth of his accusations and if he can prove that Dean is a criminal, reminding him that, as a representative of a prestigious family participating in this election, all proper procedures must be observed. Dean addresses the election members, emphasizing the gravity of the situation, while internally he reflects that Elric Melwinger must be hiding something, though he believes the results cannot be altered. Elric calmly counters, questioning why Dean is in such a rush, assuring him that once he speaks, judgment can be rendered without delay. Then, Elric produces a crystal in his hand and begins playing every recorded word and action of Dean, exposing his attempted assassination of Elric and his bid to seize the last remnant of the Winger family. The crystal projects Dean's image and voice, leaving him visibly terrified and panicked. Elric declares that, as everyone knows, Dean Barracks provided no help to Sean Nuster or himself in their research, and even sought to kill him and claim his family's final heirlooms. Dean, realizing he has been ensnared, panics at Elric's use of deception magic, shouting in disbelief. Elric challenges him further, asking how he could have possibly fooled the 7 Circle Archmages, sarcastically implying that Dean might be an 8-circle magician, which the others find preposterous. Internally, Dean reflects that he had given the crystal to Riven to enact his plan, intending to strike Elric in secret, and now wonders how it ended up in Elric's possession, cursing Riven silently. Meanwhile, Riven, hiccuping nervously, reminds everyone to remain quiet as the committee is engaged in an important discussion, highlighting the tension and high stakes of the unfolding election drama. Riven, hiccuping nervously, addresses everyone, reminding them that the committee members are engaged in an important conversation and that all must remain silent. Internally, Dean seethes, furious at Riven, cursing his audacity for betraying him. The scene then shifts to the restaurant, where Sean sits with Elric, speaking of a suspicious figure near the hospital during the night, mentioning that perhaps Barak was involved. Sean quickly corrects himself, saying the matter is different this time. The person in question has something to give Elric, and will wait until he awakens. Elric, astonished, asks if that is truly what was said. Meanwhile, the camera shifts back to Dean, who had instructed Riven to find a way to pressure or even bribe others to carry out certain actions. Outside, Riven storms off in anger, running to execute the plan, while Elric reflects with gratitude, recognizing that Riven had preserved a small piece of evidence. Although Elric could have destroyed Barracks easily with the other evidence, this makes his task far simpler. He wonders why Riven recorded the conversation, realizing it might have originated when he saved him in the nest. Elric notes that the situation is far from over. By law, whoever discovers a dungeon or nest claims it as their property, but Dean Barracks weaponized that excavation right without permission, not only attempting to kill the Radiant Star Duke, but also trying to seize Malwinger's heirloom and excavation rights. Elric asserts that he is appealing not only for Dean Barracks to be disqualified as a candidate but also to make him answer for his wrongdoing. Another candidate asks what should be done now, while a different one argues that there is nothing left to discuss. Without excavation rights, Barracks holds no value. Yet another candidate addresses Elric, sensing his integrity, asking if his block disease has healed and whether he has fully recovered from his coma. Meanwhile, Miss Tasha, representative of the family, laughs lightly and reveals that, despite connections with the Melwinger family, the young man in question is merely her younger brother, not the important figure everyone assumes him to be at this moment. Dean, furious, declares that everything seen in the crystal is a complete lie and demands it be analyzed, his mind seething with anger at the thought that if such deceit continues, his seat as headmaster could be swept away. Determined, he decides he must deny it for now and enlists Zesta's help. He then searches for the black-haired man and notices him standing beside Sean, wondering why he has been by Sean's side all along, only to realize that the man is Sean's servant, Carl. The scene shifts back to the restaurant, where Sean remarks to Elric that despite Carl's current troubles, he has enjoyed toying with Barracks, admitting he considers himself a rather fortunate person and noting that no one here bears a truly bad name. Internally, Barracks sees at Elric, realizing the latter had planned this in advance. Elric, addressing the respected election members, asserts that everything seems under control and proposes restarting the voting, asking who dares to claim the position of headmaster. He then speaks to Mephisto, expressing astonishment at his fearlessness, or recklessness, and mentions the necessity of removing an academic warning and applying for his scholarship. Mephisto questions if Elric will let a certain man escape, noticing attempts to physically push him away. Elric identifies the man as the bald elder and through his telepathy, asks if he can hear his voice, noting how impressive it is that he did despite not being targeted. He praises Dean, pointing out that even bald, he remains a formidable archmage of the Seventh Circle, able to receive Elric's voice transmission. Elric teases him, saying the telepathy works perfectly through his bald head, provoking Dean. The angered Dean lunges at Elric, yelling at him for his audacity to provoke him, causing a massive explosion, leaving everyone in stunned shock at the violent confrontation. Dean launches a relentless series of attacks on Elric, creating a massive explosion, but Eric intervenes, conjuring a magical barrier to block the onslaught, leaving everyone present in stunned awe. Looking upward at the ceiling, they whisper that this is the work of a Fifth Circle white wizard. Dean, on the offensive, continues to strike, while Elric counters every attack. An election candidate observes that this is the magic of Lence's hero, noting that even a Sixth Circle lightning strike has been blocked, questioning how such a mage could exist, especially as he comes from a once disgraced prestigious magic family. Elric reflects, realizing he had underestimated Dean, thinking he was an old man easily manageable, but a Seventh Circle mage cannot be defeated so simply. Dean, oblivious, strikes again, creating a fiery wall between them. At this moment, Tasha arrives with a fire phoenix, which Elric immediately notices, marveling that the youngest of the Seventh Circle mages has tamed such a creature, and he hadn't expected Sister Tasha to join the fight. The clash escalates as other candidates rush in to restrain Dean. Elric considers that the election representatives, skilled mages and strategists, are not inferior to Barracks, and if Dean continues his disturbance, they will all step in as arbiters. Teasing him, Elric questions whether Dean will stop now after coming this far, taunting him over his previous arrogance, pointing out that he hasn't even scratched him but only dirted his clothes, mocking that Dean now behaves like a cornered dog. Dean retaliates with a punch, creating another massive blast, shocking everyone present. The crowd gasps at the audacity, calling to restrain Barracks. Mephisto reflects, amazed, questioning if Dean even deserves the title of demon, noting that had he been born a true demon, he would have been a magnificent demon king. Elric, laughing at his comment, retorts that those who toy with him inevitably face consequences. The scene then shifts to the next day in the restaurant, where people discuss the previous chaos, wondering if they've heard the news about the disturbance at Sudden Academy. One asks if it really was Elric Melwinger, formerly in a coma, a disgrace of a prestigious family, and wonders what he could possibly have done. The second onlooker scoffs, insisting that the others have no idea who Elric Melwinger truly is, pointing out that he is the hero who once saved Lentz. Another adds in shock that Dean Barracks was expelled from the academy, and even arrested for attempted murder. Reporters swarm Dean, bombarding him with questions about how Elric Melwinger, the grandson of Sudden Melwinger, cured his blockage disease. Did he discover a secret in the dragon mist? News spreads that Elric returned the excavation rights of the nest to the Nister family, and Sean reads the headlines aloud, grumbling that he shouldn't have to go through all this for Elric. Elric replies that as a patient, it pains him deeply, especially after Barracks attacked him. Outside the hospital, guards struggle to manage the crowd of reporters demanding access. Sean accuses Elric of pretending to be a hero while trying to recover, yet the reporters are desperate to uncover the truth about him. Elric reflects that beyond his tricks, a true heroic story seems entwined with his reputation and questions where all his skills originated. He reveals to Sean that over the past months in Lentz, he had met Lady Isabel of the Blue Lion and, though his thoughts linger on it, insists there's no need for Sean to know the details. Sean interrupts, wary that Elric might be trying to construct yet another tower or scheme behind the scenes. Sean presses Elric, asking if he intends to act, reminding him that he hasn't given a straight answer yet. Elric deflects with a wry remark, leaving the question hanging. Sean then mentions that his father wishes to have dinner with Elric, revealing that his father, Gay Nister, is a 9th Circle great sage and one of the most formidable mages of the era. Elric reflects that even his grandfather had wanted such a genius as a disciple, a mind among the greatest. As he arrives at the location, Elric freezes in awe. Before him rises a massive fortress-like city, more a single colossal castle than a town, leaving even Mephisto stunned. He marvels at the scale, comparing it to a legendary golden goose, wondering if this is truly the residence of such power. He learns it is the main house of the Nister family, called the Hall of Fog, their most potent magical stronghold. Elric internally resolves that one day he intends to surpass it. Sean asks Elric if his sister will be coming along. Elric, surprised, asks why he is inquiring now, and Sean responds, reminding him how much trouble his sister has endured because of him, urging him to contact her immediately. Elric then reads a letter from his sister, warning him not to cause any disturbances until her arrival and to prepare himself, for fleeing would mean certain death. Shocked, Elric feels the gravity of her words, declaring that it all ends here and he might truly be doomed. Mephisto remarks that there must be another formidable presence in the Melwinger family, someone capable of making even a demon like Elric tremble, and he wonders who that could be. Sean explains that his sister is angelic in nature, and as long as Elric does not trouble her, she remains a guiding force, though he acknowledges that Elric himself is the greatest challenge. Sean reminds him not to forget the tremendous effort she took to send him to the academy, and Elric gratefully acknowledges it, yet he is warned that witnessing her other side would strip him of the courage to speak so boldly. Sean gestures toward his sister, noting how she surpasses even his own sister in grace and strength, while emphasizing how unfairly she was branded a witch and how her personality changed once people began calling her a genius, to the point that one could barely recognize her as fully human. His sister approaches and, recalling her earlier promise, declares that whenever they meet, she would discipline him properly, delivering a sharp, unseen punch to his face. The scene shifts as both begin walking, with his sister leading the way. Elric expresses his gratitude for her assistance during the election, to which she replies modestly that her help was unnecessary. Observing them, Mephisto, with a contemplative smile, remarks on his intense curiosity, pondering the depth of the situation and the remarkable presence of this formidable family member. As the journey continues, Mephisto wonders aloud why Tasha had intervened at that moment, knowing she rarely helps anyone without personal gain. Tasha smirks, remarking that the punch she had delivered to Elric's face was clearly insufficient, teasing him further. Elric, now slightly embarrassed, feels the sting of the moment in front of his friends. The scene shifts as Tasha and Sean lead him onward, explaining that the swirling mist around them is a complex network of traps leading toward Tasha's father's mansion, cautioning him to stay focused and not to reveal his cards, as many of these traps would challenge even a 6th Circle wizard. Glancing back, Elric notices that both Tasha and Scene have vanished, leaving him alone amidst the dense mist. Confused and disoriented, he questions aloud where he is and where they have gone, noting that even Mephisto, the old guardian, seems to vanish whenever needed. Before him, a massive eye appears, staring intently, and Elric marvels at the sheer scale of the magic, realizing that this must be the true power of the Nister family, every type of elemental energy perfectly saturated in the surrounding space. As he ponders these arcane insights, a mysterious voice suddenly addresses him, asking if he is enjoying himself, startling Elric. Alarmed, he questions whether he is being watched, unsure if the voice knows what he is seeing or if it is merely observing his movements without a clue. He reflects that though he lost his way, inspecting someone else's magic without permission is a grave crime, and speculates that the voice might belong to one of the overseers of this place, possibly a member of a 7th Circle council. Unsure how to proceed, he hears the voice press further, noting that though he might not hear it, it has seen him react, leaving Elric in a tense moment of realization, silently warning himself to proceed with utmost caution. Elric realizes that it was a mistake to trust the guidance, or lack thereof, he had received and wonders if he should simply pretend nothing had happened. Determined, he decides he must exit the maze. Suddenly, a mysterious voice challenges him, questioning why he is ignoring the old man entirely and attempting to flee, claiming to understand all his thoughts. Elric quickly uses his clock speech ability to vanish from sight, leaving the old man astonished, realizing that Elric had employed the mist itself like a clock to conceal his movements. The man mutters that Elric departed too swiftly, yet left behind an extraordinary child whose potential he had underestimated. Elric, reflecting inwardly, acknowledges that had the elder not arrived, he might have comprehended the meanings behind the traps and magic even better, though lingering longer could have plunged him into grave danger. Then the elder's voice reaches him, scolding that he attempted to escape just as the situation was becoming intriguing. A misty circle forms around Elric, and he begins to lose footing, reminded that greed for something not rightfully his demands a price. Meanwhile, Scene and his sister debate whether they should inform their father of the unfolding events. Suddenly, a figure arrives behind them, announcing that the blue fog of the two palaces has been opened, revealing Guy Nerester, the lord of the Nerester family. Sean intervenes, clarifying that their father had not yet guided Elric properly. Sean's father admonishes that Elric had disappeared before they even passed the entrance, hinting that the great-uncle may have plans, acting with motives known only to him. Sean, raising his voice, insists that they cannot remain idle, emphasizing that as a guest from the Melwinger family in Rester territory, any misstep could be catastrophic. His sister teases him, calling him cute, and Sean reacts, flustered at how concerned he had become over Elric, while admitting he never frets so much over his own family. His curiosity about the Radiant Star intensifies, and hearing this, Sean's father confesses that he too is deeply curious, prompting both siblings to exchange astonished glances as they focus on him. The father admits he wishes to see just how skilled Elric truly is. The scene shifts to Elric, who has teleported to another location, questioning where he has arrived, just as an attack strikes him unexpectedly. Elric teleports to a new location, surveying his surroundings and questioning where he has landed, when suddenly an attack strikes, which he blocks effortlessly with his magical barrier. He muses in frustration, wondering why all these old men seem to be after him, first Mephisto, then Toman, then another elder, pondering what could possibly be running through their minds. Calmly, he decides not to panic but to carefully analyze the situation, noting the elaborate magical attributes surrounding him. The Nerester family is renowned for manipulating elemental attributes, primarily wind, which they use to regulate and separate multiple elemental powers, hot winds carrying fire attributes and vaporizing monsters, light consolidating moisture, and cold wind intensifying ice attributes, while strong winds between them restrict movement. Elric reflects that if this elder can control wind at such a level, he might even generate a tycoon-level phenomenon, and perhaps even create an ice mountain with sheer wind manipulation. Though the elder hasn't directly harmed him, he has provoked Elric, who now plans to study the magic more rigorously than before and apply the same principles to his own mana and wind transformation, rearranging mana circulation to reduce wastage while amplifying his ice magic across other attributes. As he concentrates, Elric begins forming magic in his hands, drawing upon his dragon heart and the latent cruelty within his scenes, and an infinity symbol manifests above his head, bathing the area in radiant light. Meanwhile, the elder declares, discovering him at last, while Elric approaches behind him. Tasha and Scene, witnessing this, are utterly astonished. Sean remarks that even a sixth circle mage would take 24 hours to escape such a setup, and Tasha notes that it usually takes her 4 hours and 52 minutes, yet Elric completed it in just 40 minutes. Mephisto, glaring, comments that this is not all, as Elric has also successfully leveraged his seed of quality, further enhancing his magical potential and control. Elric has fully evolved, reaching the 5th star level, and even I must admit that the magic he wielded is truly high level, leaving a deep impression. Yet it isn't just that he demolished his opposition, he also absorbed all their techniques for his own use. At that moment, Sean arrives, marveling at the display, admitting that he deeply regrets not attending the headmaster's election. He notes that he has heard Elric recently cured his blockage disease and has already ascended to a 6th circle mage. Tasha, astonished, questions whether Elric has truly become a 6th circle mage so quickly, realizing her brother's friend has surpassed her expectations entirely. We then see Elric approaching Lord Gay Nerester of the Nerester family, offering a formal handshake and apologizing for the delayed introduction. Lord Gay Nerester humbly responds that he is Gay Nerester, the lord of the Nerester family, and apologizes for any inconvenience caused to Elric during this experience. Elric waves it off, stating the experience was incredibly valuable to him. Gay Nerester thanks him for understanding and invites him to proceed into his home. Sean urges Elric to hurry, noting that her brother, younger sister, and mother are waiting. Feeling a touch of sadness as he thinks of his own family, Elric agrees to follow. The scene shifts to Isabel, whose father rises from bed, startling her, and she embraces him tightly. Her father remarks that she is no longer a child, admonishing her not to behave childishly, while marveling at how she has recovered so completely, something even the doctors had despaired of. Tears flow as Isabel acknowledges that Elric's help was crucial. Without him, she could have achieved nothing. Elric, as expected from a member of a prestigious magical family, remarks that the Melwingers have always been like a beacon of light, banishing darkness wherever it appears. The scene shifts to Isabel's father, who is preparing to leave suddenly. Isabel, concerned, asks why he is ready to depart so abruptly, insisting he should rest a little longer. He responds that in times like these, he cannot afford to think of his own health. If such a talent exists, he must seek it out, even if it is across the continent, for a righteous child in this corrupted world is reason enough to act. Meanwhile, the scene moves to the Blue Wolf mansion, where Hilton kneels, reporting that all their blue wolves have been slaughtered. Isabel escaped, and even her brother was purified, but the last remaining one was obliterated before his eyes. Paul Vile speculates that the young magician girl must have embedded some curse in the body. Paul Vile, worried about his brother, inquires for news. It is revealed that he is traveling with the Blue Hawks and likely attempting to contact Elric Melwinger, currently staying with the Nuster family. Paul Vile observes that the Blue Lion seems completely weakened and commands Hilton to ensure that his brother and Elric Melwinger never meet. If they leave the Nuster family, they are to be killed immediately. He reminds him that the reason he has been left alive so far is because he possesses that small, yet significant power. Meanwhile, we notice a demonic seal forming on Hilton's hand. Whether it is truly a demonic seal or something else remains to be revealed, but he vows to remember it well. The story continues as Sean shifts to Elric, who is reminded that his mother and siblings are waiting for him. Just then, Mephisto calls out from behind, questioning Gay Neristar, is he truly human? Elric responds sharply, asking if Mephisto means to imply he is a demon. Mephisto clarifies that it is not exactly that, but he wonders how someone, a regular human with no Melwinger lineage, could reach such a formidable power level. Elric admits that he had been startled for a moment, and Mephisto explains that not all is as it seems. There are other lords who are masters of magic, the lions of the Lion family, the inspectors of the Imperial family, the evil shiny arm army, beast men, and countless other lords, each with immense strength. He emphasizes that the people of this era are not as helpless against monsters as one might assume. Mephisto continues, asserting that while the Golden Lion may be the strongest on the continent, others exist who are as strong or even stronger. Laughing, he muses that there must be a reason great Mephisto has been awakened in this era. He describes the wild world where countless beasts vie for supremacy, and the resulting rivalries bring him a perverse sense of satisfaction. He tells Elric that he intends to push him to the maximum, to regain his own power. Yet before Mephisto can finish, Elric vanishes without a word, leaving Mephisto exclaiming in surprise at his sudden disappearance. The scene shifts to Sean's home, where his mother and two siblings sit at the table, ready for a meal. Sean's younger sister playfully points at her mother, exclaiming, remarking on the antics of the so-called idiot, setting a light-hearted tone amidst the unfolding drama. The scene continues at Sean's dining table, where a minor mishap causes food to fall, drawing laughter and attention. His younger sister scolds him, asking how he dared call his older brother an idiot in front of Elric. Sean intervenes, asking both of them to stay quiet, while their mother chides them gently for making so much noise in the presence of Lenti's hero. The siblings promise to behave, and Elric quietly observes, recalling his past conflicts with his sister. She teases him, questioning why he constantly imitates her, joking if he wants to be disciplined. He whispers to his mother that his idiot sister always tries to attack him, prompting her to remind them not to fight during meals. Their father comments that children naturally bicker at this age, and Elric resolves to be the first to truly teach his sister a lesson once he becomes stronger. His mother instructs him to study the admirable mindset possessed by modern magicians, but Elric replies that today he has chosen to focus on playing alongside. Sean remains present as Elric's mother asks if he enjoyed the meal, and he praises the flavors, noting that sitting with others makes it all the more enjoyable. The siblings settle into a calm rhythm, and the atmosphere softens. Gay Nuster then addresses Elric, mentioning that he has heard about Elric granting the next execution right, hinting at the rising responsibilities and the power he has begun to wield. Elric admits that he still feels indebted to Sean, prompting Guy Nister to ask if he harbors any hatred toward him. Sean and Tasha are taken aback by this question, and Elric clarifies that his thoughts concern the downfall of the Melwinger family. He reflects that there is no way a family with 1,000 years of history, which has guided countless battles, could crumble overnight. The political schemes of the imperial family, the betrayals of those he trusted, and the pressure from Hexagram all weigh heavily, yet Elric surprises himself by admitting he does not hold resentment. He smiles at Guy Nister, acknowledging that everyone faces their own struggles, noting internally that the Nister family could not aid them when his own family was drowning, constrained by political circumstances. Mephisto questions why a Melwinger would bow to a Nister, given that Hexagram, once oppressed by the Melwingers a millennium ago, now shares the same lordly rank with them. Elric counters, saying that his allegiance does not require repaying through conflict, and that the Melwinger family had long lost their power. Mephisto comments on the unexpected nature of a man like Elric, who lives for power, showing restraint, and Elric explains that though he is visiting a friend's home, he sees it as a place he hopes to surpass one day, and before doing so, he must understand the skill levels of the magicians present and the nature of the lords here. At that moment, Sean's father, dead, prompts Elric to speak, signaling a moment of evaluation and anticipation in this intricate web of legacy, power, and ambition. Elric is taken completely aback as he hears Guy Nister assuring that the Melwingers will provide their full support for anything he might need. Guy Nister tells him not to view this merely as an obligation but as a gift, acknowledging both his execution rights and his friendship with dead. Mephisto interjects with a sharp observation, noting how shrewd Elric is, seizing this opportunity to deepen his relationships while gaining the backing of a once powerless Melwinger family. Elric, in turn, considers this a significant advantage, realizing that the Nister family's support would further strengthen his foundation. Yet he remains cautious, aware that if the Rester family aids him, many other groups and factions will keep a close watch on their actions. He muses silently on their motivation, puzzled why they would help a powerless Melwinger, knowing it brings them nothing but potential loss. At that precise moment, Tasha addresses her father, Lord, signaling the next move, when suddenly a window shatters, flooding the room with intense brightness. Elric reacts, alarmed, questioning what kind of audacious act this is within the Nister family, while a man points directly at him, declaring that Elric will become his disciple. In that instant, Elric's mind races, suspecting what this could mean and bracing for the challenge ahead. Elric internally struggles to believe what he is hearing, thinking it cannot be true, yet the man firmly declares that Elric will become his disciple. Elric recalls having once heard Sean mention that his father is notoriously greedy for talented individuals, and that the family houses over 100 members, not as vassals but as guests, with the Nister family's dual powers operating alongside the senators. At that moment, a figure respectfully addresses the man as senator, urging him to leave the Lord's office to avoid a serious breach of decorum, and it is revealed that this senator, White Knight Augustine Nister, had taught all the Nister family's mages. Elric acknowledges silently the senator's formidable strength, suspecting him to be even stronger than Guy Nister. Then an elder speaks, admitting he has made a grave mistake in haste and seeks forgiveness from the Lord. Guy Nister dismisses any offense but inquires what has brought the elder here so decisively. The elder explains that he has come to take the audacious child as his disciple, the one whose shamelessness knows no bounds. Guy Nister comments, querying if the elder refers to the child associated with the Empire's 4 dukes, a Melwinger duke, noting it will be a challenging endeavor. Elric approaches the elder and formally introduces himself as Elric Melwinger, a duke of the Melwinger family, bowing respectfully to the Nister family's Senate Master, Agostino, leaving everyone stunned. Sean turns to Elric, questioning his intentions, and the elder addresses Elric directly, confirming that he recognizes him. Elric responds with conviction, reflecting that how could he not recognize the great elder of the Nister family, whose legacy his father had revered until death. Elric reflects on how his father had spoken highly of the great elders, saying that if a pillar like him had been part of their family, it would never have collapsed so easily. Elric responds that a great talent always arrives where it is least expected. The elder nods, noting the child's cleverness and the sharpness of his insight. Elric then suggests there might indeed be a reason why the elder wishes to take him as a disciple and humbly accepts it as a compliment. The elder counters that although Elric is young, he knows who he is, and there is no need for further words. He asks directly if Elric will become his disciple. Elric laughs, declaring that how could a Melwinger lord ever become the disciple of a Nister family's great master, saying he does not deserve the offer and invites the elder to retract it. The elder points out that Elric has already absorbed his teachings through the mist, to which Elric explains it was an unintentional move, a coincidence, hoping the elder understands. The elder asserts that Elric used his magic without permission. Elric counters, insisting it was the elder himself who first ensnared him, and pleads for understanding. Angered, the elder commands him to be silent and begins using his magic, instructing Elric that one must always respect their elders and heed their words, chastising him for speaking too much. Elric watches, stunned, as the elder's magic manifests around him, forming a scene reminiscent of the night sky. Bewildered, he marvels at the intense whiteness. Suddenly, the elder strikes Elric from behind, rendering him unconscious. Elric wonders if it was telekinesis or a physical movement, noting that no magician could move so fast, as the elder speaks again. Elric finds himself in the elder's grasp, and the elder begins leading him away, causing everyone around to panic. Tasha, clutching Sean's hand, demands what he intends to do, shocked that his friend has just been kidnapped, questioning if he will do anything to help. Sane calmly tells his sister that she doesn't yet understand the kind of person Elric is. Tasha presses him for clarification, but he merely shrugs, saying Elric is putting on a show. Meanwhile, Mephisto observes the scene, noting how truly unpredictable Elric is, even as the elderly man is about to become his next victim. He reflects on how Elric is cunningly using the old man, not as a master, but as a pawn for his own push, manipulating him with subtle precision. We then see Elric slowly igniting his fire magic, preparing for what comes next. The elder, still seated, calls out to him, asking if he is awake, but Elric leaps away, muttering in confusion about what just happened and where he has landed. He swings his hands behind him, discovering no solid ground, and begins to fall, only to have the elder swiftly catch him, warning him to be more careful, reminding him that he must treat his disciple with care. Elric reflects inwardly, realizing the elder has taken from him something he spent 90 years acquiring. He thinks he was merely taking a gamble to learn all the techniques of a Nuster family head, never expecting to be kidnapped in the process. He questions whether he made a grave mistake by positioning himself as the elder's disciple and resolves to control himself and circulate his mana properly. Suddenly, he freezes, noticing his mana isn't responding, as if he's back in the condition brought on by his prior blockage disease. The elder observes him, noting that Elric's senses are extraordinarily sensitive. Elric demands to know what has been done to him, and the elder reassures him not to rush, promising to explain everything, then asks if he can see anything below. Elric sees nothing, and the elder releases his collar, letting him plummet downward while instructing him to see for himself. Waving farewell, he wishes Elric a safe journey. Mephisto approaches Elric, remarking that it seems he has finally encountered someone on his level. Elric, taken aback, asks how Mephisto arrived, and Mephisto responds that, as a demon king, he has his own methods, subtly asserting his significance. Elric urges him to forget formalities and help, warning that if he dies, Mephisto will too. Mephisto admits the situation could be dangerous but questions how he could assist. Elric insists that to escape, he must be taught about the original scene, to which Mephisto laughs, challenging him, noting that even with his mana frozen, Elric can manipulate the atmospheric Vimana. Seizing the moment, Elric casts his magic speech, floating downward while maintaining a rapid speed, and tells Mephisto that he nearly fell for another trap. He lands heavily, feeling the strain of his mana restrictions and sensing the looming threat of his blockage disease, pondering the entire continent's geometry yet unsure of his exact location, realizing it resembles the Hall of Mist yet is unfamiliar. The elder then informs Elric that this place is the Blue Falk Labyrinth, a miniature replica of the Hall of Mist, and praises him for gathering mana from the atmosphere despite restrictions, acknowledging that he has chosen a truly talented disciple. Gasping, Elric questions why he endured near-death trials when promised to be the elder's disciple. The elder assures him he is indeed chosen, though he will not teach what all Nuster family students learn. Pressed further, Elric asks what he will learn, and the elder continues, explaining that as head of the Nuster family and also the school Glass Land, the knowledge there is distinct from anything tied to the Nusters, and he must decide whether he truly wishes to learn it. Elric, in his mind, wonders why he has never encountered Glass Land in his history books. Mephisto comments in disbelief at the school's persistence, marveling at its obstinate longevity. Elric inquires if Mephisto has ever known it, and Mephisto reveals that during his active years, he despised it, for instead of traditional magic, it emphasized magical martial arts. Elric probes further, asking if this magical martial art is akin to a fighter's technique, and Mephisto explains that it is similar, using mana circulation as a foundation to strengthen the body for combat. He adds that mastering its teachings is exactly what Elric needs most. The Elder confirms that Glass Land is a school skilled in harmonizing different types of magic and correcting the tangled mana within the body, acknowledging that Elric has truly encountered an exceptional master in an unfair world. Elric reflects that he had wondered how to reconcile the various conflicting mana types, but now it seems possible, and this is why the Elder blocked his mana, to compel him to perfect all techniques while maintaining a relationship with the Nuster family, an opportunity unmatched elsewhere. Elric then asks if the Elder will teach him the magical martial arts of Glass Land, and the Elder, amused, asks if he already knows anything of it, remarking that Elric continues to surprise him at every turn. We see the paw of a beast, which Elric instinctively senses, and the Elder explains that he is now within the habitat of dire wolves, creatures 3 times stronger and larger than ordinary wolves. He warns that the martial arts of Glass Land rely entirely on practical experience, and Elric must strive to survive. A dire wolf advances toward him, and Elric shouts, questioning what the Elder means by imposing restrictions on his mana. At that moment, someone appears behind the Elder, questioning if it is wise to simply watch. He notes that Elric has only been studying magic for a few months, and the Elder confirms that he is present merely to observe a novice's experience, not to measure skill, adding thanks for providing the dire wolves. The man remarks that it could be a serious problem if the human is tested so intensely. We then see Elric, gravely wounded, as the man comments that his disciple may be in real danger and could die if this continues. The Elder tells him to watch. The dire wolf charges at Elric, who gathers his magic into a focused punch and strikes directly at its face, shattering its jaw. The Elder remarks that he had warned him of the creature's extraordinary nature. Elric's hand now holds an ice crystal, which he uses to completely annihilate the direwolf, leaving the Elder observing the outcome with measured interest. The Elder remarks that if Elric continues as he is fully confident that he will pass the test and fulfill the will of Glass Land, a legacy preserved for thousands of years. Yet there is still a slight margin where he falters, and it becomes clear that someone named Gility must step forward as the one who will establish the Revolution Army. We learn that Gility is the head of this clandestine force, whose identity has remained a mystery even to the Empire's investigative bureau. The Revolution Army is considered equal in power to the Lions and the Magic Tower, operating in secrecy to liberate the continent from the Emperor's tyranny, earning the fearsome title of the most dangerous terrorist faction, the former executive. He pledges to honor the request, revealing that Gility is also known as Beast King. Beast King, perched atop a white tiger, addresses the Elder, questioning if he is completely certain, suggesting that losing Elric would be a serious matter. The Elder questions if he is entirely certain, asking whether losing Elric would be acceptable, as the gravity of the situation presses upon all present. Elric, in a severely weakened state, struggles to remain composed, and Mephisto approaches him, noting that although Elric managed to defeat one opponent due to luck, he doubts he can overcome the next one in his current condition, as that adversary has grown even more alert after witnessing his kin fall, and Elric's past luck may no longer serve him. Elric concedes to Mephisto, acknowledging that he can only extract mana from the atmosphere twice, and questions how he could possibly use his bare body to defeat such a foe, confessing he has never felt so desperate to wield his ornament magic. Then, he recalls the physical training section from the book first introduced at the start of their journey, realizing it is the strong body art, a discipline he has long researched. Determined, he decides to mimic it, moving his hands methodically as the technique dictates. He reflects that this strong body art has been passed down through generations of Tiger King descendants, a battle technique capable of reinforcing bones to steel-like strength and multiplying physical power multiple times, just as the beast men claim their bodies are miniature analogues of mana streams, with the body expanding and breathing in perfect harmony with inhalation. The core structure of life itself responding to each deliberate movement. Elric focuses inwardly, realizing that the power of strong body art relies on the way one breathes and the body part the mind chooses to concentrate upon. When the mind locks onto a single point, innumerable subconscious visualizations emerge, from which one can be selected to guide physical control. Elric reflects internally that nothing is predictable. Instincts and intuition form the boundary where a true fighting technique is born. He admits he has no reason or plan, only the conviction that his choice is correct. With that, he forms a punch, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and strikes at the dire wolf, severely wounding it. Elric acknowledges to himself that this is the fighting technique of the Tiger Man, and Mephisto, witnessing the display, is thoroughly impressed, remarking on its sheer audacity. Elric, still attacking the direwolf, marvels at the thought of a human adopting a beast man's fighting style, pondering how anyone could even conceive such a strategy, until he himself executes it flawlessly. Eventually, Elric finishes the direwolf and finds a place to rest, battered yet resolute. The elder commends him, noting that as expected of his disciple, Elric has already defeated 2 direwolves, and Augustine comments that perhaps he should increase the difficulty further, though he acknowledges that Elric has already demonstrated extraordinary effort and resilience. Elric notices a hint offered by the elder, pointing out shaded areas where certain plants are growing, suggesting he could use them. Mephisto comments on how excited the old man must be, seeing Elric endure such a journey. Elric, irritated, tells him not to compare him to that old scoundrel, then braces himself, tying his clothes at the waist and preparing for battle, declaring that it's time to see who will emerge victorious. The dire wolves attack him relentlessly, and as 10 days pass, a span that feels both long and fleeting, Elric moves into the shaded area toward a plant containing magical energy. He turns to Mephisto and confirms that this is indeed the flower he was seeking, though Mephisto admits he doesn't know why it's growing here, as it belongs to the demon realm and is known as the razor plant. Elric marvels at its red hue and, even while fending off the dire wolves, considers that if this plant contains magic, he could restore his mana by consuming it. Mephisto warns that, for normal humans, it's insignificant, but in Elric's case, it could be possible because of his unique control over seals. He notes that the old man must have had a purpose for sending Elric here, yet Elric internally rages at having been put in such a perilous situation, even as he recognizes the incredible opportunity before him. Elric silently thanks the old man, realizing that because of this trial, he can further amplify the achievements of his seals, and his mana has already surged beyond previous limits. As he advances, the fallen dire wolves litter the ground behind him. He notes with satisfaction that he has successfully learned the body-strengthening art, and for a moment it seems as though the ordeal might be over, until another direwolf appears before him. Staring in shock, he notices a human-like foot and instantly recognizes the figure. It is Beast King. Beast King addresses Elric, admitting that he is genuinely surprised, having heard from Boss Augustine that Elric is the top student at Sudden Academy, though he had not expected such remarkable talent. With a graceful leap, Beast King approaches Elric and declares that if Elric manages to defeat this large direwolf, he will take him on as his disciple. Beast King declares that he will make Elric his disciple, displaying a fraction of his immense luck, which leaves everyone awestruck. Mephisto leans in, curiosity piqued, and asks if he may pose a question. Elric, with a sly confidence, replies that he will stay hidden. Suddenly, Augustine storms in, shouting in frustration that Elric has no idea how much effort he had invested to locate this child, and yet Elric had attempted to steal him away. Beast King interjects, asserting that this is his responsibility, revealing how much work he had poured into raising all the wolves, only for Elric to disrupt it, meaning he must now return to the southern Dragonland and nurture them with the resurrection plants for years. Meanwhile, Mephisto places a reassuring hand on Elric's shoulder, sensing the boy's desperation, prompting Elric to cheekily ask if he doesn't want to hear his opinion. Beast King apologizes, admitting he became emotional upon witnessing such splendid talent, and asks if Elric would like to become his disciple. Elric, with unwavering resolve, refuses, explaining that although the master before him is slightly mad, he had already chosen his own master, and thus cannot accept Beast King. Undeterred, Beast King points to his eyes and explains the Mirage Eye technique, a power that allows one to control beasts, the very skill that earned him the title of Beast King. Elric witnesses the control Beast King exerts over the white tiger and the direwolf, and within minutes, he adapts, acknowledging that mastery requires more than just social ideals, it requires discipline and focus. He humbly expresses his desire to learn the technique, and Beast King affirms that the straightforward honesty of the male winger pleases him. Augustine, still simmering in anger, mutters curses under his breath, while Mephisto quietly consoles him, noting that such mastery and talent could belong to no one else. Elric realizes there is nothing here called honor, and he turns to Beast King, asking him to teach the Mirage technique. Beast King, however, sternly refuses, reminding Elric that he had already said he must first defeat the direwolf to become his disciple. Only with precise control of mana and mastery of magic martial arts, which efficiently circulates mana and amplifies the Mirage Eye's abilities. Can he hope to wield it? Observing Elric, Beast King notes that after consuming the resurrection plant, he seems to have regained his mana, but this is his final test. Elric channels his magic martial arts, striking the direwolf with a powerful punch, sending it flying across the terrain. Beast King watches, astonished, as Elric lands with composure and asks if the test is now complete, to which Beast King finally agrees. At that moment, Augustine arrives, and Elric, seeing him, remarks on the excitement of this long-awaited appearance. Augustine approaches, placing a hand on Elric's shoulder, removing the mana restrictions, and declares that he can now finally teach him about the Greys of the Night of Chronicles. He explains that the former Glassland School has been renamed Night Chronicles, a place whose names change over time, and then leads Elric to another location called the Hall of Night Chronicles, a sacred site. Elric senses the heavy, ominous energy emanating from the site, suspecting a demonic presence. Mephisto, beside him, questions why a demonic domain would exist here, prompting Elric to exclaim in shock, realizing that this is the kind of place only a demon king could create. Mephisto wonders aloud why the Disra plants, which naturally grow in the demon realm, are flourishing here. Could this territory fall under the Arrester's jurisdiction? Yet, as far as he knows, they mainly operate in the east. Augustine turns to Elric, asking if he can feel it, confident that Elric's lineage, which has fought demons for generations, can sense it. Elric admits he can, but questions how a demonic domain could exist within the sacred grounds of Night Chronicles. Augustine notes that Elric seems to understand something, and explains that Night Chronicles originates far from the east. Entering the hall, Elric is struck by a painting and asks if it is the work of an Eastern architect, noting the inscriptions in an Eastern language. Augustine explains that the founders of Night Chronicles were alchemists who had studied herbal botany in the East. One day, a demon king caused them to lose their wife and children, driving them to this distant land for revenge. Yet, because the demon king was immensely powerful, the founder altered their plan, combining Eastern knowledge with Western magic and harnessing the power of demons indiscriminately to grow even stronger. Elric, piecing it together, asks if this means the founder's grudge persists to this day. Augustine confirms, almost 1,000 years have passed. Elric, realizing he has been chosen as Augustine's disciple, wonders if this grudge means the cycle of revenge is ongoing. Augustine reassures him that the revenge ended long ago, leaving Elric to contemplate the legacy of power and vengeance that shaped the sacred halls around him. Augustine addresses Elric, explaining that the matter of who completed the revenge is not as obvious as it seems. He reveals that they themselves finalized it long ago. All present then move toward a hall where countless talismans hang from ropes, and bound within them is a demon. Mephisto, upon seeing the demon, remarks that although it originates from a common lineage, it is astonishingly powerful, and he can hardly believe that the old man managed to capture it. Truly, he is a master of exceptional skill. Elric, in his mind, contemplates that if Mephisto acknowledges the power of this demon, then the true extent of his master's strength, who defeated it, must be unimaginable. Augustine continues, humbly admitting that while he does not usually boast before his disciples, the battle that day had so many variables that no proper winner could be determined. Following the example of his founder, he set a new goal. The true victor of that battle would be established only once he had chosen a disciple. Turning to Elric, he declares that now the outcome rests in his hands, whether the demon proves stronger or his teachings prevail, challenging him to test the full measure of his power and guidance. Elric turns to Augustine and asks if he means that he must fight this entity. Augustine confirms, saying that precisely, he wants Elric to fight using its seal, since, as a human, he possesses the ability to harness the seals of demons. Elric is utterly astonished at their words and asks how they could possibly know this. Augustine calmly responds that there is no need for concern. A true master never exposes the secrets of his disciple. The atmosphere grows intensely charged as Augustine begins to remove a bandage from his hand, emphasizing that trust is essential between a master and his disciple and instructing Elric to observe carefully. Beast King, watching, questions him, but Augustine explains that every mage has a secret technique they guard, and he is no different. He reveals his own secret, a hand of a dark elf, completely black, unlike the elves of the Light Forest. These dark elves dwell underground with followers of Devi and have been entirely extinguished by the Empire's operations. They were considered a demon race. Augustine explains to Elric that as he is now aware of body transplantation among other races, this represents forbidden black magic, illegal and unknown to anyone except him, not even the lords of Nestor. He continues, pointing out that they now both understand each other's weaknesses. He confesses that he discovered Elric's secret when he was unconscious while searching his body, intending to teach him, but warns that if Elric feels upset by this revelation, it must be controlled carefully. Augustine apologizes to Elric, admitting that now he knows Elric can absorb and activate the seals of demons. He explains that he could no longer prevent him from advancing further, and while this allowance is due to the ongoing grudge, it is also a small selfish indulgence of his own. Elric notes internally that the master's admission of greed is indeed evident, perhaps a subtle expression of self-satisfaction. The gathered onlookers exchange glances, acknowledging one another's presence. Elric greets them formally, introducing himself as Elric Mewing, heir of the Night Chronicles, humbly presenting himself as a disciple of the Rester. Augustine smiles, expressing gratitude for having him as a disciple. Elric then asks about absorbing the seal of the Demon King before him, inquiring its true name. Augustine admits he does not know precisely, noting that through its appearances across its journey, it has been called by many different names. Within Night Chronicles, they refer to it as the Savage Beast. Elric resolves internally to begin, recognizing the being's seal as a legitimate demon acknowledged even by Mephisto. He intends to fully welcome and integrate the seal once absorbed. Turning to Mephisto, he asks how exactly to absorb it. Mephisto, visibly frustrated, chides him, questioning why he has been recklessly shooting arrows in the air without knowing the method. Elric, reflecting internally, struggles with the tension, thinking that he cannot admit ignorance under such pressing circumstances. He reminds himself of Mephisto's warning that demons strengthen themselves by absorbing others' seals, and wonders how he is meant to proceed safely. Mephisto scolds Elric, asking if anyone ever taught him how to eat, comparing absorbing a seal to the simplicity of eating a meal and questioning how he could possibly teach it. Elric feels frustrated, noting internally that his magic pendant isn't reacting and that the seal of Clitty seems to have naturally assigned itself. Pushing forward, he casts his soul's speech, invoking the absorb command. A black aura begins to form from the Demon King's body, startling both Augustine and Beast King, as the dark energy swirls around Elric. He reflects internally that his grueling training over the past week wasn't just mastering magic martial arts or body-strengthening techniques. It was also the careful combination of different types of mana, now allowing him to manipulate them in perfect harmony. Suddenly, Elric finds himself in a strange new place, suspecting a mental world, and wonders if he must undergo another trial, like at Ice Mountain. The forest is eerily silent, no insects, no birds, giving the impression that all life has been consumed, yet not by some alternate reality. A faint sound of air and bursting bubbles rises from the mud, mismatched with the rustling leaves, suggesting a hidden predator lurking in the shadows. Elric strains to sense movement, unsure whether the noise comes from the bushes or above. Then, a massive monster resembling an alligator descends toward him. Elric notices the light filtering through the leaves, casting shadows that highlight the predator's teeth, and braces himself for what is coming. The monstrous figure descends directly above Elric, who instinctively notes the light filtering through the leaves, casting shadows that shape jagged teeth, a vision of pure darkness. He forces himself to pause, telling himself that he must not act rashly. First, he must assess the situation, for victory is not guaranteed and there must be another way. The creature addresses Elric, observing that most winged hunters strike first and question later, yet he is unique, possessing the patience to set him apart. Inwardly, Elric marvels at how quickly the predator has deduced his identity. The monster continues, remarking that this is not his only unique trait. Though human, Elric wields seals, including a lower-tier one, and even the dragon heart, raising the question of whether he can harness soul speech. Elric acknowledges that he is nothing more than the prey in this encounter, yet prepares himself for action. The monster, approving of his resolve, splits its energy and unleashes a thunderous roar, advancing while advising that the winged hunters are always hungry, their ambition and strength unrelenting. Elric struggles to move his body, sensing the overwhelming force, as another mark appears on his hand, leaving him stunned and questioning what has just transpired, and whether this confrontation has already begun to seal his fate. Elric feels a surge of realization and mutters to himself that indeed, Mephisto, in his anger, had exposed his own name, the cunning demon having revealed himself. Elric questions Mephisto aloud whether obtaining seals is truly so effortless, and Mephisto explains that the creature had no choice, conserving its energy to maintain its form, having gradually lost power since dying long ago, clinging parasitically to Elric's body to sustain itself. Elric reflects that the demon had warned him that if he pursued greater power, they would meet again. Was this a veiled instruction to advance the seal to its original form? Elric then turns to Mephisto, asking whether a new family member had arrived, and whether he could reveal its name as a welcoming gift, to which Mephisto firmly replies that such a creature, subservient only to survive, cannot have its name disclosed. Augustine steps forward, revealing that the professional name of the Yu is Fake God, though it will change repeatedly, first Fake God, then another name to follow, and that its status had declined continuously since its fight with him, its true name shifting from brutality to fear to malfeasance. Elric, seething, questions the madness of the old man, why he intrudes where he was not asked, and contemplates how dangerously obsessed a human with deep knowledge of a demon's names can become. Elric considers refusing Mephisto's disclosure to consult his master, only for his master to intervene and declare that the true name is now Ferocity, a name that embodies unyielding aggression. Fake God, once known as Preta, explains that such demons occupy the lowest strata and eternally hungry due to their desperate nature, always driven to acquire power to survive. This insatiable hunger, he says, grants the seal the ability to sense danger, understand opponents' weaknesses, and gauge their power. Tears streaming, he continues that this is exactly the magic martial art the Night Chronicles had always sought to replicate, awakening the learner's senses through mana circulation, allowing even subtle tingles in the heart and senses to be recognized as Pelita senses. The Night Chronicles thus succeeded in acquiring both the Yu seal and Pelita senses, and now Augustino instructs Elric to further grow the Preta seal and engage in battle with Yu. Elric, observing their profound knowledge and meticulous understanding of seal utilization, realizes the vast effort the Night Chronicles must have endured over millennia to amass such information, a dream nurtured for thousands of years. Resolutely, Elric activates his Ferocity seal, declaring that now it is his turn to fulfill this dream, black aura radiating from all directions as a dragon-like visage begins to emerge. He turns to Augustino, questioning why his senses are activating as if danger is imminent, despite having just been told that only threats would trigger them. At that moment, a voice calls out Sean and Elric exclaims in astonishment at his arrival. Sean responds that the details are now irrelevant, for a far greater problem has arisen, and with those words, Elric feels his composure shatter entirely. Elric feels a sudden surge of tension, questioning what is happening, when the scene shifts to the Rester family, revealing Tasha seated at her table. Her assistant informs her that she should step outside to witness something. Miss Tasha inquires curiously what has occurred. She is informed that Elric has returned from his secret training, and she instructs that he be held briefly so she can go meet him herself. The scene shifts to Elric's sister Hayes, who approaches a guard and politely inquires whether her younger brother, Elric Melwinger, is present. The guard informs her that Elric Melwinger is indeed here, but she cannot enter without an invitation. Hayes apologizes and asks if they could summon the family's third master, Sean, confident that he would know of her arrival. The guards refuse, explaining that they received orders from the young mistress not to allow her passage. Hayes questions why Sean's elder sister would do such a thing. At that moment, Tasha appears behind her, greeting her warmly, introducing herself as the daughter of the Rester family, Tasha Rester. Hayes responds with equal courtesy, expressing that she has heard much about Tasha from her younger brother and Elric, noting Tasha's charisma and burning passion, though meeting her in person makes Hayes realize the reality slightly differs from the stories, yet she feels deeply honored. Tasha thanks her, then asks why her passage is being blocked. She explains that this is the main house of the Rester family, the foremost estate of the village, and no one can enter without cause. She adds that golden hair and green eyes are distinguishing traits of the Melwingers, and anyone could attempt to disguise themselves. Furthermore, as Hayes is the sister of the Radiant Star Duke, she must follow specific procedures. Hayes inquires what she must do to earn their trust. Tasha explains that if she is truly the elder sister of the Radiant Star Duke and a member of a prestigious magic family, she will only be believed if she defeats Tasha in magic. Hayes expresses embarrassment at this challenge, asking how it pertains to her path, while dense aura emerges behind her, signaling immense power. Hayes admits fear that Tasha might get hurt, but Tasha reassures her, stating that this is merely a procedure to verify her identity, and as she activates her magic, a tremendous blast erupts, filling the area with overwhelming energy. We see Hayes skillfully dodging all of Tasha's attacks, and she taunts, asking whether this challenge might be too much for Tasha, and whether she has ever sparred with a younger opponent. Tasha, countering with an attack while casting magic spells, recalls that she has sparred with Sean long ago and never lost. Hayes readies her stance, gripping a massive hammer, and proudly declares that she too has never lost, her victories always a product of her overwhelming strength. She hurls the hammer at Tasha, and it passes just brushing her hair. Tasha expresses surprise at discovering that a member of the Melwinger family is a skilled martial artist, wielding such a heavy hammer, nearly 100 kilograms, without relying on mana, confirming that this truly is a Melwinger. Observing the trajectory of Hayes' hammer, Tasha recognizes her as the sister of the Radiant Star Dio and one of the strongest members of the Masni Cop, smiling as she acknowledges the score now stands at 1-0. Tasha announces she will no longer hold back. At that moment, Elric casts his Push Soul speech, generating tremendous pressure that separates the combatants. Tasha reacts in surprise, while Hayes locks onto Elric, grabbing his throat. Elric remarks that she looks healthy as always, noting how it seems she is enjoying herself with Tasha, and nervously asks if he has interrupted her fun. He then urges his sister to ease up and let him go. Hayes, speaking in a commanding tone, challenges him, asking if he has any objections, displaying an air of dominance. A short while later, we see Tasha seated at her table, carefully reviewing information, where it is noted that an identification could not be found. She reflects, suggesting that this is not surprising, for the Black Skull Empire is the most powerful mercenary guild, and all their completed missions have made countless enemies. As a result, they guard their identities fiercely. Tasha concludes that she should not miss the chance to make friends with someone of her own age, understanding how rare it is to encounter a member of the Black Skull Guild, who rarely forms personal relationships, except with the Grey Lion, who belongs to the Great Lion family. Who could have imagined that a daughter of the Melwinger family could be part of that mercenary guild? There are far more reasons than necessary to maintain relations with the Melwinger family for the sake of the Radiant Star Duke, yet no loss will come to the Narrow family. She asks her butler if the others have continued their sparring, and we see Hayes chasing Tasha, wielding her hammer in relentless pursuit. Elric remarks, teasing his sister, asking if she must always resort to action rather than words. Hayes responds, observing how famous her dear brother has become, noting his mastery over magic and how he has learned to respond to his elder sister. She strikes forcefully with her hammer, and Elric continuously dodges the attacks, thinking to himself that without his Pelita's senses, he would have been struck for certain. He reflects that she has always been this way, always ready to escalate matters whenever he creates a problem. Elric reflects that his sister has always threatened to teach him a lesson and break his leg whenever he missteps, while Mephisto watches from behind, amused, remarking that he has never seen Elric so unsettled, truly, a Melwinger. Yet as he observes, he senses aura emanating from Hayes, a presence he has never encountered before, making the scene all the more intriguing. Meanwhile, Hayes leaps forward to strike, challenging Elric to see if he can dodge this attack. Elric casts his block spell, erecting a barrier that absorbs her force, feeling immense pressure as he thinks aloud, questioning how he could possibly dodge her strike. Once the attack's pressure subsides, Hayes turns her hammer toward Elric, confessing that when she learned he was going to the dragon nest to execute his mission, she felt a small relief, understanding the difficulties he faced due to his blockage disease and the immense effort he exerted to cure it. She recounts how Elric suffered an accident at the nest, losing consciousness for several days, then vanished for months without any word of his whereabouts. She tearfully explains that he had no contact with her for half a year, and she had agonized over his safety. Elric internally acknowledges that his sister has always been overprotective, warning him of dangers while remaining steadfastly by his side. Though he once resented her overprotectiveness, he now comprehends her motives. After their parents passed, he was all that remained of her family, and seeing her foolish younger brother, she matured early to guide him. Elric then tells Hayes that he has completed his family assignment, explaining that his unconsciousness and months-long disappearance after the dragon nest were all part of fulfilling that mission. Elric reflects on the trials he endured while fulfilling his family assignment, admitting that there were moments when he contemplated giving up on reviving his family, and even questioned whether he should strive to grow stronger at all. Yet through these experiences, he realizes that allowing the world to fall under Dimmus occupation at any moment would dishonor their parents and ancestors, who sacrificed their lives in battle. He tells Hayes that he is now heading north to undertake the next assignment of their ancestors, declaring that no matter how perilous the path, he will walk it with the same resolve as their forebears, and will not stop until their family's presence makes the world shine like the stars wherever he steps. Hayes, moved, smiles through her tears, warning him never to vanish from her sight again, threatening that if he does, she will break his skull. Elric internally muses whether he has created the right atmosphere, wishing she would instead acknowledge his growth and allow him to pursue his dreams freely. Hayes admits that while he has finally spoken wisely this time, her trust does not come easily. Mephisto laments, disappointed that she did not strike him, reflecting on how humans change so drastically with their emotions. Meanwhile, a man dressed in a black cloak carrying an item marked with wings, reminiscent of what Hilton had, appears, declaring that all of this is to revive Azazel. Elric, perched atop a mountain peak, blindfolded, practicing Mirage Eye techniques with Beast King 3 months after reuniting with his sister. Using his Mirage, he even tames an eagle, demonstrating the mastery he has achieved. Beast King approaches from behind, expressing his astonishment at how quickly Elric has mastered the skill, admitting he did not expect such rapid progress. Suddenly, Augustine strikes with a punch, and Elric, eyes closed, intercepts it with his hands, prompting Augustine to acknowledge that Elric has fully mastered the Pret sense, adding that from here, he will gain true enlightenment through real battle. Elric, with a touch of melancholy, asks if this truly means their paths will diverge forever. Augustine remarks that it seems so, recalling that Elric was pleading to become their disciple just yesterday, while Beast King comments on Elric's stubborn determination. Elric reminds them of the hardships endured during training yet expresses deep gratitude for all he has learned. Augustine jokingly asks if Elric intends to stick with them for life, while Beast King notes that Elric will now head north and hopes he brings back something memorable. Elric laughs, declaring that he will bring nothing but still wishes them well as he departs, soaring away. Watching him leave, Beast King reflects on the old days traveling across the continent with Seth, and Augustine recalls those times as exhilarating and spirited. They laugh over how Seth would have insisted they act like elderly couples despite not yet being 100, acknowledging that compared to him, they had always been more mature. Beast King reflects on how Elric could leave masters like them behind so easily and remarks that he has set off alone toward the north, noting that their wayward disciple may require retraining from the start. Meanwhile, Elric approaches Miss Tasha, who expresses her gratitude, saying he is handing over the execution rights of the next mission to her. Elric responds that he entrusts everything to her but questions why she speaks so formally. Suddenly, Asha interrupts, informing him that she has prepared a carriage that will take him directly to the North Gate, and that she will monitor his academy attendance, ensuring his journey remains safe. Elric, in thought, notes how fiercely possessive she is regarding dragons. Tasha, smiling radiantly, declares that she can now finally acquire the Dragon's School of Darkness and add it to her collection. Elric is struck by her happiness but finds comfort in the security of their relationship with the Rester family. Yet, a lingering concern remains. He has heard no news from Isabel, who promised to contact him upon reaching Kanoi, leaving him worried she might have forgotten her debt. Determined, he turns toward the carriage. The scene shifts to a man, keeping his shorts tight, scolding Paul for utterly disappointing him, wondering how weak he has become. This man is revealed as Herman, father of Isabel and a veteran who has slain countless soldiers of the Wild Forces. His men comment that Herman is growing impatient and already weakened, having lost many of his blue soldiers, yet he fully understands the danger if he fails to contend with the Melwinger family. We see that a critical position may now be in jeopardy, and the figure revealed is none other than Isabel, daughter of Herman. Nearby, a man places a hand on Isabel's head, praising her cleverness and suggesting they go directly to Paul to strike him down once and for all. Isabel sharply retorts that she will not be treated like a child. Herman commands them, stating that handling the Wild family's affairs is his duty and that they must ensure Isabel's safety. He declares he will meet Radiant Star Duke personally to express his gratitude and then decide how to deal with Paul Weil. The scene shifts to a different man asking why Paul Weil has not yet become the next Blue Lion. Another responds that someone interfered, but assures him that Lon will not be harmed. The man in the black robe comments that he had assumed eliminating Paul due to reflux disease would be simple, but now the sinking Melwinger of the family has crossed their path. However, there is no time to deal with this Melwinger. Paul Weil must be promoted to Blue Lion as soon as possible. We then see Captain Hilton, leader of the Blue Wolf, approached by the man in the black robe and instructed that when Paul Weil becomes Blue Lion, they must seize both his forces and his body and serve their true master, Azazel, to gain some leverage. Hilton reassures them that he will execute this plan. The scene shifts again, and a shout rings out in defiance. It is Elric, asserting that he only wished to proceed peacefully toward the north. Elric reflects on his gratitude toward Miss Tasha, who prepared the carriage for him, though she did not mention that a horseman would accompany him. Just then, Carl introduces himself, clarifying that he is not merely a horseman. Elric notes that even Sean might enjoy a trip with a friend. Sitting beside him is his sister, and Elric asks why she is there, insisting she should have stayed to rest. She challenges him, asking if he did not want his sister to accompany him, to which he responds with joy so immense he feels as if leaping in his dreams. In the carriage, Beast King and Master Augustino are present, and Elric teases them, saying that given their age, they should have stayed behind, but he promises that after feeling the northern winds, he will teach them proper manners. Beast King rebukes him, reminding him of the hurt he caused when he practically abandoned them. Nearby, Mephisto, brimming with anger, declares that this trip is bound to be wild, yet Elric, also internally fuming, admits he is incredibly happy. The 7 companions are the perfect number for a family journey. Augustino introduces himself formally, revealing he is Elric's master, while Hayes politely greets him, acknowledging his role in caring for her brother and the assistance of all these cute animals, prompting Augustino to chuckle. Beast King warns Elric to stop teasing, and the group exchanges playful glances as their journey officially begins, marking the end of the first season. The second season begins with Gay Nuster seated comfortably in her chair, sipping coffee, and asking her butler whether everyone has departed for the north. Her butler confirms, though he questions if there's any good news to share. Gay Nuster smiles wryly, remarking that it's obvious and urging a glance at the group, observing how complicated the combination of travelers is. The scene shifts to Hayes, who scolds Elric, reminding him of the manners she taught him in the presence of elders, and gestures at Sean, noting how dignified and polite he is acting. Sean laughs heartily, while Elric, flustered, questions what dignity and politeness have to do with him. Hayes insists that perhaps she must teach her brother some manners, asking if anyone has a problem with that. Augustino dismisses any objection, saying it's not a problem, and Beast King adds that if the family teaches him, they should not interfere. Polite yet firm, Hayes thanks them for understanding, and Augustino humbly comments that he is too old to teach manners anyway. The focus then shifts to Haza who, with an evil glint, smashes the sofa behind her with her hands and approaches Elric, whose composure has completely frayed. He protests, exclaiming that if they are going for a stroll, she should keep scary things behind, while Hayes playfully grabs his ear. Elric yells in pain, pleading for her to let go, while Mephisto, observing the scene, chuckles, finding the chaos strangely refreshing. Meanwhile, Carl drives the carriage, steering the group as they set off on their journey toward the north, the dynamics of the companions setting the tone for a lively and ambitious adventure ahead. Carl is driving the carriage when he suddenly halts. Elric steps out and questions him, asking what's happening. Ahead of the carriage stand 3 men wielding knives, confronting Carl, accusing him of being reckless for daring to pass through their territory. A tense yet somewhat comical standoff ensues as the two sides glare at each other, while Elric observes everything intently. Suddenly, an old man shouts, demanding if they want blood to be shed here. Annoyed, Elric exclaims how frustrating this is, but Beast King stops him, saying to wait and let him handle it, asserting he will show his disciple how capable a teacher he is. He reveals that the carriage is no ordinary vehicle, but a Doraemon-style space packet capable of storing countless items. Tiger growls fiercely at the intruders, startling them, and Beast King turns to Elric, telling him to watch closely and understand why he is called the Beast King. Elric, taking initiative, casts his soul speech, summoning a massive ice block that terrifies everyone, including Tiger, who scrambles behind Beast King like a frightened cat. Beast King, addressing Elric, questions why he interfered, reminding him he was managing the situation. Elric replies sharply that they should not have risked staining the area with blood, pointing out that these men are not bandits, but hungry villagers. One by one, the men bow before Elric, apologizing, explaining they have a family that is starving at the moment. Elric tells the villagers to forgive them, asking if they would have behaved the same way if a good but powerless person had been in their place. The men fall silent, exchanging uneasy glances. The old man bows and admits Elric is right. Another man questions what the village chief is doing, and the elder explains that he brought these two with him by force, pleading that they be allowed to go free and he be punished instead. The others insist that everything was done for the good of the village and that the chief bears no fault, asking to be punished as well. Elric orders them to quiet down, wanting to test how truthful they really are. We see Elric and his companions arrive in the village, where the chief explains how difficult life has been because it hasn't rained for years, forcing them to survive as mountain bandits. Elric senses something familiar in the energy around them, intrigued by its resonance. The chief confesses that they cannot even leave the village to find work because their animals are starving, and he weeps, blaming himself. Agostine comments that, unfortunately, the administration never reaches these areas, and although the villagers have committed crimes, they cannot be judged harshly because their reasons are noble. He notes that witnessing their hardship imposes a moral duty to help. Elric agrees, acknowledging that none of this is truly their fault. The village chief bows deeply, thanking Elric. Meanwhile, Mephisto prowls around, amusing himself, while Elric watches, increasingly concerned. The chief promises that from now on, they will never loot again. Elric addresses Mephisto, questioning his wandering, and Mephisto notes that while the energy is faint, he can sense a demonic presence from the nearby fields. Mephisto notes that the energy feels faint yet detects a faint demonic aura emanating from the field, prompting Elric to question the nature of this demonic energy. As they approach the same field, Master Agostino asks Elric if he senses anything unusual there, to which Elric confirms that this is the very place they are searching for. Mephisto points out that the source must be buried somewhere underground and reminds Elric not to forget his promise to allow the demonic energy to flow as he had pledged. Irritated, Elric snaps back, questioning whether Mephisto can ever truly be trusted. Determined, Elric instructs everyone to step back as he begins to dig into the ground, casting a precise magic spell that conjures an enormous pillar of ice, embedding it deep into the soil. The village chief, observing this, is utterly astonished, exclaiming how Elric could manifest such a massive ice structure out of nowhere. Elric then leaps toward the ground and uncovers a hidden box buried beneath, drawing the attention of Master Agostino, who asks if he has found anything. Elric confirms it is deeply concealed underground, and as the box is opened, a dark black aura emanates from it. Agostino immediately recognizes it as demonic energy, revealing a god-shaped statue within. Mephisto questions why such an object exists here, and the group recalls the hierarchy of demon gods, the most powerful demon king ruling over all demonkind, followed by Mephisto, then finest Satan, then Lilith, and finally Azazel, who commands the largest army of demon kings. They realize that Hilton and the black-robed man had been speaking of this very demon king. It is noted that Azazel possesses a unique interest in the human world, and a single attack from him could topple entire countries, highlighting the immense threat that this hidden energy and its statue represent. Elric reveals that the object is a totem crafted by Azazel's worshippers. Mephisto, astonished, asks how he knows about Azazel, and Elric explains that he studied it from the libraries of the Autostate. Elric continues, pointing out that the villagers could potentially be used as sacrifices to revive Azazel, causing Mephisto to acknowledge that given the villagers' condition, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Elric ponders silently what the demons are scheming while hiding in the human world. Mephisto then instructs Elric to absorb the demonic energy, just as he had promised, handing it over to him. Master Agostino warns of the seriousness of the situation, noting that although they had eliminated this demon 30 years ago, traces have now reappeared, and the discovery must be reported to the Administration Bureau. Mephisto, visibly irritated, criticizes Agostino's wishful thinking, which makes Elric laugh in agreement. Shocked, Mephisto asks if Elric truly intends to keep the energy, and Elric, with measured audacity, explains the dilemma he faces, absorbing the demonic energy that the Administration Bureau expects to receive. Mephisto, enraged, calls him reckless, but Elric challenges him, stating that if he is taught seal magic, he might be able to handle it. Mephisto refuses to teach him. Master Agostino then takes the box and hands it to Sean, instructing him to send it to the Administration Bureau immediately. Meanwhile, Mephisto warns Elric not to attempt anything else, reinforcing the tension and gravity of the moment as the demonic energy now lies in Elric's hands, bridging the line between human and supernatural stakes. Elric declares that he can do anything except learn seal magic. Master Agostino instructs Sean to send the box to the Administration Bureau as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, a dark aura begins to emanate, and a voice murmurs its delight. From Elric's seal emerges a black core, moving directly toward the totem, silently observing it, clearly a predatory mark. Mephisto, startled, shouts that it was his demonic energy. Agostino asks Elric what has happened, and Elric, with measured calm, explains that it seems the energy has been absorbed, and the painstaking evidence they had gathered is now disappearing. Elric questions how anyone could dare steal what belongs to him. The masked leader steps forward as Elric approaches, confronting him directly, and asks if he is indeed Elric Melwinger. Elric, observing his exaggerated, cocky demeanor, silently notes how this agent carries himself. The Intelligence Institute of the Inspection Bureau, as he recalls, is an elite force that serves only the Emperor and his family, known for their relentless dedication to completing any mission, capable of kidnapping or brutally killing if necessary, and whose combat prowess rivals that of the Lion family and the Tower. Elric reflects that these agents had no prior knowledge of the Indems until he and Sean had provided the totem as evidence. It is no surprise they had hurried to this remote area without hesitation. Despite enjoying the Emperor's backing, Elric notices their early carelessness and confronts them mentally, wondering if they even listened. The leader then snaps at Elric, furious, questioning how he dares speak to him casually, and releases the full weight of his authority, declaring that they are agents of the Imperial Family Inspection Bureau, and someone like Elric should have been treated with respect. Elric, slightly amused yet alert, retorts inwardly at the indignation, while the leader, growing increasingly enraged, admonishes his subordinates, emphasizing that despite their affiliation with the Inspection Bureau, they are merely viscounts performing their duty. The tension escalates so intensely that all the agents bow slightly, collectively acknowledging the weight of his presence and authority, their murmurs blending into a chorus of uneasy respect. The tension peaks as Elric's seal activates behind him, and the agent is struck with utter shock, collapsing to the ground, muttering in disbelief about how this man could wield such power, claiming he is at Amagus' level. The inspection agent exchanges subtle glances with his companion, confirming something silently, then removes his mask and greets Elric with an apology for their manners. Mephisto, watching, chuckles and remarks that if it were about showing who's boss, Elric would always win, to which Elric responds that he only acted that way because they had underestimated him, seeing him as a mere joke. Had he ignored them further, they would have soared skyward on their own arrogance. Turning to the others, Elric warns that he will report directly to the Pier House and that no one should dare repeat such a mistake. The agent nods, thinking to himself that Elric's arrogance stems from merely holding a duke's title. At that moment, Augustine arrives, cold and commanding, noting that the agent should consider himself fortunate. Had Augustine been in Elric's place during the attempted disrespect, the man's head would already have been severed. The agent, terrified, recognizes him as White Knight Augustino and realizes with dread that this is indeed the legendary White Knight Augustino Nemister, vowing internally that next time he would forcibly eject every intelligence agent present. The scene shifts to show all of them seated on magically conjured tables and chairs, and the agent formally introduces himself to Elric as Patron of the 4th Inspection Bureau. Elric reflects mentally that the 4th Inspection Bureau operates directly under the Crown Prince, immediately registering the weight of this revelation as Patron continues his formal address. Patron begins formally, noting that he has already taken up too much of Elric's time and wants to get straight to the point, but Elric, exuding casual arrogance, remarks that he is still wasting his time. Patron, visibly angered, explains that they have been tracking the remnants of the Demon Sons for a long period and recently discovered a group known as Garigori. Elric, fixing them with a piercing gaze, interrupts sharply, questioning whether the Inspection Bureau has forgotten which family he belongs to. Patron acknowledges that Elric is of the Melwinger family, natural enemies of the Demon Sons, and reports that they currently have only one totem submitted to them, asking about the rest. Elric calmly states that they have already secured it. Patron questions the legality, citing Imperial Law, 11th Clause, 2nd Paragraph, which governs demon-related evidence under the Imperial family. Elric counters, invoking professional law, 1st Paragraph of the relevant clause, which allows any individual to retain a demon item for research purposes with prior permission from the administration, and he confirms that he had already obtained such clearance, leaving the Bureau entirely unaware. Patron requests one final question: how Elric located the totem's exact position. Elric responds pointedly, reminding him that he belongs to the Melwinger family. Patron yells, calling the agent an inefficient tracer, while Elric, unflinching, glares back, implying that he should reveal his family's secrets to the Inspection Bureau. Internally, Patron seethes, frustrated that this insolent man repeatedly exploits his family's name, but Elric states that he believes he has answered all their questions and that this should conclude the meeting. Patron finally thanks him for his cooperation, masking his simmering rage. The carriage moves off with Elric seated firmly inside, and we see Sean commenting on Elric's sheer guts for confronting the Inspection Bureau head-on. Hayes praises him, noting that if he hadn't acted, she would have crushed all of their heads herself. Sean, holding his head, remarks that all siblings seem to share the same boldness. Beast King addresses Elric, warning that the Inspection Bureau is relentless. Once they fixate on something, they do not relent, and asks if letting them go unchecked would be wise. Elric replies firmly that he is not the type to allow anything to slip by, reaffirming his resolve. Sean mutters from behind, questioning what kind of problem Elric will create next. Elric declares that he is the kind of person who never lets his enemies go without a valid reason. Nearby, Patran, bowing slightly, admits his shame and pleads for forgiveness, but another agent tells him to lift his head, revealing that the one who should feel shame is not him but the Crown Prince, who had changed his base to observe Elric with the Inspection Bureau. Above them, a gleaming bat, Elric's trained companion, watches intently, and Elric remarks that it feels as though a significant catch has just been ensnared. The moment thickens as Patran, humiliated, pleads for pardon until an prince orders him to raise his head, and there, revealed, stands the Crown Prince, who confesses that he engineered this meeting because jealousy once blinded him and humbled him into inaction. He apologizes for his prior indifference but makes clear their present priority: to root out and exterminate the hidden worshippers of the demons. Patran confirms the lead. Those under the banner of the so-called Gargori are indeed remnants of demonic cults, their clues traced through the totems, and urges swift, decisive completion of the case. The Crown Prince answers with icy resolve that there must be no more mistakes, and the assembly closes around that single, imperious objective. Patran muses that His Highness has never truly forgotten his former fiancée Isabel, that he chose politics over her to seize the throne, that he cloaked his identity to spare himself pain, and that he came here simply to see what sort of man the Melwinger is who rescued Lady Isabel. He, admitting their scheme was meant to comfort His Highness but instead gave them an excuse to humiliate the prince they had come to crush. Someone like Elric Melwinger could one day lead the Empire forward. Precisely why they must keep as far from him as possible, or, put bluntly, remove him. The Bureau members steel themselves and Patran orders every inspector to scour the place, leave no corner unchecked, and find every trace of demonic influence. Elric, already suited and booted, notes dryly that their search has begun, and that the real jackpot is that even the Crown Prince was skulking among the Inspection Bureau incognito. While he plots to seize the totem and vanish while the inspectors are distracted by the cultists, he tells Mephisto to hurry. Dinner awaits, and the group races into the manor with Elric directing. You two fall back. As their carefully laid escape and the covert operation to spirit the totem away kicks into motion, Elric announces that he will break the wall himself, and channeling his surge magic, he smashes it apart with raw force. Behind the rubble stand two startled cultists who exclaim in fear, wondering if the Inspection Bureau has already arrived. Without hesitation, Elric charges and strikes them, yet his blows cause no harm. Suddenly, a demon lunges at Sean, but he swiftly counters with his wind cutter, cutting through the attack and forcing the creature back. The other demons shout in alarm, ordering that the humans must be stopped at once. At that moment, Hayes steps forward, gripping her massive hammer with firm resolve, and declares that she will personally cleanse this trash. She commands Elric to advance, and leave this battlefield to her. Both Elric and Sean freeze at her imposing aura, but she insists again with sharp authority, telling them to hurry and push forward. Obeying her command, Elric dashes deeper inside. The scene shifts to another chamber, where demons carefully lift the totem from its sealed cage. One of them warns the others to handle it with care, while another thinks to himself that even the Inspection Bureau would struggle to find this sanctuary, and by the time they locate it, the totem will already be spirited away through their secret passage. But their triumph is short-lived as frost suddenly spreads across the ceiling, ice cracking and walls breaking apart. In that instant, Elric crashes down from above, landing squarely upon a demon's head and shattering it in a brutal strike. With a sly grin, he tells Mephisto to see that he is not as cruel as he seems. Panic spreads through the demons as they cry out, wondering how he discovered their hidden lair. Still smiling, Elric tells Mephisto it feels as though they have stumbled upon something truly delicious. The scene shifts to Viscount Garrett, sitting at his desk, calm amid the inferno, his presence carrying an ominous weight as the fire consumes everything around him. The Garrett rectory erupts into chaotic flame as Garrett, slamming his palm on the table, bellows in disbelief. How did the Inspection Bureau discover the hidden undercount vault? A lieutenant urges immediate retreat. Garrett protests that only his closest associates knew of the place, so the revelation can mean only one thing: a spy. Before they can parse the betrayal, A tremendous explosion rends the hall and Patran storms in, triumphant. "At last I have found you, Kaya!" In an instant Garrett shifts into his true, demonic form, Kaya, and hisses that Patran was the one who first planted spies in his holdings and then set his world ablaze. Which of them, he snarls, is the real betrayer? Patran answers with cold resolve, invoking the authority of the imperial family and declaring that the traitor Kaya will be executed. Words that ignite into a brutal clash as the two unleash devastating forces upon one another, culminating in an earth-shaking explosion. The scene snaps forward to Sean, who asks Hayes if Elric is about to stir trouble again. Just then Elric bursts into the chamber, shouting that now it is Hayes' turn, and Hayes, grim and unflinching, hefts her hammer, each name-stamped moment charged with fury, accusation, and the fierce, unrelenting momentum of power colliding with power. Hayes swings her mighty hammer and hurls it with devastating force toward the mansion, causing the entire structure to collapse as demons scatter in panic, shouting that the mansion is falling apart, and they must flee at once. Amidst the chaos, Elric commands his companions to head toward the place where their teachers await, while the scene shifts to Augustino Beast King, clad in a fine suit marked with battle scars, who remarks with surprise that someone once claimed they would act like heroes, only to drive the Inspection Bureau into madness, before he reveals a secret passage and tells Elric that all citizens have been evacuated and asks what must be done next, to which Elric firmly answers that it is time to withdraw. Meanwhile, Patran stands amidst the ruins, cursing Kaya as a madman who wished to drag everyone to death with him, and noting bitterly that the traitor likely has subordinates hidden even beyond the territory. An officer then reports to Patran that they have found the world he had mentioned, and in his thoughts, Patran acknowledges that while the mansion's collapse has caused complications, he will nonetheless complete his mission by uncovering traces of the demons and delivering them to His Highness, for once he aids in securing the throne, he shall be rewarded with command of the Inspection Bureau, and if he ties the false traces left behind by Elric to this incident, he will succeed in destroying the Mailwinger family. Just then, another soldier calls him over, urging him to look, only to reveal that the world they sought is completely empty, to which Patran curses that the demons had cleared the place long before, convinced that Kaya never truly knew of their ambush but merely suspected spies had been planted. Yet a dreadful thought strikes him. Could it be that within the Inspection Bureau itself lurks a demon spy? At that very moment, the scene shifts back to Elric, who bursts into laughter, prompting Augustino to ask what he finds so amusing, and Elric, still smirking, answers that the thought of them staring into an empty vault is simply too hilarious. Elric laughs, imagining what stories and assumptions the others must be spinning from the empty vault, while Augustine remarks with pride that they have truly challenged the wrong man, just as he expects from his student. The scene shifts to Mephisto, visibly angry, prompting Elric to tease him by asking why he is still upset when he had already kept his promise by allowing him to absorb the energy, questioning how someone hailed as a great demon king could act so petty, and suggesting it would be better if he revealed more about his seal. Mephisto, fuming, is reminded of the moment when Elric discovered the relics brimming with black energy. At that time Mephisto warned him that if he broke his promise, their deal would end forever. Elric acknowledged it and tossed the relics upward, beginning to absorb their essence while also channeling it toward Mephisto, who grew ecstatic as he devoured the power, savoring its demonic flavor and marveling at how delicious it was, speculating that its origin from Azazel made it especially rich. Yet, when the flow of black energy suddenly ceased, Mephisto snarled in frustration, demanding to know why it had been taken back. Elric, unfazed, replied with calm amusement that this was hardly their first time conducting business together and pressed that it was time they discussed a proper transaction, urging him to move on to negotiations. Elric demands that Mephisto hand over the key to use his seal, warning that without it he will not provide the demonic energy. Enraged, Mephisto calls him an insufferable scoundrel, but Elric calmly replies that the trade was indeed a fine one. Inwardly, he reflects that to wield the seal he must first earn the qualifications, and to do so he needs to understand the nature of seals, starting with weaker ones before grasping the original. Yet the problem lies in the fact that Mephisto himself does not remember which demons once served under him, for he trusted no one. Still, with the wolf crest branded upon his hand, Elric is certain he can trace a clue. Suddenly, he senses a surge of raw black energy approaching from outside, and it is Kaya, who declares triumphantly that he has finally found all the thieves. The scene recalls how Garrett, still furious while chasing Elric, keeps thinking about the Inspection Bureau. With fierce determination, he relentlessly pursues the carriage, muttering that he cannot give up so easily. As long as the totem's energy continues to call to him, he can track it, and once he absorbs its strength, he will awaken his full power and tear his enemies to pieces, his expression turning increasingly menacing. Meanwhile, Augustine senses the rage behind them and warns that someone is following with great fury. Hayes immediately volunteers to handle it, but Augustine restrains her, saying the time has not yet come. Confused, she insists she does not understand, only for Elric to calmly explain that she must stay back, for he has summoned the pursuer himself and already laid plans for him. Shocked, Hayes realizes his intention and exclaims that he must be targeting the man's seal, to which Elric laughs and says it would be foolish to reject such a well-prepared feast. At that very moment, Garrett reaches the carriage, shouting in disbelief that they truly think they can deceive him so easily. Just then, a voice rings out, and Elric, masked, steps forward, declaring that he knew Garrett would appear here and that he came for this. Holding the totem in his hand, he confronts his pursuer. Garrett, stunned, demands to know his identity, and Elric removes his mask with a flourish, saying cheerfully, "Tada," revealing himself as Elric. Garrett stares at the mask in outrage, refusing to believe what he sees, his fury only deepening. A low, furious snarl rises as Garrett accuses, "How dare you try to trick me?" and instantly storms into berserker fury, vowing to tear Elric limb from limb. He lunges with feral claws, but Elric, calm, measured, sidesteps each onslaught and replies with an almost amused resolve, wanting to measure how far his own strength has come. Nearby, Mephisto warns him sharply that this is no ordinary foe. Though the demon has lost a hand, it still bears a mighty seal, yet Elric presses on, weaving an aura about his palms and unleashing a volley of piercing, needle-like crystal shards that streak toward Garrett, who nimbly evades and jeers. "Is that all you have to show?" The two close in, fists coiling, and when their strikes collide the shock rings like thunder, an immense roar and a stunning blast that hurls Garrett back, bewildered that a mage could possess such terrifying might. Standing unbowed, Elric notes the danger aloud as a dark, poisonous gel clings to his hands, an infernal toxin seeping through his pores, and without hesitation, begins to channel his ice magic, his palms becoming conduits of frigid power as the scene crackles with lethal intent. Elric quickly encases his poisoned hand in solid ice, declaring that for now he will freeze it to contain the venom, and warns himself to remain cautious, for another strike like that could prove fatal. Watching with a cruel grin, Garrett mocks the trick, admiring the ingenuity yet immediately activating his seal and unleashing a raging poisonous wind, taunting whether such a storm can be frozen. The noxious gale surges, forcing Elric into distress as he realizes this toxin seeps directly into his body, beyond what ice can halt. Yet his will hardens. He casts frigid turn and uproot magic, redirecting the venomous current back toward its source, remarking that Garrett should keep his own poison. Sneering, Garrett insists his magic cannot harm him, but confusion strikes when Elric vanishes from sight. In the next instant, Elric, having invoked the seed of cruelty, reappears behind him and binds him in chains of wind, leaving the demon reeling in disbelief. With cold resolve, Elric unleashes an attack, remarking that it has been long since he used this art, summoning the secret technique of the Ice Mountain. The devastating strike drives Garrett to his knees, aghast that Elric wields the very power of the Mountain King. Placing a hand upon his foe's head, Elric declares that such knowledge is unnecessary and casts Absorb Magic, siphoning the seal as Garrett writhes in agony before collapsing, his fate uncertain. Observing, Mephisto muses with dark delight that Elric's vow to exterminate demons is no empty threat. It means, for now, their paths must align, yet inevitably they are destined to become enemies and clash at the end, a thought that draws an evil smile across his face. Elric stands as the poison's reaction begins coursing through his body. He clutches himself, gasping that the poison has spread through every vein. Augustine swiftly casts his magic, light flaring as he heals him, and with calm concern asks if he feels stable for now. Elric replies that yes, he feels better, but wonders aloud if demons have always been this powerful. Augustine affirms it, explaining that had the creature been in peak condition, Elric would likely have fallen already. But Elric retorts with fiery determination that he believes he still could have won, a declaration that makes Augustine sigh at his boundless confidence. Inwardly, he reflects that regardless of the odds, Elric always finds a way to carve out victory. Yet, he reminds him sternly not to let pride consume him, urging him to refine himself further. Elric glances at him curiously and asks why his master wears such a strange face, and we see Augustine grinning with pride, saying it is exactly what he expected from his student. The scene then shifts to members of the Inspection Bureau, puzzled as they question what their captain truly seeks here. One mutters that he was ordered to trace signs of the third group, while another laments that an entire day has passed without discovery, grumbling he would have left if not for orders. Suddenly, a hand bursts through his chest from behind, ripping outward as his lifeless body collapses. A figure stands looming, and panic spreads as one survivor demands who he is. The attacker seizes the man's face, lifts him into the air, and burns him alive in his grip, declaring that Kaya is dead, Kaya Garrett has perished. He adds darkly that a third group existed, belonging neither to their own nor to the Bureau, and this truth is of immense significance, for even the Crown's past has become personally involved. With an evil smile and eyes glowing ominously, he revels in his revelation. The scene shifts once more to the Inspection Bureau men standing before the Clown's men, where the tension grows heavier. Members of the Bureau bow their heads as the Crown Prince addresses them, declaring that every wound carved upon their bodies must serve as a reminder of their failure and compel them to reflect on their mistakes. One man, perhaps Patran, though uncertain, slams his forehead against the ground and vows to etch this lesson into his mind forever. The Crown Prince responds gravely that the grand education plan, cultivated over years, has been utterly destroyed, and demands to know what course of action remains. The man answers that their investigation revealed Viscount Garrett is not the sole follower of Grigori. Fortunately, the agents dispatched to other branches have successfully gathered intelligence from the enemy's main camp. Hearing this, the Crown Prince remarks that perhaps the plan has not entirely failed after all, and the man agrees, saying Viscount Garrett's scheme was merely an error on the 4th Bureau's part. The Crown Prince orders him to cleanse the area thoroughly and regroup at the gathering point, though it becomes clear the man is not truly Patran, despite being addressed as such. Suddenly, the Crown Prince senses something amiss as immense pressure fills the air, and voices cry out that demons have arrived. The supposed Patran commands everyone to form up and shield the Crown Prince. A horde of demons floods the battlefield, launching furious assaults, and the Bureau members retaliate with deadly precision. Yet a black aura surges forth, swift as lightning, hurtling directly toward the Crown Prince, and the supposed Patran intercepts it with his sword. From the shadows emerges the same figure who earlier slaughtered the 2 Bureau men. He remarks that the humans fought surprisingly well, but the false Patran glares and demands how a demon dares intrude upon this ground. The demon fixes his gaze upon the Crown Prince, recognizing him instantly, while the others stand ready at his side as the clash intensifies. With a roar that split the chaos, the assailants cried out that the Crown Prince himself, had been found. At once Patran barked orders. "I will hold this place, escort the Crown Prince to safety." And frantic hands carried the royal away as the courtyard became a battlefield. Standing tall and furious, Patran vowed, "I, Arthur Patran, will cut down anyone who dares strike at the Crown Prince." And the demons answered with gleeful hunger. "He looks delicious," before unleashing their seals and surging forward, blades and dark auras clashing in a thunderous storm that shook the earth. Amid that cacophony, other devils schemed aloud that if they delivered the Crown Prince's head or dismantled his body into parts for the messenger, even greater seals might be theirs. But Patran thundered back, scolding them for insulting the man who will one day rule the empire and ordering, "Crown Prince, leave, I'll carve you a path out of here." Even as a demon sneered that handing over the prince would be to their advantage and lunged in for the kill. Then, cutting through the din, a new figure strode in and cried, "Who has the gall to stand in the way?" And the very air convulsed. Pressure tore through the demonic ranks, countless fiends convulsed and perished, and from that surge of power a colossal, leonine energy manifested, a living emblem of authority and wrath that cleaved the battlefield and turned the tide in an instant. At that moment the banner of the Blue Lion flutters proudly across the battlefield, and the messenger demon remarks bitterly that the defenders are indeed fortunate. Soon it becomes clear why, for Isabel's father arrives with the might of his army, his voice carrying like thunder as he commands his soldiers to annihilate every enemy before them, and the men of the Inspection Bureau sigh in relief. Murmuring that salvation has come, the Crown Prince, shaken but alive, keeps his eyes fixed on Isabel, and after the carnage ends and the demons lie dead, Patran approaches the heir to report that though countless fiends were exterminated with the Blue Lion's aid, the leader among them still escaped. In regal courtesy the Crown Prince thanks Isabel's father, who replies with calm dignity that he is pleased to see the prince unharmed, though he will not escort him further since the Inspection Bureau is already present. And with respect the prince permits his departure, acknowledging his heavy burdens, to which the older man bows in thanks. Yet before leaving, the prince inquires where his path now leads, and with cold purpose Isabel's father declares he is hunting Elric Melwinger, a revelation that stirs a storm beneath the prince's composed exterior as he casts a final glance at Isabel before bidding farewell. Seething with unspoken fury, he departs while remembering the name of Elric. Cursing his return once more, the scene then shifts to Elric, who has reached a place known as the Great Wall, marveling at its vastness beyond all tales he had heard, whispering to himself that the Temple of Flower must lie somewhere beyond its colossal barrier. Yet his journey halts as guards suddenly block the path of his carriage, and the loyal butler Carl steps forward to address them politely, asking for safe passage, but the guards deny them with firm authority, declaring none may cross. "Excuse me, but we cannot let you pass," the guard insists, only for Elric to step down from the carriage and calmly ask if something has happened beyond the wall. A tense exchange follows as the officer reports that all the muster points behind that barrier have been sealed and the region is currently under emergency protocols, yet Elric, undaunted, dismisses the warning and turns to his steadfast butler Carl, instructing him to present the permit. Carl produces a scroll from his jacket. The guard takes it, and upon seeing the seal he reels back in astonishment, awestruck by the association between the Nister and Melwinger families, and stammering apologies, grants them passage while offering a grim tip. If they find themselves in danger, flee toward the tallest wooden post of the district. Elric's composure briefly falters when the soldier mutters that recovering their corpses would be easy, and the remark chills him to the core. The scene then cuts to the other side of the wall where Elric is locked in a brutal struggle with a gargantuan sandworm, a monstrous earthworm whose strength tests him to his limits. He fights using his seals but cannot unleash his full power. The memory of Garrett and their prior clash haunts him, because he knows that consuming more seals recklessly will choke his future mana and render him unable to wield his full array of powers. With no time for hesitation he channels a fierce surge of magic, freezing, piercing, elemental techniques intertwined, and slams the creature down, confessing aloud that he must fashion a spell wholly his own, a magic that belongs solely to him so he may never again be constrained by borrowed strength. In his resolve to become stronger so that no one can ever look down on him, the group gathers behind Sean. He says that although he has covered his entire body with mana, he still cannot resist the cold, which pierces down to his very bones. Elric reflects inwardly that this land should naturally be as hot as a desert, yet because of the chilling wind, it has turned into a place of unbearable frost. He muses that this might be linked to the unknown disturbance they are investigating. The narration reveals this place as the Black Snow Field, named so because of its bleak appearance. It is home to numerous dangerous monsters, so perilous that even the Empire abandoned its efforts to reclaim it, declaring it a prohibited zone. Even an archmagician of the Eighth Circle cannot be guaranteed safety here. Sean steps closer to Elric, resting a hand on his shoulder, and asks whether he truly thinks the temple entrusted to the gods could exist in such a place. He recalls old tales that spoke of the goddess of flowers and the humans dwelling together, and questions whether this bleak wasteland could ever resemble a garden of flowers. Elric, brushing his hand aside, firmly replies that the Temple of Flowers does indeed exist, as confirmed by records preserved by both his family and the imperial family. At this, Augustine presses him, asking if he knows its exact location, for records alone cannot guide them there. Elric admits that is true, which is why he seeks the demi-humans who guard the Temple of Flowers. Augustine remarks that those demi-humans are known to be strict with outsiders, and questions whether approaching them is wise. Elric assures him that he has his own methods to persuade them. Augustine remains skeptical, saying he does not know what Elric is hiding but looks forward to seeing the trump card he intends to reveal. He then asks how Elric plans to find the demi-humans in such a vast and treacherous field. Elric concedes that this too troubles him. At that moment, Hayes suggests whether there might be maps or markers to help them understand the vastness of the snowfields. Elric replies that they have nothing of the sort, and even a single compass would have been invaluable. Just then, Mephisto calls out to Elric, pointing at a crystal that has begun to glow brightly. The crystal, shaped like an egg, suddenly shines with great intensity. Eric voices his astonishment, wondering why it has begun glowing so suddenly. The crystal rises toward the sky, radiating with dazzling brilliance. Elric, gazing at it, declares that the crystal is showing them a path, and he urges everyone to prepare to follow the way it reveals. As the crystal's guidance ceases, Elric appears and commands Carl to halt. When Carl questions why, Elric explains that the ice crystal stopped glowing after they entered the forest, so it is wise to remain here and investigate. Sean casts fire magic to create a light, doubting whether they will truly find anything. Bish King, using Mirage Eye to see through the eyes of an eagle, surveys the forest from above but reports finding nothing. Elric responds that if that is the case, they should move on and perhaps wait for the crystal to guide them again. Suddenly, they all sense something and rush in one direction, with Elric declaring that there must be something ahead. They discover a female demi-human surrounded by beasts, watching from behind the trees. Mephisto, recognizing her, remarks that she is a cat-type demi-human. At that moment, goat-like monsters attack her, and she cries desperately for help. Elric unleashes his magic, freezing the beasts in solid ice to save her, leaving the demi-human completely stunned. With a flick of his fingers, Elric shatters the ice crystals, killing the monsters instantly. Acting the part of a gallant hero, he approaches her, stretching out his hand and saying she must be in shock. Behind him, Mephisto bursts into laughter, mocking his poor acting skills. Elric, ignoring it, tells the demi-human that if she is injured he can heal her, and asks if she can stand on her own. The female demi-human, angered, retorts that she needs no help from a human. Just then, 2 more demi-humans arrive, armed with bows and arrows, surrounding the group completely. The female demi-human warns them that if they do not surrender within the count of 3, she will kill them all, and begins counting 1, 2, 3, as all the archers take aim. Hayes, watching Elric, wonders anxiously what he is thinking and what plan he could have now. Elric, smiling faintly, steps forward and declares his surrender. Elric drops into a mock surrender, announcing he yields here, and the group smiles at the play. Mephisto chuckles that the man is full of tricks, and a quick flashback shows the beast swarming that demi-human as part of a larger snare. Soldiers lie hidden like a net, so Elric warns that they are being lured because many soldiers are concealed nearby, and Augustine asks what they should do now. To which Elric replies with a dry laugh that they must join the enemy's performance so it will lead them to their lair. The scene cuts to the basement kingdom where captured people are being brought in, and Mephisto taunts Elric, asking why he keeps up the act, while Elric keeps his face, noting someone had to step forward for the ruse. Citizens of the kingdom shout insults at the soldiers for bringing these people and demand they be killed, and Elric admits he expected hostility, for true anger toward humans runs deep. Mephisto points out the logic. The humans seized their lands and forced them here, and ancestral rage cannot be soothed easily. Then the same female demi-human approaches and declares her name as Irina, a royal bodyguard of the Anthropomorph kingdom, warning them to behave because their great king will interrogate them. She escorts the captives into the castle while Mephisto nudges Elric, insisting there must be something in his mind since he would not enter enemy ground without reason. And Elric can only laugh, the smile of a man who has already set his plan in motion. Elric answers with a dry chuckle and of course, and the beasts line up as the group stares at them. Elric claims they will not refuse him because he wields the power they have long sought, the lost technique of the Tiger King, a body-strengthening art preserved by the Tiger tribe for generations until their line died out, and he thinks only of how valuable that skill could be to these people. Mephisto jokes that Elric looks thrilled to sell it. And the female demi-human approaches the throne to report, saying she has done her duty and brought the criminals before the king, earning praise from the monarch, who then demands to know why they trespassed into the Bish kingdom. Elric wonders if the ruler is a tiger beast man, and the beast king warns that liars have no hope of leaving alive, which startles Elric when the king reveals himself to be a child of the tiger line, a sight that makes Hayes coo at the cuteness while Mephisto laughs, doubting Elric will gain as much as he imagines. Elric thinks that a descendant still living is fortunate though very young, but he vows to try and, if things go wrong, to flee. Stepping forward, Elric challenges the boy, asking if he is indeed the king, which provokes the gathered beastmen into fury and prompts shouts about daring to question their great sovereign, and Elric, with a sharp tone, tells one older man to stay back. Whereupon that man bristles at being called old and orders the guards to seize and throw the supposed criminal out, only to be restrained by the king. Elric reflects that the boy carries true tiger blood. He then inquires if the king knows the body-strengthening art, shocking the monarch, and boldly offers to sell it, inciting anger from the surrounding guards who demand his head. The king intervenes to restore order, while Elric smirks, breaking the chains of tension, prompting the guards to encircle him and his companions. Augustine cautions that dealing with the beastmen will not be easy and offers help, but Elric declines, confident he must simply demonstrate his capability to earn their belief. The beastmen shout at their royal guards to subdue the wicked human, while Sean remarks that the calm demeanor had hinted at hidden power, and Hayes warns that touching her tiger cub will be met with lethal retaliation. King admits he enjoys watching the chaos, as the demi-humans advance to attack. Elric uses his magic to step forward and target a female demi-human, unleashing the body-strengthening art, stunning everyone as they marvel that a human could perform it. Orders come for the royal guards to transform, and they shift into wolf-like forms, tearing through clothing as they attack. Elric employs the tiger slash of his body strength art to knock monsters far aside, then summons the Black Tiger Hunt, forming a massive tiger paw that seizes a female demi-human, who responds with fury, drawing her sword to retaliate. The Beast King notices and commands her to stop, startling her, while Elric faces the king and declares that he has already shown the full extent of his power, asking if now the king trusts him. The hall is filled with injured demi-humans scattered across the floor as the Beast King glares at Elric, demanding how he could be so familiar with the body-strengthening art, a technique even the king himself barely understands. Elric activates his magic, pressing an unseen force upon everyone, which astonishes the Beast King, who questions the nature of the magic. Elric explains that magic taps into every hidden truth in the world and serves to reveal the mysteries of nature. The Beast King asks if the body-strengthening art has been restored through magic, and Elric confirms, drawing the king's gaze toward him with a shimmering pull. Mephisto, watching from behind, teases that Elric is tricking everyone again, but Elric insists he must leverage the slight familiarity the Beastmen have with magic to sway them into his plan. He points out that the king is not the only one ensnared, noticing the elders conversing among themselves. Mephisto mutters that the Beastmen are incredibly foolish, and Elric agrees, noting how easy it is to fool them and that the moment has come to bring all elements together. Bowing to the king, he praises the body-strengthening art as a treasured possession of the royal family, now rightfully restored through his magic, delighting the Beast King. Elric explains that they brought steel to establish a foundation among the royal family. At that moment, a man approaches, revealed to be the Anthropomorph Kingdom's finance minister Norris, inquiring if Elric truly intends to sell the body-strengthening art at a fair price. Elric, impressed by the man's insight, acknowledges that he has guessed his intentions correctly and clarifies that he seeks information, specifically, how to reach the Temple of Flowers. The court murmurs among themselves, questioning why humans would seek the temple. But before further discussion can occur, the Norris intervenes to stop them, turning to Elric directly. The Norris tells Elric that he understands the demands behind the deal, but insists that they need further discussion and that everyone should leave for now, promising to revisit the matter later. He orders his royal bodyguards to escort them to a secure location. Elric internally laments that if the old man had not been present, the deal might have been concluded already. Mephisto, sensing something, observes closely and remarks that the minister is a demon, his eyes shining with intensity. After the group departs, the remaining beastmen confer among themselves, agreeing that they must accept Elric's deal to restore their former glory and revive the Tiger King's bloodline. Another beastman adds that currently, the Fury tribes pose a greater threat than humans, and if they can rebuild the spirit of their Tiger King, no one would dare oppose them. A third beastman emphasizes that the body-strengthening art serves as a symbol to unite all the divided beastmen clans, offering a great opportunity to eliminate the Fury tribes. The Beast King seems poised to agree, but the Norris intervenes, insisting against hasty action. Another beastman argues that losing their family symbol would be a grave mistake, prompting the minister, angered, to stress that while the body-strengthening art is crucial, they must not forget the suffering that has long burdened them in this cursed land. Humans manipulate with subtle tricks, luring them into traps and stabbing them covertly, a warning he directs toward the Beast King. He warns that if they accept this deal, they will once again be used as pawns by humans, and their long history of suffering will repeat itself, insisting that no agreement should be made with the humans. The Beast King remains silently contemplative, while another beastman urges that they must not let this opportunity slip away. The Beast King, standing near a statue, asserts that to rebuild their family and fulfill the wishes of the old kings, the body-strengthening art is indispensable. Another beastman suggests summoning the humans back immediately, but the king responds that they cannot, because Norris still objects, and he is certain that Norris has valid reasons for doing so. The same beastman acknowledges Norris's wisdom, noting his legendary skill in running the kingdom, earning him the title of Black Sage, though age may now affect his judgment. The Beast King, visibly angered, warns him to watch his words, emphasizing that Norris dedicated his entire life to the kingdom after the former king's death, and his judgment must not be questioned. The Beast Man bows deeply, apologizing for his words, and then departs. The Beast King affirms his trust in Norris, confident in the minister's decisions. The scene shifts to a side palace where the party has stopped. Carl opens the door to reveal Norris, and Elric, noticing him, urges everyone to look, questioning what has brought Norris to this place. Norris arrives, announcing that he has come to negotiate a deal. Elric acknowledges him, inviting him to sit and confirming that it seems Norris has accepted the offer he previously proposed, asking how he wishes to pay. Norris replies with a calm authority that he will give whatever Elric desires, promising to open the path to the Temple of Flowers. Elric chuckles, noting Norris's generosity as he had expected from this kingdom, while Norris, with a slightly eerie smile, requests that Elric sell him the body-strengthening art. Later, Elric rests his head on the table, reflecting that no one else seems likely to arrive, and questions how all the officials, including the Norris, could value the throne so uniformly when they possessed the body-strengthening art. Augustine comments that he had heard the Tiger King's bloodline was long destroyed, but had not realized it was so thoroughly diminished, prompting Elric to reveal that Norris still places the highest value on it. He notes that many customers now desire the body-strengthening art, which has only increased its worth. Elric then wonders aloud about the intentions of the royal family, just as the Beast King appears, having already spoken to the Tiger King, signaling the next phase of the unfolding plan. We see the Beast King, who has already arrived, conversing with the Tiger King, noting that it seems the power of this king is heavily suppressed. If he had any means, he would have long since eliminated him, though he admits he possesses no such foolish tool. The king trembles violently, his voice shaking as he questions how the finance minister could act against him, sensing that something is surely amiss and suspecting that Elric must have informed him about the deal. Elric, with calm precision, addresses the king, reminding him that he had promised something truly interesting ahead. Hayes chides Elric, cautioning him not to speak this way, noting the king has long carried heavy burdens, her hand resting gently on his shoulder while he remains visibly unsettled. Elric, now wearing a serious expression, turns to Hayes and explains that politics is no child's game, asking if she can truly alter the king's situation. Both listen intently as Elric continues, pointing out that although a throne may appear magnificent, without support, all eyes look down upon you. He recalls that even they, once a prestigious family, had lost all power, with their vassals, nobles, imperial family, and even the magic tower betraying them. Only when he became the hero of Lentis did the world's perception shift, proving that ultimately, in this world, power is what matters most. Elric addresses the Tiger King, asserting that when one wields true power, no one can stop them, and instructs him to sharpen his claws. The king, startled, asks if he means his claws, and Elric confirms, emphasizing that he must refine them fully, unseen, until he can use them to achieve his goal. Elric kneels respectfully, offering his help, which moves the Tiger King deeply. Turning to Mephisto, Elric remarks that the king seems completely swayed by his words, and Mephisto agrees, noting the king may even be willing to give his soul. Elric stresses that this is precisely what they need, while Mephisto observes that although Elric encourages him, the king is capable of resolving his own problems and might prove braver than his ancestors. The king then asks Elric if he knows Tiger King Yul, and Elric confirms, recalling that Yul had led the Batman tribe to their peak. The Tiger King explains that he will dedicate all his materials and resources to restore the fortune left behind and exchange the body-strengthening art, adding that due to the Eastern General, the Temple of Flower Gate has been closed, and only with his guidance can it be opened. Extending his hand, he requests the body-strengthening art from Elric with a grave seriousness. Elric accepts, shaking hands and calling it a deal, suggesting they sit to go over all details. Internally, the king contemplates whether agreeing to this deal was the right choice, affirming to himself that as king he should trust his judgment and sharpen his claws to ensure everything proceeds correctly. Suddenly, he begins to stumble, and Hayes catches him, prompting the king to thank her, explaining his feet had tangled. Hayes then embraces him tightly, flustering him completely, and he exclaims that though he may appear young, he is still a king. She reassures him that if he wants to cry, he should do so freely, giving him comfort in his vulnerable moment. Elric gently reminds the Tiger King that emotions should never be suppressed, that when he feels like crying, he must cry, and when he wants to laugh, he should laugh. A tender scene forms in his mind, recalling a mother and child, and memories of his own mother surface, words she once spoke about expressing emotions freely. Overcome, the Tiger King begins to weep, and Elric refers to him as Valence, the name his mother had lovingly used. We see Valence clutching Hayes tightly, sobbing loudly, the image remarkably endearing. Elric comments to Mephisto that the king once appeared regal but now resembles a crying child, to which Mephisto agrees, noting he is still too young to bear the weight of the crown. The scene shifts to the room where everyone sits together. Elric, clearing his throat, addresses the Tiger King, asking if his promise to personally guide him to the Temple of Flower means he will temporarily leave the Beast Kingdom. Tension grips him as he calls out to the Tiger King, seeking confirmation. Meanwhile, Valence and the Tiger King, seated together in Hayes' lap, play quietly. Elric urges that it's time to move, internally questioning whether the Tiger King is even paying attention. He stresses that lingering could allow the Norris and other officials to interfere, emphasizing the urgent need to gather the royal bodyguards quickly and depart. Valence interjects, pointing out that the royal bodyguards, especially Irina, as captain and adopted daughter of Norris, cannot be overlooked, highlighting the delicate balance of loyalty and authority within the royal circle. Elric realizes that the Norris has assigned Irina as his personal bodyguard to keep an eye on him. Panic flares as he questions Valence, worried that Norris might already know of their presence, to which Valence calmly explains that he arrived unnoticed, though by now, the officials likely have discovered them. Sean shouts to Elric that all beastmen from the side palaces have already gathered outside in overwhelming numbers. Elric, thinking quickly, acknowledges that sneaking out won't be easy, but pauses, questioning whether escape is even necessary since their members' powers can subdue the opposition and allow them to exit through the main door. He commands everyone to listen carefully. Suddenly, an alert noise triggers Valence's attention, who mistakes it for an attack by the Fury tribes, but the Tiger King clarifies that it's actually the Baisham tribe, embroiled in a major conflict with the Anthro-Moors. Elric, calculating the situation, realizes that if the Baisham are here, they may attempt to prevent Valence from leaving the kingdom, making this a very dangerous moment. From a distance, two figures approach, and everyone braces, preparing for combat. Everyone assumes battle stances while Elric begins to create his aura magic. Amidst the tension, Elric notices a familiar figure. Hearing girl calling, he recognizes it as none other than Isabel and her father Elric, prompting him to wonder what they are doing there. Enrique wonders to himself what Isabel is doing here, while Mephisto circles near her father, questioning Elric about the identity of this seemingly unusual figure. Elric greets Herman with respect, who introduces himself as a simple warrior granted the title of Radiant Star Duke, assuring that there is no need for such formality. Holding Isabel's hand, Herman insists they should enter first. Elric curiously asks how they knew he would be here, and Herman explains that he wished to personally thank his benefactor, for Elric had not only saved his daughter but also cured his illness. He had set out toward the capital but discovered Elric had already departed, and though they should have sent a letter, he wanted to surprise him. Observing familiar faces, Herman remarks in surprise at encountering Grey Lion's hunting dogs here, speaking to Hayes, who reminds him she has repeatedly asked not to be called a hunting dog. Elric is taken aback and asks Herman if he knows his sister, to which Herman confirms, explaining that a friend of his had been seen with her, revealing she is actually the daughter of the Melwinger family, highlighting how small the world truly is. Turning his attention to Augustino, Herman notes how rare it is to see the eccentric of the Nestor family wandering, prompting Augustino to remind him not to call him that. Herman responds that there is little issue in calling someone an old monster or eccentric, insisting that if he cannot use these names, how else should he address them? Both men then square off, releasing their pressure, while Elric watches closely, preparing for any sudden escalation. The tension melts into an odd camaraderie as Herman and Augustino, who had squared off moments before, surprise everyone with a clasped handshake, and Herman praises each member of the party as truly remarkable, even nodding toward the Beast King and remarking that an executive of the Tiger Group and a Beast Man stand among them. Elric soothes the room, while Herman privately reflects that joining such talented people was the right choice, far preferable to the Gilded Crown he despises, and admits his visit here feels like a wise decision rather than an obligation. Abruptly the conversation shifts as Isabel explains they crossed the wall upon hearing rumors that the party had been drawn away. A knight exploring the forest reported seeing them lured off, so they hurried here to help and deliberately stirred a commotion outside to scatter the beast men, promising that if it's time to leave, this is the moment. Elric notes with relief that it's fortunate the threat was not a Fury-type attack, then kneels before the Tiger King, asking if he has changed his mind about departing. The Tiger King confesses he wishes to go but fears that abandoning the kingdom now would brand him a traitor in the eyes of his vassals and plunge the city into chaos. Elric lays a steady hand on his shoulder and tells him not to fret, for he already has a sound solution. Outside, the royal guards scour the perimeter and one asks Irina whether they should focus on defending the city. Irina answers bluntly that their priority is the king's safety. The Norris appointed her as his bodyguard, and while the king remains among those humans, securing him is paramount, after which they will deal with the intruders. With that grim resolve, the guards move out. The palace bristling as plans shift and every player, Elric, Herman, Isabel, Elric, Mephisto, Sean, Augustino, Valence, Irina, and the Beast King, takes position in this regal, high-stakes hour. The courtyard erupts as the Beast King's men howl that the humans have come forth, only to be halted by Irina, who strides into their path and snarls with barely contained fury, demanding where their king is. Sean replies flippantly that who can say, which only fans Irina's anger and drives her to manifest her aura, challenging Sean. "Do you wish to fight me?" and ordering every guard to assume their beast forms. A thunder of transformation that sends Sean reeling as Irina levels her sword at his throat and accuses them of some treachery, warning that if their gang does not return this instant she will cut them down. A voice shouts for them to stop, and from a high ledge Elric appears, clutching the Beast King to him like a living banner, declaring with cold authority that any twitch will mean the king dies where he stands. Panic fractures the ranks, the beast men spit insults, trash heaps, "Hands off our king." But Elric asks them if his words sway them now that they have witnessed a human wielding the body-strengthening art and sees their sovereign. And he activates his seal of cruelty, demanding passage. "Move aside if you value the king's life." The whisper reaches Norris's ear, who murmurs instructions, and at once the beast men are ordered to yield. Opening a corridor, Elric bolts through the parted crowd, warning he cannot trust them and that he will only release the king once he is safe, promising swift retribution should they give chase. And with that the small, tense procession moves out, Elric carrying the fate of a throne, Irina and Sean flanking him. And the palace watching as a bold, dangerous plan begins to unfold. The crowd halts, watching tensely as Irina commands that the fires in the city must be extinguished first. Across the burning skyline, Tiger King surveys his city with a grim expression, and Elric asks if he wishes to return, to which Tiger King responds firmly that no, he has already chosen to leave this place but must also clear the path to the Temple of Flower for Elric. Tiger King admits that the thought of that city makes him feel suffocated, yet thinking of his loyal citizens changes the calculus. They trust and support him, and abandoning them now would plunge the city into chaos, especially during this vulnerable time of attack. Meanwhile, Mephisto warns Elric that there's no time for calm deliberation, and Elric, glancing around, spots something that makes him freeze. As Mephisto warns Elric to look more carefully, Elric suddenly freezes in shock as his eyes catch sight of a massive black tornado raging before him. Even the Beast King trembles at the sight, his voice shaking as he exclaims that this is none other than the Eastern General. Recalling the last episode, we had seen Elric escaping with the Tiger King, only for this enormous tornado to block their path, and he realizes with dread that this is the very same force that had annihilated the North City. Mephisto calls out to Elric, urging him to focus, revealing that the tornado is not the only threat. Troublemakers are advancing alongside it. As Elric shifts his gaze, he notices them clearly and breathes in alarm that these are none other than the Fury tribes. The scene shifts to the forefront of the storm, where countless Fury tribe soldiers stand assembled, prepared to wage war against the Anthropomorph kingdom. It is revealed that under the leadership of Tychon, Anthropomorph had long prospered, yet factions of beast men broke away to form their own alliance, turning their backs on the tiger lineage. As for the Fury tribe, their true motive was far darker. They sought to seize the throne of Anthropomorph itself. While until now, their conflicts had been scattered and small in scale, never had they dared to incite battle on such a massive level. At this sight, the Tiger King gasps in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the Fury tribe has appeared here. In response, Elric, his expression darkening, remarks that there must be a traitor within Paris who has leaked the secret of the body-strengthening art to their enemies. He turns toward the Tiger King, rebuking him harshly, asking how he could be so foolish, even after being deceived so many times. The Tiger King, stung, retorts that such accusations are ridiculous, but Elric presses him with cold conviction, demanding that he name another reason that could explain this betrayal. At that moment, Elric declares that beyond the body-strengthening art, There can be no other reason for this sudden invasion, and all enemies are advancing toward the one who possesses it, himself. Hearing this, Tiger King grows disheartened, then suddenly looks shocked, realizing something is wrong. He finds himself lifted by Elric, who sternly asks whether he will answer his question. Does he wish to escape together, or return to his city? With sorrow clouding his face, Tiger King reflects on his people and then replies that he must go back to protect them. Smiling with pride, Elric responds that he knew this would be his answer. Yet Tiger King admits he is weak, with nothing to offer in return, unable to ask for more help. Just then, Elric lightly presses his forehead against his, causing Tiger King to wince from the sudden sting, and he exclaims in surprise. But Elric gently rests his head to his and tells him that true friends never weigh such things. Tiger King questions softly what he means by friends, to which Elric answers that all it takes is a single word, just one request for aid, and a friend will go to any lengths to stand beside him. Turning toward Sean, he asks if he has spoken truth, seeking his confirmation. Sean calmly affirms that nothing said was wrong, and with an emotional gaze, Tiger King asks if he too can be considered a friend. Elric assures him that friendship is not difficult. It lasts as long as both enjoy each other's presence. Overjoyed, Tiger King brightens, while Elric declares that since his friend now faces grave trouble, he cannot simply close his eyes to it. Turning to Sean, he instructs him to inform everyone that their plan has changed. The scene shifts, revealing a bear-like beast man riding a massive wolf named Mount, serving as a squad captain. He orders his soldiers to increase speed and march toward Anthromorph. Suddenly, a bird-like figure named Hugo, acting as scout aide, approaches and asks if the body-strengthening art truly lies within Anthromorph. The captain responds with a question of trust, reminding him that this art was brought by a human. Hugo admits his doubts, wondering how such a lowly race could possibly hold such a great secret technique. Yet the captain insists that even if the information proves false, they must not waste the chance to seize Anthromorph. Hugo agrees, and the captain adds that if the intelligence is correct, they must never allow the weakened Tiger King family, who already lost Emu's vow, to lay claim to the body-strengthening art. The vast and mighty forces of the Fury tribe are then revealed. The scene cuts again to the Fury King, who recalls that 40 years ago there was a man with golden hair and green eyes, and because of him, they had been held back. Were it not for that man, their empire would already have been built atop the corpses of the Tiger King family. The Fury King declares that if the body-strengthening art falls into his hands, he will restore his lost tail and finally reclaim the 9th tail he has long desired, his words laced with a deadly smile as he vows that none will be able to stop him. He commands his army to bring him the art at once, to restore their honor and glory, promising that with it he will place the entire world beneath his feet. The scene shifts to the scout captain, who proclaims that the heir of the Heaven Wills will lead them, ordering his warriors to tear off the head of the Tiger King. With that, the soldiers of the Fury tribe erupt in rage and surge toward Anthromorph. Suddenly, a blast of freezing magic spreads, covering the battlefield in ice, leaving the Fury tribe in shock as they cry out in confusion. One after another, they begin to fall under relentless attacks, their ranks breaking apart. The scout captain arrives, demanding to know what is happening, when the scene cuts to the hand of Elric, who remarks in awe at the sheer number of enemies. Sean questions why it is only the two of them fighting, just as the mighty hammer of Hayes is revealed. Hayes, with a spark of thrill, declares that this is turning out to be great fun. Together, Hayes, Sean, and Elric step forward to face the Fury tribe head-on, standing united before the enemy. Hayes, Sean, and Elric step forth together, facing the advancing forces of the Fury tribe with unwavering resolve, when the scene shifts to the Beast King and Master Augustine. The Beast King questions if Augustine truly intends to remain here, but Augustine calmly replies that even though the enemy numbers are vast, they are hardly remarkable, adding that it was Elric himself who requested his presence, so there is no need for worry. They need only watch and see how events unfold for their own entertainment. The scene then cuts back to Sean, Elric, and his sister as the Fury warriors, badly wounded, stagger and cry out in disbelief, wondering aloud if the heavens have abandoned them. At that moment, Hugo shouts furiously, calling them fools, insisting they prepare themselves, for it is not the heavens that have turned away but humans wielding magic against them. A beastman of the Fury tribe yells that he too had heard rumors of a human within Anthromorph capable of magic, and the soldiers roar in outrage, declaring they cannot believe any would join forces with humans, branding them all as traitors. Hugo reinforces their anger, proclaiming that those humans are their true enemies who must be exterminated so that the Fury tribe can claim ultimate victory over Anthropomorph. His words rekindle their spirit, and the warriors cry out with renewed vigor. Just then, the Fury Scout captain fixes his gaze on Elric, his eyes narrowing as he mutters about golden hair and green eyes, slipping into a flashback as memories flood his mind. The Scout captain's mind drifts into memory, recalling with grim clarity that this appearance could never be forgotten, for 40 years ago it was a human monster who had unmasked them, and he knows that the golden hair and green eyes belonged to none other than Elric's grandfather. Yet, as he studies Elric, the captain realizes something is different from that man of 40 years past, suspecting either some strange incident or deliberate provocation, and fury surges within him as he roars at Hugo to bring him their heads. Hugo agrees without hesitation and commands his demon bird tribe to advance, sending them flying toward Elric and his companions with the order to unleash their iron feathers and tear them to pieces. The beast men of the bird tribe spread their wings into attack formation, feathers sharp as blades raining down, but suddenly a mighty windstorm magic erupts, conjuring a vast tornado that disrupts their assault entirely and slaughters them in waves. The bird tribe reels in terror, crying that this is magic, while Elric calmly remarks to Sean that it was not bad at all. It is then revealed that the magic is indeed Sean's doing, for wind is his domain, and thus the storm was his creation. Sean tells Elric that though he may not always show off when fighting beside him, he is still the third son of the narration family. At this moment, Mephisto mutters to Elric that he had long wondered why he brought this man here, thinking he would not be of much use, yet now it seems this ONE may be far more capable than expected. Indeed, Mephisto observes that hidden within Sean are remarkable skills, to which Elric replies that there is reason behind it, for without reason the strongest family of the magic domain, the esteemed Nuster family, would never be held in such regard, especially since their elemental affinity is wind, making written words to him nothing more than scraps of paper to be scattered with a breath. At that moment, Sean prepares his attack, declaring it is time to release the stress, and he unleashes a vast surge of wind magic, instantly annihilating scores of bird tribe beast men in one blow. Hugo is left utterly stunned and terrified, shouting at his soldiers to retreat, but Sean swiftly appears behind him, taunting him to look back as he prepares to cast his magic directly on him. Just then, a massive hammer crashes down, narrowly missing and nearly shattering Sean's skull, which he evades only with great difficulty. From the shadows emerges a bull-like beast man wielding the weapon, declaring to Sean that weak wind can never scratch them, for they are of the demonic bull tribe. Behind him steps forward Hayes, remarking with playful menace that this is her first time seeing a cow wield a hammer, and inviting him to play with her. The bull snarls in a demonic tone, mocking her audacity as a little woman, but before he can finish, her hammer smashes across his jaw with devastating force, sending him flying, leaving the demonic bulls around them terrified. With a devilish smile, Hayes apologizes, saying she might have let her hand slip, but the enraged bulls charge forward, vowing to avenge their fallen captain. Unfazed, Hayes grins and tears into them, striking down the beast men with merciless power, so much so that it becomes impossible to discern which of the two, beast or demon, is the true monster. Watching all of this, Elric and Mephisto stand together, with Mephisto quietly confessing that he finally understands why Elric fears his sister so much, marveling at the terrifying force she wields. Smiling as she mercilessly crushes skulls, it becomes clear she carries within her the true potential to rise as Demon King. Meanwhile, warriors of the Fury tribe hurl themselves at Elric's towering ice wall, their voices echoing as they command one another to shatter it and press forward without pause. With a thrill in his tone, Elric declares this moment glorious, admitting his body has long itched for combat, and he challenges them to come closer so he may rip them apart into countless pieces. The Fury tribe soldiers surge ahead, roaring that only 3 stand against them, urging their brethren to use brute force and overpower the defense. In response, Elric casts his spell, ice spikes bursting skyward, and with a mighty command of almighty push, he drives them down, skewering the enemy without mercy as bodies fall lifeless one after another. Afterward, his gaze shifts downward where a remnant of beastmen still stands, and with a chilling smile, Elric declares it fitting to unveil the magic he forged through relentless effort. His expression grows sinister as he merges the seal of cruelty with the seal of ferocity, then cloaks it with dragon heart mana, proclaiming that whoever he touches will be frozen instantly. Advancing with confidence, he drives terror into the soldiers, who cry out desperately for someone to stop him, raising barriers in vain. Yet his unrelenting strikes tear through every shield, and Elric revels in the thrill, exclaiming how magnificent this is. Suddenly, a colossal figure steps into his path, the squad captain of the Fury tribe, Mount, the mighty bear. At that instant, Elric's seal of ferocity activates, and his foe remarks on the dangerous aura it exudes. Shock flickers across Elric's face as he recognizes him, muttering in disbelief that this is none other than the fourth Chain Master, one who wields terrifying power. The squad captain responds with grim authority, acknowledging Elric's strength in both magic and martial prowess, calling him a most intriguing opponent, and declares that he is the very one responsible for the deaths of countless of his soldiers. All the soldiers lie slain, and Elric thinks inwardly that if he reasons calmly, this is not an opponent he can truly defeat. Still, it is a shame to lose the advantage he had already secured. He mutters that he cannot waste any more time here, but at that very moment the squad captain Mount lunges at him, demanding where he thinks he is going. Shock runs through Elric as he witnesses the sheer speed of the attack, admitting that it is astonishingly fast. Yet he clenches his fist, creating his own strike to block it, telling himself this is not something he cannot handle. Their blows collide, the impact hurling Elric backward with force. Inwardly, he acknowledges the incredible strength and speed his foe wields. Even the captain's sword begins to show cracks from the clash, and Mount, glancing at his weapon, remarks that perhaps he should not allow Elric to leave this place alive. Cursing his luck, Elric realizes he cannot use his flight magic to escape, for he still stands within his opponent's domain. The squad captain then commands Hugo to lead the army toward Anthromorph, assuring them that once he severs Elric's head, he will rejoin them. At once, Hugo departs with the army, marching swiftly in that direction. Frustration seethes within Elric, as he mutters that this damned bear has complicated matters far worse than before. Meanwhile, Mephisto, standing aside and observing, voices that it seems Elric has severely underestimated the beast men. There was once a time, he reminds him, when even the mighty Demas would think 100 times before clashing with them. With steady resolve, Elric answers that though the race may have weakened, among them still stand warriors of terrifying strength, hence why Anthromorph raised walls and forever remained vigilant against the Fury tribe. The squad captain Mount declares that at last, only the two of them remain. Elric, summoning his full might, vows to unleash everything he has to bring this beast down. Behind him, a spectral tiger manifests, proof of his body's strengthening art. The captain growls that he has spent 40 years training to erase the humiliation of his nation and strikes, swearing that even if Elric is not the same man, he will rip him apart for peace of mind. Laughing, Elric retorts that it is a pity, 10 more years of training might have been enough. Enraged at the insult, Mount launches his next assault, only to suddenly freeze beneath an overwhelming pressure. From the shadows emerges the father of Isabel, halting the blow with his sword. Startled, the squad captain demands to know his name. The man replies with regal weight that he is Herman Vile, known across the Empire as the Blue Lion. Turning to Elric, Herman calmly assures him that he will handle this foe, urging him to move forward. Offering thanks, Elric departs swiftly. Mount sneers that a lion cannot hope to defeat a bear, but his strike is effortlessly parried. Herman smiles, declaring that they shall see which beast prevails. As he fights, Elric reflects inwardly that although the Blue Lion is not at full strength, he is no man who would fall so easily. Yet his heart grows heavy with worry for his and Sean. The scene shifts to Sean, who unleashes his wind magic in a storm of devastation, cutting down the bird tribe, while elsewhere the bull tribe begins their assault. The brutal clash rages on as the beasts crush the heads of men with relentless force, yet Elric appears whistling casually, remarking how perfectly the two warriors are fighting together. Still, he observes that these scattered beasts will not be stopped so easily, so he proposes gathering them into one circle where the three of them can strike together and finish them off. At that moment, Elric notices several figures moving in to attack Bisham, and he wonders aloud who they might be. Soon he realizes they are none other than the Knights of the Blue Lion, and in his thoughts he recalls the rumors that the Knights of the Blue Diamond are known to be extraordinarily skilled. The scene shifts to the Knights of the Blue Lion, who mercilessly slaughter the beast men with calculated brutality. One knight laughs and addresses Elric as nephew-in-law, telling him to leave the beasts to them, since they will handle it from here. They call him nephew-in-law because they believe him to be the son-in-law of Herman Weil. Another knight adds with confidence that they will ensure not a single beastman escapes alive. Meanwhile, Elric grows nervous and mutters that he must have misheard something, but in his thoughts he concedes that regardless, the Knights of the Blue Lion have joined the fight, so it falls to him to handle whatever remnants of beast men remain. Looking ahead, he sees countless warriors from the Fury tribe and the Bird tribe advancing toward the gates of Anthropomorpha's fortress. He realizes they have advanced too far already, leaving him no choice but to act. His eyes drift toward the palace of Anthropomorph, and he wonders what those officials are doing inside, why they have yet to make any move at such a critical moment. The scene then shifts inside palace, where all the officials are gathered together in one place. The council erupts into frantic argument until Norris arrives, his seal flaring like a dark star, and with a single cold command he demands silence while a stern, dark-haired minister retorts that throwing everything at the Fury tribe is the only way to defend the city, prompting others to shout agreement that they will not die in vain, but one voice pleads restraint, warning that surrendering would be tantamount to feeding their enemies with their own flesh. Tempers flare and the room teeters. On the edge of chaos until Norris steps forward, furious and immovable, ordering them quiet as his glowing seal bathes the hall, and he declares that he has heard them all and will not permit rash sacrifice without a plan. The palace holds its breath as the great minister prepares to steer a city on the brink. Every name, Elric, Sean, Hayes, Tiger King, Hugo, Herman Mile, Isabel, Enrique, Mephisto, Augustine, Irina, and Norris, looming in the balance of the choice to come. The chamber quiets as voices settle and Finance Minister Norris lets out a small, controlled laugh that sends a ripple of shock through the dark-haired official. Norris then calls aloud for anyone who agrees with his counsel to step forward, and one by one the ministers and guards fall in behind him, leaving the stunned black-haired man reeling and demanding, with panic in his voice, what Prime Minister Norris intends to do. Without hesitation, Norris draws a shadowy power about him, casting a shadow cloak magic that makes the air go cold, and when an outraged minister screams that the Prime Minister would betray the king and country, the hall answers with shouts. But Norris remains stone-faced, his eyes blazing, before he gives the command that will cut through the confusion. "End these traitors," he orders, and the room braces as his seal flares and loyal men prepare to carry out his grim decree. At that moment, Norris gives a cold command, ordering his men to slay the traitors, as we had seen at the close of the previous episode. The scene then shifts to the battlefield, where the advancing Fury tribe marches steadily toward Anthropomorpha's gates, only to be suddenly confronted by Elric, who appears before them like a wall of defiance. With a sweep of his power, Elric conjures a massive wall of ice that instantly halts their advance, sending panic rippling through their ranks. As he descends to the ground, the impact of his landing shakes the very earth, splitting the ground beneath his feet, and the terrified warriors instinctively scatter back. Striding forward with regal authority, Elric declares with disdain that he is disappointed for not having had the chance to amuse himself with them earlier, being distracted only by that bear, but now circumstances have changed, and he proposes they share in some true enjoyment. Startled and shaken, members of the Fury tribe cry out in disbelief, wondering how this man has appeared here. Has he truly slain their captain? From their ranks emerges one of their officers, Barrison, a vice-captain of the 20th Squad, whom they also call Bakra. Rallying his comrades, Barrison commands them not to cower, insisting there is no way Elric could have defeated their leader. He must merely be a coward who fled the battle. With sharp authority, Barrison orders his tribe to charge at Elric and kill him, so they may continue their march toward the city. The warriors roar in response, surging forward at his command, while Barrison urges them to strike down this coward and press onward. In that instant, Elric calls upon his body-strengthening art, and behind him manifests a colossal spectral tiger, radiating raw power. The sight of this beast sends shock and dread coursing through the Fury tribe, their boldness faltering as they gasp in horror at the overwhelming force that now stands before them. The spectral tiger roars with unyielding might, its energy radiating so fiercely that the Fury tribe trembles in fear, their spirits shaken to the core. Observing this, Elric remarks that the terror is only natural, for the power of the Tiger King once stood as the absolute ruler of the beast army itself. From behind, Mephisto laughs and agrees, declaring that such fear is expected when faced with the legacy of the Tiger King, then taunts Elric, asking how he intends to confront such an overwhelming horde of beastmen. With unwavering resolve, Elric replies that his body-strengthening art alone is more than enough to face such numbers, and there is no need for further thought. At once, he unleashes his brutal freeze, enveloping the battlefield in a chilling aura of frost, freezing scores of Fury tribe warriors solid where they stand, their lives extinguished in an instant. Advancing step by step with a regal, merciless aura, Elric watches the remaining enemies cower in dread, then gathers immense energy into his fist, striking forward and proclaiming that the thrill of combat is found only in fighting with one's fists. The scene then shifts to the clash of titans, where Manhwa bears down heavily against the massive bear, overwhelming it with his might. With measured breath, Manhwa admits he is surprised by his own power, attributing it to the fact that though he only recently recovered from grave illness, his body does not yet move as he fully desires. The bear growls in fury, accusing him of deceit, but Manhwa calmly denies it, explaining that his sickness came from pushing himself beyond limits in pursuit of the next level. With pride in his voice, he speaks of the young man, his son-in-law, who returned life to him and gifted him enlightenment, and he vows to show the bear the result of that awakening. Laughing thunderously, the bear declares that warriors of the Fury tribe never shy from battle. The two giants face one another with unflinching resolve, and Manhwa warns him to brace himself for the might of the lion's claw, while the bear counters that its own grisly claw will break through anything, its effects already resonating through his massive body. In the next instant, their powers collide claw against claw, sending shockwaves tearing across the land, the force of their clash so immense it quakes the very ground and flattens the battlefield around them, as the earth itself groans under their ferocious duel. The duel ends in a brutal crescendo. Manhwa drives the bear to its knees, blood spilling from its maw as he admits the fight was thoroughly entertaining, and the wounded beast, staring skyward, whispers an apology to the Blood Wolf King for failing his mission before igniting a signal bomb that sends every warrior into shocked alarm. Manhwa lunges to strike, but the fuse runs out and the device detonates high above. And Elric watches the flare with a cold dread as the Fury tribe men cry that their captain has fallen and, inflamed by grief and oath, vow to die for the Blood Wolf King, charging at Elric in a frenzied wave. He responds with piercing magic, flinging spike-like shards that impale the onrushing ranks, yet a rhinoceros-like beastman strikes the ice wall with brutal force, cracking it until the glacis shatters and the blockade collapses. And from the enemy line Barristan cries orders that more troops are coming and that they must trample Anthropomorph, raze the city, and utterly destroy the tiger family. So the battlefield convulses anew, every name and purpose colliding as the war surges onward. The Fury tribe roars that they will raze the city to the ground, seize every weapon, and leave no survivor, while the goat-headed captain secretly thinks that the time has come to send the signal inside, certain that the officials of Anthropomorph had already resolved to bow to the tribe's will, believing that even if a human mage stood in their way, the outcome was long decided. Suddenly voices cry out to look at the castle, where a flag has been raised atop its tower, yet beneath it a ghastly sight appears. On a pike rests a severed head whose identity remains hidden, and the Fury tribe claims it as their victory sign until Barristan halts in dread, pointing out rows of spears lined with severed heads, and panic seizes him as he protests that such a thing is impossible, with his warriors echoing disbelief, only for Norris to step forth upon the castle top and declare that all cowards have been executed, commanding his fighters to give no quarter and strike down every traitor of the Fury tribe. Volleys of arrows rain down, cutting through the frenzied horde as the goat-headed monster curses their downfall, corpses piling under the unrelenting storm, and in the midst of chaos the scene shifts to Elric, where the Tiger King arrives, bewildered, demanding why the Prime Minister aids them, to which Elric replies with calm assurance that he had struck a deal with him. Elric admits that he struck a deal, and the scene shifts back to the moments before the battle, revealing the side palace of Anthropomorph where a man pleads to purchase the body-strengthening art, while Elric silently reflects that even the Norris cannot be fully trusted. Suddenly, Norris interrupts, requesting to show him something and asks if he would accompany him outside for a while, and as they step out, the Tiger King follows close behind, remarking on what he perceives, for this takes place earlier when he had come to demand the body-strengthening art from Elric. We then see Norris lead Elric before the statue of the Tiger King, prompting Elric to ask if he was brought merely to gaze upon a stone idol, to which Norris replies that within the palace of Anthropomorph dwell countless traitors in disguise, and he entreats Elric to protect their king, bowing low as he earnestly begs for his aid, leaving Elric unsettled and prompting him to whisper to Mephisto why the Prime Minister would suddenly act with such desperation, confessing that it seemed as though he might betray the Tiger King at any moment, and Mephisto, with exasperation, snaps that he is no seer to divine such motives. Norris, however, presses on, declaring that he is prepared to pay any price and even to surrender all his assets this very day. Norris declares that everything he has gathered in his lifetime will be handed over, and beyond that, he is even willing to bestow the second part of the body-strengthening art. This revelation stuns Elric, who asks in disbelief if another hidden technique truly exists, and Norris confirms, though only a single fragment remains, for the first half and most of the second have long been lost, within himself. Elric thinks that the body-strengthening art he restored is still incomplete, and if he could acquire this secret fragment, he might finally perfect it, yet he questions aloud why Norris places such faith in him, reminding him that he is, after all, a human whom they all profess to despise. The Norris calmly responds by saying that he looks exactly like his grandfather, sharing the same emerald eyes and golden hair, and upon seeing those eyes they had named him Jewel Eye, and with those words Norris triggers a mechanism, opening a hidden doorway as he explains that whoever possesses those eyes is destined to spread light across the world. Shocked, Elric watches the wall split to reveal a secret chamber, where he is left speechless upon seeing a portrait of a man identical to himself, and Norris tells him that this is his grandfather, who too wore the very same necklace now hanging at Elric's neck, for he once came here alone, helping them unconditionally, and had it not been for him, either the Tiger King, nor his family, nor this entire city would have survived. And when asked why he offered his aid, Norris says he revealed a single, striking answer. Elric listens intently as Norris smiles and recalls how his grandfather once told him that they were friends. When Norris asked why, he was told that the Melwingers had always stood as allies of the best man. Hearing this, Elric falls into thought, and Norris remarks that he seems already aware. Elric admits he has seen records but wonders if more remain hidden, to which Norris confirms the truth dates back 3 centuries. He explains that at that time, they could offer little help, for his grandfather aided them as a true friend. With that, the scene shifts 300 years into the past, where the Beastman tribe flees Anthropomorph, shouting for all to abandon Anthropomorph quickly. There, Elric's grandfather appears beside Norris, apologizing for his late arrival. Shocked, Norris recalls that unforgettable moment engraved into his heart, one he would carry all his life, which is why he instantly recognized someone with the same emerald eyes and golden hair. Elric listens in silence, absorbing every word. Norris then confesses that though he knew what peril the Melwingers endured, by the time he learned the truth it was far too late, and he asks forgiveness for failing to offer aid. At this, Elric places a hand on his shoulder, consoling him and saying he understands, for even the Beastmen were in dire straits back then. Grateful, Norris thanks him, then clenches his fist tightly and admits with shame that he must once more humble himself to ask for help. Norris bows low before Elric, declaring with solemn voice that as the descendant of Melwinger, he begs once more for his aid. The scene shifts back to the present, where Tiger King and Elric stand together, and Elric explains that while the Prime Minister was uprooting the traitors, he was ensuring the king's protection, and the sight before them is the proof of that. On the high wall, Norris stands tall, and behind him the severed heads of the treacherous officials are fixed upon spears, a grim display that moves Tiger King deeply. Just then, Sean arrives and informs Elric that General Stan has changed his course. Overjoyed, Tiger King exclaims that this is truly great news, while Elric urges that they now unite to bring an end to this war. Suddenly, a thunderous blast is shown, scattering the Beastman forces in chaos. At the center of it stand Norris, revealed in his beast form, and Elric. Admiringly, Elric tells him that his skills are nothing short of remarkable, to which Norris replies with a proud grin that though he has grown old, his fangs have never dulled. At that moment, Tiger King comes rushing, shouting as he leaps down from above, appearing with his usual unpredictability. Both Norris and Elric greet him warmly as he moves past them and takes his place before his tribe. Raising his hand high, he bellows that they have achieved victory, a cry that makes the beast folk erupt in joy as they chant his name. Then Tiger King turns to Elric, extends his hand, and tells him with heartfelt sincerity that his thanks are not spoken as a king, but as a friend. Tiger King says he wants to thank Elric, not as a king but as a friend, and the scene shifts to the castle interior where Tiger King sits upon his chair while Norris sits across from him. With a heavy heart, Tiger King tells Prime Minister Norris that he regrets not trusting his words. Norris replies that the fault was his alone, for he failed to inform the king in advance. He then adds that since Noir had become disloyal, he is resigning from his seat as Prime Minister. Shocked, Tiger King grasps his hand firmly and insists he cannot allow such a thing, saying he still needs him and wants him always by his side to lend support. Deep within, Norris silently laments that he too wishes to remain by the king's side and witness the day he restores Anthropomorpha's old glory, to see every moment of his success unfold. Yet he knows that by the time that day comes, he will already have vanished from this world, for his body has reached its limits. Believing it best to keep his pain hidden, he chooses to bear it silently. At that moment, the demonic seal on Norris's neck glows faintly, revealing the true cause of his suffering. Someone suddenly questions why he chose to work with demons, startling Norris completely. Tiger King, confused, asks Radiant Star Duke what he means by that, and if he is implying that the Prime Minister's body is soon to be possessed by a demon. Elric turns to Norris and asks if this is the reason he refused the king's request to pledge lifelong loyalty at his side. The scene then shifts to the past, when Mephisto revealed that this man is indeed a demon. Elric questioned it, but Mephisto affirmed it, explaining that he is a demon bound by coils wrapped tightly around his chest, with an advanced device linked directly to his heart, making him soon become a true demon. The vision returns to the present where Elric presses Norris to reveal how he first encountered that demon. Norris answers solemnly that when the previous Tiger King passed away, all hope for Anthem seemed lost to him, and in his desperation to gain strength at any cost to save Anthropomorph, he stumbled upon a demon tree. Hearing this, Mephisto is visibly shaken and exclaims about the demon tree. Elric asks if it is the same tree said to give birth to demons, for as far as he knows, his family had destroyed every such tree long ago. Norris responds that it appears Elric's family left one untouched in the black snowfield. Elric then remarks that Norris must have eaten the fruit of that cursed tree. Norris admits he consumed all of the demon tree's fruits to gain its power, and indeed became far stronger, but soon discovered something had begun to grow inside his heart, devouring his very life force and threatening to overtake his mind until he would transform completely into a demon. That is why he had planned to leave this place to die, believing that if he died first, the demon would die with him. Tiger King, shocked, demands how the Prime Minister could speak so fatalistically, but Norris answers quietly that it is the only path left. At that moment, Elric speaks again, his voice firm, as the weight of the revelation hangs heavy over them all. Here Elric asks if there is truly no cure, and wonders aloud what choice remains should a way to heal appear. Tiger King turns to Elric with urgency, saying if he can cure Norris, he is ready to give anything in return. But Norris warns him sternly not to attempt anything reckless, for even the slightest mistake would plunge them all into grave danger. At that moment, Elric questions Mephisto, asking if he is truly certain, and Mephisto replies with confidence that if Elric possesses delicate control over mana, he could sever the demon's soul binding. Inwardly, Elric admits he might be able to achieve this, yet it requires the perfect moment, and by then Norris's body may already have transformed entirely into a demon. Realizing he has only one path left, he turns toward his master. Looking to Augustine, he bows and asks for a favor, the very one he had once mentioned before. Augustine recognizes it immediately and asks if this is indeed the same request, and Elric humbly confirms, explaining that it is a treatment method only his master can perform. Augustine accepts and asks what must be done, while Norris, doubtful, asks if such a thing is even possible, since the method is notoriously difficult even for great mages. Elric assures him not to worry, declaring that at this time not even his grandfather could match his master. As Augustine begins to weave his magic, Norris watches in shock at the sheer power on display. Elric tells his master that if he can sever the soul binding, he will handle everything that follows. Augustine replies knowingly, warning him to act carefully, then agrees to proceed. With that, he begins casting his spell, the air heavy with the surge of ancient magic. Here Norris, overwhelmed with fear, finds himself thrust into another space, muttering in disbelief that this must be the legendary White Knight. In his mind, he wonders if such immense power can truly belong to a single person. Meanwhile, outside distractions echo faintly, like noise from roadside houses, but the scene presses forward as Norris suddenly freezes in shock at what he beholds. Master Augustine extends his hand toward him, appearing larger than life, his presence monumental. With that hand, Augustine seizes Norris, not physically, but with a devastating soul strike, and in an instant he pulls the lurking demon out of Norris's body. The demon emerges, snarling that it had been so close to fully possessing this vessel, and dares to question how they could interfere. At once, Elric seizes its throat, remarking on how noisy this creature is, before casting his absorbed magic. The demon's form is dragged into his body, its essence devoured. His sail activates, and laughing, he declares that at last he has tasted truly delicious demonic energy again after so long. Elric commands him to consume as much as he desires, but to leave the seal intact. Why you sail thanks Elric before vanishing, and in that moment the seal on Elric's hand begins to evolve, transforming with ferocious brilliance. Elric notes that his Useal has now evolved into manifested ferocity. At the same time, Elric drifts into another realm where Mephisto's consciousness awaits. There, Mephisto takes form as a shadow, standing upon a heap of corpses. Elric looks on in shock, recognizing him instantly and asking what has happened. With chilling pride, Mephisto declares that all mysteries and irrationalities originate from him, proclaiming himself as Mephisto, feeler of original sin. Elric, gazing steadily at him, wonders aloud if he now stands within Mephisto's memory, despite having always thought otherwise. Elric gazes at Mephisto and wonders aloud if he has slipped into Mephisto's memory, for all he has ever done is absorb demonic energy as always, so why then is this happening now? The vision shifts to reveal Mephisto standing alone upon a vast battlefield, surrounded on every side by endless hordes of demons. With a weapon that mirrors his own essence, Mephisto charges forward to strike them down, unleashing a devastating assault that detonates in a massive blast, annihilating countless demons in a single moment. His presence exudes an overwhelming aura of power as he cuts through his foes mercilessly, sneering at them with disdain, asking if they truly believe they could ever defeat him at their pitiful level. Watching this, Elric admits he had grown so accustomed to Mephisto's presence that he nearly forgot about it. Like a wandering spirit, Mephisto had lingered around him constantly, but now before him stands the true form, the greatest noble demon. The scene sharpens upon Mephisto, gripping the severed head of a demon in one hand, radiating raw menace. Elric presses his hand to his chest, confessing in bewilderment that he can feel Mephisto's emotions deep within himself. Upon heaps of corpses, Mephisto bursts into thunderous laughter, his madness echoing across the battlefield. Feeling the emotions resonate within him, Elric reflects that perhaps Mephisto himself despises this endless carnage, acting not out of desire but because fate demands it, the destiny of one born as a demon. Suddenly, Mephisto, enraged beyond measure, roars with earth-shaking fury. Observing this, Elric declares that here stands a sinner whose sinning is as natural as breathing, and for that reason he alone is the Demon King, the one known as the original sin. With another piercing cry, Mephisto reveals his true form at last, a sight so fearsome and magnificent that Elric is left utterly stunned in awe. Elric stares and says this is truly Mephisto's real appearance, and just then, two glowing eyes emerge before him, questioning what exactly he is seeing, which he instantly recognizes must be Mephisto's own eyes. Suddenly, Elric is pulled out of Mephisto's memory, finding his own hand still imprinted with strange marks. Before him lies Norris, still unconscious, and from nearby Augustin calls out to Elric, asking if he feels all right. Elric, still shaken from glimpsing the depths of Mephisto's memories, notices the worried faces of his companions standing behind him. He replies that he is fine and insists it is nothing serious, though inwardly he thinks that hardly any real time seems to have passed, and it even feels as though Mephisto has glimpsed his memories just as he had entered Mephisto's. Suddenly, Mephisto appears behind him with a terrifying expression, but this is only an image created by Elric's mind, and he wonders aloud why all of this truly happened. Elric explains that the young demon he had once absorbed, called the Prime Beast Norse, has now been sealed into his own soul. The seal's name, he realizes, is Yanling. He continues that in that instant he was suddenly pulled into Mephisto's mind. At this, Mephisto speaks to Elric, asking what this could mean now that his soul has become bound to his own. It becomes clear that Mephisto can even hear Elric's private thoughts, prompting Elric to demand if he can really hear his inner voice since he had not spoken aloud. Mephisto admits he too is astonished, unable to believe that even in this virtual form he has somehow forged a link with a human like Elric. Elric questions whether even Mephisto knows what is truly happening, to which Mephisto admits he does not, but guesses that the seal Elric absorbed was of a much lower rank, one that likely fell under his domain. Elric reflects aloud that a low-ranking seal under Mephisto's command explains why it resembled a wolf, but then presses him on why he failed to recognize it from the beginning. Enraged, Mephisto snaps that he had already said he was born above all demons and thus has no knowledge of the lower-ranked ones. Elric, in a sharp and instructive tone, suggests whether it might not be possible that someone is toying with him instead, further fueling Mephisto's temper as he accuses Elric of mocking him. Elric then pointedly asks what exactly Mephisto saw within his memories and whether he had glimpsed anything humiliating, which makes Mephisto avert his gaze in silence, prompting Elric to purse his lips in dissatisfaction. The scene shifts, and we see Norris lying upon a bed, gently grasping Elric's hand to express his gratitude, while Elric advises him to focus on his own recovery so that he may heal properly. Norris replies with resolve that he understands and will take better care of himself so that he may live to see his king grow stronger. Meanwhile, Elric thinks privately that the time has come for him to finally receive his reward, but at that moment, Mephisto intrudes again, remarking that though Elric acts righteous on the surface, within he is an utterly materialistic soul, always chasing valuable things. Elric, in turn, muses that Mephisto can interpret it however he pleases, for he has always been this way, which only provokes Mephisto's anger further as he insists that such twisted thoughts should not be forced upon others, and it is not as though he desires such things himself. Just then, Tiger King approaches, carrying a box in his hands, and presents it to Elric with solemn intent. Tiger King reminds Elric of their promise, explaining that within the box lies a treasure map and rare materials left behind by their former king, meant for research into the body-strengthening art, all belonging to the lineage of their past ruler. As Elric opens the box, Tiger King instructs him to remove the cloth covering, and when he does, he discovers precious herbs. Stunned, Elric exclaims if this is not the rarest of herbs, questioning why something so invaluable is being given to him. Tiger King solemnly explains that their kingdom's legends tell of a time when the world would be consumed by crisis, and a hero king would arise, one who mastered the body-strengthening art and would lead them. When winter came, freezing the very hearts of all, it would be that hero who would free the world from winter's grasp and usher in spring. Looking directly at Elric, he declares his belief that the hero king spoken of in prophecy is none other than him. The mention of winter startles Elric, and he instinctively grips the ice crystal once gifted to Anthropomorph, recalling the memory of her words commanding him to complete the winter. Within his thoughts, Elric reasons that this prophecy cannot merely be coincidence. If true, then even his grandfather's arrival here must have been part of his family's greater plan. Tiger King then insists that this is why Elric deserves their imperial elixir, to which Elric expresses heartfelt gratitude. Tiger King responds that he will now personally guide him to the Temple of Flower. The scene shifts, showing them leaving the Anthromo behind and setting out in their carriage. The perspective then changes to the Furytide mansion, where Yogo kneels in submission, begging Blood Wolf King for forgiveness and vowing never to fail again. Enraged, Blood Wolf King strikes him down, declaring that failure strips him of the right to live, cursing that once again his vengeance was thwarted by the interference of many wings. He then demands from one of his guards to know their enemy's destination, and upon hearing they are heading toward the Temple of Flower, Blood Wolf King snarls in recognition, recalling it as the same path once taken by his ancestors. With seething rage, he orders his men to burn everything. Elric's carriage reaches the black snow field, and inside we see a vast space reminiscent of Doraemon's pocket, filled with many figures. Tiger King extends his hand to greet the white tiger, yet the latter completely ignores him, provoking Tiger King's fury as he roars how dare he be shown such disrespect, reminding all that he is the Tiger King. The two then seize each other, their quarrel turning into a comical sight that even Sean finds amusing as he watches, though his attention soon shifts to Elric, who is standing nearby with Hermanwhile and his daughter, making him wonder what conversation they are sharing. Hermanwhile is shown asking Elric if he has any intention of learning swordsmanship, explaining that unlike others, he has an extraordinary gift for grasping martial concepts, refining them with ease, and exposing their flaws, a talent that is nothing short of remarkable. Elric, thoughtful, listens as Hermanwhile continues, suggesting that combining the body-strengthening art with swordsmanship would be highly effective, and proposing that he himself should teach him. Just then, Augustino interjects sharply, his aura flaring in anger and spreading wildly, which causes Hermanwhile's knights to panic. Before they can react, Beast King steps in, halting them with a chilling warning that if they dared take a single step forward, their heads would be severed, his words laced with deadly menace. Turning to Augustin, Viking asks what they should do next, to which Augustin replies coldly that the harsh winds outside would make burying their corpses much easier. Terrified, Tiger King is shown sitting meekly beside Mahesh, while Hermanwhile pleads with Augustin to restrain himself, reminding him that children are present. Silence follows, either responding to his plea. Finally, Hermanwhile explains to Augustin that his offer was not an attempt to steal his student but rather because Elric fights in a manner unlike any normal magician, and learning martial arts from him could make him even stronger. Augustin, though still radiating hostility, admits that the reasoning is indeed convincing, before darkly questioning whether he truly believes this path will make Elric stronger. A tense hush falls over the gathering as Hermanwhile snaps at Augustine, taunting that age brings weakness and daring him to try stealing his student. And outside, where Carl sits peacefully in the carriage, a sudden, thunderous blast erupts as Manhwa and Augustine burst forth into action. Augustine hurls a towering conjured hand and jeers that he will tame Manhwa like a beloved pet, while Manhwa merely laughs and gathers his own furious energy to counter, declaring the old man's boasts meaningless and meeting Augustine's magic head-on. The air roils as the two colossi clash. Nearby, the Beast King strides up toward Manhwa and with cold menace, warns the knights that if they step forward one hair will be lost from their heads, a threat that silences even the most brazen. And when a question is raised about what to do next, Augustine coldly notes the savage wind outside will make burying the dead easier. Terrified, Tiger King sits withdrawn beside Mahesh, while Manhwa pleads for restraint. There are children here, and the two fall silent, tension coiling like a spring. Manhwa explains that his offer wasn't to steal Elric but because Elric fights unlike any ordinary magician and, if taught martial arts, could become far stronger, a notion Augustine reluctantly finds persuasive even as he radiates menace. Suddenly 3 knights leap to attack the Beast King, proclaiming that hunting beasts is their specialty, even as Carl remains in his carriage and Mephisto stands nearby puzzling over why anyone would fight so fiercely for Elric. Elric climbs a tree and cries that it is exhausting to be extraordinary, while Mephisto mocks him for resorting again to frequency transmission and direct mind reading. From the fray, Augustine snaps that Elric is his pupil and demands to know who dares take him, while Mephisto derides the spectacle of 2 old men fighting as grotesque. Then Manhwa and Augustine lock eyes once more and the storm of battle tightens around them, every word and motion charged with the high stakes of war. A tense standoff breaks as Manhwa sneers that age makes a man weak and that any moment he could die, yet still he grows greedy. At that instant Elric raises a pressure spell that halts everyone and pleads for calm. He asks to be taught the sword, and the scene cuts inward to the carriage where Augustine tells Elric there are countless lessons he still must learn from them. Augustine promises more magnificent techniques beyond Mirage Eye. And when Elric explains plainly that he wants to be stronger, that without a martial foundation his body-strengthening art will never reach its full potential and that swordsmanship would only support and amplify, not replace, his mage's role, Manhwa quickly insists he harbors no intention of stealing the boy but only wishes to help, and Elric replies that he will not take the training unless both masters consent, for they are his teachers. Augustine answers there is no objection. Elric is already of the Malwinger lineage before he became their pupil, and the Beast King admits that in fighting him he discovered how much more there is to learn. Grateful, Elric thanks them all. Augustine tells Manhwa to care for the pupil, and Manhwa, smiling with a touch of unsettling pride, vows he will teach with every fiber of his heart and soul, jesting that the old man looks like he's already won. Augustine, inwardly angered, Elric reflects inwardly, feeling deep guilt toward his teachers yet acknowledging that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will never return. For before him stands the topmost sword master of the Blue Lion continent, from whom he intends to absorb every skill. The scene shifts after some time to show Elric in great distress, collapsing to his knees and vomiting as he struggles, muttering that he might die soon, when Manhwa approaches and remarks that he never realized Elric's stamina was so weak, to which Elric retorts in frustration that it makes no sense for him to swing a wooden sword 300 times without the use of mana. Only for Manhwa to mock him, saying that even the young children of his family can manage such a feat once they learn to stand on their own feet. Just then Mephisto, taking on a saintly air, declares with solemn conviction that once he takes physical form in this world he will lend immense support to the Blue Lion, and when he ascends to his throne he will seat Elric at its side, a declaration that irritates Elric so much that he casts his dragon speech to command Mephisto to dance, causing Mephisto's demeanor to shift entirely as he begins dancing uncontrollably, crying out in protest and demanding that Elric stop immediately, while Elric laughs and says that now he is truly entertained. At that moment the carriage halts, and Carl steps forward respectfully to inform Elric that they have reached their destination, prompting Elric to step outside, where he is utterly astonished by the sight of a great gate before him, leading him to ask if this is indeed the Temple of Flower. Before Elric stands what appears to be a massive gate, and he asks if this is the Temple of Flower, to which Tiger King replies that it is indeed the temple but currently closed because of the Eastern General, adding that he has already sent word and they should be arriving soon to open the door. Mephisto, turning to Elric, says that when the Flower Temple was first mentioned he had been astonished. Yet here it stands before them unchanged, prompting Elric to demand what he truly means by this. And Mephisto explains that when the world was on the verge of destruction, this sanctuary was created as an ark, though he admits he cannot fully grasp why it was given that name, insisting that the truth will become clear once they venture inside, for humans, dragons, and giants alike once lived in fear of the great demon god's army. So they devised this place where life could be preserved and populations restored should the world collapse, while it was the Maulwingers who ultimately stood to resist that dreadful army. Hearing this, Elric places his hand upon his necklace, his thoughts racing as he wonders why the destruction Mephisto described mirrors exactly the visions he has seen in his dreams. And at that very moment a stir arises as the gate of the Temple of Flower begins to open, filling the air with radiant light, leading the Tiger King to call out to Elric to behold the opening door. And as the brilliance pours forth, both Mephisto and Elric gaze upon it, with Mephisto curling his lips into a dark, sinister smile. Before Elric stands the radiant entrance of the Temple of Flower, and he notices a girl emerging from the gate, introducing herself as the gate's landscaper, Huniatriquaz explaining that her role is to maintain the grounds, though she also welcomes being called simply landscaper. She urges everyone to enter quickly due to the bitter cold outside, and as they step inside, Elric observes a breathtaking scene, flowers scattered across the ground, mountains and valleys stretching in every direction, a vision of serene beauty. Hunia explains that during winter, the grounds rest and no visitors are accepted, but thanks to Tiger King, a major supporter, they are being permitted to enter, and she asks them to proceed calmly since the gods are in hibernation. Elric, curious, glances around, hearing murmurs, when a fairy-like girl appears, exclaiming her excitement at seeing humans after 40 years. Elric watches, questioning if she is truly a fairy, and Hunia clarifies that she is the daffodil god. Elric, stunned, realizes this is not merely a fairy but a deity. The fairy, smiling at the newcomers, compliments them on their beauty, causing Hayes to beam in happiness, and then addresses Augustin, teasing him as an old, monstrous figure, prompting a mixture of shock and amusement among the group. She approaches Isabel, teasing her about unrequited love, causing Isabel to blush furiously, then turns to Elric, whose inner thoughts note how noisy and mischievous she is. The fairy pinches her nose and, mimicking Mephisto, gestures with her fingers, joking that the air smells of rotten flowers, which Mephisto teasingly remarks makes her look even more spirited and vibrant. Elric notices a nearby dandelion flower and wonders if it can see Mephisto, when suddenly the fairy, growing angry at Mephisto, proclaims that she is the daffodil god and not merely the pretty lady someone had complimented. Mephisto teases her, questioning if she would be truly honest if a human praised her, and challenges whether she is even a god. Elric internally frets, unwilling to accept that she might perceive Mephisto. Manhwa remarks on the unusual behavior of the daffodil god, while Augustin speculates there might be something unusual afoot. Elric, worried, thinks that if this continues, they might discover Mephisto's existence. To defuse the tension, landscaper Hunia jokingly mocks the daffodil god, explaining she has no friends, hence her muttering, which saddens many around, and Elric exhales in relief. Then, daffodil god approaches landscaper Hunia, insisting she is not alone. Landscaper Hunia turns to Elric, asking his purpose for visiting the Temple of Flower. Elric, slipping his hands into his jacket, retrieves a crystal of significant size and explains that he intends to present it to the god of Camellia. Meanwhile, Elric steps into the castle and remarks to Mephisto that he believes the Temple of Flower has been affected greatly by the Eastern General. Elric surveys the Temple of Flower, noting the damage inflicted, imagining it as a paradise as described in fairy tales. Mephisto comments that it was prepared like an ark to survive the demon god's attacks, and Elric is incredulous that this could be caused by winter alone. Mephisto suggests, as the myths mention, that these changes might be random or perhaps deliberately arranged by Elric's family, and points out the numerous coincidences Elric has encountered, designed for a single moment, reminiscent of preparations in the north. Elric, intrigued, acknowledges the similarity to the first arrangement he faced. The gates open, revealing many fairy gods who begin questioning Elric about his identity and purpose. Elric introduces himself as Elric Melwinger, which surprises and delights them. They recognize him as the grandson of Sadan Wellwinger, a friend of theirs. When Elric produces his ice crystal, explaining he was advised by his ancestor to deliver it to the goddess of Camellia, the fairy gods grow somber, acknowledging its significance. They guide Elric to a coffin, which a fairy notes is completely dried. Elric inquires if this is due to the Eastern General, but the fairy clarifies that winter has been unusually prolonged, preventing spring from arriving, causing all the flowers to dry. Sitting by the coffin, Elric places his ice crystal beside it, reflecting that if he cannot deliver it to the goddess of Camellia, his second arrangement will not commence, and his family cannot be rebuilt. Mephisto is confused at the fairy god's delicate condition, prompting one fairy to scold the demon king, warning that they are only permitting him to be present due to their patience. Elric, amused, notes in his mind that the flowers have only withered due to the cold, not destroyed. He lifts the coffin lid, revealing a seat inside, places the ice crystal next to it, and casts his absorbed magic. Black light begins emanating from the seat, which cracks open, and a shining plant emerges. A ladylike figure finally steps out, proclaiming that Elric Melwinger has arrived as promised. Elric steps forward, introducing himself as Melwinger, grandson of Ustin Melwinger, and politely asks about the promise made to his grandfather. The fairy gods, overjoyed, exclaim that this is indeed Camellia, their beloved, and eagerly advance toward him, expressing how much they have missed him and asking if he has slept well. Irritated by their noisy enthusiasm, Camellia holds up a hand, commanding them to calm down, reminding them that she is in the middle of a very important conversation, questioning why they are always so noisy. The fairy gods fall silent, appearing somewhat subdued. Elric, observing quietly, reflects that the goddess of Camellia is far more mature than the others. Mephisto, peeking curiously, comments on her presence, noting that the arrogance he expected is gone. Camellia addresses Elric, remarking that much time has passed, yet his youthful appearance remains unchanged. She notes that his body was once impressive to behold but now seems weakened. Mephisto, irritated, retorts that he is the king of a gate, asserting his authority. Camellia counters, acknowledging that no subject exists who could honor him as a great king, questioning his claim to such a title, highlighting the contrast between his self-image and reality. Elric turns toward Camellia, who remarks that, by the way, his name Elric is truly beautiful. Elric, bowing respectfully, thanks her, prompting Camellia to ask how he managed to wake her. Elric explains that he sensed a demonic energy emanating from the seat where she had been resting, and thought that by using his seal and ice crystal to absorb the energy, he might succeed in rousing her, which, as they both can see, proved successful. Camellia compliments him, noting that he is as clever as he is striking, and Elric acknowledges her praise with humility. Then, Camellia surprises him with a question about the possibility of marriage, causing Elric to stiffen in shock while Mephisto mutters in frustration at the sudden shift in tone. Camellia continues, admonishing Elric for his prior arrogance and warning him to stay away, asserting that she will not converse with another demon king as brazen as he once was. She emphasizes that this is a rare, non-returning opportunity, and Elric, internally frustrated at the absurdity, restrains himself, understanding that he cannot behave disrespectfully before a god. Calmly, he replies, thanking her for the proposal but explaining that he cannot accept marriage as he represents his family, and apologizes for declining. Camellia responds, expressing her disappointment but quickly shifts focus, offering to reveal the long-awaited promise made to his grandfather. Elric listens intently as Camellia recounts that she had promised his grandfather that one day he would come here, emphasizing that no translation error exists in her words. She indeed refers to his grandfather. Elric, deep in thought, wonders how his grandfather had known of this, and Camellia then turns to him, asking if he will lift the long-lasting winter and bring spring back, signaling the fulfillment of a legacy. Nearby, Elric, holding the ice caster, reflects that he is uncertain how to proceed in this critical moment. Elric reflects, holding the ice caster, uncertain if he can release something as renowned as winter, yet recalling his grandfather's words instructing him to deliver it and fulfill the mission to complete winter. He extends his ice crystal toward Camellia, who remarks that this must be the advice of the same troublesome man, noting how everything seems perfectly aligned, connected as if by fate. She begins casting magic and tells Elric to prepare, for he is about to travel to a place where he will learn how to finally dispel winter. Opening his eyes, Elric finds himself on a vast ground blooming with countless flowers, and Elric, still processing, realizes he is indeed at the Temple of Flower, just as he had imagined. A soft sound echoes through the area, startling Elric slightly, and suddenly the entire Temple of Flower transforms into a black snowfield. Astonished, Elric exclaims, questioning what has just occurred, recognizing the black snowfield as his training ground for the second arrangement. Then a familiar face appears, Otto, who remarks that it has been a long time since they last met, noting how much Elric has grown and that the seal of clarity now seems properly placed. Elric, surprised, asks how Otto is present, and Otto, smiling, declares that he will continue to follow and challenge Elric until winter is fully completed. Elric, making a humorous face, acknowledges that it seems he is about to face yet another trial, bracing himself for what is to come. Elric braces himself as Otto addresses him with urgency, noting that there isn't much time. Otto explains that before him lies the land of blessing, once a place where all forms of life thrived, now transformed into a desolate wasteland of death. In the distance, a massive tornado whirls violently, and Elric notices the destruction, his mind racing. Otto tells him that this devastation was left behind by the demon god Kod, a remnant, or perhaps even a curse, and now Elric must learn to follow the path of the stern general. Elric, startled, wonders if he can truly navigate such a catastrophic force, yet quickly realizes that mastering it would grant him immense power. A determined smile crosses his face as he resolves that the strength he possesses now will only multiply beyond measure. He asks Otto if he must seal the Eastern General within his seal of plurality, as he had done with the first Titan, and Otto confirms. Elric, sensing the challenge's intensity, acknowledges that his opponent will be far stronger than the Snow Mountain King he faced before, yet he feels an energetic surge and declares himself ready, prepared to fight with the same resolve. Otto then hands Elric a seed, explaining that it is the seed of camellia and instructs him to grow a tree from it within 100 days. Once a flower blooms from this tree, his second arrangement will be fully complete. Elric, holding the seed, makes a funny face, internally exclaiming at the absurdity of being tasked with growing a tree in such dire circumstances. Elric grips the seed of camellia tightly, staring at the barren ground with disbelief, muttering to himself about the impossibility of growing a tree here and questioning how this relates to the Eastern General. Otto, smiling knowingly, reassures him that in time, all will become clear. Elric presses his hand to his head, recognizing the eerily familiar pattern of events repeating exactly as before, and wonders internally whether he must strike at the seed to make sense of this tiny fragment of information. Otto interrupts his thoughts with a flick of his finger, announcing that he is assigning Elric a perfect guide. A magical circle appears, and from it emerges the goddess Camellia, who immediately scolds Elric, saying she had told him not to wake her. Elric, astonished, realizes he is indeed speaking to goddess Camellia, though her presence feels uniquely different. He observes her towering cape resembling a tree, thinking that a god could truly cover the sky with such magnitude. Otto introduces her as his descendant, while Camellia, playful yet regal, comments on how handsome Elric is and unexpectedly proposes marriage. Elric, nervous, notes internally that her personality mirrors her imposing aura, and Camellia, sensing his hesitation, realizes he has mentally rejected her proposal. Elric questions whether this is connected to Camellia outside of the arrangement, but decides to set aside the complexity, focusing instead on the task at hand. When asked if he can grow the tree, Elric solemnly promises to give his best effort, preparing to face the challenge of nurturing life from the barren ground under the watchful presence of goddess Camellia. Elric, holding the seed of Camellia firmly, listens as goddess Camellia reassures him that she will remain only to offer advice, leaving the full responsibility of growing the tree entirely in his hands. He accepts this guidance, feeling it will be sufficient. Otto, smiling, approaches with a plate slate in hand, explaining that it serves as a messenger to help Elric understand the real estate of the tree and discover its other uses quickly. With a flick of his magic, he completes the demonstration, expressing confidence that Elric will succeed. Suddenly, they arrive in another location, where Camellia explains the ancient origins of the demon god, known as the Frozen Land, who first appeared 400 years ago. She begins detailing the ingredients and items Elric can use, and he, filled with curiosity, wonders whether this environment will be different or superior to the outside world. He asks Camellia what he must do first, and she instructs him to locate a suitable site where the seed can be planted and sprout healthily. Elric, contemplating whether purifying this land will be faster than surveying the entire snowfield, is interrupted as a massive monster suddenly attacks him. Camellia warns that he must also remain vigilant against monsters here, emphasizing the dangers of the task that lies ahead. Elric, surrounded by all the monsters that have appeared, quickly casts his ice spike magic, striking them down and freezing the ground beneath. He shatters the frozen creatures, eradicating them completely, while his seal activates, absorbing all the demonic energy in the vicinity. Surprised at the effectiveness of this place, Elric remarks that he hadn't expected it to feel like a buffet of power. Camellia commends his skill, reminding him of the expectations from a winged like him, and challenges him to locate the perfect spot in the vast snowfield. Elric contemplates a dry area with smaller trees, where water would be necessary, and then turns to Camellia, reasoning that if they are 400 years in the past, the anthropometry of the city might help him identify the terrain, though it could differ from her memory. Confident, he notes it won't be too difficult, and soon they are flying toward a river. Elric reflects that highlands and valleys would have seen minimal change over 4 centuries, allowing him to estimate the location effectively. Spotting monsters and a demon tree nearby, he realizes he has found the right place. Camellia acknowledges his meticulous attention to detail, praising his smart decision. Gathering magic in his hands, Elric prepares to cultivate the land, casting his spell as Camellia watches intently. He surveys the area, expecting it to be sufficient for planting a tree, but Camellia warns it may not suffice. Undeterred, Elric constructs an ice-covered ground around him, creating a protective layer from all sides, laying the foundation for the next stage of his arrangement. Elric has encased the area in a protective barrier, commenting that the soul quality here is excellent and monsters will struggle to approach. Camellia, quietly observing, admires how remarkably a human wields dragon speech, impressed and inwardly amused, offering a sly, approving smile. She begins marking the tree's status with magic on a stone tablet, and Elric, studying it, feels a surge of anticipation, only to realize the tablet declares his mission failed, sending him back to the first day. Otto's magic restarts, and Elric finds himself reliving the initial day, recalling how in the first arrangement, death forced him to restart repeatedly. Kadia approaches, suggesting he may have overlooked something, and Camellia explains that the Black Snowfield contains regions that interfere with conventional methods. She tells Elric she has provided ample guidance, and will now leave to allow him to focus, heading to a safe location. Flustered, Elric requests more hints before she departs, but she disappears, leaving him to discover the regions himself. He reclines on a cliff, reflecting on his missed opportunities and resolving to focus. Closing his eyes, Elric spreads his magic and notices movement beneath the ground. Shocked, he leaps back as a colossal insect-like creature, the Death Worm, erupts from the earth, so enormous that even large monsters are easily dispatched by it, ranking among the most powerful creatures. Elric realizes that escape is his only option, recalling from the previous episode how he had used identification magic. Suddenly, an earthquake shakes the ground, and a massive worm bursts forth, attacking him. With incredible agility, Elric narrowly dodges and leaps back. The worm, mouth agape, lunges again, prompting Elric to summon countless ice spikes with his magic, muttering to himself that defeating such a creature would normally require 4 to 6 high-rank magicians. He doubts whether he can vanquish it alone, noting that this is precisely the region where he failed his previous mission, and to strike it down, he must target its core. Converting his ice spikes into sword-like crystals, he launches a barrage at the beast, but the worm remains largely unaffected, leaving Elric stunned. Determined, he prepares to use his body-strengthening art to defeat it, only to witness the monster puff its mouth in a strange way, spraying a deadly stream of poison venom. Elric struggles to defend himself, repeatedly activating his barrier, thinking that the poison is so potent it is even melting his protective shield, leaving him on edge as he calculates his next move. An earth-shuddering rupture splits the frozen ground and from it erupts a colossal beast, worm, its cavernous maw gaping as it lunges at Elric. With the poise of a born survivor, Elric nimbly evades, conjuring a hail of ice spikes that he forges into razor crystals and hurls with desperate precision, only to discover the creature's resilience and cunning. After feigning death, it rises again and drenches the air with a corrosive, venomous spray that melts at his barriers and forces him to dance a deadly ballet of dodges. Watching the monster feign and strike, Elric admits to himself that a single misstep here would spell ruin, yet when the beast readies another poisonous onslaught he steels himself, knowing this ground is where he once failed and that only audacity remains, so he gathers every ounce of energy, channels the lessons learned from Herman, and focuses his power into one decisive gambit. Invoking his body-strengthening art and unleashing the Tiger Hammer, a devastating, concentrated strike that rends the beast's flesh and sends its pieces scattering, an instantly iconic, regal moment of ambition and resolve in which Elric, tested by cunning and venom, refuses retreat and turns desperation into triumph. Elric tightens the barrier around the ground he has prepared, noting with a measured pride that the soul quality here is excellent and that monsters will find it exceedingly difficult to breach his position. Yet even as he steadies himself, Camellia watches with a sly, fascinated smile, amazed that a mere man of the Winger line can wield dragon speech so deftly, and begins to trace the sigil Otto taught her to check the tree's status. Elric, confident he has succeeded, draws the stone tablet only to find its cruel verdict. He has failed and will be thrown back to the first day, whereupon Otto's time magic resets him and the weary truth returns. Every death in the arrangement forces a restart, leaving him grimly determined to discover what went wrong. Camellia explains that this is the black snow field, riddled with reasons his usual methods fail, then departs to rest, charging Elric to persevere alone, so he climbs a cliff, centers his magic, and, with the earth suddenly shuddering, watches in alarm as a colossal, insectal horror, the death wham, burrows free, a leviathan so lethal that even high-ranked mages struggle against it, and Elric, remembering his past identifications, braces through a fresh quake as another titanic thumb erupts and attacks him. He barely dodges, spawns innumerable ice spikes from his crystal and converts them into sword crystals, strikes until the foe scarcely falters, and in the end must unleash his body-strengthening art to shatter the monster in an iconic, bone-splintering blow, only to land exhausted and wonder if he truly succeeded, then reads the tablet again to find the mission fulfilled and the first restriction lifted, and witnesses the ice mountain seal around his arm change, smoky sigils forming as he stares, astonished at the fourth seal arriving far sooner than he expected, and mulls whether he can wield it to reclaim this frozen land as he once did against the Ice Mountain King, imagining Mephisto's mocking commentary steals him. "I'll find a way," he vows, yet before he can plant the seed the earth trembles anew, because where death whams are normally solitary they have, in this rare, optimal environment, grouped into a deadly swarm. 10 colossal worms erupt at once and descend upon him, and Elric, forcing a wry grimace at the absurdity of it, finds time ripped back to his first day and roars in disbelief. How is he to contend with an entire horde when a single death wham was already near impossible? Elric, surveying the treacherous terrain, mutters to himself about the absurdity of the challenge, marveling at how the Tiger King family could possibly construct a city in such a place, convinced that only a master of unparalleled strength could complete this task alone. Yet the very presence of all who have ventured here attests to the land's exceptional potential, and he vows to persist relentlessly until no other path remains. He returns to the area of the earlier earthwham and declares that repeated attempts will surely reveal a way. Moments later, we see him collapsed on the barren ground, admitting this is his 34th attempt, having exhausted every method, and realizing the mission is almost impossibly difficult. He reflects that if this continues, he could remain trapped indefinitely, and that neither Mephisto, nor the god of Camellia, nor his ancestors would fail to relish his plight. As he imagines his ancestors' amusement, inspiration strikes. Why had he not thought earlier to seek help? Resolute, he determines to locate the Tiger King family of this era. Meanwhile, beneath the tree, the god of Camellia rests, and Otto approaches, teasing her about her skill in sleeping. Camellia questions his presence, noting he should not have entered without permission. Otto replies that someone guided him here before, prompting Camellia to recall the events of the past, realizing she is in the same stage where she had begun to forget all. She reflects on her former status as the Winter Palace Queen and her disbelief at her current treatment, questioning Otto's arrival. He reminds her he came at her summons, acknowledging the sacrifice she made 40 years ago, which she is still recovering. She assures him that her focus is to prevent past mistakes and checks on the protagonist, Elric. Otto offers to show her, and a massive portal forms, revealing Elric fleeing from hordes of beast-like entities, all shouting to capture him, which alarms Camellia. Confused, she asks why these beings pursue him, and Otto laughs, remarking on the intrigue of the situation. Camellia, incredulous, scolds him for laughing when he should be helping, but Otto dismisses her, noting the importance is to observe him, as he struggles against the chaos. Elric smiled broadly as the chaos surged around him while Bisham roared orders. "This human is our enemy, kill him!" But Elric answered coolly that the Tiger King family were not even present here. To clear this arrangement he would need the right setups, the very city now infested with beasts. The pursuing beastmen jeered and vowed to rip his limbs off and drag him into the dust, yet Elric merely dismissed their threats and explained how impossible it was to locate the Tiger King family in this vast black snowfield. Yet he possessed the secret core of the Tiger King bloodline. Calling on the body-strengthening art, he unleashed the technique known as the Black Tiger Hunt, and a colossal tiger of living power manifested, sending shock through every tribe member. They cringed and cried out in disbelief that a single human could have mastered their body-strengthening art. From that tiger form he delivered a woundingly vast, far-reaching assault. A lone wolf beast snarled that they could not simply let him go, but Elric, standing atop a ridge, declared that he had already sown ruin in 6 villages and that the moment to broadcast his message was near, though, for now, his signal had not yet spread as far as he wished. A sudden surge of dread ripples across the snowy wood as Elric feels an overwhelming, dangerous pressure and is warned to withdraw. But before he can react, an attack streaks past him, barely dodged, and slams into a tree, ripping it from the ground. From the forest's gloom a red and black shadow emerges, a figure told to be the one who once united the Bauman tribes and reigned over the entire snowfield. Remembered as the great ruler of the north who made empires tremble, then Tiger King steps forward and addresses Elric, astonished and suspicious that a human would wield the body-strengthening art. "Who are you?" he demands, while the surrounding beast folk cry out, bewildered at Tiger King Niel's presence and at the human scent that clings to him. Elric remarks that the beast tribes are clearly divided, still in opposition to one another and not yet fully united, therefore still only at the fifth circle, yet he cannot fathom how such a colossal, intimidating roar can be unleashed. With the predators arrayed around them, Tiger King issues a blunt ultimatum to the crowd: "If you refuse to fight me, step aside," his voice both a threat and a challenge, and the scene hangs taut with the promise of collision between fractured tribes, ancient authority, and the singular human who dares to wear the tiger's power. A wave of panic rolls through the beast's ranks as Tiger King bellows, "Get out of here at once!" And the beast clans scatter in terror, accusing anyone who would stand beside a human of betraying their sacred enmity with the best men. They vow to make Elric pay for this alliance. But Tiger King commands calm and steps forward to close the distance. Elric marvels inwardly that he has, perhaps rightly, chosen to wipe out the Fury tribes who oppose Tiger King, and bows to thank him. In an instant Tiger King seizes Elric by the throat, hoisting him up and demanding, "How do you know to wield the body-strengthening art?" Elric answers steadily that he learned it from his teacher, and when Tiger King presses for details, Elric pleads to be released. Tiger King loosens his grip but warns that any lie will be punished with a broken neck. Then Elric tells his truth: he is a refugee, fleeing the Empire's cruelty. His parents were slain by monsters, leaving him orphaned until a best man saved him, taught him techniques to survive, and trained him without claiming a name, so Elric calls that mentor simply teacher, unwilling to force the painful memory. His story is earnest and affecting, and though Tiger King senses the theatrics, his instincts, sharp enough to read heartbeats and blood, keep him suspicious even as he is quietly moved by the refugee's confession. A hush falls as Elric calmly explains how he can modulate the blood that flows within him, a subtle skill that makes deception achievable, and Tiger King, sensing sincerity, grasps Elric's shoulder and, with the solemnity of a ruler finding kin, proclaims that they are brothers. Elric admits that among those who wield the body-strengthening art it is common to address one another by bodily titles rather than names. And as Tiger King laughs and invites him to ride out upon the bull beside him, the goddess Camellia appears, scolding with wry amusement at Elric's audacity and confessing she purposely obscured his presence so no one would discover him, then asks bluntly whether he truly expects acceptance among the tribes. Elric answers he does not expect friendship, only to be kept near. For the hatred of the beast tribe leaders toward one another has reached such ferocity that even a single strong figure can be subsumed by any faction. Tension mounts as Tiger King enters his tribe, and the elders erupt in anger at the sight of a human, accusing him of betraying their dead, yet Tiger King commands silence and, hearing Elric's impassioned, slightly amplified tale of orphanhood, rescue, and secret training, the enraged warriors are disarmed by sorrow and sympathy. They weep, embrace him as brother, thank the fate that put a teacher in his path, and rally around Tiger King with renewed zeal. Elric stands quietly, astonished and wary, realizing his plan to bind factions to his side has begun to work even as he contemplates the long, perilous road that still lies ahead. The hall trembles with emotion as Elric realizes that those who moments ago would have torn his skin are now moved to tears by the tale he has spun, an astonishing, sudden warmth that he half expects to be a ruse, yet which appears genuine because of Tiger King Niel's bearing. Tiger King Niel closes his story with a fatherly benediction, the tribe hanging on every word as he recounts how the teacher told his pupil they would meet again in another life, and the assembled beasts weep at the thought of the young student left to fend for himself, their mourning so raw that even Elric finds himself puzzled and amused at how completely their hostility has transformed into compassion. A dissenting voice cuts the tenderness, an imposing, wolf-faced figure steps forward, and Camellia quietly informs Elric that these are warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, long loyal to Tiger King Niel and kin to Norris's ancestors. Tiger King Niel turns to the wolf and demands obedience, but Ralph answers that, however true Elric's story may be, there is no way they can accept a member of the lowly race into their clan. Tempers flare, Tiger King Yell bristles with rage and threatens to break Ralph's neck if he forgets the bonds of their people, while Ralph insists that even if they were abandoned or driven out, they remain one family, bloodline aside, and that unity cannot be betrayed. At that moment the voice called forward exhorts the crowd to break old boundaries and unite the tribes, an objective spoken of in rumor as the purpose of the anthropomorph. And when Tiger King Yell asks Elric whether he knows of this plan, Elric answers quietly that he has heard of it from his solitary wanderings across the snowfields. He understands now that Tiger King Yell's belief in such unity is the fragile hinge upon which the loyalty of innumerable tribes might turn, and as the elders and warriors absorb the gravity of the idea, Elric watches, ambitious and cautious, aware that his own designs to bind fractured powers together have just begun to find a heartbeat among those once prepared to rend him. A hush falls over the clearing as Ralph, voice heavy with the bitterness of one once spurned, declares that he was treated like an enemy, yet found unexpected kindness from his teacher and now accepts Elric as a brother. Moved, he insists that Tiger King Yell's belief in fellowship must spread and grow, and Camellia gently chides that, as a true Melwinger, Elric knows how to turn words into paths. While Elric himself answers with quiet confidence that he will prove worthy to walk that path beside them. When Ralph brings up the brutal hierarchy that ranks warriors by strength, Elric answers with boldness, "Let us fight. If I lose I will leave your tribe, if I win I will join it," and the declaration stings Ralph, who, furious, berates the audacity of a mere human daring to challenge a great black wolf warrior. Elric meets the threat with a sardonic retort and steadies himself for combat. Then Tiger King Yell releases a controlled pressure that scatters the crowd and, with grave authority, asks whether they will accept the outcome should blood be shed. Ralph, still trembling with the strain of old loyalties, answers that if this human truly prevails, he will be acknowledged as family, and in that single, charged moment the frozen enmities of the tribes teeter on the brink of a new, perilous unity. The tension erupts as Elric swears by his teacher that he will accept the fight's outcome fully, and Tiger King Yell gives the nod to commence. Immediately, Ralph shifts into his beast form and lunges at Elric, roaring threats of annihilation, but Elric deftly dodges, thinking to himself that the story he crafted won't last long. He must prove himself before Tiger King Yell, grateful that complications are minimal. Ralph attacks again, only for Elric to channel a furious body strength hard attack from his hands, forcing Ralph back. Elric taunts whether Ralph is already overreacting, landing a precise, devastating punch that strikes squarely across Ralph's face, each strike carefully measured to impress Tiger King Yell. His blows are relentless, leaving onlookers shocked that a human can wield body strength art so effectively. Even Ralph's allies watch in dismay as he is cornered. Ralph, on his knees, struggles to rise, and Elric notes the fight ended quicker than anticipated. Tiger King Yell decrees it enough. Elric has proven worthy to join them. Suddenly, Ralph enters berserker mode, attacking Elric from behind. Elric notes that when beastmen lose control, their strength multiplies, yet they fight only on instinct. Elric, assessing the danger of head-on combat, gathers magic in his hands and unleashes a freezing spell, forcing Ralph back. He then binds Ralph with ice chains from all sides, moving behind him to target his throat with immense force, demonstrating supreme control, precision, and the calculated might of a warrior proving himself before Tiger King Yell. As Elric strikes Ralph from behind, he renders him unconscious, leaving the surrounding tribe in awe, whispering about the sheer power of his magic, questioning if he is some grand magician or if they've been deceived. Elric, thinking strategically, knows that to subdue Ralph without killing him, he had to rely solely on magic, his one lifeline, a truth that will eventually come to light. Approaching Tiger King Yell, scratching his face, Elric debates whether to reveal the story he meticulously prepared for this moment. Tiger King Yell, initially silent, suddenly bursts into hearty laughter, praising Elric, saying he is far more interesting than expected, and commending his mastery of both body strength art and magic. Elric, inwardly relieved, realizes no further story is needed. He turns serious, and admits to Tiger King Yell that he used magic only to avoid harming anyone from his family, preferring not to hurt a tribe member, and Tiger King Yell laughs warmly, stating that the choice of method matters little. The victor on the battlefield is the strongest, and that is the essence of the family. Meanwhile, two tribe members lift Ralph, still dazed, when his stone tablet begins to glow, astonishing Elric. Camellia informs him a new message has arrived. Upon examining it, Elric reads that he has successfully fulfilled all necessary requirements, and his second restriction has now been lifted. The moment is one of awe, accomplishment, and subtle suspense, marking a turning point in both respect and authority for Elric within the tribe and under the watchful eyes of Tiger King Yul and Camellia. We see that the glowing stone tablet reveals that the second restriction, tied to Elric's fourth seal, involves uncovering its true name. This seal, painted in black, channels wind sharper than knife blades, known as winter wind, formed near a mountain as a smoky-type seal. Elric, reflecting inwardly, notes that this is a rare rank seal, reminiscent of the seal of cruelty once given by the Mountain King, though he does not yet know how to trigger it. Moreover, the goddess Camellia has vanished, giving no hints about the seal, yet she playfully teases Elric, invisible, giving him a flying kiss. Realizing the moment's import, Elric decides to focus on clearing his arrangements. In the meeting hall, Tiger King Yul is already present, granting permission for arrivals. Elric steps forward, and Tiger King Yul announces officially that from this day, Elric is a member of the royal guard of their Anthromath. Elric, both humbled and energized, expresses his gratitude, promising to give his best, and laughing, Tiger King Yul assigns him his first mission. Meanwhile, Ralph and his followers are visibly enraged. Tiger King Yul instructs Elric to use his experience traversing the snowfield to find a suitable place for the tribe to settle. As Elric listens attentively, his inner evil side surfaces, commenting slyly, Well, isn't this exactly what I wanted?" Elric, with a playful flourish, acknowledges the challenge, marking a pivotal moment of strategy, responsibility, and growing recognition within the tribe. Elric steps forward, explaining that he has noticed a location that immediately drew his attention. The place is surrounded by massive cliffs and mountains, providing excellent natural defense against outsiders, and it lies close to a water source, where the currents remain largely unaffected by demonic energy, making the soil suitable for settlement. However, a problem arises, and both Elric and Tiger King Yul acknowledge that the area is infested with numerous death worms. Elric asserts that solving this problem falls on him, but locating such a place in the vast snowfield is an immense challenge. Tiger King Yul, smiling faintly, says they will proceed with the plan, leaving Elric slightly perplexed. Meanwhile, Elric grows a bit irritable, doubting his ability to work with such personalities, noting that though these black wolf-type individuals are excellent at executing missions, their personal temperaments are harsh. He wonders why Tiger King Yul intentionally connects them despite their strained relationships, questioning if he is being tested. Suddenly, a figure approaches Elric, announcing that the major headache comes from the death worms now in their path, emphasizing that the task will not be easy. This is revealed to be Captain, the third Royal Guard captain. Ralph, mocking Elric, remarks that if this peculiar human hadn't spoken unnecessary words, they wouldn't have to endure such trouble, and he laughs with his companions. Elric thinks to himself that some people never change. Ralph, caught in frustration, mutters that humans are rarely reliable, and Captain, enraged, slaps Ralph, drawing blood from his mouth, scolding him furiously that personal emotions must never interfere within the squad, warning that any repetition of such behavior will not be tolerated. Elric listens intently as Captain warns that any attempt to let personal emotions interfere could be fatal, and the squad visibly stiffens, promising their best. Elric reflects that Tiger King Yul placed him here because he trusts Captain completely. His experience and calm authority can handle any conflict. Grinning to himself, Elric thanks Captain silently, amused at how naturally he commands respect. He asks if there's a way to lure the Tams out of hiding. The captain explains that only the rare death plant can do it. Its fragrance draws death worms sensitive to its scent to the surface. Elric, confident, assures he can retrieve it. Moments later, Elric triumphantly returns with the plant, having expertly located and broken it. He orders his team to throw the pieces, recalling his past training in the Blue Fog, where he learned to identify demonic energy visually. Smiling, he prepares to level up his seal while Ralph and his subordinates are bristling with frustration, struggling to keep up with his efficiency. The captain laughs and urges them to follow Elric's lead. Within moments, all the death plants are collected. Tiger King Yul expresses amazement at how quickly Elric's team accomplished the task. Elric humbly credits his teammates, and the king nods, impressed. Orders are given to burn the plants, releasing their fragrance to lure the death worms out. As the worms begin surfacing, Tiger King commands the attack, but suddenly, a messenger arrives, warning that the Fury-type enemies are advancing toward them. The man warned, for they had somehow learned of the death worm hunt and were coming to strike. Tiger King Yul's face went white with fury as he demanded an explanation, and when the scout pointed out the threat from behind, we cut to the snarling arrival of a hulking warrior, a rhino-like second general, whom the men call Rhino, second general, who roared that this day Tiger King Yell would die and that the anthropomorph nation would be raised. His presence alone was terrifying, and were moments before Tiger King Yell had been locked in mortal struggle with the surfacing deathworms. Now the Rhino the second general and his battalion rolled forward, revealing an array of wicked cannon-like weapons, smugly declaring that no matter how mighty the king might be, those guns, spoils taken from humans, would lay waste to any defense while Tiger King Yell remained bound to the deathworms. As the general trained his weapons, a strange wind blew and a scent, foul, floral, unmistakably the fragrance of the death plant, slithered through the air, and with it the ground trembled as the worms began to rise, setting the stage for a brutal clash in which the stakes are nothing less than the survival of the anthropomorphs and the claim to northern supremacy. The air snapped with a cruel, perfumed menace as the scent of the death plant drew the monstrous hosts from beneath the earth toward the Rhino, second general, and his battalion, and where the worms, no, the plant's lure, sensed that fragrance they surged, homing in on those who had unwittingly become bait. Quick as thought, Tiger King Yell commanded a masterstroke. Bend the wind with magic, redirect that scent toward the Fury tribe, let the death plant's perfume turn them against one another, until they are spent. Elric answered with a cold, precise vow, an eye for an eye, treachery for treachery, and Tiger King Yell admired his acuity, asking then whether they should collect the spoils of war. The Rhino commander barked orders to his forces to assume formation and insisted that the captives still lived and be brought forward, while another scout warned that Tiger King Yell himself was approaching the field. Fury flared and the Rhino general, enraged at the king's audacity, launched a brutal assault, only to be caught, thrown back by Tiger King Yell's unleashed pressure, and repelled by the king's command to his elite. "Royal Guards, take the Fury tribe alive!" The moment hung electric and terrible, every faction poised on the brink as strategy and savagery collided beneath a winter sky, the fate of city and clan trembling on the edge of the next ordered move. The Tiger King Yell commands his guards with precise authority, ordering them to strike down the Fury tribe, targeting any who resist while the tribe fires back fiercely, creating a maelstrom of battle. Elric stands in the midst of the chaos, analyzing every move, realizing the depth of Tiger King Yell's true body-strengthening art, and contemplating the flaws in his own technique to improve himself. Ralph, smiling confidently, charges through the Fury tribe warriors with lethal efficiency, prompting Elric to tease him for his skill. Nearby, Rav, having stacked a pile of ropes, is suddenly struck at the neck by a small, precise attack, causing dark energy to surge through his veins as he begins to collapse. Elric rushes forward, asking if Ralph is Elric, and activates his seal, absorbing the dark energy to stabilize Ralph, who, though conscious, remains weakened. Ralph's allies arrive, and Elric instructs them that there is no need to worry. He is merely unconscious and should be taken to camp to rest. As the dust settles, Tiger King Yell approaches Elric, placing his hand on his chest in a gesture of respect, expressing heartfelt gratitude for saving Ralph, acknowledging both his skill and loyalty. Elric responds, ready to continue, suggesting that before facing the Fury tribe, they advance to the next stage of their plan, but Tiger King Yell holds him briefly, emphasizing his thanks once more for safeguarding Ralph, a gesture that reinforces the regal weight of his authority and the ambitious path ahead. All the members of the Fury tribe now bow in respect to Elric, their admiration evident as the scene shifts to reveal Elric perched atop the bodies of the defeated worms. Camellia arrives, her eyes gleaming with amazement, commending Elric for winning the hearts of the best men in mere days, a feat she finds truly extraordinary. Elric, with a wry grin, remarks that she had already observed everything and has now come to witness it in person. Camellia, placing a gentle mask over his expression, acknowledges that she had always known he could handle everything alone without her intervention. Elric, slightly teasing, assures her he is off now to worship his stomach, implying he is about to consume the demonic energy. He approaches all the death worms, activating his seal to absorb their demonic energy, and is momentarily stunned upon observing his winter wind seal, realizing he has managed to level it up to a 4-star tier in a single instance. Elric expresses gratitude for having absorbed all the energy, as the area is now purified and ready for cultivation. He plants the seed of Camellia into the ground, sitting down as he retrieves his stone tablet to check for any mission messages. Seeing none, he confirms his success, and as the seed sprouts, his tablet glows, displaying a message that he has fulfilled the conditions and that his third restriction, desire of comprehension, is now lifted. Meanwhile, Elric moves to another location, identifying the Temple of Flowers. Upon entering, he spots a lady seated on a chair and for a moment, wonders if she is the god of Camellia, studying her carefully to ascertain the truth. Elric steps closer to the lady on the chair, momentarily wondering if she is the god of Camellia, but a closer look convinces him otherwise. This is no godly presence. The energy radiating from her belongs to the Demon King. Astonished, Elric considers that if the god of Camellia were a demon king, her demonic energy must be monumental, perhaps rivaling the power of a true demon queen. He wonders inwardly how a god and a demon king could coexist, their energies intertwining in the same realm. Outside, Camellia's voice rings, calling out to him, bringing Elric back to consciousness as he emerges from his stone tablet, aware once more and fully present. Camellia asks if he is Elric, noting that he had momentarily lost his awareness. Elric, intrigued, inquires whether the Winter Wind seal originally belongs to her. Camellia responds with quiet curiosity, asking why he thinks so. Elric explains that he had seen her alone in a secluded spot, appearing bored and melancholy, and noticed the demonic energy she emitted, which reminded him unmistakably of the Winter Wind seal. Camellia clarifies that it is merely a fragment, long separated from her, as she is the god of Camellia, the god of labor. Elric then asks if the purpose of her arrangement is to cleanse her traces. Camellia admits she cannot answer that fully, but she can advise him on cultivating the seat, reminding him of what Otto had instructed, that he must defeat the Ice General, a manifestation of her past self, a mistake embedded in history. Elric realizes that to grow the seed properly, he may need to dissipate the ice energy emanating from the god of Camellia. She warns that always considering how to defeat the Ice General is crucial, as it could become a significant obstacle in his path. Whether she refers to the Demon Queen or the Ice General is a matter only Elric can discern. The scene then shifts to Anthropomorph. Elric's camellia tree had grown magnificently, its first flowers now beginning to bloom. Elric reflects that 91 days have passed since this arrangement began. Suddenly, a man approaches from behind, announcing that Chieftain is searching for him, causing Elric a flicker of unease as he mutters to himself, realizing this complication has returned. The scene shifts to a location where Elric is being struck and pushed backward, the blows delivered by Tiger King himself. Elric, slightly exasperated, pleads for a lighter hand, and Tiger King, chuckling, reminds him that he had requested this spar as a reward for rescuing Ralph and becoming a chieftain, and therefore he cannot break his promise. Elric, internally bemused, had only intended to practice his body-stunting art, unaware he would be so relentlessly beaten. Tiger King approaches, speaking as a brother, advising Elric not to give up. While Elric considers that having grasped the first part of the form, he wonders what more he might learn. Tiger King then steps forward, snapping his fingers, declaring that they will begin with the fierce Tiger Rush, a sudden surge of energy that sends a sensation through him, prompting him to tell Elric that the spar must be postponed for a short while. Elric, puzzled, demands to know why, only to see Ducking leap away from the scene. The perspective shifts to the Anthropomorph Castle, where the gates teem with desperate best man refugees, their condition dire. Elric turns to the god of Camellia, inquiring whether these refugees have arrived because of the Ice General, sensing the unrest that now spreads through the kingdom. Elric turns to Camellia and asks if the refugees have arrived because of the Ice General, and she confirms that indeed, the Ice General forced them here. Elric, taken aback, admits he had never imagined the Ice General could be so powerful. Camellia explains that in Elric's era, the Ice General was relatively weak, but the current Ice General is a colossal disaster, unstoppable except for Tiger King, who can only manage its moves but cannot defeat it. Meanwhile, Tiger King commands Ralph to gather all the Tiger warriors and drive chiefs into the tent, and Ralph promptly acknowledges. Tiger King then instructs Elric to change into his combat costume and join them quickly, and Elric leaps from the castle into the direction of the tent. Ralph intercepts Elric and hands him a bottle marked with Tiger King's emblem, and Elric, puzzled, asks what it is. Ralph casually replies that it's nothing, just something lying around that Elric can keep or discard as he wishes. As Elric watches him leave, Camellia informs him that the bottle contains an extremely precious medicine made by the Black Wolf type, rare and valuable, and remarks on how cute it seems to have obtained even a small quantity. Elric, slightly bemused, declines to accept it. The scene shifts to Tiger King's tent, where the tribe chiefs are seated in council. One chief complains of the heavy damage their tribe has suffered, while another emphasizes that their ancestors shed blood to establish this land as their home, and now it is being trampled. The tension is thick, the weight of responsibility palpable, as Elric stands amidst the preparation, sensing the scale of the challenges ahead and the immense power of both the Ice General and the unfolding events surrounding the Fury tribe and his allies. Elric arrives among the tribe chiefs, addressing Elric with a request for a favor, and Elric realizes immediately that it concerns the disaster caused by the Ice General, which has instilled deep fear among the refugees. Another tribe chief confirms that Elric is correct and states that they are preparing to locate the Ice General, or however one chooses to name it. Tiger King then asks if Elric can use his magic to guide them along the path, and all the tribe chiefs watch Elric's expression closely, awaiting his reply. Elric assures them that he will, which delights Tiger King, who responds with clear approval, praising the decision. Following this, Tiger King orders all the elite warriors of their tribes to be gathered, announcing that they will depart the next day. The chiefs respond enthusiastically, acknowledging his command, and a sense of organized purpose fills the air. Elric reflects inwardly, noting that everything is falling into place. Tiger King is to find the seat, manage its planting, and deal with the Ice General, which seems to be a part of Otto's grand arrangement. At that moment, the scene shifts, showing Tiger King and all his elite tribe members, accompanied by Elric, standing ready. Elric thinks to himself that now their true mission begins. At Black Snowfield, where Tiger King casts his luminous magic across the expanse, illuminating everything in a dazzling display. Elric, observing attentively, asks whether Tiger King wishes to learn the technique, noting that its basics could be mastered easily. Tiger King questions why he should learn while Elric is by his side, prompting Elric to remark that the king is openly stating he intends to make him a subordinate. Tiger King chuckles, offering him the option to become a chieftain if he prefers, delighting in the moment. Elric marvels inwardly at how even the strongest Gate King in history could display such audacity, and wonders if his descendants will ever comprehend it. Nearby, Camellia observes with quiet amusement. Tiger King reflects that his type has changed significantly since meeting Elric, recalling a time he saw Elric as a lone, fortunate star fallen from the heavens, for which Elric expresses gratitude. Then Tiger King surprises him further, presenting a gift, the final component of the body-strengthening art, which leaves Elric astonished. Tiger King reveals he has always known Elric pursued him to complete his own training, having been told by someone that Elric had mastered the art alone under a great mentor. Though suspicious, it is undeniable that mastering magic alone is impossible. Tiger King steps close, his presence imposing and fearsome, accusing Elric of manipulating the tribes to confront his enemies while completing his body-strengthening art. Elric questions why, knowing everything, Tiger King did not let him go, to which Tiger King falls silent, adopting a serious expression. The scene shifts fully, with Tiger King asserting that whether Elric is a Batman or human, fulfilling one's trust is natural, and watching him struggle was truly entertaining. When Tiger King places his hand on Elric's shoulder, pain and blood rise from Elric, while Camellia, watching from behind, smirks, noting that he has always danced at Tiger King's fingertips. Despite the pain, Elric urges him to proceed with teaching the final component of the body-strengthening art. Tiger King places his hand upon Elric's head, commanding that he survive, acknowledging the tremendous struggle Elric endured to reach this point, and noting it would be unfair for another to claim what he has rightfully earned. As Tiger King emphasizes the importance of surviving rather than perishing while saving family, Elric feels deeply moved, reflecting inwardly on the true reason Tiger King wishes to teach him his secret technique, solely for Elric's survival. Elric muses that perhaps this intention exists because Tiger King is unaware that the past has already been refined. A faint smile touches Elric's lips as he silently expresses gratitude. Camellia, observing, apologizes for interrupting his touching moment, but urges that now is the time to confront what lies ahead. Their gaze shifts forward, revealing Ice General, enveloped entirely in black, radiating the same dark energy Elric had once witnessed in the god of Camelia's castle. Tiger King notes the immense danger, recognizing that Ice General could strike at any moment, his presence perfectly encapsulated by a single word: terror. Without hesitation, Ice General attacks both of them. Elric, assessing the situation inwardly, realizes the urgency of leaving immediately, understanding that lingering in Ice General's grasp could be fatal. He notes that Ice General's demonic energy disrupts the flow of Tiger King's scouting squad, preventing him from locating allies, leaving Elric alone in complete darkness. He warns himself that if they fall into Ice General's trap, the entire Tiger King scouting force, including Tiger King himself, could be wiped out. Recognizing the imminent peril, Elric resolves that his first priority must be to rid them of Ice General's overwhelming darkness before any further devastation occurs. Elric, strategizing in the midst of chaos, suddenly recalls the seal of Winter Wind, realizing its connection to the goddess of Camellia, just as Ice General is linked to her. He prepares to use it but hesitates, placing a hand on his head, acknowledging that he must first determine the proper order to trigger it. Searching for other possible tools, Elric remembers Otto's advice that he must defeat the Ice General, and recalls instructing Otto that the Ice General's energy must be absorbed into his seal of cruelty, as done in the first arrangement. Acting on this, Elric casts his absorption magic. The seal of Righty emerges from his hand as he declares he will absorb Ice General's cold and demonic energy into his seal. Clarifying the sequence of seals, Elric explains that the first seal was the seal of cruelty, the second the seal of origin from Mephisto, the third the seal of Mountain King acquired upon completing the first arrangement, the fourth the seal tied to the dragon type, and the fifth, the Winter Wind seal, the fourth high-grade seal capable of absorbing all energy through the seal of cruelty. As Elric channels the demonic energy, it flows rapidly through his root cold seal into the Winter Wind seal, causing it to illuminate intensely and inflicting significant pain on him. Meanwhile, Elric finds himself in a new location, surrounded by people, realizing the significance of the place. At that moment, a child approaches someone, holding a freshly picked bouquet, exclaiming, "My queen, these flowers are for you. I picked them just outside, and they just bloomed. They are perfect for you." Elric observes the child presenting the freshly picked flowers, smiling widely, while directly in front of him sits the goddess of Camellia, who calmly questions why they appear so alike. Elric wonders if this truly is the goddess of Camellia before her transformation into the Demon King. Nearby, a man comments to another about the beauty of the flowers, marveling at why the goddess of Camellia cannot appear as the queen she is. The second man dismisses him, asserting that no flowers could ever compare to their queen and that she would indeed favor them, challenging anyone who disagrees to step forward. The goddess of Camellia remains silent, provoking repeated calls of, "My queen! My queen!" from those around her, yet she sits unmoving. Gradually, all others begin to fade away, as if vanished by an unseen force, leaving the goddess of Camellia alone on her throne. Elric, standing directly before her, reflects that he begins to understand the depth of her feelings. Camellia admits her profound boredom, and Elric notes that such loneliness only intensifies when one's beloved is absent. Once vibrant with followers, she now opens and closes her eyes in the emptiness, realizing the only remnants of her domain are a palace and territory where no plant grows and snow perpetually blankets the barren ground. From her balcony, Camellia gazes downward at numerous houses, all devoid of inhabitants, entirely buried beneath thick snow. She murmurs that perhaps it is time to sleep, when she senses Elric behind her and remarks that for the first time in ages, she will not be bored for a while. The cold, queenly composure she has maintained for centuries softens into the faintest smile, hinting at change in her long static world. Elric watches closely as the goddess of Camellia finds a small glimmer of hope, a tiny plant, and speaks to it, emphasizing that there is something it must understand. She reminds herself that she is not the sort of child who worries over trivial matters and that Elric is truly blessed, though he cannot decide whether to stay or leave this place. Using her ice magic, Camellia creates a small ice pot, plants the tiny sprout in it, and lies down beside it. When she opens her eyes, she is astonished to see the small plant has grown, now adorned with camellia flowers. She feels a mix of joy and disbelief, carefully touching the blossoms with her hands, murmuring that this cannot be real. She lifts the pot and moves to a nearby patch of ground, planting it there while circling it in admiration, exclaiming over its beauty. Elric reflects that despite the surrounding world being entirely blanketed in snow, a mysterious life has sprouted, transforming into a flourishing garden flower. The queen, who wields control over both ice and snow, feels a pang in her heart as she witnesses this. Elric notes that for the queen, who grew and lived entirely in winter, the warmth of spring was like a poison, yet the flower she nurtured continued to grow more beautiful even after her passing. This place now holds the deepest memories of the queen, who loved this world dearly, and although her breaths have ceased, her dreams have sparked new life. The scene shifts to the flower goddesses, or flower fairies, revered and gathered, preserving the legacy of growth and life that the queen cherished so dearly. The flower goddesses watched Camellia in quiet awe, whispering among themselves about her beauty and wondering who she truly is and why she sleeps so peacefully. Elric observes them and notes that the goddesses remain unchanged, serene as ever. Suddenly, a dark presence appears, a shadowy demon form. The flower goddesses recoil in fear as Elric identifies it as the demon god, noting that while its shape is different from before, this is unmistakably the same demon he had seen in his dreams. The demon targets goddess Camellia, taunting that winter should never have to yield. Camellia, now transformed into her demonic queen form, screams that spring can never come to this place, radiating immense aura from her body. Elric realizes this is unmistakably the Ice General's energy, brimming with hatred, and he can even sense the queen's coldness, her rare warmth, and her loneliness. Though the flower of garden has been destroyed and a disastrous winter wind has swept the area, Elric's stone tablet suddenly removes his fourth restriction. Understanding how to wield his winter wind seal, he raises his hands, flicks them lightly, and commands the energy to merge into nothingness. Instantly, the black energy and snow begin to vanish, the sky clearing as if spring has arrived. Goddess Camellia acknowledges his success, while Elric quietly affirms that he has seen the flower garden and vows to do everything possible to restore it to its former glory, so he can once again witness the beauty of its blooming flowers and honor the queen's last wishes. Elric listens as Camellia reflects that even the very breaths themselves seem to desire a scene worthy of the reborn form of the goddess of Camellia, and she asks if she may seek his aid. Elric, smiling lightly, assures her that small formalities matter little among friends and gestures for her to follow, moving past with casual confidence. Camellia, inwardly amused and flustered, remarks that he is truly mean, realizing she has feelings she tried to restrain but which he effortlessly breached. Meanwhile, Tiger King faces immense difficulty as a massive ice golem towers before him, and he worries for his warriors, already gravely injured, thinking that if Elric were present, the solution to defeat this monstrous foe would be known instantly. As countless ice golems amass, Tiger King, undaunted, laughs and remarks on the numbers, hinting that some lessons will be taught upon returning home. His guard questions him, and he declares that the battlefield is filled with toys to test them, and only those injured will receive special training before the hunt commences. Tiger King's soldiers advance, poised to attack, but Elric, with precise control, unleashes his dragon speech cut and shred magic, slicing the golems into countless fragments, leaving all witnesses astonished. Elric arrives at the scene, bowing slightly, apologizing for his delay. Tiger King greets him warmly, joking about his apparent lack of haste. Elric retorts with a playful challenge, asking if Tiger King has ever truly seen him flee. Tiger King turns to survey the battlefield, acknowledging the overwhelming challenge before them, admitting that the enemy seems impervious to any standard attack. Elric observes thoughtfully, suggesting that damage might only be effective if applied to a specific point. Tiger King points to the bottom of the enemy's left leg, where energy has concentrated, cursing his earlier hesitation to strike. Recognizing the need, he readies his body-strengthening art, launching into precise combat while instructing Elric to either mimic his moves or improvise as he sees fit. Elric, grinning, notes that it seems he will receive step-by-step personal guidance, easing any lingering nerves, and leaps into action. Tiger King explains to Elric that while body-strengthening art appears to rely solely on instinct and senses, in truth, it demands a firm foundation and precise timing, with each movement's destructive power depending on how it is blended. With a roar, Tiger King channels his furious Tiger Rush impact, striking the enemy's left leg and creating a small fracture. He chuckles, remarking that the principle seems simple in theory, but mastering it is tremendously difficult, urging Elric to simply observe for now. Elric nods, absorbing every detail with focused determination. Elric readies himself for the attack, black energy crackling from his hands as he channels his body-strengthening art, Ferocious Tiger Rush Impact, striking the enemy's left leg and creating a small hole. Tiger King watches in awe, exclaiming that Elric not only followed his moves but improved upon them, blending his own techniques to elevate the attack's power, calling him a true beast. Together, they relentlessly assault the golem with precise strikes, each kick and blow perfectly timed. Elric, thinking to himself, notes that as he completed each step of the body-strengthening art, he followed it meticulously, causing his three seals to begin interacting in unpredictable ways. The golem reacts violently, its body recoiling, and both Elric and Tiger King are pushed backward, landing hard on the ground. Elric laughs, noting that the energy released from the golem now allows them to strike any part of its body. Tiger King, now entering rage mode, declares that it is time to teach Elric the 3 final steps and an additional move to stabilize his own body strengthening art. Channeling the technique, lightning in the form of a tiger emerges from both of their bodies, glowing intensely. Tiger King explains that the first phase of the body strengthening art mirrors the movement of a beast, while the second phase emulates its claws. Their hands glow, transformed completely into tiger-like appendages, and energy ignites in Tiger King's eyes. He describes this step as the teeth of the Beast King, deadly and unyielding even after biting. Together, they unleash the Core Crush attack, generating a massive impact that punches a hole through the golem's body, leaving both warriors exhausted but triumphant, the intensity of their power evident in the destruction before them. Elric and Tiger King drive their final onslaught with merciless precision. "Make sure your opponent never rises again," Tiger King commands. "Rend his limbs, divide him, suffocate him until his breath ceases, turn him into a ruin so no one can harm you." Responding in perfect sync, the two form a devastating dual punch that bursts a shockwave so immense the golem collapses, utterly crushed. Elric feels the surge. His high side has expanded, his sixth sense awakens, and from the depths of his mind a world of clarity blooms as the sky above clears and pure light scatters across the field. Tiger King asks how it felt. Elric can only laugh that it was sheer chaos, that he smiled even where death awaited, and Tiger King, amused and stern, reminds him he has never been ordinary. As they trade banter, Elric senses something remarkable. His 7th magic circle has opened behind him. Stunned, he realizes he has been trapped behind that wall for so long and now it is broken. He thanks Tiger King, bewildered at the king's generosity toward one who shares no blood or history, and then asks plainly why the king aids him. Tiger King answers with regal gravitas that when he takes someone as a brother in knowledge, he does so wholeheartedly, implying that Elric's survival and growth matter more than old divisions. And in that charged silence the allies prepare to press on, the momentum of their victory rippling through the black snow field as both warrior and sovereign stride forward into the next phase of their great design. Elric reflects on the depth of trust between brothers as Tiger King explains that when he takes someone as a brother in knowledge, he trusts them unto death, even if they never owed him anything, and that among brothers there is no concept of help, only unwavering loyalty. Elric admits he has trusted no one besides his sister, understanding the fickleness of humans, and wonders if leading a group ever requires embracing allies with such faith. As a light breeze stirs, the ice golem rises, and Tiger King remarks at the formidable opponent before them. Elric acknowledges he expected nothing less, and they both ready themselves for the second round. The scene shifts to the Flower Temple, where all members are gathered, and Isabel anxiously watches the windows, thinking of Elric. Manhwa tells her fretting changes nothing and urges her to calm down, but Isabel frets that 4 days have already passed. Their cards note that their nephew-in-law has been gone far too long, yet there is nothing they can do. Suddenly, Hayes appears before them, informing the group that they are currently resolving family matters and hopes no one will involve themselves. The members note she does not want interference, trusting that the old White Knight and the Beast King, along with Elric, are already handling it. Isabel tries to reassure herself, but explosions erupt outside, shocking everyone. She opens the window to witness in horror that the Flower Temple is engulfed in flames. Subordinate reports to his lion that they have now deployed the Blood Wolf King's bait. Lion responds approvingly, noting that only the final step remains, and urges everyone to advance and execute the plan, moving swiftly toward the temple. Meanwhile, Manhwa positions himself to stop them, issuing stern threats, questioning their audacity to approach. The attackers, undeterred, press on as the Beast King, mounted on his tiger, charges in, his jaws crushing countless beastmen, running them down relentlessly. One of the intruders mocks the defenders, declaring this place is no space for fools. Observing this, Isabel feels a deep unease, realizing that the attackers fully understand their strength yet continue these reckless strikes. With no apparent ambush or surprise, something is off. She quickly discerns that their true target is Elric, the captain, being used as bait to distract everyone else. At this critical moment, Lion reaches the location where Elric has entered his mind space, and the flower fairies appear, commanding the intruders to halt, reminding them that they are not invited and that this is the gods' territory, ordering them to leave immediately, establishing a tense standoff filled with regal authority and mounting anticipation. The scene intensifies as Lion greets all present, apologizing for disturbing their rest and pledging readiness to face punishment for any sins committed thus far. His gaze fixes on the door behind which Elric waits, and he instructs his subordinates to advance toward him. At that moment, the flower fairies intervene, commanding them to halt and forbidding any approach. Lion, growing angry, warns that if they continue blocking their path, no option will remain but to confront them with force. The flower fairies, sweat trickling from their effort, resolve not to allow intrusion. Behind the door, the flower goddess, whose exact name is unknown, muses that if the mind space collapse occurs, they would be trapped indefinitely. Determined, the fairies launch an attack, roots sprouting from the ground and surging toward Lion, who effortlessly cuts them down with his sword, terrifying the fairies completely. Lion presses forward to strike, but a loud clash reverberates, sending him sliding backward, and to his surprise, the defender is none other than Herman Weil. Recognizing him, Lion recalls the one who defeated the bear in previous episodes, though anyone unfamiliar can review the earlier encounters. Herman Weil surveys the fairies to ensure their safety, projecting a powerful aura that halts further advances. Scene shifts to Tiger King and Elric, who note that despite their repeated efforts, the adversary keeps regenerating. Tiger King observes that it is not mere regeneration, the foe grows stronger with each renewal, amplifying the stakes of the battle in a display of escalating, regal tension. The scene sharpens as Tiger King turns to his subordinates, declaring that waves of monsters keep advancing relentlessly, and despite the severe losses on their side, they have located Elric, marking their mission as half complete. He doubts that the monsters will reach her, but Elric, sensing the tension, interrupts, speaking firmly that he will not leave this place. Tiger King insists he hasn't yet finished speaking, but Elric, stepping into serious stone, cuts him off, asking if he should take the scouting squad and retreat while Tiger King buys time for their plan. Tiger King agrees, acknowledging only Elric can safely lead them to security. Elric counters that he could stay while Tiger King leads them, causing the Tiger King to glare sharply, while Elric reflects internally that he can endure this ordeal again but cannot abandon them in his regression. Tiger King questions if he is telling him to step back and retreat, and Elric silently confirms his resolve. Tiger King then declares it is time for Elric to offer his Gurudakshina, leaving Elric slightly uneasy. Meanwhile, a Viking warns fiercely that ignoring their captain's orders would be a grave mistake. Elric replies calmly, assuring compliance, promising to return swiftly, and shouting to the squad to head back to Anthromorph, commanding their attention with authority, all while the tension of strategy and loyalty blends seamlessly in this regal and ambitious confrontation. Elric reassures his squad, telling them he will return quickly after leaving them for now and urges them to wait. Tiger King smiles warmly, watching them depart, but in the distance, a massive army of ice golems emerges. He commands an immediate attack, calling out sharply at them. The Tiger King and his subordinates fully transform into their beast forms, their appearances radiating the fierce aura of tiger demons. Meanwhile, all subordinates have safely returned to Anthromorph. Elric stands before the camellia tree when suddenly someone arrives behind him, declaring they will accompany him to Chieftain, uncertain how much help they can offer but determined to fight alongside them. In Elric's mind, the name echoes repeatedly, someone calling Elric, 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 as he sees the camellia tree in full bloom. He retrieves his stone tablet, revealing that all restrictions have been lifted and his arrangements are now complete. Above, the mind world begins to fully settle, signaling that Elric's mission within this realm is accomplished. Yet, dashing forward, Elric exclaims that it's too soon to leave, as he has yet to bid them farewell, just as the flower goddess appears, marking the next moment of significance. Elric, dashing forward, exclaims that it's far too soon to leave, he has not yet bid them farewell. At that moment, the flower goddess approaches, reminding him that his arrangements were already complete and questioning the haste, speaking with a mix of authority and gentle reproach. Elric pauses, internally wrestling with memories of all the family members whose faces he recalls vividly, those who betrayed them, turned their backs, pushed his sister aside when she sought help, and those crowds who feigned support yet lingered only behind their property. He recalls countless people he had once trusted as friends or close relatives, dependent upon and confident in, and after enduring so many betrayals, he hardened his heart as cold as ice to protect those behind him. Yet he also remembers the few whose warmth began to melt that frozen heart, the ones who trusted him fully and considered him a brother. Resolutely, he tells the flower goddess that even if this world is imaginary and destined to fade from memory, he will still say his farewells before leaving. Smiling, the flower goddess watches him go, admitting she could never bring herself to hate them. Meanwhile, Elric reaches Tiger King, who is battered and wounded across every part of his body, and the Tiger King greets him, acknowledging his arrival. Elric immediately wonders about the fate of the Ice General, contemplating how to proceed with the ongoing challenges before him. Elric, still reeling from the intensity of the moment, wonders silently about the Ice General, whether he has survived, and glances at Tiger King, noting the confident smile that radiates unshakable pride. Tiger King meets his gaze and declares triumphantly that victory is already his. Elric, inwardly impressed, acknowledges just how immense the confidence of this warrior is, yet smiles and assures him he harbors no doubt, secretly aspiring to reach that same level of unyielding resolve. Tiger King remarks that defeat is a concept absent from his dictionary, and although little seems apparent now, he feels satisfied having driven away his opponent, claiming that as his true victory. Elric reflects regretfully that he missed witnessing the battle between Tiger King and the Ice General. Then, with a surprising softness, Tiger King asks if Elric has come merely to bid farewell, leaving Elric stunned. Curious, he asks how Tiger King knew, and Tiger King explains that a sudden realization struck him. He had long wondered why Elric sought to master the body-strengthening art, and observing him now clarified everything. Pointing to the sky, Tiger King notes how he can perceive beyond the radiant wall, comprehending things previously unseen, and that the same applies to Elric. Elric contemplates this, marveling at how Tiger King remains calm and joyful even after such a fierce battle, having surpassed limits and achieved a superhuman level, recognizing the reality beneath the illusion. Tiger King then asserts that in this moment, only he and Elric matter, urging complete focus on the present. Elric agrees, and Tiger King, smiling warmly, asks for his real name before bidding goodbye. Elric replies confidently that he is Elric Melwinger, prompting Tiger King to laugh heartily and call him brother, sealing a bond of respect and camaraderie. Elric, still processing the monumental events, watches as Tiger King commends him for keeping his promise to survive and for saving his family once again, offering a farewell gift as a reward, a demonstration of his mastery over body strength art. Tiger King carefully displays each step, allowing Elric to absorb every movement and detail, internalizing it as a precious gift from a brother. Exhausted yet satisfied, Tiger King smiles warmly and bids Elric goodbye, expressing hope that fate may allow them to meet again. Elric, emerging from his mental realm, opens his eyes to find his ancestors and the flower goddess before him, who praise his accomplishments and tell him to feel pride in his growth. Elric pleads for another chance to return to the arrangement, believing he could finally defeat the Ice General, but the elders, including Tiger King Niel, explain that even their combined efforts barely succeeded, and no one could hope to achieve it in 100 days. They reveal that the Flower Temple was designed as an arrangement to show that the Ice General cannot be fully contained, leaving Elric to reflect on whether the Demon Coat's curse is truly as fearsome as believed and why his grandfather's guidance had been absent. Goddess Camellia reminds him that the objective was to understand how to counter the Ice General through the arrangement. As Elric meditates, a shadowy figure rapidly approaches, one of the subordinates who had fought alongside the lion. Drawing a dagger, he declares that anyone like Elric, who stood against the Blood Wolf King, deserves only death, and lunges to attack. Herman and the lion are locked in a fierce clash, each strike and counter-strike resonating with lethal intensity. Herman reflects bitterly that if he were at his prime, he would have obliterated the lion effortlessly, but now, with his body still recovering, he has only one option left: the dangerous technique that once caused him reflexive damage, though it also grants a new perspective for protecting Elric. His eyes catch the lion's unsettling smile, and he realizes one of his subordinates has gone behind the door, attempting something reckless. As the vicious subordinate lunges at Elric, Elric opens his eyes, unleashing his potent cold aura, freezing the attacker solid. The lion, stunned, is met with Elric's taunting laughter, who mocks and then commands the crocodile-like creature to appear, preparing it to be devoured. Yu, now fully destroyed, leaves only bloodstains as evidence of his demise, and Elric notices that passing through the arrangement has made him even stronger. Suddenly, a fist erupts from Elric's grasp, and Mephisto, astonished, comments that Elric can now wield Winter Wind, creating snow and clouds at will. Elric, smirking at Mephisto, questions why seeing such a grotesque face brings such joy, while Goddess Camellia teases that perhaps the next Demon King's face is simply amusing, further enraging Mephisto, who immediately engages in a heated exchange. Meanwhile, Elric senses something in his chest, reaching into his pocket to retrieve an ice-like shard, wondering why it has taken the form of a snow crystal. Outside, a commotion draws their attention, and they see Herman, severely wounded, yet smiling and exclaiming to Elric how glad he is that he is safe. Elric immediately rushes toward him, prepared to help and assess the situation. Elric supports Sir Blue Lion, asking softly if he is Elric. Herman, while breathing heavily, admits he is utterly exhausted after suddenly overusing his strength. Yet Elric observes that despite the ordeal, Herman while still looks somewhat refreshed. With a faint smile, Herman while confesses that his body may no longer be as strong as before, but the best thing that happened to him, after meeting Elric and freeing himself from the reflex disease, was making a certain choice. When Elric asks what it was, Herman while gestures toward a direction, explaining that he took a step back onto the path he had long abandoned. Around them, remnants of the battle scattered the ground. Even the lion lies motionless, and a massive sword mark slashes across the wall. Elric, concerned, tells him he is transferring his mana and warns him to stay steady, as clashing with another type of energy could cause internal injuries. A powerful scene unfolds as Elric begins the transfer, his dense mana radiating so strongly that Herman, while internally marvels at how much this child has changed in just 4 days, surpassing yet another limit. When Elric asks if he is feeling better now, Herman while thanks him sincerely. Suddenly, both sense a powerful disturbance. Elric remarks that it seems the situation outside remains the same and asks Herman while to please wait there for a little while. Elric sprints through the window and looks out to see the flower temple engulfed in flames, with numerous men wielding explosive orbs, spreading fire everywhere. Fury surges through Elric, and he unleashes his dragon spear, sending ice magic in all directions. Many beastmen are caught in its path. They recognize him and shout that it's Melwinger, urging retreat, but Elric, seething with anger, will not let them escape. He commands them to pause, then summons a massive ice spell, launching it at them and instantly neutralizing the threat. Witnessing this, everyone else is utterly astonished, and the flower fairies rejoice, marveling at the snow-covered scene, exclaiming how beautiful it is. They point toward a snowy flower near a tree resembling camellia, and Elric smiles at the sight. The scene shifts as everyone enters the temple. Holding an ice crystal, Elric explains that he intends to use its winter energy to awaken the winter flower and channel the flower goddess' divine power into it. Goddess Camellia affirms, reminding him of how he awakened her. The flower fairies suggest that if all the flower's powers are combined, they might fully grow the winter flower, possibly restrain the ice general, and pray for the coming spring. Elric, thinking strategically, notes that per Mephisto, completing the winter wind requires other elemental energies beyond brute cold and winter wind. With determination, he grips the ice crystal and prepares to absorb its energy, readying the next step of the ritual. Elric channels the ice crystal's energy, and gradually the power spreads into all the seats. Soon, radiant flower fae begin emerging from each spot, and warmth reminiscent of spring fills the air. Everywhere, vibrant greenery flourishes. The scene shifts to Sean and Elric conversing. Elric asks for clarification, reminding Sean that they must eliminate the ice general by any means necessary. Sean responds cautiously, emphasizing they shouldn't act without sufficient information. Elric reassures him not to worry, confidently stating he knows exactly where the ice general is. Sean, slightly unsettled, questions whether Elric will go through with it again, and Elric confirms. Sean admits that he's already come so far and is ready to help, though inwardly he's thrilled, masking it poorly. Elric notes his displeasure at the pretense, observing that everyone seems aligned with their plan, and insists it's time to move. They assemble their group and begin to leave. The scene shifts to the Fury Wolf King, seething with anger as the Flower Temple mission lies in ruins. He tells his subordinate that he isn't concerned about the temple's destruction. It was doomed long ago, but one thing gnaws at him. The subordinate, resembling a Dracula-like figure, points out that Melwinger is still alive, which ignites the Wolf King's fury even more. Both share a similar irritation, having been tormented by him for a long time. He commands that their forces must grow stronger and eliminate all opposition, but first, they need to discuss their pact, using the Ice General to control the Black Snowfield. Sensing something, the Wolf King erupts in rage, yelling at the thought of Melwinger's audacity, while the Dracula-like subordinate laughs, teasing that the Wolf King now desperately needs their help. The scene shifts to a Fury Tribe city, where a massive tornado sweeps through, sending fleeing beastmen scattering. The tornado, referred to as the Ice General, prompts everyone to wonder why it has appeared and why Tails' blessing seems absent. Meanwhile, Elric soars through the sky, observing the chaos below, while Mephisto teases him, acknowledging that his skill has prevented further destruction. The scene moves to Elric, preparing for the next phase while Goddess Camellia watches, noting that her century-long frustration seems to vanish in an instant. Elric pulls out his communication crystal, and through it, Herman Vale's subordinates assure him they're ready to follow any orders. Mephisto comments on their overzealousness, and Elric chuckles, acknowledging their help while noting their minds aren't particularly sharp. Meanwhile, Beastmen plead to the Blood Wolf King for aid as they try to escape the Ice General's attack. Camellia explains that the Fury Tribe forms a massive alliance across the Black Snowfield cities, making full-scale destruction difficult. Elric reveals his plan was never just to destroy the barriers. By targeting two key reasons, the Blood Wolf King's dominance and the citizens' fear of the Ice General, they can manipulate trust and anxiety to gain the advantage, ensuring Anthropomorph serves their objective. The scene cuts to a Fury-type captain, questioning why the Anthropomorph forces are attacking the barrier, noting that until the Fury Tribe believes they can defeat the Bullet Wolf King, there's no reason for such drastic action. It's clear the Fury Tribe is being strategically pressured into compliance. The scene shifts to Nater, the Fury Tribe's second-in-command, examining maps and questioning the motives behind the attacks on the border cities designed to protect the domain of night. He worries that if anyone discovers the Ice General's real body is hidden there and being used to intimidate the cities loyal to their cause might rebel. Mobilization of the army becomes urgent. Meanwhile, Elric explains that his target, the domain of night, lies deep within Fury territory, though he doesn't know its exact location. He plans to provoke the Fury Tribe into protecting the Ice General's body themselves. Surrounding him, numerous Fury-type beastmen stand ready. Mephisto comments on his curiosity about their reactions when they realize they've been following Elric's cues all along, and Camellia remarks that the Melwinger family's small trick is surprisingly entertaining. Elric then contacts Herman Vale through his communication crystal, reporting that the Fury-type forces are moving exactly as expected. Herman asks if Elric can manage alone, assuring him that he still has energy to support if needed. Elric decides it's best to move alone for now, telling Herman Vale to wait with the others and not push himself too hard. Herman agrees, trusting Elric's judgment, and Elric pockets his crystal ball, signaling he'll send updates soon. The scene shifts to the Fury Tribe's territory, where a lion-like commander named Temple, leader of Team 4, addresses his soldiers about the mission from Monarch Nater. He notices a newcomer at the back, Rissel, nervously introducing himself and asking if he made a mistake by coming. Captain Temple questions him, and Elric asserts his position firmly, promising to follow orders and stay alert. Temple warns he will tolerate no mistakes, and Elric confidently acknowledges. As they begin their mission, Mephisto comments on how foolish the soldiers seem to trust Elric's complex plan, and Camellia notes that perhaps they didn't expect him to infiltrate so deeply. Elric, using his seventh circle transformation magic, reassures Mephisto that his acting is flawless and uncatchable. Mephisto jokingly protests, but Elric warns him to stop teasing or face consequences, silencing him. Meanwhile, Temple orders his soldiers to secure the area and ensure no intruder enters. Elric then uses his dragon spear magic to cut through the wind, speeding toward the Ice General's location. Reaching a spot, he pauses, noticing the Ice General, bound in heavy, rusted chains, showing she has been captive for a very long time. Elric observes the Ice General bound in rusted chains and notes, with a wry smile, that the curse of the demon god must have secured her so firmly. He turns to Goddess Camellia, remarking that this might relate to her sudden slumber 40 years ago. Camellia confirms, and Elric continues, pointing out that the chains radiate an incredibly strong fragrance of flowers, a manifestation of divine power. He explains that some background noise is present due to ongoing music, which Camellia manages. She adds that 40 years ago, in the pseudo-nunnery, similar bindings existed, but the seal was weak and temporary. Now it seems someone has reforged the seal. The camera reveals the Ice General's entire body, tightly bound in chains, emanating immense aura. Elric acknowledges that the Blood Wolf King must be behind this, expressing gratitude as it makes trapping the Ice General within ice much easier. He extends his ice scepter forward, begins to absorb energy, and casts dragon spear magic, when suddenly a voice alerts him to a trespasser. A portal opens, and a small attack strikes near Elric's feet, which he deftly dodges. From the portal emerges Dracula, exclaiming surprise at a beastman's presence. Mephisto admits he did not expect to see him here, while Elric realizes the source of the strange energy, Azazel of Madus, a demon belonging to Grigory. Identifying Azazel as the sheep-like remnant, or goat, they have now recognized. Dracula speaks, noting a small soldier standing before him, completely fearless, and realizes this must be Mel Winger. Elric observes that seeing through his disguise magic isn't so bad for a demon like Azazel. Dracula, thinking to himself, recalls that his mission from the organization was to aid the Wolf King, unite Black Snowfield, bring it under their alliance, and acquire the Ice General. If not for this, his missile would have already been completed. This, he realizes, is an excellent opportunity to earn extra points from the executives, who hold grudges against Mel Winger. The organization had informed him that this opponent's level would revolve around Mess, possibly a magical level, though he is unsure, having not studied this human in a long time and having forgotten much. Determined, Dracula decides this soldier cannot hold his ground and begins to launch an attack at Elric, prompting Mephisto to comment that this is a violent opponent, likely possessing a bloodline, and certainly not an easy foe. Elric, in turn, notes that he has caught a formidable adversary, a top-grade target comparable even to a totem. Dracula, observing Elric's laughter, is astonished, wondering if he has lost his mind. Elric's amusement continues as he assures that soon Dracula will be completely shattered by his wide net spell. Dracula unleashes his attack at Elric, striking him and seemingly breaking him into pieces, which initially excites Dracula, confident his enemy is crushed under the weight of his assault. Yet Elric remains unharmed, casting dragon spear magic straight, nullifying all of Dracula's magical impact, leaving Dracula stunned at the resilience and power of Elric. Elric laughs, remarking that the attack wasn't all that bad, and using his Surge to Count spell, he launches a massive counterattack toward Azazel. He, anticipating the strike, prepares multiple blocks to mitigate its impact, yet the attack shatters all the blocks and presses forward. Despite this, Dracula dodges skillfully, utterly stunned, muttering that he cannot believe Elric possesses the Ice General's abilities. Elric had just unleashed Northern Wit and Winter Blizzard, powers capable of covering the world in white, freezing everything, an immense power of the demon god, essential for destroying the Empire and reviving Lord Azazel. Observing a mere human wielding these abilities is a troubling realization, made even more so by the fact that this human is a Mel Winger, formerly allied with their arch-enemy. Elric, preparing another attack, taunts Dracula, asking what he could be thinking amid a fight, and unleashes his body-stenting ferocious tiger rush, severing Dracula's hand with the strike. Shocked by the ferocity and strength, Dracula questions the hidden potential Elric harbors, retreating slightly while realizing this opponent operates far beyond normal limits, not merely at a mage's level but something far more formidable. Dracula realizes that Elric's strength and mastery over body strength arts is beyond anything he can contend with. This is clearly the work of a Seventh Circle Archmage. Recognizing the impossibility of defeating him directly, Dracula attempts to escape while extracting information from his superiors, tearing up what appears to be important documents. Suddenly, Elric appears behind him, placing his hand on Dracula's head, declaring that escape is futile, and drives him into the ground with crushing force. Mephisto, observing the scene, notes that even the worshippers of Azazel could never reach such strength, and questions how, in such a short time, Elric has become so formidable within the arrangement. He explains that Grigory, an organization devoted to worshipping the demon god Azazel, has clearly extended its influence here. Elric, curious to probe further, resolves to absorb the demonic energy of Dracula, who had technically already died. Activating his Useed, Elric begins to absorb him, noting the bitterness of the process. Suddenly, Dracula rises and attacks, leaving Elric stunned, questioning how he can stand when he was supposedly dead. Dracula's face has completely transformed, now fully demonized, and he confronts Elric with the intensity of someone who had killed Kaya before. Elric breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the immense demonic energy radiating from Dracula, wondering if he has become a demon king. Mephisto warns not to speak of it lightly, hinting that this is indeed Demon King Azazel. We are reminded that 30 years ago, when humans and others triumphed over demons plus, There was no absolute ruler to lead them, and the revival of a tyrant such as Azazel would have been catastrophic, which is precisely why the hexagram and the imperial families intervened in this matter. Elric urges retreat, but Mephisto forbids it. This is, he says, only an inferior copy, never the true Azazel. Yet the implication chills them all. As long as the throne name persists somewhere, such existence can never be fully erased. Elric realizes, aloud, that if a true name exists, Azazel's true name must be hidden somewhere, and Mephisto confirms that Grigory, the organization that worships Azazel, has been conducting all manner of experiments precisely to resurrect him. Their fingerprints are on the totem and on the atrocities that followed. The revelation lands like a blow. These grim operations are not random, they are organized, and Elric vows, bitter, resolute, that he will unmask and punish Grigory for what they've done, promising that, in time, he will root out their conspiracy and not hide from the reckoning that must come. Elric eyes Azazel with sharp focus as the latter threatens, declaring that if it comes to it, Elric will die here. Azazel unleashes a violent gale, far more dangerous than his previous attack. Elric, taunting, counters boldly, summoning a tornado with Dragon's Switch, daring him to speak more properly, and their attacks collide violently. Elric attempts to restrain Azazel using Binding Chain, but Azazel warps the attack completely, warning that it's not over yet. Elric advances, confirming that his prior strike was only a diversion, and now unleashes Body Strength Art, White Tiger Straight, projecting a tiger-shaped image to launch a full-scale assault. Azazel blocks with one hand, astonishes Elric with his sheer mastery of body strengthening art, then slices at Elric's abdomen with Dragon Pierce, only to see it regenerate. Azazel dismisses the attack as useless, readying a punch, which leaves Elric bracing for potential disaster, yet Azazel's block spell negates the strike entirely. Elric reflects inwardly that if this is only Azazel's possessed body, the true body must be unimaginably powerful, and with each passing moment, the demon merges further with his host, continuously growing stronger. Mephisto remarks that though a mere copy, Azazel represents a formidable demon king, and losing to a childlike adversary would be shameful. Elric feels the frustration but recognizes Mephisto's point. If the battle continues like this, it may only end in a draw. Just then, Elric notices movement in a direction and sees all the lion beast men have arrived, ready to engage, shifting the tide of the battle. As the battlefield swarms, Elric realizes the Fury tribe is drawing ever closer and that his plan to secretly absorb the Ice General has been wrecked. At that moment, Azazel rips open a dozen portals and boasts that victory is already his, as countless demons pour onto the field. Mephisto warns Elric that he is surrounded and asks if he has any trick to escape. Elric answers that if he pours out every ounce of his mana he might flee, though it would be excruciatingly difficult with the Fury tribe advancing. When pressed, Mephisto suddenly lashes out with his cutting spell, striking at the demon tide, and Azazel scoffs and blocks the effort, until Elric, smiling with fierce resolve, intones an old family maxim: "If we cannot claim something, no one shall." He channels his magic and directs a devastating assault at the very chains that bind the Ice General, shattering them. Azazel is thrown into disarray. Mephisto mutters that Elric has gone mad, and then the chained behemoth is freed. Goddess Camellia, watching, calls Elric a reckless savior. "Are you truly mad?" And Mephisto, half laughing, admits this wild courage is precisely the spectacle he craves. When Camellia asks why Elric released the Ice General from the ice crystal, Elric replies with a wry, regal bluntness, "What else was there to do?" and then bolts from the scene. As Elric starts to flee, Azazel commands his forces to pursue him relentlessly while he and his minions attempt to rebind the Ice General, uncertain of the direction of her next attack. Losing her now would shatter their future plans, so it is crucial that they suppress the fledgling male winger before he can flourish. Blood begins to trickle from Azazel's mouth as he curses the timing, lamenting the weakening of his force at the worst possible moment. Meanwhile, the Ice General dashes forward with Elric in pursuit. Goddess Camellia, asked why she chases so furiously, explains that the strong mana of the male winger within Elric was used to seal her previously. Mephisto notes this seal had been reinforced on the basements, yet Ice General is enraged and focused, moving with unrelenting fury, something even Camellia cannot fully explain. She observes that though the Ice General has long been seen as impartial in her wrath, never has her anger been this intense. Suddenly, she senses a disturbance and questions Elric. Had he done something to the Ice General? Elric replies nonchalantly that he flicked her head lightly with his ice magic while restraining her. Camellia, aghast, demands how he could be so reckless, incredulous at his audacity, while Elric laughs, revealing his intent. He wanted her to chase him so he could lead her precisely where he wished, using the pursuit to clear away all other obstacles in the battlefield. The Ice General barrels forward, driven by his calculated provocation, and the chase escalates with every step. As Elric speeds the Ice General onward, he reveals with a wry calm that he intends to turn this place into a smoldering hell to serve his purpose, a confession that makes even Mephisto laugh at the first real fun he's had in ages. A message crackles in from Herman whilst men asking if Elric is safe and whether the cold has strengthened beyond expectation, and Elric replies coolly that there is no cause for worry. He alone stirs this commotion and only asks that they keep his path clear, for he means to lead the Ice General straight into the heart of the Fury tribe. The scene cuts to a bulwarked Fury fortress where a fox-like captain seethes at how the Ice General was freed from her seal and reports that she has been sighted sowing panic as far as El Dorado and even in Tycon. The captain understands the Ice General is a tool that sustains their dominion, and if the secret of her liberation spreads, the whole ruling order of the Fury tribe will collapse. He fears exposure of the hidden body kept in the border towns of the Domain of Night, the cache that legitimizes their power, and orders rapid mobilization, because if their secret is revealed, cities that swore fealty will rise against them. Across the field, the tension is electric. Elric's audacious provocation, the scattered commands and worry voices, the frantic tales of allied commanders, all converge into one unignorable fact. A carefully played deception now threatens to unmake the delicate architecture of Dominion. And Elric moves through the storm with the cold confidence of a man determined to wrest spring back from winter's clutches by whatever means necessary. The orders crack like thunder across the courtyard. Fox commands immediate mobilization, snarling that any fool who hesitates will lose his head. He vows to smother any whispering city's curiosity, and convinced that the hand behind this chaos is the elusive Elric, dispatches his guards with a single brutal instruction: find the Elric at all costs. The earth itself trembles as Fox peers from his window and sees, to his mounting fury, the Ice General advancing shoulder to shoulder with Elric, and he cannot fathom why that ancient fury would surge toward his gates. Meanwhile Elric, breath ragged, admits he is exhausted. Mephisto teases that the luckless souls who cross him always pay dearly for their fate, yet Elric merely smiles. Admits he once flicked the Ice General upon the brow, then gathers his power and looses a volley of ice arrows toward the Fury territory. Their bolts shatter the shimmering barrier like glass, and alarms erupt. The Wolf Captain cries for swift interception, but Herman appears on the flank, declaring they will not allow such a thing, while Fox, blind with rage, hurls his soldiers at the humans. The barrier shudders and falls, and the Ice General and Elric stride through the breach. Elric declares with cold focus that he will take the Ice General straight to the center, but just then Wolf King rises, saying, "Who dares to wake her up?" A sudden, razor-bright revelation cuts through the chaos as Elric squints at the towering sovereign opposite him, and the Wolf King intones with a hard amusement that, despite the outward male form, this being is in truth female. Elric inhales the strange current of energy flowing from that body and marvels at the unfamiliar, either demonic nor mere mana, while the Wolf King, eyes cold, golden-haired, savoring a strange, pungent scent, declares that these signs mark Elric unmistakably as one of the Melwinger line, and laughs that at last her tail has been restored enough that only the mastery of the body-strengthening art will reclaim her ninth tail. Furious as any ancient storm, the Ice General roars that no petty monster, brained or desireless, has the right to assail her, unleashes a titanic pressure burst that rattles the ground. And the battleground shudders as the two titans collide in a display both savage and terrifying. Camellia turns to Elric, asked if anything is amiss, just as he strides toward the Ice General clutching his ice crystal. He says with iron courtesy that if the Blood Wolf King has paid so dear to aid him, he will not squander the moment, and he holds the crystal up, ready to absorb whatever he can. Mephisto chuckles, marveling that Elric aims to fell two birds with one arrow. The Wolf King surges forward at Elric, striking with a burst of race magic. "What are you doing?" she snarls. Both Elric and the Ice General position themselves on the same side, and Sean observes, thinking that it seems they intend to strike decisively together, a strategy that will undoubtedly infuriate Fox even further. The Wolf King's rage flares uncontrollably, and she shouts Melwinger, Melwinger, lamenting that if she still possessed her 9 tails, no human could ever endure such audacity. Then, a wry smile crosses her face as one of her coaches separates, and launches an independent assault directly on Elric, leaving him astonished and muttering in disbelief at the unexpected move. Wolf King begins creating numerous clones, each a perfect replica of Fox, filling the battlefield with deceptive doubles. Elric dismisses these trivial tricks, asserting they will achieve nothing, and counters with his freezing magic, striking all clones with precise force. Meanwhile, Elric addresses Fox, telling her that none of her actions will yield results, even as she begins using her magic. Suddenly, something enters Foxing's mouth, which delights her, and she declares triumphantly that she has finally caught him. Elric falls unconscious as Foxing proclaims that once she extracts the body-strengthening art from his memory, she will finally complete her nine-tail. The scene shifts into Elric's mind world, where Foxing is confronted by a desolate, barren palace, and she notes, comparing it with her knowledge of magicians, that securing such a location is remarkably simple. Elric, seated in a sullen posture, is then attacked by Foxing, who declares that she will now claim the body strength art entirely as her own. Suddenly, an immense and dangerous pressure descends upon her, accompanied by a voice demanding how a mere beast dares to seize what rightfully belongs to her. The sheer force of this pressure startles even the Wolf King, whose awe mirrors the terrifying magnitude of the energy unleashed, leaving the battlefield tense with the weight of imminent confrontation. The immense pressure presses down, and Sean declares that no one could possibly stand before him, and by now, everyone should know exactly who he is. He commands to destroy it, and an enormous, menacing presence begins moving toward Fox, leaving her utterly shocked and paralyzed with fear. At this moment, Fox emerges from Elric's mind world, bewildered and trembling, questioning what she had just witnessed, and what strange entity had resided within his soul. Elric himself is stunned, able only to recall that he had just been struck by Blood Wolf King. Meanwhile, Sean turns his head toward the unfolding scene, admitting he has no clue, and Elric questions why he is suddenly acting so decisively, coming to the realization of the entity that had been trapped within his soul. Fox King, boiling with rage, declares that she will utterly crush him, sending those around her scattering in terror, aware that Blood Wolf King has begun regenerating, and any contact would result in total annihilation. Elric quickly forms his barrier, attempting to gauge her intent, while Blood Wolf King, unleashing her power, admits she cannot recall ever using so much energy before. Though she has yet to deal fully with the Ice General, she vows to incinerate the Melwinger entirely. Elric, amused, comments on the scale of her fiery display, jesting that if her firepower were even stronger, she could burn everything even more efficiently. Fully energized, he challenges her, daring her to show the true extent of her power. Sean challenges to reveal the true extent of his power as the scene shifts to Anthropomorpha's palace, where the little Tiger King sits deeply contemplative. His minister approaches, urging him not to be nervous, reminding him that he is a tiger, the king of the mountains, and that this is the moment to demonstrate the pride and strength inherent within him. The Tiger King reflects solemnly, acknowledging that the task ahead is far from simple, recalling the time when adversaries had once turned against him, including Anthropomorph, and realizing that his enemies will underestimate him, perceiving him as too young and looking down upon him. At this moment, Hayes and Sean arrive, and Hayes reminds him of his promise to rebuild the imperial family and give the Baimen a truly happy life, asserting that only he has the capability to accomplish this. Sean assures him that they fully support him, and inspired, the Tiger King resolves internally that he alone will carry out this mission for those who trust him and for Elric, who granted him this opportunity. He imagines that if Elric were present, he would effortlessly command the meeting, suppressing any opposition, and he decides to emulate that strength. With a commanding roar, he announces that the Tiger King is coming. Entering the meeting hall, he advances toward his chair, turning back to release a formidable, dangerous aura over everyone present. Meanwhile, Elric is continuously absorbing the Ice General's energy, commenting on its extraordinary sweetness, while Camellia cautions him that absorbing the Ice General's energy does not make her weaker. Elric acknowledges that the Ice General is assessing her opponent and growing stronger, but notes that he has gained from the encounter. His Winter Wind Cell has become more powerful, and he now understands precisely how to subdue the Ice General. Turning to Fox, he observes her fully empowered state and questions why she does not surrender, noting that she seems completely prepared yet continues to resist. Elric stands unshaken as Fox, voice trembling between fury and old grievance, unfolds her bitter history, how, in a black night when she nearly perished, she fell under a mysterious tutor's power, trained for centuries, forged an army, and swore to remake the world beyond the black snowfield. Yet a single wall named Mailwinger barred her way, and the day Tiger King rose to dominance turned every wound into relentless, burning hatred. She rants that, had she possessed her nine-tail fully then, humankind would never have endured her. The rage that pours from Fox becomes physical pressure so immense that even Helk falters, and she vows, with animal savagery, to tear Elric's limbs from him and end him. Swift and cold as winter steel, Elric answers, with a single, precise sweep of his cutting magic he severs every tail and appendage she brandished, an execution of craft and will that leaves Fox stunned, bleeding, and horrified to find her trophies undone. She had fancied herself untouchable, yet here is a male winger who strips her of power and shames her past. Elric mocks her suffering and, with measured finality, declares their twisted bond broken, unleashing an ice-born detonative strike that flattens the field. When the smoke clears, Fox lies collapsed, blood weeping from her eyes, whispering that this is not finished even as her strength ebbs. All the while Elric's plan moves forward. At that moment, the Ice General charges toward him, prompting Elric to calm the situation, saying there's no need to advance, now is the time to engage in their game. Mephisto reassures Camellia, explaining that as Elric absorbs the seal, he can access memories tied to it, helping him understand the seal's owner. The Ice General must have revealed something in that process. Camellia reflects, astonished, wondering if what he saw is similar to how he understood her memories, recalling details unnecessary for them. She questions whether Elric can even perceive the Ice General's memories, as the general remains deeply mysterious, almost unknowable. Elric, thinking to himself, recalls how at first he assumed the Ice General was merely a cell of Goddess Camellia, a vessel filled with malevolent intent, but fragments of her memories told a different story. The Ice General he saw was actually a small, solitary child, born as a general by the demon god, filled with intense curiosity like a newborn, innocent yet slowly twisted into hostility. The Ice General's story unfolds as a tragic yet innocent tale. As a child, she only wanted to play, laugh, and interact with others, unaware of the fear her presence caused. The villagers, frightened by her powers, threw stones and called her a monster, and even the surrounding nature, trees, rivers, the landscape itself, responded to her icy aura. Despite her desire for friendship, every place she went turned to ice, and with no parents or peers to guide her, she accidentally caused destruction, believing the world hated her. This pain and isolation forged the hatred within her, transforming her into a powerful, fearsome being, yet deep inside, she still longed for simple joy. She had only wanted to play the same games she saw other children enjoying. Elric reflects on this as he chases her, realizing that what seemed like chaos was actually a small, innocent game she simply wanted to enjoy. The Ice General slowly absorbs into his ice crystal, shrinking into a small child, smiling at him, transforming into petals, and disappearing while expressing genuine delight in their play. Her energy fills the ice crystal, spreading its essence across every city. The ice melts, black clouds vanish, and the land blooms with vibrant greenery. Goddess Camellia, watching with tears, recognizes the spring that follows winter. The long-awaited golden day has arrived. Sunlight floods the land, greenery thrives, and even as the wind remains slightly cool, the world is renewed. The scene shifts to a moment of awe and reflection. Everywhere around, greenery flourishes and sunlight breaks through the sky. Tiger King, speaking to his tribe elders, notes that the Fury tribe has been completely defeated and that even the Ice General has fallen. He feels an unusual sense of strangeness seeing this unfold before him. The elders echo the feeling, acknowledging that a long-standing desire has suddenly been fulfilled, yet they stress the real challenge is just beginning. Unifying the Tiger family and Snowfield will not be easy. Tiger King affirms his commitment, ready to give his all. Flower Face, delighted, exclaims that spring has arrived, and Camellia appears, greeted warmly. Elric, interacting with everyone, credits them for giving him the flower presents, which was essential to dispel winter. The group expresses gratitude and amazement that winter has finally been driven away. Tiger King humbly thanks them, insisting he only facilitated the meetings. The real effort came from their collaboration. The elders, observing quietly, realized that during negotiations with the Fury tribe leaders, it was Elric Malinger, not Tiger King, steering the process, a person destined to deeply influence the Mountain King's future. The scene then cuts to two soldiers, amazed that the king truly fell, questioning how a human could have defeated the Ice General. Suddenly, a black shadow emerges behind them, striking swiftly and revealing itself as Azazel, whose attack shows the lingering dangers still present. Azazel reflects to himself that he has barely maintained his body all this while, absorbing the life force of his subordinates to reach this point. Yet the Blood Wolf King and Ice General have already been defeated. 10 long years were invested in the Blood Wolf King to secure the Ice General, and had the Blood Wolf King united with Vishman, it would have only been a matter of time before Northern Winter and Winter Blizzard fell into his hands. Only then could he have rid himself of the male Winger brother, burning all related dresses and achieving the satisfaction he craved. With no paths left, the only remaining way forward is to awaken the demon implanted within the Blood Wolf King. Shouting with fervor, Azazel calls on T-Man God and T-Man King, dedicating his life to them, and a voice responds that his wish will be fulfilled if he gathers his emotions repeatedly, promising that he will rise as a greater demon and open new paths. Meanwhile, the Blood Wolf King is fully demonized, releasing overwhelming dark energy. The scene shifts to Camellia speaking to Elric, asking what his plan is with the Ice General, to which Elric responds that having gathered all winter materials, he is now ready to complete winter. Camellia questions if he knows how, and Elric admits he has never done this before, asking if she knows. Cryptically, Camellia replies that sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't, leaving Elric puzzled and astonished by her words. Suddenly, a pressing force bears down on them, and Elric realizes this is the same phenomenon the Blood Wolf King warned of, confirming that the end is far from over. The Blood Wolf King, fully transformed into a massive wolf, radiates an immense surge of dark energy, and Camellia explains that someone has sacrificed themselves before the demon god to revive the Blood Wolf King. If left unchecked, he could become a second Ice General. Elric, reflecting on how smoothly events are unfolding, retrieves his communication caster to reach Hayes and Sean, preparing for the next decisive steps, even as the weight of ambition, power, and destiny hangs heavily over them all. Elric, communicating through his caster, commands Hayes to quickly gather all citizens and escort them outside the city. Both Hayes and Sean are stunned, asking Elric what has happened and what will become of him. Calmly, Elric reassures them that he will tend to himself, and instructs them to leave first. Meanwhile, the Blood Wolf King wreaks devastation across every corner, prompting Elric to step forward to confront him. Mephisto intervenes, warning Elric that this is no ordinary opponent and one cannot handle him alone. Goddess Camellia echoes the warning, reminding Elric that while he managed to defend using the Ice Channel before, luck will not always favor him. Elric responds that he already has a plan, but intends to conduct careful research before executing it. Curious and anxious, Camellia presses for details, and Elric declares that here and now, he will complete winter. With that, he consumes the ice crystal, an action that visibly unsettles both Camellia and Mephisto, who frantically plead for him to stop. As soon as the ice crystal is ingested, Elric's body begins to freeze over with ice, his magic surging outward, signaling the imminent awakening of winter's full power, and leaving everyone bracing for the monumental force about to unfold. Elric's body begins to freeze solid as he channels his magic, summoning forth the raw force of winter. Instantly, a raging blizzard erupts, prompting Mephisto to roar in anger, lamenting that Baal has once again created a new problem. Camellia interjects, explaining that the ice crystal is a mythical artifact of extreme power, dangerous on its own, yet currently holding the Ice General, the same being that once blanketed all of Black Snowfield in ice. Behind Elric, the Ice General's avatar materializes, a grim reminder that absorbing it without preparation could either amplify his abilities uncontrollably or shatter his body entirely. Elric reflects internally, acknowledging the immense power he is about to harness, as the seals of winter and brute cold swell rapidly, growing stronger with every passing moment. A black lash strikes him, and he knows that if he fails to endure it, his own body will collapse under the force. As Elric teeters on the brink of unconsciousness, the necklace around his neck glows, signaling the merging of mind and magic, and he opens his eyes, declaring he has returned to the mind world. Meanwhile, General and Ancestor converse. When Ancestor asks if she will join, General nods. Ancestor comments on her kindness, noting that despite his harsh treatment, she remains compassionate. Laughing, General embraces him, then notices Elric and rushes to him, bowing her head in gratitude. Elric reassures her that thanks are unnecessary, urging her to focus on the path ahead and the games she must play. Ancestor commends Elric, observing that he surpassed all expectations, not only defeating the Ice General and capturing it in the ice crystal but understanding its essence and warming its heart. If Ancestor had approached it the same way, the outcome might not have been so harmonious, Yet Elric accomplished it faster and more delicately than imagined. Turning back to Elric, Ancestor asserts that the moment has arrived to deliver winter, though he immediately warns that Elric is not yet fully qualified for this monumental task, emphasizing the weight of responsibility now resting on his shoulders. Ancestor instructs Elric that to achieve the full season, he must advance further, study more, understand deeper, and progress steadily, emphasizing patience and discipline. Elric, frustrated, protests that he has already done so much and yet is still not granted the winter, but Ancestor clarifies that the timing is not right. The power of winter will be his when the moment comes, and for now, all that is required is patient waiting. Elric, smiling, turns to the Ice General, teasing that the old man is a rogue and comes forward, while he blackmails his sister, warning that without his permission, she cannot intervene, leaving her flustered as she remarks on how Elric increasingly dominates their household. Elric counters, reminding her that her preoccupation with controlling descendants is misplaced and asks if she intends to grant him winter or not. She responds playfully that although she joked about it, obtaining winter now would not be as valuable. He must strengthen his foundation further. Laughing, Elric admits he plans the same but acknowledges the current situation demands a different approach. Outside, Elric, unconscious, lies under the protection of Goddess Camellia, who urges him to awaken quickly as the Blood Wolf King advances. Elric warns his assessor that failure to act will be catastrophic, and the assessor reluctantly agrees, advising him to retreat until the external threat is stabilized before entering the private residence. Elric notes that all materials to complete winter have already been gathered. As Camellia shields Elric, she urges him to open his eyes. The Blood Wolf King seizes him, but simultaneously, winter's energy flows into Elric's hands, glowing as his sister hopes he will not be consumed by demonic forces. The winter seal manifests on his hands as a blinding light erupts from the Blood Wolf King, and Elric emerges, ripping free from the light to stand resolutely before him. Mephisto, observing, notes that despite assistance, Elric is now truly a general, a monster of exceptional talent. Blood Wolf King releases a poisonous attack, countered swiftly by Elric, astonishing Camellia, who realizes he has already seized control of winter, wielding it freely. Elric, using surge magic, strikes the Blood Wolf King, severely wounding him, while Elric proclaims that his magical power has reached an entirely new level, a combination of winter elements forming the ultimate seal of winter. Blood Wolf King screams in agony as Elric approaches, commanding him to silence, and with precise magic clamps his mouth shut, binding his entire body with chains of pine magic. Declaring the time has come to finish this, Elric attacks decisively. With a decisive cry, Elric launches his attack, and the Blood Wolf King retaliates without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of demonic fire from his mouth. Observing, Elric internally acknowledges that the Blood Wolf King has grown far stronger, radiating an energy even winter cannot counter. He notices demonic energy spreading through the air, further amplifying his foe, and realizes that to defeat him, he must destroy the core. But approaching is perilous due to the foxfire surrounding the Blood Wolf King, who obsessively chants that he will kill the male winger. Elric, contemplating the risk, understands that leaving the beast unchecked would give rise to another demon king, yet no opening presents itself. At that moment, Yu activates his seal, his hand extending outward, asking if Elric requires assistance. Elric responds that this is not something to consume, yet Yu counters, claiming he has not refused, only enticed, observing that Elric's mind is always one step ahead. Elric permits him, and Yu opens a large group, advancing toward the Blood Wolf King, sinking a powerful bite into the back of his neck, granting Elric a vital opening. Elric realizes that mere attacks are insufficient, even channeling all his energy would fail. Resolute, he plans to use a powerful technique taught by Tiger King Neol, and as his hand glows and eyes flare, he launches the strike, connecting directly with the core. Moments later, he senses an effect within the heart, a resonance he identifies as the Dragon Heart's mana, and feels it descend through his chest. He understands that missing this chance would leave no second opportunity, and resolves to harness Mephisto's demonic energy to its fullest. Elric feels his body reacting strangely, questioning why the seal never provoked such a response. Mephisto explains that the lingering fragment of his energy is being suppressed by the soldier's power. Though merely a droplet of his might, it should not be underestimated. Sensing the demonic essence rising to his surface while the Dragon Heart's mana runs dry, Elric steels himself, certain it will be enough for one final blow. Declaring that the fox will never rise again, he thrusts his hand forward and unleashes the crushed dragon's speech, shattering the core. The Blood Wolf King erupts in a massive blast, scattering blood across the battlefield. Far away, little Tiger King senses the change, murmuring that spring has finally come, though the scorching wind threatens to dry the land and turn the environment harsh. The elder commands his soldiers to protect their master as the hot wave expands toward them, thinking to himself that as long as their king lives, the hope of Bestman's rise remains. Even if they burn, they will not let harm reach their ruler. At that moment, a dazzling light flares, followed by a powerful gust dispersing the hot wind completely, revealing Master, who calmly offers to take over from here. A flashback surfaces, showing Augustine speaking to Elric, asking if he truly refuses his aid. Elric answers firmly that he cannot depend solely on him. Augustine, puzzled, questions the problem. Elric declares that before becoming an apprentice, he was the patriarch of his family, and a patriarch who cannot solve his own problems cannot earn trust or be followed. He vows to walk his own path as his grandfather did, even if it is dangerous, so that he and his household may shine like stars once more. This challenge, he says, is his fate as a male banger. Augustine asks if that means he must watch his student die. Elric reassures him he will not die and requests instead that he watch over King Valence and Anthromorph, for that would mean the most to him. These memories fade as the scene shifts back to the present. Augustine turns to the elder, addressing him as Beastman, and asks a question. If he has gone to Ustanon before. The elder confirms he has, acknowledging the statement as true. Augustine then commands him to look closely and tell who among them is truly the more dangerous. Tiger King steps forward, generating an immense aura so powerful that even the elder is struck with awe, exclaiming at the sheer strength radiating from every movement. Stamping the ground with force, the king declares that the white night is rising, and the sky ignites as he unleashes its attack, sending waves of energy that overwhelm everyone present. The beast men clutch their ears and fall to their knees under the sheer pressure, feeling the impact through the ground and their very bodies. Observing this, Elder realizes such power cannot originate from a mere human. Moments later, the storm subsides, the hot wind dissipates, and the fiery chaos vanishes completely. At that moment, Tiger King arrives, prompting Elder to ask if he is unharmed. Tiger King urges haste, insisting they must reach the city immediately, as Elric is in extreme danger. Master Augustine, smiling, notes that such trivial threats could never truly harm his apprentice. Meanwhile, Elric approaches with his companions toward Tiger King, causing the king to beam and wave in welcome. Suddenly, Elric clutches his chest in pain and collapses, alarming everyone. But it is only sleep, nothing serious. Sean, frustrated yet impressed, comments on Elric's astonishing speed in gathering allies, and laughter spreads among the group as the black snowfield cave finally settles into calm. We see Elric sitting beneath a plate when Little Ice General approaches him. He asks if she has come to give him a farewell, and she nods. Placing his hand gently on her head, he tells her to enjoy herself wherever she goes and avoid any trouble. In his mind, he hopes she stays happy and safe, though he doesn't know where life will take her. The little girl stands and asks if he will play with her again. Elric chuckles and assures her that of course he will. Slowly, he rises and realizes he has been asleep for some time, wondering aloud how long he had been out. He remarks on his awakening, mentioning that Camellia had said he would wake up soon, and Elric acknowledges that he just recently did. At that moment, Tiger King presents a book to him. Surprised, Elric notes that he already received all the research material meant for him, and the king explains that this is a journal left behind by Tiger King Yule, an item of great importance to the Tiger King family. He found it unexpectedly while exploring the library and marked a page he thought Elric should see. Opening the book, Elric is astonished to read Yule's detailed accounts of events he had witnessed, including how on February 14th, Elric had arrived, met him, and revealed that he had been a master teacher whose techniques were pivotal to their history. Elric reads further in the journal and discovers that the master with the body-strengthening art had settled within the tribe and fully adapted to its culture by February 16th. On February 17th, the tribe began searching for a proper settlement, and the master found a perfect place for them. By February 29th, he showed great interest in the body-strengthening art, which closely resembled the techniques of Tiger King's lineage. On April 16th, a strange phenomenon resembling the Ice General occurred, causing many tribe members to embark on a journey. They took this master as their guide while setting out to defeat the Ice General. Realizing all this, Elric is amazed and thinks it must have been a carefully arranged plan, wondering how it could all be possible. He recognizes that the person mentioned in the journal is himself, and his own ice general arrangement matches exactly what is written. Reading further, he learns that Yo wrote about his brother, Elric Melwinger, who vanished suddenly and was never found. He was a descendant from the Melwinger family from the future. Elric is shocked and confused, questioning how such arrangements could exist. He concludes that it is too realistic to be mere imagination and must involve some magic that allows existence to return, as no ordinary godly power could account for it. At that moment, Otto had told him to reach their private residence, and Elric realizes he must get to the Empire as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Sean bursts into Elric's room, shouting that he was terrified he hadn't woken yet. Elric jokingly doubts that Sean ran all the way just to check on him and asks what's going on. Sean, in a serious tone, confirms that chaos has broken out in the Empire. Sean turns sharply toward Elric, announcing with urgency that war had broken out in the Empire. Elric, startled, demanded what sort of sudden nonsense that was, to which Sean replied that Count Winds was involved. Realization struck Elric as he declared that the Red Lion had staged a rebellion, a revelation impossible to ignore since the Red Lion House was one of the 8 vessels supporting the Empire. As governor of the military colonies along the border, the Red Lion commanded elite troops, and for such a stronghold to rebel was no trivial matter. Moving swiftly toward the door, Elric declared the gravity of the situation, while Sean followed closely behind, adding that by the end of the day, Count Winds would be branded an enemy of the Empire. Elric, however, narrowed his gaze, stating there was something suspicious at play. Was it not strange that a house long famed for its loyalty would rise in rebellion? Sean answered that whispers claimed he had allied with demons, and at the mention of demons, Elric stopped abruptly, demanding what had just been said. Sean confirmed it, adding that even more bizarre was the fact that the rebellion was being led by the Crown Prince himself. At this, Elric smirked coldly, remarking that the very Crown Prince who had been pursuing Garagori was now spearheading such a revolt, before commanding haste, for they must return to the Empire without delay. Later, as they prepared their departure, they bid farewell to the king, who with regret asked if they were leaving so soon, lamenting that compared to all that had been done for them, he had yet to repay anything in kind. Kneeling and taking the king's hand, Elric replied with regal poise, asking if he truly thought himself indebted, for the day he became a great king would be the day to repay him, and he would wait patiently for that moment, with interest. The king smiled, vowing he understood and would ensure it, promising to stand at Elric's side, to which Elric returned a satisfied smile, calling it a wise decision. As they made ready, the spirits gathered, and Virilin appeared, asking if he was truly leaving now. The spirits wept against his face, pleading for him not to go, but Elric laughed warmly, confessing that though he wished to remain, he had no choice. From the front, Camellia arrived, her commanding presence restoring order, as she told the spirits to step back and maintain decorum. Meeting her gaze with a smile, Elric said he had intended to stop by the temple before his departure. Camellia smiled gently, remarking that he must be in a hurry and that she would not dare trouble him, yet after a moment's thought she warned that the path before him would not be easy. Elric replied with quiet confidence that a path too easy would only be boring, and with that, they departed north. He had come north under orders but gained far more than expected, restoring the honor of his family name and forging an alliance with the ruler of the Black Snow Field, a power beyond comparison. What other fighting force could Elric boast of? All of this was the legacy left behind by his grandfather and ancestors, a legacy to be treasured and strengthened, and as head of the house, it was his solemn duty to uphold it. Meanwhile, in another place, demons knelt before a group of men, begging for forgiveness, but the men gave no quarter, destroying the sealed order at once, which unleashed a monstrous being with countless mouths that began devouring the demons where they stood. Coldly, the men commanded that no trace remain, that all evidence be eliminated, and that they regroup at the main base. Was this the true beginning of the garrison? One man's coat burned as he clenched his teeth, seething that if not for the interference of the damned Harbinger, the northern wind and winter blaze would already have been offered to Lord Azazel. Retreating for now, he swore that next time he would present Elric's head to his master himself. Rage surged in him, his body enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy. Later, at the Great Wall, within a carriage, Sean yawned, muttering that they were leaving yet another place behind. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a halt, shaking both inside. Elric demanded an explanation, and Carl, reins tight in hand, urged him to come see for himself. Dismounting, Elric beheld the scene. Archers lined the battlements of a looming building, one shouting from above that refusal to comply would mock them as intruders and bring a rain of arrows. Gazing upward, Elric noted grimly that even ballistae had been mounted upon the wall, engines of war reserved only for times of great conflict. Could this heightened vigilance already be the consequence of the Red Lion's rebellion? Sean shouted firmly, demanding their affiliation and the size of their company, to which the writer answered that they were the carriage from the Narrister family who had passed through 2 months prior, requesting the gate to be opened. The guard, stunned, exclaimed that the Narristers had returned, for they were long assumed dead after 2 months of silence. Irritated, Lucian barked for the gate to be opened immediately, and the guard echoed the order with urgency until the massive doors creaked apart, allowing the carriage to pass through. Within the office, a man welcomed them warmly, introducing himself as Vanel and apologizing for the earlier rudeness and mistake. Elric reassured him it was nothing, while Sean, observing the vigilance at the border, praised their proud defense of the Empire, saying it inspired pride as a citizen. Vanel, touched, laughed heartily, confessing that for the third son of House Narrister to recognize his efforts was the greatest honor in his 30 years of service, leaving him deeply moved. Yet, he admitted, today was most unusual, as noble guests had been arriving one after another in such a desolate outpost. Curious, Sean asked who else had come, and Vanel revealed that the fourth prince himself was present, offering to arrange a meeting. The revelation shocked both Sean and Elric, and as Sean muttered to his brother that this could only mean the prince had been waiting for them, Elric pondered silently why such a prominent figure would come to a border garrison at such a critical time, questioning the true nature of his intent. The butler addressed the fourth prince with reverence, declaring that he and Elric Melwinger had shared a deep bond since childhood, and if given the chance to reach out, he was certain Elric would be swayed to their side. That butler was Rodeo Friends, and as the prince gave a slight nod, Rodeo broke into a nervous sweat, determined that he must seize this chance at all costs. For before him stood none other than Cromwell, the fourth prince, prodigy of the imperial line, a swordsman recognized by the Golden Lion himself and bestowed with the title of the Black Lion, one of the Empire's 3 leading stars and a man hailed as a future emperor. If he could win the favor of such a figure, Rodeo thought, it would be the crowning jewel in his path to becoming head of House Friends. At last, Cromwell said he would try to place his trust in him, to which Rodeo bowed low, offering thanks while burning with ambition. Later, in a quiet room, Elric sat deep in thought when Sean questioned him sharply, asking if he truly meant to meet the prince despite his long-standing disdain for imperial entanglements. Elric replied with calm resolve that he had chosen to stop avoiding such matters. Sean snapped, calling him reckless, certain he was scheming something. Elric then declared his intent to rebuild his house. Sean, taken aback, asked if he meant to rise again by aligning with the fourth prince, but Elric answered that he would decide only after meeting him. Breathing heavily, Sean admitted that such a course meant soaring straight into the battlefield. Inwardly, Elric acknowledged the truth of it. If he wished to restore his family, only playing a decisive role in war or becoming a kingmaker would offer the swiftest route. Having already severed ties with the crown prince, he reasoned, the fourth prince might indeed be his one vulnerable card. At that moment, the door opened and Blue Lion entered, answering the summons. Elric looked up and said evenly that he had been waiting. Blue Lion remarked that he had expected Elric to call him for sword training, though the mood clearly suggested otherwise. Elric chuckled, promising to ask again another time, and invited him to sit. When Blue Lion inquired about the reason, Elric said he wished to know what kind of man the Black Lion truly was. After a pause, Blue Lion explained that while the world saw Cromwell as ambitious, in truth he was nothing more than a lion consumed by swordsmanship and martial arts. Hearing this, Elric's eyes gleamed green, and Blue Lion added that whether they got along or not would depend on meeting face to face, but he might find the prince not so bad. Elric thanked him, saying he now had a better sense of how to approach, and Blue Lion noted he seemed to have changed quite a bit since their first meeting, even whispering that the Black Lion seemed eager for a match with him. Elric grinned, admitting he too wished to test his martial arts, then asked if Blue Lion would accept a friendly spar. Laughing, Blue Lion agreed, saying it was exactly what he had hoped for. Later, in an open area, a crowd of subordinates had gathered. Elric asked if Blue Lion had called them, but he feigned innocence, prompting Mephisto to laugh that his acting was no better than Elric's. Amused, Elric pointed out the duel had been decided only moments earlier, and wondered how word had spread so fast. Mephisto suggested it must have been Isabel, whose sharp instincts and tactical mind had been steadily proving themselves. Nodding, Elric said she was indeed remarkable, having already managed to impress the border defense force and build her value even before the meeting with the fourth prince. Elric readied his stance, remarking that both her blue lion and his daughter seemed intent on giving him wings so he might rise to the ocean. Raising his blade, Blue Lion warned that he would show no mercy and urged the others to remain sharp. They locked eyes, then leapt at each other, clashing in rapid exchanges as Blue Lion's sword swept relentlessly while Elric slipped and dodged with precision. To the spectators, only bursts of aura and shockwaves were visible, one exclaiming in disbelief that they dueled without even using mana or aura, and that the head of a great magical house was matching the Blue Lion with his bare hands, a terrifying prospect if magicians could fight at such a level. Knocked back across the ground, Elric steadied himself with a hand on the earth, and Blue Lion noted his movements had grown refined though still burdened by excess. Elric admitted he would require more training under him. At that moment, applause echoed as the fourth Prince Cromhell appeared, leaving Elric astonished, thinking this was truly the Black Lion himself. Both he and Blue Lion bowed before the prince. Later, when Elric entered a chamber, a man greeted him warmly, saying it had been far too long, calling him friend. Mephisto, unimpressed, muttered about the man's smug face and asked if Elric knew him. With calm certainty, Elric replied that he was none other than the rightful heir of House Friends, prompting Mephisto to gape in shock, declaring that Friends, the infamous Crimson Wall, meant he was a traitor. The boy broke the silence, asking why Elric was so quiet, admitting it must feel awkward after such a long time. Inwardly, he reasoned that while Elric hated his house, with Melvinger's legacy in their possession, he could not openly oppose them. They were no longer mere vassals of House Melvinger but now a leading faction in the imperial court, leaving Elric with no choice but to join hands should they offer to return the legacy. Placing a hand on Elric's shoulder, he suggested they discuss Melvinger's legacy, which his house held, before meeting the prince. Elric coldly told him to remove his hand. When the boy hesitated, Elric repeated himself with a murderous edge, forcing him to pull away in alarm. Mephisto observed with contempt that one who dared call himself Melvinger's right hand clearly knew nothing of Melvinger at all. With a clenched fist, Elric declared that Count Friends ought to show the utmost respect to him, and yet a mere third son dared to speak down to a duke of the empire. Watching this, Mephisto thought with satisfaction that the grudge carried by House Melvinger would never disappoint. Elric's face burned with anger, and both the boy and Rodeo Ferens cowered in fear. House Ferens, known as the Crimson Wall, was a colossal fortress that had safeguarded Melvinger for over 1,000 years. Once loyal vassals who shed blood against countless enemies to protect Melvinger, they had been trusted so deeply that Elric and his sister once called the patriarch of House Ferens uncle. Yet they betrayed that trust, siding with the imperial family that stole Melvinger's inheritance and helped orchestrate its downfall. To make matters worse, they attempted to tarnish the very name of Melvinger's proud magical bloodline by trying to force Rodeo Ferens into marriage with Elric's sister. After her refusal, the siblings were abandoned in a derelict mansion, left to struggle for survival, and now House Ferens shamelessly dared to act with arrogance. Quickly kneeling, Rodeo bowed and admitted, trembling, that he had been terribly rude. Elric turned with disdain, ordering him to get lost, declaring he could not even bear to look at him. Bowing low, Rodeo clenched his teeth in anger though he dared not raise his head. Later, Elric approached Cromhell, bowing formally and declaring, Elric Melvinger, Radiant Star Duke, Patriarch of House Melvinger, greets Prince Cromhell. The prince smiled, replying with calm courtesy that it was a pleasure to meet the Radiant Star Duke. Elric thought grimly that surely the prince must have overheard the exchange outside, yet he showed no reaction. Mephisto whispered that he cared nothing for his subordinate's humiliation. Instead, he watched Elric with keen interest. Cromhell then said, "You used the body-strengthening art in your duel with the Blue Lion earlier, didn't you?" Elric's mind tightened with tension at the recognition. The body-strengthening art, he thought, he knows. But Cromhell brushed away the matter, resting a hand on Elric's shoulder and assuring him not to worry, for though the art was deemed forbidden magic by the Magic Tower, there was no chance of it leaking. With a subtle shift, he then pressed forward, asking what Elric thought of a former domain of House Melvinger, words that visibly unsettled him. Mephisto chuckled darkly, noting how deftly the prince had seized the upper hand in negotiation, catching Elric completely off guard. Elric thought grimly that he had intended to take things slow, to weigh each word carefully and guide the flow, yet Cromhell had gone straight for the heart of the matter, threatening to seize control of the negotiation outright. Clenching his fist beneath the table, Elric spoke with measured tone, asking what exactly the prince was referring to. Raising his hand, Cromwell replied that he was a direct man, unskilled in winding words. If House Melvinger chose to support him, then he would simply state what he could offer in return. Elric countered that his family's lands had long since become a barren wasteland under a demonic curse where not even grass grew. What could possibly be offered for something so desolate? For a brief silence, Cromwell said nothing, until his butler leaned in and whispered in his ear. Then, with a small laugh, he admitted his mistake and apologized, before boldly declaring he would grant a land equal in worth, the frontier territory of House Red Lion. A domain so rich it was considered pure gold, and he promised to bear the backlash of nobles aligned to that house himself. Such resolve was not something a weak man could muster. Elric, carefully bowing, answered that he was but a subject of the Empire, bound only to His Majesty's command, never seeking to negotiate for himself but merely to gauge his worth and the character of Prince Cromwell. Yet the prince, undeterred, smiled and said his offer remained open and that he would gladly add further conditions if needed, urging Elric to think positively. Elric realized then that Cromwell would not give up easily and decided to make one request. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Rodeo Ferens, still seething from humiliation, slammed his fist into the wall, vowing through clenched teeth that he would repay Elric Melvinger's insult 1,000-fold. Just then a butler approached, summoning him to the prince. Composing himself, Rodeo entered the room where Elric still sat, bowing low before Cromwell and asking for his command. The prince gestured towards Elric, declaring, "Here stands Sir Rodeo Ferens. Now tell me, what is it that you request?" Elric closes his eyes, about to speak, when Rodeo glares at him and thinks that this bastard seems intent on casting him aside as mediator, believing that breaking negotiations will ease tensions. How foolish! He vows to repay the humiliation he just suffered twofold. Pointing his finger at Rodeo, Elric demands one of his friend's arms, a request that leaves Cromwell stunned and convinces Rodeo that the Duke has gone mad. When Cromwell asks if his friend will support him, Elric coldly replies that it would be unfortunate otherwise, making Cromwell hesitate in uncertainty, while Rodeo scoffs, convinced the prince would never abandon his loyal house for an outsider like him. But then Cromwell turns to Rodeo's friend, reminding him that he is sworn as his vassal, and when Rodeo affirms his loyalty, Cromwell apologizes for what is to come before unsheathing his sword and severing his vassal's arm in one clean strike. The sight shocks even Elric, who mutters to himself that he had only sought to break the talks, not witness this madness, as Cromwell clutches the severed arm and boldly asks if this proves him worthy of friendship. Calling him insane, Elric warns that giving up so much for a bond will spark the wrath of the house of his friend and other nobles alike, yet Cromwell calmly asserts that such fear is needless, for the house of his friend will never betray him. As the butler drags the unconscious Rodeo away, Elric reflects that Cromwell must hold some hidden leash over that house and perhaps others, making him a potentially valuable ally. Rising together, Cromwell claims he has shown enough sincerity and presses for an answer, but before Elric can respond, a sudden blast shatters the window and assassins leap in with blades drawn, forcing the butler to cry out for His Highness to fall back as 4 killers charge directly at the 2 nobles. With the window shattering, assassins burst into the hall, leaving Elric stunned as he wonders how an attack could occur despite border patrol, his own presence, and the royal guards. Reacting quickly, he unleashes freezing winds that immobilize the intruders before shattering their bodies with a crushing punch. Urgently, he turns to secure the prince, only to see Cromwell already in motion, effortlessly cleaving through the assassins with his blade, their limbs scattered in mere seconds. Watching the carnage, Elric smirks, recognizing that this man truly lives up to the title of Black Lion. Yet more enemies pour in through the window, shouting for the prince's head, prompting Elric to scoff at their desperation. From another side, the Shawn, the Blue Lion, Isabel, and others rush in, declaring their loyalty as they cut down any who dare approach, while guards encircle and shield the prince. The assassins fall one after another, but still they keep charging blindly to their deaths, a sight that makes Elric grin in pity, for now they must face not 1 but 2 lions. Deciding to eliminate the hidden threat, he focuses his senses and detects murderous intent behind pillars and buildings, where assassins lurk in ambush. From the shadows, their leader whispers orders to ignore the Blue Lion and target only the prince, rallying them into combat stance. But as they prepare to strike, a volley of frozen arrows tears through them. Shocked, their leader cries out in confusion, only to realize it is Elric, calmly smiling as he channels the pair's magic. With sharp flicks of his fingers, he sends piercing strikes into the assassins, grinning once more, while Mephisto watches in disbelief and mutters about the absurdity of his stance. Elric shrugs, saying he has no idea, only that it felt natural to move that way. Mephisto sighs, pitying the assassins whose flawless stealth ended up useless against their natural foes. Still uneasy, Elric wonders who these people are and why they would go to such lengths to assassinate the fourth prince, deciding they must capture some alive for answers. His thought is cut short as Isabel interrupts, insisting they cannot be taken alive. Startled, he demands to know why, only for her to explain that even if they do not kill themselves, a hypnotic trigger will end their lives. He asks if she knows their identity, and she confirms, they belong to the Red Phantom. Shocked, Elric repeats the name, realizing it is not just rumor but a real organization. She adds that they are newly formed and shrouded in secrecy, their leader sworn as an enemy of her mercenary captain. Half laughing, Elric admits such an organization was never officially revealed. At that moment, an assassin raises his blade and orders all units to retreat. Smirking, Elric decides to track them through familiars, thinking if they keep leaving traces, their entire organization could be dismantled. But suddenly, an ominous aura descends from above, catching his attention. He stares in disbelief, wondering how a living being could exist without any flow at all. A masked assassin steps forward, mocking them for having their fun. Before Elric's familiars can follow the retreating assassins, the masked man cuts them all down, forcing Elric to grit his teeth at how easily his ploy was noticed. Cromhell raises his head and demands the assassin's identity and motive for targeting him, only to be met with cold defiance as the man refuses to speak. Drawing his sword, Cromhell accepts the challenge, remarking that silence makes the fight more interesting anyway. With that, the Blue Lion and the prince launch themselves forward in a coordinated strike against the masked intruder. The assassin merely shrugged at being boxed in by the lions. This would not end well for him, and with a mocking lilt declared that he enjoyed the sport but that tonight the hour was ill-favored, so he would withdraw. Yet he did not know that Elric had shadowed him the entire time, and before the fugitive could vanish, Elric unleashed his Surge Scatter. Elric closed in from behind and struck with the body-strengthening art, but the assassin slipped away like smoke. Snarling, he unleashed Thousand Tigers Shred, yet the blades tore only air as the foe weaved past each strike. Frustration surged, and the assassin mocked him, remarking that he thought the Duke was a magician. Spinning lightly, the man added that even grazing such attacks would be fatal. Refusing to relent, Elric bound the air with conjured chains, but the assassin shattered them with swift swings, muttering about never getting a moment's peace. Seizing an opening, Elric cast Pear's magic, frozen arrows bursting into the air like shards of winter. The assassin darted frantically through the icy barrage, breath misting as the air grew heavy with cold, only to glimpse Hayes charging with her hammer. He recoiled, startled, exclaiming that the lone woman of Black Skull and the patriarch of Melvinger working in concert was a most unexpected twist, tangled beyond belief. Soon, 4 warriors closed around him, hemming him in. His eyes blazed red as he hissed that he had no choice, and a violent surge of energy erupted, flinging everyone back with brutal force. Elric, steadying himself, grimly noted that the assassin had just repelled a coordinated strike from all sides. The man still stood unscathed, his form flickering with strange distortions, and countless clones now surrounded the field. Elric frowned, realizing the very flow of air had shifted. What was once a gentle current was now utterly still, as if he faced a ghost without substance. His body seemed to glitch unnaturally, sending a chill through all present. At that moment, the Blue Lion roared for everyone to fall back, and before their eyes, the assassin vanished in an instant, gone so quickly it seemed the world itself skipped a beat, leaving the warriors stunned at what had just occurred. Elric scanned the air with narrowing focus, the chill at the edge of his perception betraying nothing, not even his mind eye could pin the foe, when, with cruel casualness, a monstrous shape materialized beside him and struck, drawing a thin cut across Elric's hand. The attacker then blurred into a wind haze and reappeared behind him with a sardonic taunt, admiring Elric's instinctive dodge. And the duel that followed was a maddening ballet of strikes and misses as Elric ducked and parried against a combatant who seemed to live between breaths, unreadable and preternatural. Around them the palace guard collapsed into chaos as that same unseen force began to rend through the ranks, slaughtering sentries with surgical, invisible blows. 5 guards threw themselves around Cromhell, screaming to protect His Highness, while others scrambled to form a perimeter, only to be cut down with the same merciless efficiency, and Elric, grim and relentless, realized brute force would not Suffice, they needed intelligence, not bravado. He spun toward Hayes, calling, "Sis, what do you know of him?" But before Hayes could answer, more men fell beneath phantom strikes and Elric watched the situation deteriorate. Even Mephisto admitted the foe was no easy match, unseen to their own seasoned eyes, yet something in Elric's mind prickled, not a ghost in the pure sense. Closing his eyes, Elric let his blue aura braid around him and, invoking a subtle sorrel technique, pushed his sensing outward. If the assassin was flesh and blood, it would leave a trace. Snow blossomed across the ground as if the world itself obeyed his will, and there, stark against the frost, a trail of footprints appeared. The guard officers cried out as the invisible path betrayed the killer's motion. The assassin snarled that his ruse had been seen through but laughed that revelation would not alter the end, then snapped into view and lunged at Cromhell. Before the blade could find its mark, Elric unleashed a surge, dragging a jagged wall of ice and wind between the attacker and Cromhell, a frozen rampart rising like a sentinel, and the assassin hissed, "You again! First I should take care of you, bastard!" as steel and sorcery braced for the next lethal exchange. But just then, the blue lion appeared right behind the assassin, his voice sharp with fury as he growled that daring to look away while standing before him was an unforgivable insult. And with that, the blue lion unleashed a relentless storm of slashes, each strike a merciless roar of steel that forced the assassin onto the defensive. The killer, gritting his teeth, thought bitterly that clashing head-on with the blue lion was no trivial feat, and, thanks to Elric, his stealth arts were useless, leaving him exposed. The overwhelming brutality of those sword strikes left no gap, no hope of reprieve. And then, like a thunderclap, Augustine arrived, his presence alone freezing the assassin in disbelief, and he scornfully remarked that so many warriors were struggling merely because they could not catch a single rat. Dread crept into the assassin's chest as he realized the battle had turned into an impossible contest. Elric, watching with a cold smile, thought that no matter how formidable this assassin might be, recklessness would not exist before the master. As the air grew heavy with suppressed power, the assassin abruptly dropped to one knee, bowing deeply before Augustine and addressing him as master. A revelation that struck Elric like a blade, his thoughts racing in shock. What in the world, master? The assassin bowed low, saying it had been a while, master, and that single word sent a jolt through Elric, who thought in shock what the hell that even meant. Augustine's eyes hardened as he demanded who the assassin was calling master. The assassin replied that in the past, and even now, he had always thought of him that way, asking if Augustine did not feel the same. Augustine, voice sharp and cold, said that was none of his concern and ordered him to stop making a fuss and get lost. The assassin smirked faintly, saying he had searched so desperately for an apprentice to carry on his skill and now had finally found one, offering congratulations. Augustine's anger rose, and he snapped that he had told him it was none of his business, adding that if he could not hear clearly, he could carve him a brand new pair of ears. The assassin lifted his gaze, replying that would not be necessary and that he would take his leave. Augustine warned him not to dare show up again. The assassin's body began to fade into nothing as he said that should there be another opportunity, he would pay a formal visit, and then he vanished completely. Elric, staring at the empty space, thought that if it was a decision made by the master, even a prince would have trouble stopping it, and his mind turned to the masked man and Augustine, wondering what exactly their relationship was. Cromhell turned toward Elric, saying what a shame it was, as he had hoped they could talk more. Elric replied with a composed tone that even when they met again, he was sure they would be able to share a long conversation, and that they should now finish depending on their friendship. Cromwell smiled and placed his hand firmly on Elric's shoulder, praising the body-strengthening art he had displayed and saying that the next time they met, he would like to test it against him in a bout. Elric replied with calm resolve that he too would look forward to that day. With that, Cromwell turned with his guards and departed in farewell. Suddenly, Sean came rushing toward Elric, breathless and shouting his name. Concerned, Elric asked what was wrong, and Sean, still gasping, said that father needed to see them both urgently. Soon after, Elric, Sean, and Hayes were seated together, with Elric quietly wondering if everyone had returned safely. Outside, the Blue Lion remarked that it seemed they would have to part ways here for now. Elric answered that though unfortunate, since the Blue Lion was heading toward the hexagram, separating here would be the best choice. Isabel smiled warmly, asking him to take care of himself, while Elric returned the sentiment, telling them both to do the same. Their eyes lingered on each other, and Mephisto, watching closely, smirked as if amused by a budding affection. Snapping himself out of the moment, Elric turned toward Augustine and asked respectfully what his relationship was with the assassin in the wooden mask. After a pause, Augustine replied curtly that it was nothing more than a bond from the past, and that Elric had no need to know further. With that, they all parted ways. Elsewhere, the same assassin walked through a dim hallway, opened a heavy door, and entered to find Red Lion André Vin sitting in a chair. André looked at him sharply, saying he had left with confidence but returned in terrible shape. The masked assassin slumped onto a sofa while André stood, demanding to know where the head of the fourth prince was, warning him not to say he had come back empty-handed. The assassin removed his wooden mask, and André sneered, saying there was no way the so-called phantom, who boasted he could claim anything in the world, would return empty, and asked mockingly where he had hidden it, perhaps trying to surprise him. The assassin snapped, shouting for him to shut up, but André laughed coldly, saying so he truly had failed, mocking him further by recalling how he had claimed assassinating the fourth prince outside the imperial palace would be no more difficult than turning a light scroll. The assassin, filled with shame, cursed and yelled again for him to shut up. André leaned forward, his voice low and hard as he demanded the reason for failure, and the assassin, ashen, trembling, spat out a single name, Elric Melwinger. André scoffed, questioning whether the patriarch of House Melwinger was truly so formidable. Was he merely a white knight facade, a magus like any other? But the assassin insisted their intelligence had been obsolete. The Melwinger they faced was at least a seventh circle and possessed fearsome martial skill as well. André threw his head back in thought. Had the rot begun when he refused the crown prince's entreaty for support, or when he renounced his title and lost the Golden Lion's favor? Either way, he had already been painted a rebel with no room for excuse, and his desperate plans, kidnapping the fourth prince to force a bargain or feigning a hostage to withdraw imperial forces, had unraveled. The assassin admitted there was but one option left. At that moment 2 women entered the chamber. One taunted, "So you failed your mission?" The other demanded an answer. André felt the weight of tens of thousands of loyal lives possibly squandered by his choices, yet reasoned coldly that the only justification for branding them rebels was the alleged pact with demons. So if the Empire sought a demon alliance as proof, he would deliver precisely what they demanded. The scene shifts to the mansion where the elder, grave and authoritative, addressed the weary pair he had summoned. Producing an imperial scroll, he revealed the edict that made all other questions trivial. The Emperor himself had issued a direct command. House Melwinger was to take part in the war. Elric stares at the scroll he has just opened. It's an imperial decree. The command is clear. Disobedience may result in the highest punishment, death. It is addressed to the House of Melwinger, a vassal of the Empire and a longtime friend of the imperial family. Elric notes that this seal is used only for the highest-ranking noble families and only in rare, critical situations. Against House Melwinger, there have been only 2 previous activations. The imperial family has avoided using the golden seal for centuries, fearing it might weaken their hold over Melwinger. Yet now, they have used it, and that makes Elric suspicious. Something about this reeks of intrigue. Mephisto muttered that this reeks of a trap, an opening designed to drag them into disaster, while the air tightened with the unspoken question of who had timed this provocation. At once Sean sprang to his feet, furious. "What kind of dog shit is this? Melwinger isn't even a vassal of Narister. Father, will you truly allow this to stand?" His father, Elric, rose only to hush him, voice low but burning with displeasure. He too was affronted by the Empire's careless slight and suspected the decree was meant to fracture Melwinger's ties with their house. He admitted he could not divine the regent's intent, only that the document felt clumsy, too crude to be the Emperor's own hand, and that the Melwinger patriarchs themselves appeared bewildered and immobile. Elric weighed the stakes bluntly. Oppose the decree and be crushed for insolence. Comply and be thrown to die like cannon fodder. Either outcome costs their house nothing and the Empire, nothing. As Elric and Sean paced the corridor, Elric laughed aloud, a brittle sound against the carved stone, while Sean, amped with righteous fury, stared at him incredulous. "You are laughing at a time like this? We are being forced into a trap." The hall closed in around them. Outside, the Empire's machinery had already begun to turn, and the single truth remained. The golden seal had been used, and every lord in that chamber now had to choose how they would answer the Empire's summons to war. Elric smirks and tells them he is joining the war anyway, laughter curling at the edges of his words as he says he is already planning how he will bury that bastard crown prince. Then his mind shifts to Mephisto, musing that since the crown prince is making trouble with Garagori, getting those 2 together would let them be buried at once, and Mephisto agrees, noting that this is precisely the sort of thing Elric excels at. While Sean points out there is still 1 month before the summoning deadline and asks what Elric will do until then, Elric answers that there are 2 matters and he will need Sean's help. At Central Bureau of the Magic Administration, the man holds paper and mutters "annoying bastard," unable to believe there are still fools who rely solely on noble birth, the sheet in his hand proving a letter of recommendation granting special eligibility for the magician's certificate exam, and as he thumbs through the documents he snaps that Elric Melvinger will pay for this. Later in the carriage Sean asks if he truly must get a certificate right now, and Elric explains that a magician's license secures an officer post in the military. Sean scoffs that as a Radiant Star Duke he would be granted rank anyway and asks why bother, and Elric replies that rank by status alone comes with restrictions and there are other reasons he cannot share because they involve family, which only makes Sean more irritated and prompts him to warn that the exams are notoriously brutal and ask if Elric can handle them without cramming. At which Elric inhales and reminds him that despite failing practicals at the academy because of his disability he always took first place in theory, provoking Sean to shout that the magician exam is a different beast. Each examiner sets their own content, and if Brian presides his pass rate is 0.1%. Elric stares out the window and shrugs that such a rate means too many poor candidates show up. Notes the exam is usually 8 hours long when Sean confirms he has heard the same, then tells him to rest because he will be done in 30 minutes, and the scene closes with Elric stepping into the hall to stand before Brian. Brian introduces himself as a Grade 5 examiner of the Central Bureau of the Magic Administration and confirms that the applicant is Elric Melvinger, to which Elric replies affirmatively and asks if they may begin at once, but Brian insists on confirming his identity first. While Mephisto observes this is the man Brett had spoken of and asks if he will be fine, and Elric calmly tells him to have faith. Soon after, Elric sits before the desk and listens as Brian explains that the first test is written, 600 questions spanning elemental theory, physics, necromancy, alchemy, ancient studies, black magic, and more, stressing that the use of magic will be deemed cheating, prompting Elric to remark that he hardly needs magic for such a test, though inwardly Brian scoffs, recalling that this so-called hero of Lecenty once cursed away disease but seeing only arrogance. Suspecting he is using the press to raise his fallen house name, then finally allows him to begin, and as Elric calmly fills the paper Brian mutters that it is nonsense, thinking of Natasha Narister, the sole examinee to ever score perfectly, who agonized over every answer, but in no time Elric finishes and declares he is done, shocking Brian, who drags a book over, holds it for 15 minutes, and scorns him for not even pretending to try, lamenting that House Melvinger is disgraced. Yet when he places his ring upon the book the score glows above, 600 out of 600, leaving Brian reeling and wondering how it is possible. While Elric politely asks if they can proceed to the second test. Resigned, Brian reasons that he must indeed have always topped theory at the academy but asserts that theory alone cannot carry him through the next challenge, then produces a crystal orb and commands Elric to place his hand above it, thinking the candidate must exceed thresholds of both quantity and purity of mana, where most fail. Yet as Elric lowers his hand, golden energy bursts forth and overwhelms the orb, shattering it into fragments, leaving Brian stunned and speechless, while Elric calmly asks if breaking the orb counts as automatic failure, to which Brian, flustered, can only reel in disbelief. Later, outside at the carriage, Sean sees Elric approach and is shocked that he finished in 30 minutes, demanding to know the result, and Elric, smiling faintly, simply holds up a temporary magician's license, remarking that there is no need to bother with explanations. Sean sits with the newspaper in hand, the front page bearing both the picture of Elric and an entire article about him, and as Sean reads aloud the line where Elric had declared he would return before the tea grew cold, confidently spoken to his companion before leaving the carriage, he cringes and scoffs that it sounds like the start of some novel. Muttering about what an irritating man he is and demanding to know how anyone could finish reading so quickly or even achieve a perfect score, then shifts the subject by asking if Elric has chosen a location for the third trial quest. Elric replies that he will head to the Crimson Ghost Forest, which prompts Sean to say it is easier than expected and warns that he will not stand out without taking on something harder. But Elric insists that with time running short he only wants to finish swiftly, then turns inward and asks Mephisto if Otto's thesis truly lies there. To which Mephisto replies that it is his choice whether to believe, and Elric considers that if the work is truly that of Otto Hahn, it is not unbelievable. Perhaps the multitude of spirits haunting the Crimson Ghost Forest were deliberately formed as guardians for the thesis, Just then a knock comes at the door, and Hayes enters, requesting to speak with Elric, and together they step outside the mansion, walking as she asks if he had said he was heading to the Wind Borderlands. Which Elric affirms, explaining that the Imperial decree leaves him with no choice, for not only he but also the Magic Tower and the House of the Lion Duke were summoned, and when he asks why she inquires, Hayes reveals that she too must go since her organization has issued a conscription order, whereupon Elric halts in surprise and protests that it makes no sense. She is not even a full member, only an associate. Hayes snaps that even associates are ordered to fight, and that refusal means permanent expulsion, and when Elric protests she turns with a fierce aura and tells him not to suggest he wants her to sit this out just because he is finally chasing his life, that his success freed her from money worries but she loves her work and will build something to be proud of, and if he ever proposes marriage sounding nonsense again she will smash his head. Elric stammers that he never meant that and would never say such a thing, while Mephisto observes that their sister has always had more guts than him, and Elric admits that without her backbone the family could not have stood. Had she been born with magical talent the family head would now be her, not him. Then he bids her be careful and promises to meet her on the battlefield, and Hayes smiles and wishes him well, pleased that he will take up the family's protection from now on, and noting how much he has grown. Elsewhere crowds flee as ghostly figures close in. A terrified girl cries about a Banshee Reaper appearing, a man collapses as the Reaper raises its weapon to strike, and the three members of a team find themselves suddenly pressed from both sides, surrounded by more Reapers and fighting to hold their ground. The men cry out in panic, asking what they should do, while Sophia grits her teeth and mutters if this is truly their end. Yet a sudden blast of cold wind surges above and it is Elric, unleashing his magic as spears of ice pierce through the Reapers. Sophia insists that ice arrows cannot harm them, that physical attacks are useless, but her words prove false as the frozen bolts tear straight through, and soon Elric finishes the battle, remarking with a wry tone that although one is defeated the ghosts keep fleeing, leaving him unable to complete the quest since they still need 10 ghost essences and have gathered only 2. A spirit sighs that it wishes to help but cannot, prompting Mephisto to remind Elric he had warned that such beings are better ignored for the sake of one's sanity, which provokes the spirit to sneer that a hollow husk dares to boast so much, even spirits looking down on him, and Mephisto erupts in fury, demanding how mere spirits could ever comprehend the greatness of a king like him, their quarrel escalating in back-and-forth bickering. Meanwhile Elric thinks on why a Banshee Reaper has appeared here when they belong only in the forest's depths, noting the thick demonic presence of the Seal of Winter and realizing this means Otto's thesis might truly be near, so he approaches the survivors as Sophia and the others bow gratefully, thanking him for saving them. But Elric humbly replies he did only what he must and asks how they ended up chased by a Banshee Reaper, only for his eyes to widen at the sight of a book clutched by the fallen man, who declares that anyone able to strike such a creature must be at least a magus, their magic potent enough to wound a Reaper, and Sophia, astonished, asks if he belongs to the Magic Tower, while Elric seethes inwardly at the audacity of their assumptions. Elric burns with rage when he sees the book, furious that anyone would touch a family heirloom, and Mephisto sneers that the savior turned out to be Tom Rider, while Elric coldly replies that perhaps this outcome serves them right because those men will dig their own graves. Sophia breaks into tears and pleads for one more favor, begging them to rescue friends trapped inside a dungeon and promising any reward, 3 of them bowing in desperation. And Elric agrees at once and asks where they are, lifting their spirits as they hurry him toward the cave while whispering that they must move before more Banshee Reapers arrive. Yet their eyes flash with something sly and dangerous. Mephisto mocks them as pathetic for stumbling into their own doom, and at the dungeon mouth the woman points and says that is the place, then asks the savior's name. Elric offers the plain name Rick, which Mephisto derides as unimaginative, but Sophia clasps his hand and fawns that the name is as remarkable as his magic, pressing politely to learn which school he follows so she may repay her debt. Elric downplays his skill as merely learned and tells her there is no need for thanks, only to hurry inside because their comrades are in danger, and so Elric steps into the dark corridor, blades of frost still humming in his wake while Mephisto mutters under his breath, and the group moves forward into the dungeon with false relief on their faces and a hidden plan coiling beneath their smiles. Sophia grits her teeth, seething that Elric keeps such a calm face while she practically throws herself at him, thinking his magic is decent but he is still a shut-in and perfect prey. Once that hermit clears the dungeon guardians she will stab him in the back and take every treasure, smiling at her companions as she privately instructs them to trust their dear noble fool. They move deeper into the dungeon, And Elric asks where the comrades hide while Sophie points to where the fourth corridor begins and warns that it is far inside, urging caution. Then suddenly Bashi Reapers surge forward and Sophie falls, shrieking for help. So Elric lashes out with engulfing frost from his hand and freezes the Reapers solid, leaving Sophie stunned and muttering that such attacks should never work on ghostly foes, yet marveling at how the Reapers are frozen, while Elric checks the wounded and Sophie struggles to stand and thanks him, thinking he is far stronger than she guessed and perhaps even touched by holy power, though she swears she will still strike once he clears the deeper guardians. Sophia stares ahead in disbelief, whispering that what she sees makes no sense, while Elric remarks that time is short and they must move faster. She fumes inwardly that after releasing so much magic his mana should be drained, yet he remains composed and steady, and Elric quietly tells Mephisto that thanks to their enemies they avoided wandering the forest, found Otto's tomb, and restored stolen relics to their rightful place. While Mephisto chuckles that he even absorbed demonic energy and could not have asked for more. The spirit interjects that it is astonishing, for it had always heard House Melvinger stood as natural enemies of the Inhumans, yet here Elric wields their very power, and Elric admits that truthfully it remains a mystery, explaining that to restore Odo Han's winter he forged a seal with a demon's relic and reshaped it into something new. That the Guardians each carried fragments of this seal, but their hunger for greater strength corrupted them, allowing demons to spread madness into the world. And while it is only a conjecture, he intends to uncover the truth here. Pressing on, Sophia points toward the right corridor that leads to the depths, and Elric follows until he stands before a heavy door, straining his sight power but unable to pierce what lies beyond, sensing instead all the dungeon's mana flowing into that chamber, convinced it must be the true depth. Turning to her, he asks if her comrades are trapped inside, and she nervously confirms while warning that something terrifying waits beyond. Placing his hand upon the door, Elric declares he will open it, and as he pushes forward a burst of radiant light engulfs them, revealing a vast chamber that resembles a chemical laboratory filled with countless armored figures. At first Sophia believes them lifeless suits, but when the soldiers' helms shift and glowing eyes meet theirs she panics, recalling how only one of these constructs had annihilated their group before. Certain that not even this magician can stand against 10 at once. And in dread she urges retreat lest they all die here. But as they turn in desperation, the impossible unfolds. The legion of armored spirits kneel in reverence before Elric, their weapons lowered in solemn recognition. In the chamber before Elric, every armored spirit kneels and Sophia stares, baffled by guardians bowing like loyal retainers to their lord, while the others fret about traps and betrayal, and Elric answers coldly that anyone who wants to flee may do so alone because the mage must uncover the dungeon's secret. Sophia snarls that she will not give up and steps forward, the two men trailing after her. And as they press deeper, Elric's pendant flashes green and the guardians fall into step behind him, prompting him to wonder if these are Odo Han's loyal retainers preserved to protect their master's work and to dream, briefly, whether such immutable loyalty might one day serve his own rebuilt house. Then he halts before a wall where a purple sigil turns and recognizes the same ward set at the Snow Mountain King's tomb, produces his pendant and fits it to the gate. And in an instant he and Mephisto find themselves transported to a different place that shocks them both. Elric announces his arrival to Otto, who sits bent and bold, every line in his face a wrinkle, and Elric notes that the agreement pictured him as middle-aged while here he appears elderly, wondering how many years he has lain thus, as Mephisto bursts into wild laughter, eyes burning red while he rails that despite expecting a monster Otto is only a man and swears that if he ever rises again he will personally take revenge on Otto and his followers. A vow that rings fierce but hollow, and Elric thinks that such a reaction from Mephisto is perhaps natural as Mephisto lunges toward Otto, shouting that this cannot be, that it must not end like this. Elric recalls how the demon god and the four kings once sought to engulf the continent yet could not overcome the wall raised by the founder and Otto Han, while Mephisto cries that if Otto can fade away with a peaceful smile then what of the grudges burned into his chest, the screams and grief? How is he to bear them? Elric thinks that his own yearning for resurrection was to finally surpass that wall, but wonders what secret Otto guards. What is the Winter Seal, and what truth lies behind his family's name? Then watches in shock as Otto's form begins to dissolve, golden energy swirling through the chamber and flooding into his body until he screams from the pain and is transported to a radiant golden realm where Otto addresses him, saying he must have countless questions beyond his present knowledge yet he will grant a few answers as reward for reaching this place. And when Elric demands to know what Malvinger truly is, Otto admits he cannot reveal all but claps his hands and Summons forth a figure robed in pure white whose presence makes Elric realize with awe that this is the founder, the power behind Malvinger, and as Otto trembles at the weight of such might more figures appear behind Elric. One grumbling like a sparrow that the noise is unbearable and another retorting that he will speak for himself before being smacked by a fiery woman with red hair whose sheer destructive aura leaves Elric certain she is Christina Malvinger, vessel of summer, said to be the strongest in raw mana among the 4 vessels, and as they gather Otto senses something approaching, a warning echoing in his mind as dark energy swirls ominously in the sky. From within the black mist emerges a figure, Mephisto, gripping his sword with a chilling presence. Otto realizes at once that if Mephisto has arrived, the other 3 must not be far behind. His fear proves true as 3 more figures step forward, one draped with a snake, another bearing the twisted face of a goat, and the last hidden beneath a wide hat. Yet a 4th figure also materializes, a shadowy being cloaked in black with piercing blue eyes, unmistakably the demon god. Now the demon god and the 4 demon kings stand united before Elric, founder and per seasons, and with their arrival, the war finally begins.